the opposite end. Like that's kind of when I started to hate math. Like when they gave me the answer and I had to tell them why it's the answer instead of like getting the answer the way I've been training my brain for 10 years. I was like, this is
Bro, I mean,
not cool.
do you know that once upon a time, the first thing that ever made me cry on an exam was the fact that I couldn't do one of my exams because of that. Because I was working at night, and I remember this day very well. And this was the day I said to myself, I will never ever be stranded in math ever again.
Was it Cal
Stats
2?
It was my first time doing Cal 2. I was working at night, and I'm not fucking with you. The fucking teacher told us to study the complete wrong thing. The whole class failed. The average of the class was 48%.
I had the exact same thing happen to me in my Stats 2 class in my business degree.
Nothing I studied, and nothing. I swear to you, we were all looking at each other at the beginning, like the first 10 minutes, 12 minutes. You saw everyone from my class because it was like all classes put together. But I knew who was in my class, and you could just see everyone from my class just going through all the pages, like what the fuck, what the fuck, what the fuck, and we're all just staring at each other like what the fuck. Like,
you want to know what hurts even more? That happened in my stats class. They averaged the curve.
No.
And there was a couple geniuses in my class who were so smart that they weighted out the curve so that I didn't pass the first time I took Stats 2. Like because the average score was like what you said, like a 48-50. And then there just so happened to be the perfect number of like really intelligent people get like an 85-90, and they skewed the grading curve that the teacher applied to like make a passing, or they don't just like fail the whole thing, you know? Or, like that's the way they did it. Like you were told at the start, like most people were gonna fail. I remember that.
No, my teacher was this old motherfucker, and everyone hated him, and I had no choice to take him because I had to work, and that was the only course in 8 in the morning. So I had to finish work at 7:30 in the morning, drive like a maniac to class, then get to class, and I would just do it. I just did an 8-hour, 10-hour shift overnight at the airport. I remember it was winter, and I'm like, what the fuck, man? Like I'm trying to stay up in class. And then this guy tells us to study the wrong thing. I remember I cried, man. It was the first time ever in my life I was stranded on an exam in math. I didn't care. Other exams, I don't give a shit. But math, man, I've always been the guy in front of the class, like never always 80s, 90s. It was the first time I panicked. Like I was like, I'm gonna fail. Like I'm gonna fail a math exam. Like, oh my god, I'm gonna fail. And in my head, I'm like, I'm gonna fail a math exam. I did 2 questions. I wrote my name. I just gave it back in, and I left. I said, "Fuck it, I'm gonna fail." I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, I had the same thing happen to me. I basically turned in what I thought, and the worst part about those like advanced math tests is they're like a very select small number of problems. So if you don't know like one part of it, you're done for like the whole. You know what I mean? You're not scraping by a multiple choice, and like it's just impossible to fight that. But go ahead, Bradley.
Yeah, I had a little game theory question because I missed the sacrifice for both. So I'm just stacking up hex right now to use to buy Pulse and Pulse X when it comes out pre-bridge. I just had a thought I kind of wanted to run by, get some more opinions on it. I got a couple, $1,000 that I got sitting in my savings, but it's not really for investing. But how risky do you think it would be if we have a couple of days, before it goes live that we get an announcement like, all right, the snapshot's going to be between Wednesday and Thursday or Wednesday and Friday or something like that. If I took that, bought Hex, got the snapshot, and then went back to fiat, is there anything that I'm missing that I might lose something other than fees?
Yeah, I mean, from my opinion, I've only been in the community for like 6 to 8 months, but I've never seen or heard people talk so much in the community about how great of a buying opportunity it is to get Hex right now, just because where the price is at and the dip that we've seen. And based on the history of the charts we've been talking about earlier and the cycles, I mean, we can kind of make an educated guess, I guess, but I don't think you're going to get an exact date to answer. I don't think. I think it'll be announced, and then it's going to be, pretty quick acting after that. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's 24, 48 hours, and it'll be going, and then it will actually be live. There's going to be like a 48-hour window where you can trade. Apparently, that is going to kind of be like the price discovery for a lot of the coins.
So I guess that would make my determination too. Is if I got some kind of heads up on but if he just goes live with it, then I wouldn't be able to do that because I wouldn't have the time to go fiat hex and then get the snapshot p hex and then my e hex go back to fiat or go back to Ethereum.
Well, right, and I just know what I hear from a lot of people is I've never really been a part of like when a chain launches like this, let alone the size of this one, but that first 48 hours when it launches is just pure chaos, and you can get yourself caught up in a lot of slippage in what you're trading for. You might get terrible ratios that aren't actually what they should be initially. There's going to be a lot of that going on from what I hear. So I would suggest, just from what I've heard, you don't want to try to be doing a lot of trading right away. I mean, if anything, maybe try to find an altcoin that it's an ERC 20 that you'll get a copy of, that you can provide like a liquidity pairing for or something like that on PulseX for everyone else to trade. And that way, while they're all in the Wild Wild West, you're earning your APY, sit and chill.
You guys definitely gave me some stuff to think about. I appreciate you.
That's just one insight. That's just one insight too, man. So like, definitely reach out to more people also. But
yeah, no, I really don't got. You guys are the only people I have in my life that I can talk to. No one around me is into crypto. No one around me is into anything like this. So these spaces, they're only places I can really go to get some.
You probably would have gotten an even more amazing answer from a few of these guys that are in here. I think you just kind of caught everyone at a bad time.
I'm in here all day. I'll be asked that question again.
Hexy, I think your mic's wrecked. But Bradley, we'll see you again, man. I'll add you. Good talking.
Oh yeah, no, I'll be here. This will be my third day streaming on Spaces. My last 2 were 12-hour days, so I'm a truck driver, so I'm in these things all day. I'll ask to get more people in here. I just happened to get the thought right now as I was getting off of Jim Rat Crypto's channel, watching his stream this morning, and I wanted to see what people thought about it.
How was his stream, by the way?
It was good, man.
Oh my god, amazing! I think the best to date so far. The big brains that were in the room today, and just listening to them talk to each other, I got so much information out of it. It was amazing.
Did he bring the guest in, the first time streamer?
Yeah, he brought Satoshi Boulevard in, and Wells was there, and Orca was there.
Oh man, I gotta go watch that because me and Bullish Ox or Bullish OX. He's kind of did a lot of linking to that late last night. This morning it was kind of coming together. Jim Rat crept on, and that's cool to hear that all came together.
Yeah, no, I was listening to that last night too, and I was, he came on and they were having their stream, but then once Wells and Orca got in there, it was like being in a Twitter space.
Orca was in there too. Oh no, yeah. I'm gonna be gone for a bit.
It might still be going. I just had this idea, and I can't talk to them because it's a stream, so I thought I'd come over here and talk. But yeah, no, it's a good show today.
Well, I'm glad you found people that will hear you out just like I did. It's an amazing feeling, huh?
Yeah, no, I love talking to the people in here. They're awesome. Even not crypto, just chit chatting about life and things, and it's pretty fun.
Yeah, it's amazing paradigm shift from what we're used to. But nice to meet you, man.
You too, bud. Go enjoy the show.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'll be back to you guys. I got to charge my phone and take care of a few things. And I'll be back to draw those charts, famous.
Yeah.
Don't you worry. I'll find that link too.
I'm trying to find it also, man. I can't find it.
For some reason, it's not in my history of messages either. With
Me neither, but you sent me something. It was like a Nikola Tesla thing.
Yeah, and it was about.
And it had the guy was explaining 369.
Yeah, Nikola
and I
Tesla
was
like obsessed with those numbers.
Yeah, but he wasn't obsessed with the zero.
No, yeah, well, how crazy would I've always had this thought, like the free energy idea, like if that would have went a different way with like alternating current, like mining Bitcoin wouldn't be like such a bad thing. So if Bitcoiners were smart, they'd try to relearn Nikola Tesla's ancient technology and maybe bring.
So, for example, those Bitcoin miners need to be connected into a steam generator, man. I mean, my goodness, they get so hot.
Oh, I got AC units on each one.
I know, but that's ridiculous. We should be harnessing that energy and producing more energy, man.
You want to know of a crazy little idea I've had thought of? Using like a small set of miners in like a home or apartment complex into the HVAC heating of the place, and you could use the heat from the miners, earn the coins, and then also heat your home.
I did that for years, man. I've done it for years.
You could like
but
put it into
I didn't do my
HVAC line.
Yo, Chase,
I didn't hook it up though to Central.
I have a friend who's like an air conditioning guy who like basically like fucking I do that shit. Like we build
you're in
vents
Canada,
and air conditioning things for like weed. Yeah, for weed things. So like I have like the things we've created, bro, to push out air or like create things even for the circulation. Like when you're building stuff for people who want to grow weed, and the guy's like, yeah, I'm gonna build 3 stories in here. I'm like, what do you mean you're gonna build 3 stories? Like, yeah, I need air to go here, because I'm building something where I'm gonna put that plants on top of each other, and we're like,
yeah,
okay.
I know what you mean, famous. I got an HVAC background for 6 years, so I did heating, ventilation, and cooling.
But
oh wow, so
you can get into water though, man. So you start putting
at the mining facility I'm at now. One of the biggest problems is the air pressure, because all these fans on all these they pull so much pressure that if I don't have enough air intake coming in, for like fresh air intake coming in, it'll start like pulling the air from inside the shop facility. So I fight with that all day. I wish you lived where I did, because you'd come in where I'm at in this warehouse.
Yeah, can't breathe.
Your jaw would drop, and we would probably talk till we couldn't, my man.
Of course, bro. We still are, don't know.
Yeah, I gotta charge my phone. I'll be back. Yeah, this is too good. I'll be back, Wes. Peace.
Anyways, I bought one of those pens for my iPad. So today I'm gonna be drawing all kinds of shit. I'm gonna be doing all kinds of math. I can't wait.
Yeah.
What's up, famous? My paisan, how's it going?
Good shit, man. How you doing? Even JR down there is a paisan too, bro.
We're taking over.
I know. It's bad, man. We've been taking over.
Fuck around and get a horse head in your bed.
With some juice. Ah, man, Kiefer's still telling me I have to meet up with a chick tonight. You know what, guys? Fuck it, I'm streaming without Keith. I gave him a week and a half, man. I'm gonna stream without him, man. Fuck it. What do you think, Matt? Should I do it or should I wait, man? Because like he's slacking, man.
Time in the market's better than timing it.
Time in the market is better than timing it. So my time in the streaming should be better than timing the stream, right?
There you go.
So then, fuck it. I guess it is what it is, boys and girls. It is what it is. So, Matt, you've been pretty quiet. What's up, Rich?
I was just gonna say, I just popped in, but are you debating on buying more Hex or waiting if it goes lower?
No, absolutely not. I'm actually trying to see if there's a relation between It's between the 369 rule and staking ladders.
Oh shit! Yeah, fuck. You're thinking about some next level shit then.
Yeah. I'm just looking at this paper now, and I'm just like, whoa. Another thing I wanted to mention is that we are so sponsored by Montpellier Sparkling Carbonated Water, lemon sparkling water from Saint Brigitte de Laval. I fucking love sparkling water. Wow. Am I too bougie or what?
I know. Carbonated water is bigger in Europe than uncarbonated.
Well, I don't know. Personally, I don't. I love carbonated water. Like, I'm addicted.
It gives you more stimulation.
Does it?
I think there's a little bit of sodium in it too. Probably good for, I don't know.
There's a lot of stuff. There's fucking sodium. Yeah, there's 5 milligrams of sodium, which is like 5% of our daily. Like, that's per 500 milliliters. In this one, actually, this one's pretty clean. There's calcium, magnesium, no zinc. Also, it was 10 ppm, and that it tells you the analyzed ppm. It's honestly really healthy for you. So I don't know. Ever since I started drinking water and I took out soda from my diet, I've been feeling amazing. But I just need to get to Europe so I can stop smoking weed, and then I'll feel amazing. Can't wait.
I haven't smoked weed since the 26th of last month, and I haven't gone that long without weed since 2013. But I'm trying to find like a big employer, which unfortunately in my industry it's like they don't fucking hire people. Like safety conscious positions won't hire people.
Class A, get your Class A driver's license. Since I've got my Class A, I haven't smoked since. It's been 12 years.
I'm a heavy duty mechanic. I've been doing it I've been a journeyman since 2008, since I was 21 years old. But I've never strived for the employers that actually make you pass a piss test. But
Penske.
I actually worked for Penske for 5 years, and nobody's paid me more than them. But they rehired me already, and I quit a second time. But I just didn't feel like a mechanic working for them. It was too fucking monotonous.
Yeah, my uncle's worked for Penske for over 30 years. He's their union rep out in California.
Oh yeah, in my city we didn't have a union, but the company was doing good. Like that's a huge fucking company. Their business model is just they make tons of fucking money.
You fix them, I drive them.
But I want to try to get into more of the off-road equipment. So I'm trying to get like a fly-in, fly-out position. That's another way I'm going to combat these gas prices. Drive to work once a month instead of 20 times a month. But none of those positions will hire people with pot. I mean, you can just like drink one of those drinks, but those aren't really guaranteed either.
You can't stop for a month to get clean.
That's what I'm doing. I haven't smoked since the 26th of last month.
Well, good luck with that. I hope you make it.
Thanks, man. I mean, I'd probably just be doing it short term. Like I've never worked on a mine site before or anything like that, but I think it would just be an experience.
Definitely see some new things, that's for sure.
Well, all those companies are making more money than they have in a long time because every commodity is just fucking skyrocketing. So, I mean, I assume there's just more money to be made if you're working for them.
We got to keep those machines running, so someone's got to do it. They don't fix themselves. everything wears out.
I was trying to get in on social. Pulse Extreme. What's happening?
Hey, I think I can help you with your smoking thing, with your smoking problem. Um, since um, since the THC and CBD, that it's molecular, and the molecular is attached to the fat cells. If you want to get rid of it fast from your body, not to be shown in the urine test, you got to do some sports. You got to burn the fat cells, and you will accelerate the burning of all the THC that you have in the system. And I'm talking from experience because I used to give urine because I got arrested for weed in my country in Israel. They're pretty bad with it because I was caught dealing also, so I had to give urine once a week. And since I'm 27 years smoking, after I was held up for 3 months, once a week I was giving urine, and I was smoking once a week as well. I took it out from the system within 3 to 4 days. So just so you know, then that's after a big ass research I did regarding how to get it out of the system. So you gotta do some sport, and if you do sport and you sweat, go buy a home test urine home urine test for to detect, and you will see that your urine is clean.
Are you I'm just curious, like, are you a fairly lean guy too? Or you got some? Did you have some pounds on you at the time? Or are you like pretty lean?
No, explain because I didn't understand, bro.
Like, are you fat? Basically, I'm asking. Like, were you fat at the time, or were you like pretty skinny?
No, bro. I don't know a lot of a lot of potheads that are big or fat. I'm skinny as shit.
Yeah, it's very true, man. People that are obese, they can't take the smoking because they have problems breathing, right? So they're just gonna be like, bro, I can't. A lot of my friends, they can't they take like half a joint and that's it. It's very true, man. I never realized that.
It's kind of ironic too, because weed's supposed to make you hungry, right?
But it does make you hungry because what it does is that it forces you to act faster. So it makes your body So when you smoke and you try to act normal, it makes your body use twice as much energy in order for you to stay consistent. That's why when people enjoy a high, they just like lay back and they just chill, and then you get hungry because it takes twice as much energy for to do your shit.
Dude, that was
I think
that
it's a myth from the movie Half Baked. After Half Baked, everyone thought that you gotta smoke, you gotta eat after you smoke.
Nah, man, I got munchies like a motherfucker, bro. It's not just because I smoke. It's because it's to maintain sobriety while after smoking, it takes like, you know.
Yeah, I think that the biggest symptom I felt so far with these few weeks not smoking is like sleep, man. I don't think I've slept more than 5 hours in the last 3 weeks. And that's what I mostly use it for. My biggest session would be before I would go to bed.
I mean, I just can't have access to it. If I have access to it, I don't give a fuck. Because it doesn't stop me from being productive. It just stops me. I just smoke. And then at one point, it's like too much of something is not good, whether it's good or bad. And then at just some point, it's just like, I just smoking too much. I need to stop. I'm like, I can't do this no more. 30 years old, fuck.
So funny thing is that the same space in the morning, they were talking about weed and mushrooms and drugs, and everyone was like stoned, and the guy was smoking on the background.
And here?
And now it's the opposite.
What today was like that in here?
Yeah, today no, yesterday. I think yesterday.
Did I smoke all the time? I'm there smoking all the time. So yeah, but it's just because I'm in Canada, right? So it's like I take my car, I just could go get. I've been smoking since I'm fucking 14 years old. You know, like 15, whatever, 15 years old. I used to do high competitive sports and still have those high. You know, nothing. I parked planes high. To me, high does not do anything, but it's being caged in my house and smoking in my house. Like I should start going on the balcony more often. Fuck.
So, bro, I was smoking for 28 years. I'm a master grower. I was in the cannabis in the medical cannabis.
Oh yeah, so you
industry.
smoke 10 times more than me, but still, like, you know, I'm every day. I'm a regular. I'm not one of those like, oh man, just give me a couple of tokes. No. I'm smoking like 14s a day because like that's all I could afford.
So I used to smoke all day long, and I used to have I used to wake up to my bong before brushing my teeth and smoke bongs all day long, bro, for 27, 28 years. And the thing is that like a few months ago, in June, I got to a point that I decided that's enough.
But you don't roll up?
These days, none, bro. None.
Man, that's why though. You gotta roll up, man. I hate bonging. I could roll up like I could smoke 50 joints in a day. No problem. I'll still be on doing shit. Like it's the bongs that for me kill me, man. It's like it's too much in one time.
I retired my bong probably 3 years ago too, man.
Oh, I'll still hit the bong, like whatever leftovers, you know, like leftover THC or whatever. Like I'm down. Like it's nice to get high and like whatever. But I'm just saying, I'm a regular roll up and smoke.
Do you roll spliffs at all, or you ever rolling spliffs with the?
I roll spliffs in 17 seconds. I'll do it on cam once. I'll show you guys on stream. 17 seconds. You guys can time it.
No, you got to do it in 10 seconds. That was the competition. But never mind. No, bro. For 27 years, I was smoking only pure bongs.
Well, who did 10 seconds? I want to see that. I don't believe someone could do 10 seconds.
That was
everything full. Take the nug, grind it, take the paper, make the cut, go take it, boom, boom, boom. You can't do 10 seconds. It's impossible.
No. You got it ready. You just got to roll it.
Oh, you everything ready? Oh, bro. I think I could do 4 or 5 seconds.
Do you put tobacco in them or no? Ever?
Depends on how the weed is. If it's really dry, I'll put some tobacco.
Dude,
it's all about physics, right?
Man, I did the backpacking thing in Europe in like 2008 for a couple months, and everybody put tobacco in their.
Oh yeah, but Europe is different
I
because the weed is not the same unless you're
Well-
like in Amsterdam and
well
like
even in Amsterdam though, like spliffs are pretty. Like
yeah,
I was
because
in
they
Prague
roll
and
and
I
shit.
and
They
I,
roll up
I
all
rolled
the time, and they
I
have like
rolled
pretty
just
good tobacco.
I rolled just a straight just a joint with just weed in it, and everyone was like, "What the fuck are you doing?"
Yeah,
I'm
bro.
not gonna
Only,
lie.
only,
The reason
bro,
why I
only
do it,
Americans.
the
Only
reason why I
Americans.
do it is for just pure physics. Because if you have two things that are basically not the same, because of the air gap in the air holes, right? So when you touch something, you're not actually touching it. There's always air between you and the thing that you're touching, or else, right? So the molecules will never actually touch. So because there's air pockets, it'll always allow the joint to burn, unless because if you have always the same amount of the same thing, when it burns and it chemically changes itself, it could clog because it becomes all one, and then there's no air that passes through, and that's how you clog up joints.
Yeah,
So what you
can
do is
try
you put
and-
tobacco, so like that it creates little air packets, so it burns.
You can try and educate Europe and the Middle East, but only Americans smoke it clean, bro.
Yeah, I think in Europe tobacco is just more popular in
Oh no,
general,
Canada
but
people put clip all the time, buddy. I can guarantee you that, man. Canada people put clip. Actually, in Canada, it's becoming like it's cheap, but a lot of people smoke hash and shit, so they always put clip. Always, there's people smoke hash because it doesn't smell. It smells like cigarette.
Hey, famous. Just to give you some insight, my wife has been smoking since she was 14, and I'd say the past 5 years she smokes nothing but wax, and she smokes every day, all the time, and she's 40, and she's doing just fine.
I need to get the fuck out of there. I think it's me being cooped up in the house, man. I think as soon as because you know what, man, it's just like when I'm in Canada, I like to smoke because it's just a nice vibe. But when I'm in Europe, I'd rather cook and drink. Let's just put it like that. You know, I'd rather just chill, relax, like not because like smoking on the beach and you're in the sun and you're tanning, you're good for an hour, and after that, you're just like, yo, where's the shade? Like I want to relax, sleep, pass out. I'm dying right now. What's up, man?
That's another thing with like putting tobacco in your joints too, is like, and I think this is why they do it in Europe, is it's like they're less about like getting completely fucking baked out of their mind and just more for just like the flavor of the smoke.
They'd rather get drunk out of their mind.
Yeah, and the tobacco does.
Oh yes, Amazon.
It burns nice, like when it's in a doobie.
Allô? Oui, c'est moi. Ah, merci, je m'en vais. What's up, Mad Hatter?
What's up, y'all? Sorry, I've been a little busy today. I heard somebody earlier was asking about like risk tolerance in terms of purchasing Hex, waiting for the snapshot, and then switching back to like a stable. Is that person still in the room?
Yeah, I'm here. I meant more even just getting out completely, not even switching back to a stable. Just get back.
Oh, for sure. Bradley, what's going on, brother? Yeah, just something I've been thinking about is downside risk is probably 50% after it's confirmed that you've received the copy. And I'm only thinking that because it almost feels like a stock split, right? So if you're comfortable with downside risk potential of 50% for anywhere from 1 to 6 months to get that copy, then it may be a good idea. And by downside, I mean like the east side of Hex dumping after the snapshot. I think there are a lot of people that have purchased just for the copy and are talking about what you're talking about. So an alternative play could be like holding any other ERC20 that's fairly stable and liquid. And once you get the copy of that, swapping into whatever you want on the pulse chain, right, with the ratios. So 0 tax liability. And then swapping back out of that ERC20 on the ETH side that's not Hex. So that's something else to consider.
Can you hear me right now? My mic was wrecked earlier.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. I was trying to tell him too earlier that it might be good to buy your hex right now, not like whenever you find out launch date, price might start going up, but so it might be best to buy it now. And because it's low.
Yeah, and I think he's looking at it from like what's my risk, right? If
Right.
I do this, and
Well,
I
you'd
still
have to
think there's downside risk on Hex after the fork on the
there,
ETH side.
yeah, I think there's gonna be a buy up right before launch and then a sell off after they get their copies. So yeah, but it's less risk of losing if you buy it now and get part of the run up at
All right, I'm
least.
sorry. I got a work call just before Mad Hatter started to talk. So can you please start over from when I said, yeah, I'm still here?
Okay.
Sorry. Sorry, Cajun. Thank you so much.
So did you hear what Matt Hatter
No,
said?
I right when he was about to
Okay.
talk, I got a work call I had to take. So
So here go
yeah,
ahead,
so
Matt
please
Hatter.
go back.
Yeah, so what I was saying was your downside risk on holding Hex through the fork is probably, like, this is just my guess, but downside risk potential is 50%, right? So if we're at 11 cents now and we fork tomorrow, I think there's a very real chance that we could have a downside risk of 50% on the ETH side for the Hex price. So you either have to be comfortable holding that Hex on the ETH side for 1 to 6 months, right? Or you can select another ERC20 that's very liquid and price is fairly stable, and you can get that copy on the Pulse chain. And once you get the copy on the Pulse chain, swap into whatever else you wanted to have, whether it's Hex or Pulse X, whatever you wanted. And then on that ERC20, just swap back into a stable and go back out to your bank. That could be another option if you don't want the downside potential. And I just think Hex is kind of being targeted for, like what Hexy said, a run up to the fork and then a dump. So you just have to keep that in mind. Like, it could be the exact opposite, right? We're just guessing. But if you're really concerned about the risk, I think you probably have a less risk holding a different ERC20.
But
Perfect.
let's say you have a
Thank
run
you
up
so
and
much.
dump though. So let's say you had a run up and dump. What if we run up to 25 cents and dump down to 15? You know what I mean? So it's like, okay, what did you accomplish right there by doing any of this maneuvering? You could just buy it right now, right? So it's really hard to predict what people are going to do. I know there's quite a few people who got washed out with all these sacrifices, or it's a different story between what's going to happen now and what would have happened in December, right? Or even February, probably, which is pretty interesting to me because we could literally have somebody come in and just put in a buy wall on the Ethereum side and say, okay, I'll buy up all the X 8 cents and below. You know what I mean? Like, it's over. That could be a very well possibility at a certain point as well. Like, they could say, all right, you guys go to, if you're selling Ethereum, if you bridge it over, great, do whatever you want. But if you're selling it, let's wipe all these people out. And I'm not predicting that's going to happen either, but there's so many possibilities. To me, it's like, meanwhile, while everybody's trying to maneuver and wait and spend months and months and months, what happened in the opposite? People who staked their Hex got tens of thousands upon thousands of Hex for free, which is way better than any of this maneuvering. And if you're willing to actually use Hex for what it's intended, a lot of this maneuvering is frankly pointless.
I'm with you, Hex is the way. I still think buying Hex at like a 76% dip or correction is fantastic either way. I was just trying to directly answer Bradley's question because it sounded like he wanted to play with money that maybe he couldn't afford to lose or be without for a period of time. So I was just trying to give him some other
Yeah.
options. But yeah,
Oh, yeah.
long term, absolutely. Buying Hex on an 80% dip. Just look at the other, 12 times that dips like this have happened. Maybe not to this severity. it recovers and it never goes back. Like, yeah, it's a great time. So yeah, Bradley, it just depends on what your time horizon is and what your risk tolerance is, brother.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was asking and trying to get in, and that's where I'm trying to get more information. So, because I'm just by myself here thinking about these things, so that's why I come into these spaces and try to get some other perspectives, and maybe someone will say something that I wasn't thinking about. So, I appreciate your letting me know what's going on.
Yeah, if you have like, let's say you had some savings, like I said earlier, just you could literally just move it from US to USDC, and then it gets copied over, and then you could swap that, USDC on the Pulse chain over to whatever you want, and you might not get a dollar's value, but you're getting it for free, so that's a low risk play. If you're just scared that Hex is going to dump, you know. But fortune favors the bold.
Yeah, I just want
Yes,
to make
it
sure
does.
I want to make sure I weigh out all my downside risk before because I mean I can lose it. I mean, the worst came to worst, if I lost, I wouldn't die, but I'd rather not. So I just want to see how much downside the risk is to see my risk to reward ratio.
I don't know if you've ever heard that term, like you never go full retard, but I would extrapolate on that idea in terms of you never go all in, right? If you have 100 grand in savings, and I'm speaking from experience. I had a friend that took out a HELOC to sacrifice. And he put the
Still
other
waiting.
half. He put the other half into Hex at whatever 20 cents, and yeah, he didn't DCA. He was like, "What's your advice?" And I said, "Well, maybe put in 10, 15, 20%, and then just see where the price goes and DCA over time." And naturally, what he did was just aped in at one price. That's put all his eggs in one time weighted basket. So now he's just holding out, and he has to, right? He's forced to hold, or you sell at a loss. So honestly, Bradley, it's like, you can do all the maneuvering in the world, and what I found is like keep it simple. When you're sacrificing like for Pulse or Pulse X, day 1, day 2, day 3, best days to do it. Everyone's trying to time it and game it. No, what if it pumps right before XYZ? Those people got wrecked. They tried to make it too complicated. And then whatever you're putting in, man, just don't go all in at once. Like always keep something on the sideline for black swan type events. Real big opportunities. Like if you get a wick on Hex down to 7 cents, bet your bottom dollar I'm buying that, man. Right? I have cash on the sidelines for those specific type of events. So just never go all in is kind of my philosophy. But do whatever you want.
Yeah, I was just trying to maybe thought of an idea to pump my bags a little bit before the snapshot to have a little more buying power on the other side without losing anything. But I'm saying little about it in, but I've got like $5,000 that I could just drop in there, snapshot, take it back out. That was kind of the theory behind it.
Yeah, I feel you. I mean, there are very few opportunities too, right, to get a nominal doubling of your coins. So I don't know, man. Maybe you allocate differently. Maybe you do 25% in one and 50% in another, and just kind of play a couple different angles. You don't know which one's necessarily going to work out the best, but whatever you're holding on that ERC side, just make sure it's really liquid, if you want to be able to get out of that quick and back to your bank.
Yeah, I'm thinking more and more against it just because I don't want that much risk. And I didn't. I'll come back to me. I lost my train of thought.
It's good to recognize that too, man. I mean, it seems like you're kind of a working guy, working hard for your money, as you said earlier, in terms of working harder than other people around you. So it'd be hard to supervise them. Totally understand that, man. So, I know we say it all the time, like don't risk what you're not willing to lose, but you can even look at what you're risking in terms of how many hours you would have to work to make that up if you lost it all. Like it gives you different perspective.
And I think too that there's a chance that the Ethereum side could be more stable in the future, maybe a year from now, because a lot of people, like new people coming in with weak hands, would probably enter into Pulse chain because they care about gas fees, right? But the people on the Ethereum side, there's a better chance these are established, larger players that might have larger stakes. They might need the money less. They might get less emotional. They might have other income, so it might be that the price on Ethereum becomes more stable than the price on Pulse chain.
That's a really interesting thought, Hexway. Imagine it being like a stable coin with some potential upside. Like imagine, I don't know, 10 to 20% price appreciation a year, but then your 40% APY. Like that's still a fantastic financial product.
Does anybody know if there's a site that will tell you your the average price that you've bought Hex at? Like I don't even know. Like I've been buying since beginning of September, but I have no clue what the average price is.
You'd have to use one of those like tax reporting softwares like Coinly or something. Get up all your buys, and then just divide by. I mean, I'm sure you could get 80% of that data from Coinly, and then just do a little math on the side.
Awesome, thanks.
By the way, Hexway, I'm still saying 2023 looks prime, man. Even with the short rolling over stakes, it just looks prime right now, brother. 2023 and onwards, man, it's just less and less and less stake volume coming out.
Yeah, I'm definitely not interested in 2023 coming out of Hex. So it better look good enough. It's got to look good because why would anybody stake for 2023?
Well,
Oh, man.
in 2019 and 2020, it looked prime, man. I mean, not everyone was YOLOing out 10, 12, 14, 15 years. In fact, I think there were very few 15-year stakes in that first year of Hex, man. Nobody understood why you would go an extra 5 years. Like, nobody understood that. Why would you want to hold those shares for an extra 5 years if you've maxed out your bonus multiplier, right? I mean, in the early days, man, I don't know how much people talk about this, but like those T-shares were only paying like 1 Hex a T-share.
Yeah,
it was nothing. It was nothing.
And Hex was not even worth anywhere near anything. So yeah, you'd have to have half the supply for it to matter in your life. I just think some of the same people that think it's expensive now are going to think it's more expensive later, and it's just an excuse for their weakness. Basically, they can't see value. So that's, it's like, okay, 55 cents, that was too expensive. 11 cents, that's too expensive. It goes to $1, that's too expensive. For me, okay, their mind is already determined to do whatever they're going to do. And that's that.
Well, I bought me a load yesterday, and I'm having to fight myself off from staking it so that I can keep it liquid for the pulse release.
I keep fighting myself too. Every time I buy X, it's like, my goodness, why stabilize it there. I need to stake it, but I keep buying and buying, and then I keep staking it here and there, and then I keep getting more liquid. And figured out maybe we are a month away from launch, so you're gonna have to wait too long. Things like they're like, wow, I don't know if I missed, at everybody in Hex got into Hex or close to it, especially getting a copy of their own Pulse chain. A lot of these people didn't even get a copy because they sold out early, so you're getting twice as much for this price. Yeah, it's just perspective, goals. A lot of people don't really have goals. They think somehow they're going to beat the chart or beat the market. They could do it sometimes, but I have a certain set of beliefs about how that works out in the long run. If anybody could consistently make 40% a year, they would be one, a trillionaire, and two, the king of Wall Street. Everybody would know about them.
When I think about like the Hex price and what it's done over the last 2 years and then the last 7 months or so, I kind of equate it to Bitcoin's 30 to 2 drop. Right? So many people sold out between that 30 and 2 drop. The visionaries, the early investors, whatever you want to call it. And I think our drop was the 50 to 10 drop. If I'm equating those two on the chart, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, getting up to $30, that's huge. If let's just say Hex goes to $30, right? Like that would be another moment where you could see like, wow, we could wipe out a lot of people if they weren't staked.
Does anybody? Because I know like the amount of stakers keeps going up, but I wonder if the amount of stakers relative to total holders, I wonder if that gap keeps kind of closing, like more people who hold end up staking. Is there any kind of trend in that way that anybody's aware of?
Wow, that's a good question. I could probably do that pretty simply. I can't do it now, but if you look at Hex Daily Stats, it'll show you the holders. I know the 400,000 holders has been something I've seen, all last year, all this year. I don't know if it's like 430,000 or something. I'm not saying all necessarily, but it's been a long time and it hasn't gone up a lot. So there's, because there's always people that wash out, they get rid of all their Hex. And then there's people who stake and they're also burning all their Hex, so that's one thing to think about too. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if we get more holders over time to where we hit millions.
And you know what I wonder? Is my mic okay?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. If that 400, if the holders, some of those same holders are the same wallets as the stakers, right? Some stakers have liquid, so they're
Oh
considered.
yeah, there would be. Yep, exactly. Yeah,
Considered
you would have a wallet with liquid, and you'd have a staker. That's a good point, Hexy, as well. There is a crossover at that.
What's up? How's everyone's afternoon going?
All peachy.
Pretty good, bullish. How about you?
We on the downhill side.
Waiting for Hex to dip some more.
You and me both. I have to make my buy today, so I've been like checking the charts.
I know. Shit. I was thinking ETH was gonna go up and Hex go down. I'm waiting for that combo.
Yeah, I usually buy it like Thursday or technically Friday morning, like 1, 2 o'clock. And I was like, let me wait to see if it goes down more.
And I always find the gas fees are less at nighttime. But I mean, I don't know,
Yeah.
I keep imagining things. But like I use 1 inch a lot, and I know it's not available everywhere. But like right now, a gas fee for a swap would be like $30. But this morning, like early in the morning, it was like 13, $14, and it's usually like that late at night too. But
One thing, remember Richard R mentioned in his stream about limit orders for a V2, basically that's something that we could attach onto PulseX or onto another website connected into PulseX. I'd be interested to see that.
Wonder why he didn't put it on his exchange.
I think he said he would, but after it launches.
Oh, okay, he gonna work on that later. Okay.
It would make total sense because he's always bragging about it and giving promotion to Matcha and the other one.
Yeah, actually, Uniswap is gonna be on PulseX also. And I wonder if is it only on V3 you could do it or V2 also, the limit order. I don't
V3, yeah.
only V3, okay, because V2 is gonna be there. I think V3 is not gonna be there. He said it was, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and I think it's back to not right now.
I haven't really been watching, let's just say Whales or some of the only other guys for a little while, but I'm wondering, he came on there and it just brought that thought to my mind today when he came on Gemrat was, is he still a proponent that Hex is decorrelated from Bitcoin and Ethereum? Basically, my thoughts, because
It's not totally.
that's
It
a
never was.
narrative, right?
Towards who again?
Well, so in the past, it wasn't correlated. However, what I've been pushing, I'm a proponent of the 50%, the volume is 50% in Bitcoin and Ethereum now. So if you believe that we're decorrelated because we're coupled to USD, then you would have to think, okay, well, now are we so coupled because we're 50% not coupled by volume, which means we would be half coupled to whatever market moves happens.
Well, right now the like the ETH for Hex price, it hasn't been this high since March 21st, and that was like an all-time high. Like it's pretty much, but it got pretty. Like back in February, it was half as much, but mind you, Hex was way more expensive back then.
I guess during bull market, it's usually lower, less activity, less traffic. I mean, sorry, bear market, less activity. And then as prices start moving, more people use Ethereum, so there's more traffic, and so gas goes up. Maybe that's a reason. I think it's still lower than it was in November and December. Like October through December was terrible. It was worse than it is now.
So for everybody, how's everyone?
Hello.
What's up, Josso?
What's going on?
Got Bullish in the house.
What's
How you
going
doing,
on,
Mad
brother?
Hatter? I'm good. Mad Hatter, what's up? Latin American, Romanian, Junior. We got Trap hanging out at the bottom. We got Dro. All right. Everyone's
Okay.
together again.
Walrus is here too.
I
Walrus.
know. I said hi to Walrus.
Okay. I didn't.
Nah, he was my first.
Okay.
Hey, Hexy, by the way, I have something for you to listen to about the die thing.
Okay.
If you haven't heard it already. Because I know you're like trying to wrap your head around it and all that and that strategy, but yeah.
What? Okay. Send it a link.
Well, you find it. It's on Identity Blocks channel.
Oh. I think I watched it back in like December.
No, recently.
Oh.
It's hard to find everyone these days. They like rename themselves and change their channel names, but
Identity Block changed his name.
yeah, but everyone's still themselves.
Yeah. It's just hard to.
Yeah, I dealt with that today. I'm going back and forth with someone in the chat, and then I realized like, oh, this is Orca.
Oh well, Orca changed his name. No, everyone has this whole like new crypto thing, like just crypto in general. It's a better marketing technique. I mean, it really is. In general,
Yeah.
just
I put Hexy back on my name.
yeah,
I'm not
we noticed.
it
I was
myself.
wondering if that was like just another one of your like you can have a couple different accounts or whatever, or if you're actually changing the name up like makeup or whatever, clothes, shoes.
I changed it because I was trying to talk to other groups and I kept getting kicked out before I even had a chance to speak, and so I didn't know if it was my name. You know, they see Hex and like they know exactly what I'm on.
Ah.
So I just took it off.
Hexy, why? How could you get kicked out of groups? You're so polite.
I don't know. I hadn't even spoken. I don't know.
Sorry to
They
hear
see
that.
Hex in the name and they're like, get this fool out of here.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. Because I've never spoken in any, maybe a handful, and never rude. And over the past 6 months, I want 5, whatever this is, 4 months. So I know they don't know me. Anyway.
Yeah, but them just seeing your name as advertising, whether they kick you out or not, they saw it and everybody else did.
Yeah.
So what does everyone here think about Maxi's launch tomorrow?
Oh, well, I was gonna do it. I was, and I don't know if I am now, because so I like the project. It's got maybe it has good tokenomics gameplay in the future. Or, I don't know, but I'm worried that they're rushing things and something might get forgotten and get hacked or something get looked over. In the process of
Well,
audit.
supposedly it's a pretty simple contract, so pretty sure
It's
they're having.
not simple. It's hmm, nothing is simple when it comes to coding to me. So yeah, it seems simple, but they just might leave a loophole where someone can like mint as many maxis as possible, or in stake, or I don't know, or take the whole thing and swap it to a new address and everybody lose everything. Since it is a Hedron stake, or no, they're just claiming Hedron. It's not error. I don't know if it's a Hedron stake.
No, it's not a Hedron stake. It's a native stake, and
No,
they're
it's a
just
native.
claiming the Hedron.
It's a
Okay.
native stake. It's a regular native stake.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm still worried that something's gonna get overlooked. I'm worried.
It's basically a native stake. It's
Okay.
a pool. It's basically an organized pool.
Well, I know what it is, but when it comes to coding it, there's lots of other details they have to assign to the contract that you never know.
Yeah, Hexy's a coder, man.
Stop it. Not really.
You and Matty Allen have to get together. Coding experts. No, seriously, but it's like the sentiment is so pure to like, is there anything here that's not, solid, that's not reliable, that's not sustainable?
No, there's nothing here that's absolute reliable. Everything can
Right.
get.
No, that's why,
But
the
the
sentiment
thing
is
is,
pure.
they're rushing it. They're rushing it to launch so that it can get a copy before.
Yeah, of course. I mean, well, that's the whole impetus of the project. So they're trying to
Right.
maximize the timing. You can't blame.
So,
There's nothing wrong with
rushing
that.
it worries me. That's all.
Yeah, like rush, like, so don't miss out. Like they're trying to make you feel like you might, yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a healthy sentiment. It's no doubt.
Yeah, I know
If it wouldn't be for the launch coming soon, they would be working on it a couple more weeks or 3, or I don't know. Pretty sure.
I know they did like a video breakdown of like the code live online, but didn't get a chance to look at it. But I had a chance to talk to him like in the green room when he was on the show, and he seems pretty qualified as far as like a dev to like know what he's doing from like development standpoint. Because like that was my concern because he's the only developer on it. But yeah,
the other guy.
The other guy. What's his name again?
I forget, but I saw him.
He was on Jim Brand show, yeah. So I had a chance to talk to him in the green room, and he definitely has the experience. My concern, similar to yours, is it was like a solo developer that I was just like, I don't know. I had a talk with Wales today in the back in the green room when the show was over, and yeah, he's pretty much saying that's a buy. Not financial advice, but he's pretty much saying that's a buy. Like if you're into X, you might as well buy that too.
Yeah, I think hex is the way, like in terms of like this, the code simple. It's not that it's simple, but that it's basically emulating the hex contract and following, its benefits and
But there's never been a
maximizing them.
contract written to do this. It's not like a copy, It's
No,
it-
of course not.
it's an automated everything supposedly.
Yeah.
Yo, question mark, since y'all are talking about it. Do they just want hex, or is this something you can purchase on the open market?
Yes, you can purchase it. That was my question too, because we're pretty much too late for it now. But yeah, you can pretty much.
It's like it's available on the market. Yeah, it is. It's
Yeah,
like
you can pretty much
Wait.
purchase it.
Right now.
No. Once it launches tomorrow, you can purchase the token.
You can you can only give hex and mint.
It's going to be available. The Maxi token is going to be available once people decide to.
You have to give your hex and mint it, but after it launches, if anybody sells their Maxi, you could buy it on the market.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And it's only a limited supply, so that's what gives it its value. It's a limited supply based on the mint.
Wait. So somebody would have to go in, mint their own Maxi, and then put it up for sale.
From what I understood, once everyone puts in their hex and they create this huge ass native 15-year stake, X amount of Maxi is going to be minted, and that's the only thing that's going to be available.
And that's going to be the total.
Yeah,
right. So whatever.
It's based on the pool, which is why like the time parameters are so specific, because they're basing it on that pool, and the numbers can't be determined until the pool is established. Thus, we're waiting for launch, or whoever is waiting for launch.
So Whale's whole thing is that it has to be at some point worth a little bit more than Hex because of it's a limited supply, and then the whole is backed by Hex and Hedron.
Yeah.
I don't know if something's available on the market. I might.
Dude, don't worry about the market. Just mint your own Maxis.
No, I don't want to put my.
The market's going to do what the market's going to do anyway.
Right, the market's going to do what the market's going to do, just like Hedron. I mean, you've heard Nagabo tell you the rug pull, but I'm buying it. It's like, it's a mixed message.
But
like the market will exist,
That's hilarious.
I'm just saying, it doesn't pay to wait for it to buy on the market when you can just give an 11-cent hex now and mint you one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the best position to be in.
Yeah, you can, but like the interest in the market is that like you can purchase more value buying it straight up. Like forget about minting it. That's bullshit.
So here's a question for everybody. Everyone that's going to participate in Maxi, how many people do you think are initially going to be selling their Maxi on something like Uniswap or adding liquidity? Who's going to add liquidity, right? There may be an opportunity down the line to purchase Maxi at a discount relative to the value of the portion of the stake that you would be acquiring by purchasing that Maxi, right? That's a possibility, but you have to think who's going to create that initial market. The same conversations were had with something like Hedron.
Exactly, and the timeline. Yeah, exactly. It's very critical, like to consider all the reality, the realities of the timeline.
Before you get involved, you could probably wait a few days as other people are putting their stuff in, and if you see big, like let's say somebody puts in 20 million, 50 million hex, some of those people are going to want that value to be traded, so they will probably provide liquidity as well. So you don't have to do it day one, but there's a lot of potential for this, that it's going to have a higher value than Hex for the rest of its existence. So that's one thing where I might consider just going in and minting some, just because trading it at a 1 to 2 when I could have just got it for a 1 to 1 is kind of like.
Sounds for folks that like aren't playing on the market, that's just the move to make, because you're participating without even paying attention once you set it up and understand your parameters.
And you get a double. Yeah.
So
yeah, definitely.
I kind of see 3 separate value propositions for Maxi. that are independent or slightly different than what you would do just staking your hex by itself. The first is you can support Hexicans building on top of hex, right? So there's one reason that you might want to participate. The second reason is, and we're not going to know this until closer to the end of the mint phase, is what's the bigger pays better bonus going to be? Is it going to be 1%, 2%? Is it going to max out at its 10% with 150 million hex, right? We don't know what that's going to look like, but that could be the second added benefit of doing something like Maxi, and especially for small players that would never on their own max out that bigger pays better bonus, right? And then the third, which I think is really the most speculatively sticky, is what is the value of one Maxi going to trade at? It's going to be fluctuating, right? And so there may be opportunities to purchase it cheaper and have a higher valuation based on the assets that are backing it at the time of purchase. There may be an opportunity to sell it if it goes much higher than the assets that are backing it at the time of purchase, right? So there's some speculative stickiness there. I do think overall Maxi is more beneficial for smaller players than larger players, right? Because the smaller players are going to be reaping the rewards of people putting in much larger sums of hex, maxing out or coming close to maxing out that bigger pays better bonus. So there's some different reasons to think about participating in it, right? At the end of the day, everyone's going to make their own decision, but that's kind of the three that I've narrowed it down to as to why would you want to participate in something like this versus just doing it on your own.
Yeah, I wish it was more of an influx of new capital coming into the system rather than taking from the capital that's already there and just staking it for 15 years. If there was like more.
Well, 1 second, Steak and Ace, 1 second about that, because if people are predicting any kind of issue that we still have a bunch of liquid hex lying around that could be dumped post fork, and then you're saying, wow, we could vacuum up 200 million hex so it doesn't end up being dumped post fork, then I'm going to say we have capital that we need to get further out on the timeline. So to me, it's hopefully this is one of those things where if it does happen before the fork, that it helps the hex price to be more stable post fork, at least on the Ethereum side.
Yeah, I didn't really think about it that way. Yeah, that's definitely a good way to look at it. Also, I just wish there was a brand new purchase order of 150 million hex rather than, just rounding up the loose change.
You probably won't see that numbers until the trust launches.
Yeah, once the trust launches, then that'll
Well,
be.
I think you're gonna see some people buying up stuff right before launch a lot, and maybe if it not just for Maxi, but in general, to get their copy. They dumped it to get some capital, and now that the price is low, they'll buy it up, still making money to sell it. I think it's gonna be a run up pre-launch and a dump post-launch.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
So in order to participate, that means we need to wait until launch, correct? Like in the pool?
Yeah. Tomorrow it launches. Then open for 2 weeks, I think. And hopefully Pulse Chain doesn't launch before they end it. I might kind of wait. I might wait till the last minute to buy Maxi.
Well, you
sure.
you would kind of want to see what's the potential of maxing out the bigger pays better bonus, right? So yeah, waiting until the last few days does kind of make sense. That contract is much more beneficial for smaller players than larger players. So somebody putting in 1,000 hex is going to reap much more benefit than someone putting in 100,000 or 1,000,000 hex, right? Because someone with 100,000 or 1,000,000 hex can just stake on their own just fine, choose the date that they want it to come out. So yeah, I think waiting makes a lot of sense. I mean, I want to know, is it going to be a 1% benefit on the bigger pays better? Is it going to be a 3% benefit on the bigger pays better for participating in Maxi versus something else?
And you know what? If Pulse Chain launches before they can make the stake with Maxi. We've given our stuff to a contract. The contract, I guess, gets a copy instead of us, if it launches. I don't know how that would work.
Are you saying that if Pulse Chain launches before they create the stake, that it would be more advantageous to them?
It would be, yeah, yes. I would lose my copy, and it would be more advantageous to them.
I'm not following. How so?
Because I won't have it in my wallet anymore. It'll be in a contract that I can't. I don't. It's kind of weird. I'm not sure. I'm not sure how that will work. I guess it'd be the contract would copy itself, and I guess you could still make a stake on each chain even after. I don't know. How does that work?
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying now. Because we didn't give them, because of the launch, they didn't have the opportunity to create the stake. So then they have the option of either doing it on both sides or one side.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna participate. You guys know I'm believing this Hearts Mafia thing, so I think I'm gonna put some of my I've been accumulating liquid hex for like the past 2 weeks or whatever since you guys told me stop staking weekly. So I might throw something in just to see.
Somebody told me about a DAI video. Who was it? JSoul? I don't see it. Or who was it that told me about it? All right then. I forget this YouTuber's name. He changed it to Militia. Hex Militia. Oh, Militia. I see.
Probably for Mula and Militia.
Yeah, Hex Militia. Block. What's his name? Block. Oh, damn it. Oh shit! I can't think of his name. It's aggravating. Anyway, his new name is Hex Militia. Security block. What's something like that?
Oh, identity block, maybe.
Identity. Yeah,
Yeah.
identity block. Somebody
So,
said he made a video about DAI, but I don't see it.
just wanted to say, what's up, Trap? I see you hanging down there, just listening.
Try making beats at the moment for his SoundCloud.
Yeah, I'm excited to hear what he puts up.
Oh shit! I just remember Sam should be streaming right now. Apparently, he's gonna dig deep into liquid loans.
Was that the trap signal right there?
Yeah, brother, I was throwing it up. It's like the bat signal, but for trap.
I know Jim Rat was supposed to call me before they did it because I had some specific questions that Sam could have asked. Because I don't understand how they're having issues with the price call function and how they said it has to wait for Pulse to launch for them to get it right. But I was under belief like testnet, anything you do on test, I mean, that's why it's testnet. It's to test it before it goes live. So if you can't test it on testnet, then
they're testing on testnet.
I know,
so
in private mode.
Right.
In private mode. But I'm talking about a video they just put out 6 days ago talking about this.
Got 1 day left, Trap.
So 1 day left?
Oh, yeah, Trap. Oh, say what?
I didn't hear what Jocelyn said.
No, cycles. I'm just saying 7-day cycles, bro.
I was going to ask about Hurricash. Have y'all heard anything about Hurricash?
I don't think anybody's heard from Hurricash.
Right, and their disappearance. Okay.
Trap, did you wait for like Walrus to leave?
Huh? Said I wait for Walrus to leave? No.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit.
You guys are both Texans. I was wondering if y'all don't get along or something.
No, I mean, I don't know him.
I don't know what I'm talking about either, bro. Good to see you here, brother.
Good to see you too, man. How's life?
Bro, my life fucking sucks. I don't even want to tell you guys anymore. It's like really, like the horror stories don't end, man. I have nowhere to fucking live. I don't know what I'm doing, and I don't know where to go. And I don't want to ask for help.
I hear that.
Sorry to hear that, bro.
I was kind of listening and I thought it was going on. Cracking, Trap. How you doing?
Good, man. Good. How you?
Another day, another dollar. You know how it is until we get this crypto in abundance in our wallets.
Yeah. I'm ready for that day. For sure. So does anybody know about the whole price call function with the project we were just speaking of?
On LL or Maxi?
LL. Like how, I don't understand why they would have to wait for launch.
They have to input a price.
But there's a price on Pulse, on testnet though. There's prices on testnet.
It's a fake price. You can't complete contract without a real price and a stable price. Well, somewhat stable. It's never stable. But
I just don't see how there's any difference from testnet to mainnet. Just my thoughts.
Well,
and I'm trying to get different, like, clarification from people on it. Try to understand it better, because I don't understand.
Well, what's an oracle? Somebody else's server. Somebody else's computer, man.
So what they're saying, it could be true.
What could be true?
Not the whole price call. I mean, I just don't get it. I have to do some more research on this.
I'm in the chat right now, and I'm going back and forth with Hexy. What's the question again?
The other day they talked about that they couldn't finalize the contract until Pulse was launched. And it has something to do with the price call function. And so they said until Pulse launched, they wouldn't be able to complete it.
I'm asked right now.
Sweet. But I don't know if who all's on the stream. Is it just that dude? Is it Matt Cho and Sam?
Yeah, they're on. He's on the Liquid Loans channel with I don't know who this guy is. Matt. He's on with Matt on the Liquid Loans channel.
Yeah,
I guess. First time I heard him.
Yeah, he's a actor.
Oh, the Breaking Bad dude, Daniel.
What about Breaking Bad?
We're talking about Breaking Bad dude, Daniel.
No, we're talking about.
He's gonna be on later on after launch.
What on where?
Daniel's gonna be on with Jim Rat like in a few weeks. They didn't make a date.
And what, like shill some meme coins?
Yeah, pretty much. He's gonna discuss his platform.
How many hex for a Netflix subscription, by the way? Have you guys calculated that? How many hex can you get for one Netflix subscription for 1 month?
I don't know. Why?
I don't know. Do the
Like
math.
1,500.
Maybe buy some.
Probably like 1,500. I don't know. Did Netflix go up on their price?
I don't pay for none of them services. I just watch free internet stuff.
Oh, cool.
Like YouTube.
So you don't actually pay for Netflix, but you watch it?
Well, that too. Yeah, I use somebody else's account. Yeah. I don't watch it often though, but it's there logged in. I don't pay for it.
Good for you, Betsy.
It's my daughter's father. My daughter's father's account.
Oh, someone else pays for it, you're saying?
What?
No, I mean
Someone else pays. Yeah, I use their
I'm saying, like, not to like get into your, like, respect, Hexy. I'm just saying, like, I'm just trying to say, like, why pay for Netflix at all?
Right? Why? Can you get it free without paying? Like, without using an account?
Well, my point is, like, everyone can make their own decisions, but in general, it's like, how many hex could you get per month of a Netflix subscription that would be coming out of your monthly budget?
Oh,
I don't know, like,
well,
what's a
it
better investment?
depends if your
Basically, what's a better
television is more valuable or your hex.
Well, yeah, is
Yep.
your information
To the
more
person.
valuable, or is your hex more valuable? And if you get information from Netflix, like, God bless you.
I traded my TV for some hex.
Shout out to the highest of stakes, and good luck with your distribution methods and plans and results. I want a bag for that.
Sam needs a mic.
Sam needs a hard wallet.
Sam needs a lot of things. I'm working on it little by little. This guy's stuck in his ways.
Sam needs to get a hard wallet before he talks about anything else.
Guys,
You need to
the
get Sam
computer
in
he
space.
streams from is 10 years old. 10 years old, the computer he streams from.
Is that why he's always getting rugged?
Huh?
Sam
Pretty
is a
much.
great source of technical information then, huh?
Good call, Jossol. Good point.
Hey, Bullish, great space
All right,
today.
I got a response.
I have a response to the confusion that I get from listening to Sam.
Oh,
ahead,
okay.
Bill.
Well,
Go
Hexy
ahead, Bill.
responded to my question, so you go first.
No, after you, Bullish, I was going to say I'm still confused, but no. Present
All right,
your question. Present more questions.
Yeah, I'm gonna read it. So, she goes for LL. Well, there are no oracles set up for Pulse Chain yet, as it doesn't exist. None have committed, as far as I know. LL is set up on testnet, just not available to public. Should be soon. That was her response to the question.
So they need to wait for somebody to develop that so that they can copy it. Is that what I heard?
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
Read it again. You have to do
I told you,
Oracle.
there's something weird about it.
She's saying there are no oracles set up for Pulse Chain yet, as it doesn't exist. None have committed as far as I know. Liquid Loans is up on testnet, just not available to public. Should be soon. That was her response about the confusion regarding price call function not being available until Pulse Chain launches.
Okay. So there are Pulse Chain oracles. Maybe.
They're gonna mess around and confirm that they're a rug here soon.
Yeah, they pretty much already have.
Oh man, when's the next dedication phase, y'all? I'm ready
Well,
to
I
pledge.
figured they wouldn't launch till like 6 months after. That's what they actually said. Like last year when they were talking about themselves, they said 6 months after launch, but they don't say that anymore.
The sacrifice already happened, so they're gonna slow roll it now.
Well, Sam is all over Liquid Loans. He's like super bullish on it. We've been trying to tell him, like, slow down.
You said he's
Sam
bullish
doesn't
on
have
it?
a hard wallet.
Yeah.
Wait.
Sam doesn't have a hard wallet. What do you mean he's bullish?
Hold on.
Whatever. That's irrelevant.
Does
That's
Sam
irrelevant.
understand? Hold on. Does Sam understand that he's going to be able to buy this fucking loan token at its first 90% dip after launch if he's so bullish about it?
Probably.
Yeah, that thing's going to get wrecked. Everyone that got their volume bonus multiplier, they're getting 2.5x, 2.4, 2.3x. What do you think is going to happen? Same thing that happens with almost every other fucking token that launches. It dumps to start.
Yeah, he's willing to take that risk because we got to put into perspective. The financial success he's had has been off of leverage and options and stuff like that, and he comes from that world. So this makes more sense to him than everything else. You understand what I'm saying? So he's either going to learn the hard way or he's going to be right. And he said he's willing to do it. So it's just like, all right, I'll be following.
Bullish about taking a loan, like doing a haunted strategy or doing the loan token or what? I'm going to watch it, but what are you referring to? Bullish
Using
about-
leverage. Using leverage.
Okay.
That's his whole thing.
Leverage?
Like the house he's sitting and streaming from, he bought that off an option. Off of one option out of the many that he had. And I was like, okay, I get like how you're thinking now. Like I don't do it, but like I get it.
His computer crashed or something.
I'm not surprised.
He's always getting rugged. I didn't know what the deal was. Why he was always getting rugged.
It's the 10-year-old computer. The 10-year-old computer. I filled it today. You gotta buy a new computer.
He doesn't want a new computer because I know he's got the money.
Yeah, he just spends his money on other shit. To him, that's not important because it works. Like
Right.
I'm trying to get him there. I'm trying to get him there.
I'm waiting for stream. Yeah, it crashed. It restarted.
Jim Rat needs a computer too.
Yeah, it's on its way.
You know, Trap, you've kind of tamed down a little bit, man. Anytime this subject matter would come up previously.
Well, I think I've kind of proved the point. You know?
Yeah, like it's already done and said.
Yeah, like I mean, how many times can you scream about it and people want to continue to? I guess I wouldn't say participate, but or shill it, not shill it, but you know, I would, if it was me, I would say, look, like we told Vin, leave, come back when you got something. but they already got their sacrifice.
I've kind of built in fuck leverage into my daily devotionals, by the way. I've seen so many people that I love get wrecked on leverage.
It's a dirty game. Dirty game. And the few that win, I mean, it's very, very few that come out ahead.
Hey guys, I have a new plan.
Let's hear it.
You know, he has Matt with Liquid Loans on there, and Matt is not the most knowledgeable person about the tokenomics.
No, he's not. He don't know
He
shit about it. He's a
he's a-
paid actor.
He's a spokesperson. Yeah, he can't answer these technical questions. Like, no.
Trap's not joking when he says paid actor. He's not saying that tongue in cheek. He's
Well, I
saying
know,
that because
I
it's
know
on
that.
his LinkedIn profile. He was
I know.
fucking hired.
I know that. I've seen all of his pictures too, on his acting pictures and model pictures, and so yeah, those are
Yeah,
nice.
I'm looking him up now, and I don't see no prior history like with crypto.
Nope.
No, not at all.
I think he had like some supplements or something like that. Supplement
Yeah,
line or something like that.
sold health supplements and health fitness stuff, and he did
So
modeling, actor.
what this brings up an interesting thing though, is because remember because Matt from Liquid Loans went by Miyamoto at first. Okay. So he came out as Miyamoto, and Richard tweeted out and said, "Hey everyone, go check out this cool new streamer." Y'all remember that? So I'm pretty sure Richard's telling us more. Like when he's telling us to check him out, he's telling us to check him out. You know? Same with Taylor B from Pulse Games. Another example. Richard tweeted her out.
I don't know who that is. Who's that? Let me look her up.
It's like Pulse Games on YouTube. She's one that started off with all the videos about the God Whale, digging into the God Whale's wallet. So I think Richard's telling us, you know, a lot of people are like, oh, Richard's promoting them. No, I think Richard's showing us, like, hey, look into them. Now, I don't know if that's for everyone, but I specifically remember those 2 times he tweeted that out, like both those people out.
I don't see what the big deal is about putting these people's feet to the fire and just calling it what it is. I mean, good God, it's social media. What are they going to do? Come and want to have a bitch fight with me or something?
But in the current phase we're in, I don't think it's in everyone's best interest. Once it launches, then it's like all gloves on. Trust me.
I
That's what's gonna
disagree,
happen.
Bullish.
No,
I respect you, Bullish, but
no,
I
dude.
disagree entirely, man.
No,
I
I'm not
made a
saying we
video.
shouldn't call it out. I'm not saying we shouldn't call it out. I'm saying right now, especially before launch, it's not in everyone's best interest
Dude, I made a
from a PR
video.
perspective.
I made a video and I called out Elon Musk for being the dump on Doge, BitBoy, Crypto Revolution. I
Yo,
called
who's
them all
BitBoy,
out.
dude?
BitBoy?
Yo, is that like a new NFT thing from Staking Apes?
No.
What?
Yeah, man. Seriously,
BitBoy.
like, dude, I heard. Seriously, I heard that BitBoy was like promoting Staking Apes.
Well, if he did, good. But from what I know about him is he'll show you a shit coin in a minute. And by the time you can buy it, he's already had his inside group buy it, and it's up like 300 to 400%. And then when you buy it, they dump on your ass and take all your money.
The day that it was announced that Polygon got hacked, BitBoy tweets out that morning, what's the next top 3 blockchain? And it was like Polygon, Solana, I forgot what else. It's like, come on. You know, they put a call in, made a payment.
Exactly. I ain't scared of none of these people, man. If it's a
Me
rug, I'm going to tell the world it's a rug. And I'll tell you right now, Liquid Loans is looking like a rug.
Well, I mean, there's a long road between Liquid Loans and BitBoy. It's
Was
almost
that
like
BitBoy has a track record?
no, it's like almost like the trail. It's like a long trail of like
Oh
efforts.
yeah, man. Yo, BitBoy was shilling Bybits for like the longest time. The longest time.
Yeah, until he couldn't figure out how to leverage trade because the ones that brought him in was the Moon and MM Crypto.
So, like,
And
why
then
are we talking about BitBoy? Seriously.
we don't have to. I mean, I was just
No,
using
I'd
it as
rather,
an
like, honestly,
example.
no, we'd rather not. Honestly, it's really not that important. So,
Yeah, man. Fuck BitBoy crypto.
But there's people in our own community that are, wanting to go down this shitcoin boulevard.
well, let's watch them and observe them and call them out. That's why we're here.
Yeah,
That's
man.
why
Let
you come to
them do
this
what
room.
they gotta do, man. They're gonna get.
That's why, and guys, that's why this room exists. It does not exist for a chill fest. So anyone on the bottom ready to chill? Actually, we don't really have many. I don't know, who do we got here? It's not even a show grouper yet. See, they don't even realize. It's all good. I don't even know why you have to talk strategy about it. Like, what are your plans, dude?
I'm just sticking to the big three. It has to be built by Richard Hart to make my list.
That's why we're here.
Once mainnet launches, people realize what it is. You're gonna have a bunch of people flooding into the market space, creating content, claiming to be Pulsicans and all this bullshit. But we need those people to come in first.
They're gonna come in whether we shit talk them or not, brother. The lure of free copied coins and low fees is gonna be enough.
And that's why we are open 24/7. Come check out any options you might think you're viable or not. Sorry for the noise, guys. It's really annoying. It's annoying me too.
Sorry, we all have noise problems sometimes, whether it's the frogs in the background over here or famous playing Top Shelf in the kitchen.
Fucking roosters in the background.
Like roosters,
Hexbridge.
yeah. Hexbridge.
Love Hexbridge, man. We
Babies.
used to fight in like the other group, and we'll probably continue to fight here, but at least you have an open fight so everyone can hear it. I love it, man.
Nothing wrong with that.
What other group were y'all involved in?
The Telegram bullshit.
Oh, okay.
That's no longer live. Have you guys like even have the option to hop into live Telegram groups anymore? Like they shut them down, right? You guys find any right now? I can't. If you can, hook us up.
Oh, sorry. What's the question? Find what?
Can you find an open Telegram group right now?
I wish.
They're all closed, right? Think about that.
Hey, y'all think Twitter's gonna sell out to Elon Musk today?
Not today, but eventually.
Yeah, I think they will eventually. He's pretty much said that he's gonna dump his 9% if they don't sell it to him.
Elon Musk was very calculated coming into Twitter. Very, very, very calculated coming into Twitter. And y'all heard of what some of the stuff that Wales was saying on the stream about his buddy of investors. So not surprised that the same investors in SpaceX and Tesla are also the same investors in Twitter. So they're going to help them buy it out, if anything.
Well, they're supposed to have an emergency meeting at 5 o'clock to make, to talk about it. So.
Because if it's up to board voting, he already has all the buddies he needs in his pocket.
Steak and chill.
It was a generous offer the man made.
And
54% premium.
I was about to jump into this because as I work with people in the legacy market, and then my boss is like the super billionaire. So today we had a board meeting, and then we had like 5 minutes to talk afterwards. And I was like, listen, give me your honest opinion, because I have the relationship with her now where she's giving me advice and her thoughts and her input, and this is not financial advice. I was like, listen, with all the news going on with Twitter, what's your play? She's like, buy and sell at 80. I was like, all right, thank you.
Welcome to Hex, everybody. Welcome to Hex. Hey, we have a pulse chain launching soon.
I'm waiting for the trust to be open for me to put her onto Hex, because until the trust is not open, she won't really understand it. She don't give two shits about crypto. She's already like super rich in her own right, but she has enough influence to bring a lot of fresh capital in.
Good luck with that.
Thank you, sir. It's actually easier to convince private equity than venture capital, because private equity is already going into it for the long haul.
Private equity doesn't know what the fuck it's doing.
Come again?
Private equity doesn't know what the fuck it's doing.
Expand.
That's a bit too vague for me too, brother.
Yeah, expand, brother. Because there's a lot of private equities who are successful.
So what are you guys doing?
No, I'm not saying we're doing anything. I'm telling you to expand on your comment.
What are you guys doing?
I would like you to expand as well, Jossel.
Mad Hatter, what are you doing?
I'm very open and transparent. Everybody in here knows what I'm doing.
Well, you know what I'm doing too.
I can tell you I've sold some real estate, some investment properties, and dumped that into crypto, and I'll continue to dump more of those proceeds into crypto over the next 6 months.
I can tell you I'm not there yet, and I'm considering it as far as real estate. I'm not there yet, but I'm considering it.
Even if I miss out on a 3x in real estate over the next 5 years, which seems pretty lofty, I'll be honest, with rates going up, the opportunity is still in crypto and X's. And my time horizon's long enough that it's just not going to matter. 2 years in crypto versus 2 years in real estate, I'll pick 2 years in crypto every single day.
I'm with you. I have some real estate I'll be selling at the end, during the end of summer. Hope the shit doesn't crash before then, but
The reason I'm not there yet is because my entire real estate portfolio is basically costed me $0, and it pays for my current lifestyle. So the paycheck that I get every week is basically disposable income. So that's why I'm not there yet.
I hear you, brother. And then once you're retired, you're going to look at it slightly different too, right? If you actually don't need that money and you can invest it, I don't think real estate's the play. That's just my 2 cents.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that last part?
Yeah, I was saying once you're retired, you're probably going to look at it slightly different, right? When you already have all the disposable capital that you need, or that you're going to need for the next 30 or 40 years on the sidelines, man, you may start looking to invest that outside of real estate. But while
You're
it's
talking
paying
about
for your lifestyle, that's cool too.
you're talking about disposable income as far as crypto, right?
All disposable income, man.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, because like I semi-retired and I went back because it was just I was able to semi-retire because of the real estate income. But yeah, I'm still on the fence. But I do understand the opportunity. The more now that I'm like into it, like hardcore, it's starting to make more sense to me. And the more and more I'm like, yeah, the amount of gains you get on crypto will outpace real estate any day. But at the same time, the way I'm situated now, it doesn't cost me anything, unless like the market tanks and that revenue diminishes.
Futures are real estate.
I couldn't understand what you said there, Highway.
I don't understand how a product that hasn't launched yet has over 5,000 subs. Only in crypto.
Which one is that,
Only
man?
in crypto. LL.
Because, man, any way you look at it, objectively, their marketing was on point. They knew their
No,
target
I get that
audience.
part.
Yeah.
It's just crazy.
Imagine 50 million sacrificed.
Nah, brother, we already know it wasn't 50 million. All right.
I know.
There was quite a bit recycled, and you can verify that by the transactions in.
I'm just going off what they're saying. But I know exactly what you're talking about, Mad. Even more shadiness to it.
It's an easier sell if you present the picture of mass market adoption and anticipation.
It's like the whole tweet about the God whale early on when they said that the God whale sacrificed.
Yo, Bullish, I'm kind of curious, man. Why do you think now is a bad time to talk about this kind of stuff? Do you think it's a better time to talk about it pre and during sacrifice phases?
What specifically?
Well, just about some of the promises that these projects have made, the ones running sacrifice phases.
The ones you're going to promote going forward, Bullish.
Got it. So my comment was not anything specific to sacrifice phase or anything like that. It was just more of like the general overall, I guess, like fluffy PR stance, because my focus is adoption and using the people we have within the community to spread the word before other people come in and take over and pretty much swallow, all the hexagons as far as like views and revenue, for content creation and stuff like that. So if hexagons are already calling out all this bullshit, whether it's right or wrong, it doesn't work in our favor to get people in. It's like, I'm not trying to go into the house. The house is full of fucking people doing infighting and bullshitting. And these are like the first type of projects that are launching. And we just need people to come in. This is my opinion. And I'm not saying it's right. We just need people to come in.
Anyone to come in.
Right.
Right.
And through that, because I'm a firm believer in this community, as they come in, they're going to learn about Hexagon community. Hexagon community.
What community? What community?
Jocelyn, I'm not about to do this.
No, so don't even try it here. Don't even try it in my face. Bullish, New Yorker, my brother.
I'm with Bullish. There's no reason to talk about all the bullshit that everybody knows about and repeat ourselves over and over about bullshit. We need to be positive.
And let me finish. Because
Yeah,
I'm talking about people like you. Hold on, baby. I'm talking about people like you. No, I know. I get it, man. I'm talking about people like you who are valuable in this space.
No. I'm talking
Dude, let Bullish talk. Jocelyn,
Hexy, it's like
you keep interrupting him.
Hexy is two New Yorkers talking right. Hexy, two New Yorkers talking cannot be interrupted.
Okay, Bullish, you want to finish? Maybe.
I'm kind of interested to hear if there's a moral imperative argument to this.
Sorry, I was muted. So, peace and love, respectfully. Let me just finish because, Jocelyn, you're valuable to the point I'm trying to get across. So as we get people to come in and they start learning about other hexagons who actually give a shit, they're going to start changing their mind frame on what they thought they knew because you don't know what you don't know. So once we get them in here, then we can put them on to all the fake shit in the rugs and all that other stuff. We don't need to be the ones putting the content out there before it even launches. That's just my opinion.
That already happened in the Hex community.
I think we should
I know. Remember, I'm new into this. So I think
it's just simpler than what you guys think. You should just unite the people that give a shit and kick them out as soon as they home.
Kick what?
You bring the people that give a shit together, and then as soon as someone stops giving a shit, you kick them out. You whack them.
I don't give a shit, Famous. Might as well dump me, man.
Why? No, but you know what I mean. Like as soon as someone stops caring, or whatever, caring is not the proper word, right? We do what's right. We promote what's right. You know what's right. I don't have to explain what's right. But as soon as someone flips the switch, like Trap would say when he went to the other side, and then you whack him.
And my whole thing is I'm all for that, but let's wait for it to launch first.
Yeah, of course. But for now, what's the focus?
Well, more people are going to continue to be taken advantage of. More people are going to continue to be taken advantage of if we don't talk about these things, man. Anyone new hopping in the space. 100%. And I think there's a moral imperative argument here to be made that, yeah, you may not like it. It may not represent the best portion of the community, but at the same time, maybe it does. Because you're trying to avoid other people getting wrecked that are new coming in here, and we hear it all the
Of
time.
course, but here you do. We don't make videos or spread it out where you're putting in like the front gate. Like you don't put your best archer at the front. You keep him in the back.
Yeah, the
Like,
people coming to these spaces are already a little bit more advanced than someone who stumbles upon a video on YouTube.
yeah, someone's gonna come up and we know who it is. Someone's gonna be new. They're gonna be asking for the mic. We're gonna say, shh, like we're aware in this space. But the thing, I agree with Bullish in a way where, but it can get out of hand. But what I'm saying about when someone derives course is basically if someone jumps ship, well then you whack them. That's it. But for now, we all know what the point is. The point is to properly educate people, secure people, and then make them understand what the plays are right now. We all know what the play is. The play is pre-bridge. It's either we're all going to be in this chat saying, don't fucking touch anything, don't do nothing, or we're all going to be going crazy because it's going to be like Wolf of Wall Street when everyone's like, yeah, $400, I got shit. We're going to be going crazy. So it's either we're going crazy and we need to organize that craziness, or it's just going to be more waiting. So that's the main objective right now. And anything else that derives that objective, in my opinion, is not worth it.
Now, as for
And
the
hasn't been
thing
worth
that
it
we
to
were
this
talking
point.
about before, that Bullish made the comment about, it's that sacrifice is over and nothing is launched, so there's not much more to
Exactly. So
warn
just
people
let it
about.
be, let it die. Like Hurricash. Like I
Yep.
didn't even know Hurricash died out. Like let it go. Forget about it. Fuck it. It's done. Once it comes up and someone says, "Oh well, what about this project?" Well, then you tell them the truth. There's nothing out. We can't do shit. We have nothing to say for you. We shouldn't say they're good, nor should we say they're bad, because at the end of the day, it's like don't blasphemous. No, don't be blasphemous. Just saying, I don't know. There's nothing there. What do you want me to tell you? It's a leverage coin.
And it's actually an alley-oop to talk about Hex. So you're like, look, it hasn't launched yet, but let me tell you about a product that has launched already.
Exactly. It's like derail the sales conversation. Like, yeah, it's cool. It's wonderful. I appreciate that. Oh, that's cool. You're in Saitama. That's wonderful. I like that. How's Saitama Mas doing? Oh, okay, cool. Shiba. Oh, okay. You have any bones? You have any leash? Oh, okay, cool. Oh, you're in VThor. Okay, how's the V chain doing? Okay, cool. Not just say, oh, you're a fucking noob, pleb.
And Mad Hatter, I'm there with you. As soon as this launches, I'll give you all the ammo you need to support you to get your message out.
What do you mean, Matt? Just come on my thing, man. Don't even have to say you're Matt. Change your voice. I'll give you a changing voice program. Change your voice and just come on. Oh, guys, we have a voice from Anonymous Hexican. I'm all worried. Let's go. I'll put you on. Tonight, 7 p.m. Watch. I don't give a shit. It's going to be AMAs for 3 hours. I don't give a shit. People want help, I'll give them help. If they don't come get it, that's their problem.
I guess all of y'all are right in the sense that what's done is done. There's nothing left until it either launches or doesn't launch.
Yeah.
I get that perspective 100%.
No point in looking at a guy who got shot. Why did you get shot? There's no point. You know what I mean? It's just, it defies the purpose. You have to there's certain people that have to step up and say, that's not right. This is what you should do. Appreciate what Jocelyn did, but Jocelyn, at a certain point, when you're surrounded by this many smart individuals, why wouldn't someone come up and say about liquid?
Because famous, very often they just fucking don't.
I know they don't, so we shouldn't. I completely agree. We should let it die out. Like, I've never heard about more about Hurricash than in last day.
Well,
But
that's why I changed
I
my
agree,
name from like Apple to like
but I think
what
we should
even
talk
is
about it and
Hurricash?
have a
I've never
certain
even heard of
general
that.
consensus.
like a bell to call on for help.
Of course, but we should have a general consensus.
Or maybe just an eye to watch.
No, but we should have a general fucking consensus, no?
Wasn't that the original organization of this whole.
I understand that maybe we need to reform because times change. We can't always be the same. So right now we need to update it. We're having a council meeting, meeting.
I know, but that's something new, famous, and I welcome that sentiment. And anyone serious about that, welcome aboard.
Mad Hurricash was I think it was supposed to be like a fork of a Tornado Cash, similar to that.
And what, they're just MIA?
Is it
Just
did they like
nothing?
fork it or something?
They had a sacrifice. They
But
have
who's
not
with
tweeted
Hurricane?
since the.
But who's the people of Hurricane?
I don't know.
No one
Never
knows
said
in the
much into
chat.
it.
It's Power City.
Ha! Shocker.
Okay, but wait, so if it's Power City, they're busy. Are they busy with the
Nope.
project?
They're busy,
What
but they can't.
information? I mean, what information does anybody have that Hurricane isn't going to do anything? They still have a website. They still got a Twitter.
They haven't posted since February, late February.
Well, there's not
I
much
would
to
call
say
it
about it, just like we
distracting
were
as
talking
opposed
about
to busy.
earlier. Yeah.
A little distracting. What else are you doing?
How would y'all feel if Richard just quit quit tweeting out to us for a month?
Well, I feel pretty bad, man. He stopped doing 2-hour fucking streams. You talk about bullshit and questions, man.
Fuck Richard Hart.
Oh no.
Did y'all hear about the USDC thing? BlackRock
Trust
taking over
I
half of it?
said
I'm
trust
changing the
Richard
subject,
Hart.
yeah.
Oh, trust, I heard.
You didn't. You guys didn't hear that correctly.
I heard fuck Richard Hurt. I was like, oh shit. I was like, his crap's right next to you on my thing. I'm like, oh
Wait,
god.
so you misinterpreted some
No,
information?
Josh Soleil, you're
Oh.
fucking tripping, man, and you're trolling, and you said fuck Richard Hart, and now you're saying you said something else, man. We all heard you clearly.
Dude, that's
we
how
understand
I
what
get
you're doing,
everybody
brother.
views.
It's all good. It's all good, man. Sometimes you just like start a little shit, start a little fire, fan it a little bit, and then put it out. It's all good.
All right, dude, you're my biggest fucking fan, dude. Thank you. Call it out. Tell him what I'm doing.
Oh man, you just ruined the fun on that one.
Word.
So,
But it's not the time and
you
place.
want to change the subject now?
Hexy, your mic is muffled.
Okay.
From what?
Is it okay now? No?
Yeah, Hexy, we hear you. What's up?
Is it still muffled?
No, not at all. That was Famous and Mad Hatter. They were muffled.
So Famous is my mic muffled to you.
It's just really quiet.
It's just quiet now. Who wants to talk?
Hi, this is Gilbert Gottfried, and I just want to say Hex is better than Bitcoin. Hex is better than Bitcoin. Did I mention that?
Who is that, bro? Who is that?
Bitcoin.
That's Gilbert Gottfried.
Yo, but the
He
character.
passed away, actually.
Hex is better than Bitcoin.
You don't know who it is?
Isn't that the guy from Jafar? Isn't that Jafar's bird?
Hex is better than Bitcoin.
Yeah, that's Gafar. Yeah, that's him.
Who's doing that?
Yeah, that's Gafar's voice.
You understand? It's the bird
Did I mention that
from Aladdin.
No,
Jafar's bird.
It's Gafar, dude.
No,
It's Gafar.
It's not Gafar. Gafar is is not the bird.
That's
The bird.
Gafar.
Nah, man.
I know that voice. Dude, I know that voice.
Did I mention that Hex is
Okay, actually, how many times are you watching? Does he mention that Hex is better than Bitcoin? Just one more time.
Yo, that's the voice of Iago. That's Iago from Aladdin.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I grew up watching it too. It's enough.
Hex is better than Bitcoin. Hex is better than Bitcoin. Did I mention that Hex is better?
I'm sorry, man, but that's such a waste of money, bro. Whoa. Why did we do that? Why did you guys do that? Oh, so cheesy. Heck is better than Bitcoin. There was an error adding you. Okay, listen, Trap. What secret message do you want me to portray tonight?
Talking to me?
Well, I don't see any other trap in this room.
Hold on, somebody just called me. I didn't hear what you said.
I said, what secret do you want me to portray tonight?
I don't know. Let me think on it.
I think Hex is better than Bitcoin.
Amen to that.
Oh my God, he passed away yesterday or the day before.
Mm-hmm. Yep, unfortunately.
I think my Hex is better than yours. I'm not selling it to you. People got to name their T-shares.
I was trying to say earlier, I don't know if y'all can hear me, but BlackRock is buying up the USDC, or actually investing in the Circle, who owns USDC. Circle seems to be in the hole since they are taking how do they call it? They had to raise funds, 400 million from BlackRock, Fidelity, and Fin Capital. So
They couldn't just print it.
actually, that's what they do, but no, that's not what they do. They're supposed to keep it in reserve, but apparently, that's never how it works. They're supposed to keep real money in reserve.
What is real money?
Okay, yeah, right. They're supposed to keep US dollars. So anyway, it's going to be interesting what happens to that stable coin with BlackRock backing it. I don't like that. There's going to be some kind of SPAC. It's like, I'm not sure what company's taking what company.
Me and Josh Hall were having a good conversation this morning, but I think I passed out. Sorry about that, man. All of a sudden, I was just out.
That must, and you call that a good conversation?
It's good because there wasn't a lot of people in the chat.
Oh.
So we could,
You
like,
said you passed
one-on-one.
out. Okay.
Yeah, man. I hope you got some good rest. Good morning. Good thing, like, it's around the world chat. You get someone like, fading, get good perspectives, right before sleep. And you get very good perspectives in the morning. The plans you make in the middle, overrated.
Totally agree. I think sometimes we handicap ourselves though by staying up too late, so we miss that morning ultimate mind.
Definitely, man. Just go to sleep. As soon as you're tired, just fucking go to sleep. Don't even think about it. You're not going to miss a thing. You'll be all good.
I spent hours editing some stupid sound and it turned out horrible, so it was all a waste of time. But it's fun to be in the chat in the meantime.
Yeah, I spent tons of time making bullshit entertainment content for all of you people to watch over the past 20 years. And it's always better to just watch it at home in your underwear.
It is. I know what you mean, bro. Bro, sometimes I get invited to all these fucking premieres, and I'm like, man, fuck that shit. Let me know when it gets released.
Yeah, just get your name on the invite list and don't even show up until you're there. It doesn't even matter.
I stopped going to film festivals like 6 years ago. I was like, I'm done with this. Like, I'll wait for it to come out. I don't care if I'm like the first one to see it just to brag about it because I don't really give a shit if anyone knows that I saw it or not.
Film Festivus? I saw that episode. You can rewatch it for free.
Check. Mic check.
Word up.
2,
Word
1,
up.
2.
Word up. What happened? Such a big group and they're talking.
Bitcoin under 40. That's what's going on right now.
Well, you love your trading. What are you gonna do today? Set up some good shit.
If you were to trade X, that's probably a leverage trade on Bitcoin at this point.
Come on, let's get the G-Gens out. All G-Gens, speak up. More than welcome. Feel comfortable. Don't be embarrassed.
Yeah, I think some begins got cooked on Hedron.
What? Hedron?
I hope Hedron was a good practice round for Pulse Chain. Everybody got a whole bunch of zeros and they got all excited and they bought like tons of it.
Yeah, they lost like 50% of their investment. It's wonderful.
Yeah, well, they bought that instead of Hex.
Yeah, I
Some
know.
of them. No, the sharks did. But what about the stupid people? They just bought Hedron.
Well, a variety of people did.
Yeah, man, they lost all of them. That shit's getting fucking. People are just fucking coming in and getting all the minting. Oh shit! Really? This is what Hedron is? Oh shit! Really? I could do an NFT?
No, there's not that much minting to do in reality right now.
Yes, there is.
There's all kinds, man.
No, not really.
Tons of people have claimed and not minted.
Yeah,
Enough for the price to drop.
I mean, but that's a statement. But like, how much economic intensity is improved their life?
What?
I'm just telling you, enough for the price to drop. You think people are selling it?
The price is dropping right now, sure.
Well, Bitcoin too is dropping, so
Yeah, it sure is.
everything is. Hard promise. I shorted it last night.
No one discusses
Keith
Horizon.
right now would have turned his
What about your
$20
time horizon?
Saitama. Listen to this. His Keith would have turned his $20 Saitama to like almost $400 right now.
What's Saitama?
What about Saitama?
What is Saitama, by the way?
If Keith would have turned the Saitama,
Is anyone here at Echo?
the day that they did it, heck, your mic is doubling. But the thing is that if you would have listened to me and would have done a 50x fucking short from 44, could have cleaned it at 30. Right now it's at 39.8. Literally told them you could do that. That $20 could have been like 200, 300 bucks. Can even move.
Keith doesn't want to get rid of it, Saitama. Come on, man. We know that.
What is Saitama?
Another rug.
The shitcoin of shitcoins.
Why are you guys answering him?
Why ask the question?
Yeah, I mean, you ask a question. I'm not going to lie to him.
You can find it on hex.com or eth.com, and you purchase hex and you get magically Saitama. Check it out.
You get Saitama from hex.com?
Yeah, man. You didn't know that?
Dude, why are you mentioning Saitama in the same sentence as hex?
What do you think about it?
Like, so I go to hex.com.
Yeah, you go,
or
specifically you can go on ETH, Hex.
No, so I buy
and then you buy
Saitama.
ETH, and then you buy Hex, and then you'll magically get Saitama soon. No expectations.
How much value is sitting on Ethereum chain? So everybody thinks about, market cap of ETH, blah, blah, blah. But no, kind of all the market caps of everything on Ethereum.
What's the
all the
market cap
money
of sarcasm?
tied in. It depends on the individual, I think. For certain people have different market caps for sarcasm.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, Jaw, what's sarcasm?
I'm not fucking with you, famous.
No, I'm asking you. I'm just asking, what's sarcasm? Because you did try to fuck with me.
No, not you personally, but sarcasm in general is truth.
Perfect. So what's the truth?
You.
Oh man, that's too much, man. I'm a false god.
I know you are. That's why
You're gonna make me
That's
your
why we're
hero,
even in
and
the.
Richard says, "Bring your heroes here to die." So no, thank you, man. That's why I don't
Because
want to be a
you're
hero.
the last person I ever want to fuck with in general. I mean, even on any topic.
No, man, I'm sorry. I don't want you to feel like that, man. You can come to me
No,
for any reason.
it's not about intimidation or anything.
No,
I'm just
but
saying.
sometimes you wanna. Sometimes you wanna. Let's put it like this. Sometimes someone just wants to play fight. Play fight. I'm all right. I'm down. I'm all
Play
for it.
fight? What? Like between two individual
Well, I
Twitter
don't know. I'm
personas
trying to
or
catch
something,
you.
or
I'm
what?
just trying. No, absolutely not. It was between me and you at that point.
No, you and me are good.
Yeah, we're good, bro. Of
At
course, man.
least I
Let's
hope
set the
so.
bar. We're laughing
I
about
live,
it, man.
I live like that, and even this exercise out of respect for you is like to show
Don't worry about it, bro.
everyone
My
else
priorities will
that you
come.
can actually question shit.
Okay, this is the question we should ask. When Hex reaches $1,000, which one are you gonna sell first? Hex PLS or PLS Hex?
Well, at that point, you only have to sell one hex, which is pretty cool to get a decent chunk out. So that's what a lot of people don't
Depends on what
factor
the
in.
other prices are on
Exactly. So imagine if Hex is $1,000, which coin would you sell first? Like, come on, like, man. If we're all getting in now and Hex becomes $1,000, I think it's safe to say some of us are gonna buy a nice boat, a nice house. See what it feels like to fly private. Like, I don't know. I think it's gonna happen.
Where are you flying to, Famous?
I go get a Philly cheesecake. Let's go.
Well, won't most of us have our hex locked up, so we'd have to sell
Fuck, if
something
I have
else?
$1,000 a Hex, man, I'll go to Rome for just a plate of pasta.
1,000's not too far from here. You only got
Why is
you
this
got a
showing?
10x,
Why is this
10x,
showing in going to Rome?
10x.
You've never went into a hole in the wall and just ate a plate of pasta in Rome. It's amazing.
I've done that, but why the fuck do you want to do that?
Why not? A $1,000 Hex.
It's a question. You didn't answer it.
Because I want to do it.
Okay. Who's gonna follow you there? To Rome.
I don't know, man.
Famous is going to Rome. You heard it here first.
I got
Famous
like
goes to
4
Rome.
people. I got like 4 people covered with me at least.
All right, 4 people looking for 5.
Let's go.
Let's do it. I'm with you, bro.
You're gonna be coming.
We're looking.
From the other
Actually,
plane.
no, looking for.
You're gonna be on the other plane. You'll
Dude,
be
I'm
coming
number
from
5,
New York.
dude.
You'll
I'm
be on
number
from the
5.
plane from New York. You'll just be on your, or you'll already be
dude,
there.
You're not putting me on.
You'll
a
be there
fucking
with
plane.
with one
No,
of
I
those
just show up.
cuffed up
Dude,
like
bro. I
Italian
just
like.
show up. You don't have to put me on any
$1,000
fucking
a
plane.
hex. Y'all never hear from my ass again.
I
You'll be
just
like,
show up.
where Cowboy go?
Looking for number 6.
Come on, Cowboy. You wouldn't want to have a fucking yacht race? Come on, man. I know you
Oh
want.
yeah, we're gonna have a
Oh yeah,
yacht
we
race.
go race. Yeah, we go race.
By the way,
Sea-Doos, all that shit.
hate to change the topic, but have you seen Elon Musk tweet about taking Twitter private? And I think he sent some request about how to do it. It's blowing up on Twitter.
It's just FUD right now because everyone's gonna get on Twitter. Oh my God, Elon Musk. Everyone now, all the new users are gonna come.
Yeah, that's Elon Musk trolling.
He's getting all the famous people to get more active, so like that it gets more active, so it gets more. Man, it's fucking 101, honestly, man. Come on. Moses moves waves, Elon moves people. Literally. Man, I'm more concerned about this racial training. I want the answer, man. I want the answers.
Hey, John McCoy. Evening or afternoon.
Hey, I was just trying to look up if
Famous
Hex was
bro, you
$1,000. if it would be worth more than the Earth or just the U.S. So
Well, there's a lot of people in this room. Don't move me.
Other things would also be worth a lot of money. So with inflation, crazy things can happen. You know, you might be getting paid 10 times as much as at work as well. Who knows?
Hey, John, the beauty
Or
about
houses.
liquidity pairs is that it could go to $1,000 at Hex on the liquidity pair.
What's the time frame?
15 years.
Yep. It has to be after the first cycle of Hex where those 15-year stakes are coming out. Imagine that if they're all out
It
and
could hit
all
at
their
12, though.
T-shares are gone. Can you imagine? Just to get back in.
I need to continue this fucking thing, man.
okay, so if Hex with $1,000, it'd be worth more than the GDP of the U.S. for 50 years. So, no, there's no way. There's a physical cap in a finite world.
Okay. So
Unless
one
the
second.
inflation.
There isn't. So $1,000 held by individuals who were able to hold their Hex / stake it, not all the Hex. All the Hex. Imagine 95% ends up with like a wallet like an OA that never sells, right? So technically, yes, the
True.
market cap would be large, but in play, there might be almost no Hex in play. Who knows?
Or lost, or yeah, no, you're right. Good point. And that inflation, that was good too. Yeah.
It's only 10 cents to $10, 10 cents to $1, $1 to $10, $10 to 100, 100 to 1,000. And in the meantime, most people are going to get wiped out at that $1, $10, $100. You know, almost nobody will be left except for Trap and me.
I distinctly remember a interview that Richard Hart did when the price was closer to the 50-cent range, and he told the interviewer that from 50 cents he thought Hex still had another 1,000x in it, and that was his words.
It was a long ways from a fraction of a cent to 50 cents, no doubt.
So the EES is so powerful. If these big players start seeing big numbers and they start EESing and losing massive amounts of Hex to the OA, that has a beautiful effect on the inflation supply, right? So you'll have a lot of Hex, but it's not going to be going necessarily. I'm just saying there's a chance the OA would start staking too, right? If things get higher priced and the OA says, okay, let me tighten this down, you're only getting 20% instead of 40, right? So there's all kinds of things that could happen.
Or someone has a big war chest and they take it on a magic carpet ride. Yeah.
Yeah, they EES one of their big stakes, pay us out.
Well, if Hex is a lot like Ethereum, to where look at the price of Ethereum, why can't Hex be the price of Ethereum? Or not Hex, Pulse Chain.
Yeah, Hex has a lot larger reach than Ethereum because Ethereum is a gas fee, a smart contract, but Hex is literally a retirement system. Every single person needs retirement. Not everybody needs ETH gas fees. So we are literally the sky, like literally Richard Hart also said it could be $1 million Hex because at some point you start dividing up your Hex, into pieces, right? And anyway, there is theoretically no limit to things like this when you actually have network effect. So kind of like what John McClure was thinking about, but he didn't say it, but I know he was thinking about this. When you start adding on, several millions of users, then the math starts getting easier and easier. And also the people who got in at 50 cents are going to be not there anymore. So they're not going to sell at $1 or $2. They already got wiped out. So people in Ethereum happened, right? All the people almost got wiped out of Ethereum. So it could go to 4,500. because there was nobody left to sell because they bought in at 1,300. So for them, it was only a 3x. Maybe they just hold.
How long into the future do you think, like, say, like $100?
20 years, 25 years.
So it's going to be hard to get to that, you know, $1 to $10, but 10 to 100, you know, we've seen coins do that like nothing, right? 10 to 100, because already you've gotten rid
Right.
of so many of those
That
early
could
people.
happen. Yeah, that could happen in like within a year.
Yeah, look at any of these crazy coins out there that went from $20 to $250 with Solana style, you know, didn't
All
take
those
long at
coins,
all.
all those coins have different tokenomics, so you can't make that statement.
Yeah, their tokenomics are horrible compared to Hex. I know. We burn our
Also,
Hex, man.
if the market changes and people see the S curve trailing off on Bitcoin and they deleverage from Bitcoin, like the market could flip fast. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's I'm with the whole 15, 20 years down the line, but I would say, I mean, honestly, being that I'm going to be here 15 plus years, I'm in no hurry. Even if Hex stayed at a quarter for the next 10 years, I'm still going to make out like a bandit.
Yeah, I love that attitude. Yeah, if it's a stable coin, then you're going to be a millionaire. That's where you need to plan in Hex, right? You need to plan for it to do nothing, and you've got enough coming in through your T shares to make out like
Like
a bandit.
bare minimum, if it stayed at a quarter, I'm going to be a multimillionaire 10, 15 years down the line. So there's people get so caught up on like this, they want to see that short-term pop, or they want to see those, you know, quarterly pops, or, you know, half a year pops. It's like you guys are gonna, a lot of people are gonna give themselves like unnecessary stress. Like, do the math, sit back, do the math, find out how much Hex you're gonna be getting every year, and go from there. Like, and then start. All you got to do once you figure out how much Hex you'll be getting roughly a year, then just start inputting numbers in. Hey, if I'm gaining 100,000 Hex a year, whatever. If Hex is a quarter, that's like $25,000. So like doing stuff like that will is like essentially you're getting $25,000 a year for sitting on your ass. Once you start doing stuff like that, then you can take the whole notion of trying to like force things to happen like immediately. You could just be like, oh well, if nothing happens, I'm still gonna be quite all right with my decision.
And we can accelerate that timeline. You know, so once you build that timeline out, then you're like, okay, let's move that up to a 10-year timeline. Let's move that up to a 7-year timeline. You know, so it's just a matter of, you know, your belief system. And if
Yeah.
you have funds coming in that are disposable and you're like, my goodness, should I leave all of this in dollars or stock markets?
I'd rather leave any disposable income that I come across, gather a good bit of it, make a nice little Hex buy, and set that out for a few years. One thing's for certain, if Hex doesn't move an inch, it's still going to beat inflation. So why would I not want to park any of my disposable income inside this?
Yeah, I'm personally going to do a stream of just walking people through how to collect 1,000,000 Hex, because I think that the visual of the simple number of 1,000,000, like 1,000,000. Okay, I could imagine $1 Hex. Okay, if I had 1,000,000 Hex, how do I get to that 1,000,000 Hex? You know, so just break it down maybe in a short video, because it seems like we got Hex up 40x, 50x from day one, and people think they missed the boat, and it's like you don't even know what the boat looks like. Okay, let alone getting on the boat.
Well, in 10 or 15 years from now, is $1 million really going to be enough if everything keeps going the way it's going?
Well, you wouldn't sell all your hex. So if you had 1 million hex generating for you, you probably are going to be able to live off some of that, right? But not sell it.
Like people don't understand the metrics that they need to understand. The only metrics that you need to understand is the average length of stake is going up and there's more stakers. If those numbers start to waver, then you could start to question what's going on here. But as long as those numbers are going up and to the right, the T-share rate is going up and to the right, those T-shares or whatever shares in the system are going to get increasingly more expensive, whether it's T-shares, B shares, M shares, whatever. Those are going to continue to get more expensive. What's the natural progression of things? It's going to, like, the price naturally will go up. Like, people are so caught up on like wanting to see these like 100x moonshots that they don't even realize they have something that's going to let them win in slow motion. Like, you're obviously every single day you're getting a portion of the inflation every single day if you're in the staker class. Me personally, if I'm somebody who's going to actually sit down and hold, like, why would I hold a token that's kind of getting diluted every single day that I just hold it in my wallet? Why not put it in something? Why not stake it, continue to earn the inflation off of everybody else? Like, you're continuously earning yield. You're earning additional X every day. Person A, they'll say, for example, person A has 10,000 X. They decide they don't want to stake it. They just want to hold it in their wallet. Person B has 10,000 X. They decide they want to stake it. Person B is going to make out like a bandit more than person A because they're not going to have the temptation to sell as soon as there's a minor pop, and they're getting more hex every single day. So by year end, depending on how long they staked, they're going to have an extra 36 to 40% more hex. If they only staked out a year or so, it's what, another 10, 15, 20%, whatever of hex that they're going to have. They still end up winning more than the individual who just sat there and held on to it and like committed themselves to a whole bunch of suffering and mental stress because they don't know when to sell, because they can sell immediately. I don't know. I just look at things a little bit differently than other people. But some people, they can't bring themselves to just leaving things alone, and they have to do something. For them to feel like they've earned their money, they feel like they have to do something. So I guess the ability to be able to sell it at any time or to move it or trade it or attempt to trade it, it makes them feel a lot more in control, but you're just setting yourself up for failure.
To double down on that, like, it eats up your mind to have those opportunities and those choices. And like, if you lock it up and you're locked up for 10 years, then it doesn't eat your brain and you get your mind share back and you can be functional and profitable. And like, that's massive.
Like, just as a matter of perspective, man, like, people don't like I've already been here for I've been here for a while now, and to take into perspective that now my holdings of hex increased by, like, I did the math, it increased by close to like 60% since I've been here. And all I've been doing is sitting on my ass. I didn't try to trade the market. I didn't try to do anything. My position has grown leaps and bounds just because I understand the value of patience. I understand the value of time. And I'm not strapped to my phone trying to monitor prices going up and down. I do my same DCA as if I did it when I got in. And once I get a certain amount of US dollars allocated to Hex, I make that market buy. And guess what? It's like, even like it's like it's easy for me to do now. Initially, putting out a 10-15 year stake was like, oh my gosh, what the hell am I doing? Now it's just like, why not? I've already seen what it's done in the last 2 years. Do I really think it's going to revert all the way down to zero? Highly unlikely. The system's proven, the system's working, and the main thing that keeps me comfortable is that when you see individuals staking out $200 million for 15 years, Shout out to the God Will. Like when you see people doing that and they've been around since like Ethereum Genesis blocks, they're not here for a short time. They're here for a long ass time. They're not trying to take the money and run. They see that this is something that's going to be around for a while. It may be the next iteration of a real true store of value, and they're putting their money where their proverbial mouth is. So you'll be silly enough to have something like this put in front of you and not take full advantage of it. And there's going to be a hell of a lot of people, a lot of individuals that sit there and they're going to be like, I can't believe I heard about this back in 2019 or 2020 or 2021 or 2022, and I didn't pay attention. And being that they didn't pay attention, they're gonna just they're gonna be kicking themselves like, I had it right in front of me and I didn't make a move because I listened to everybody else but my gut.
One funny tangent on the NFT front is there was other NFTs that gave yield and they got kicked off of OpenSea for being securities. And Hedron is up there happily on the OpenSea NFT market, and it hasn't been kicked off for being a security. So not
how about that?
Right? Like really not being a security can pay off.
Like I've seen some really good iterations by some of the hexagons that are building to like incorporate into like the Pulse Chain ecosystem. And if you already have community members who understand the value of time and patience and, building things that actually work and function the way they're supposed to, there's no fluff, there's no hidden meaning behind it. Those are the kind of people you want. You want these long-term thinking people behind these kind of projects, because guess what? If you have long-term thinkers who are already conditioned to play the long game and not play, just to get rich quick schemes or just to grab and go, not to say that there aren't going to be any bad apples. There are going to be bad apples. Just the law averages say that there are going to be people who, they'll see the opportunity and they will take it as a short out. But I'd rather have a group of hexagons or people inside this community building out like legitimate projects and legitimate products on Pulse Chain than to have some outsider trying to come in and make a quick buck off a community that obviously has economic energy and economic power.
I agree with you. I've been terming that Hearts Mafia, which is PayPal Mafia, basically.
That's where I stand when it comes to that kind of stuff, man. Like, there's a couple things I do have my eye on. There's a couple of projects where I'm just like, what the hell are they doing? Like that, they literally have you just know it's a token and that's it. I don't like calling those certain things out, but I just sit on the sidelines and I usually watch, because it's a lot of these things are going to be useful and actually add value to the Pulse Chain network. A lot of these things are just going to be, hate to say it, and just money grabs, but that's what comes with the territory. And some people have to really take the time to actually filter through the nonsense, because there's going to be a lot of nonsense on Pulse Chain just because of how easily it's going to be accessible, and a lot of the ETH tokens are going to, the majority of them are going to be on there. So a lot of them, they may take that as an opportunity to extract value from the system, but you can't have Pulse Chain function the way it's supposed to function without having these projects, whether it's NFTs or these gaming coins, these gaming applications. You can't have the transaction volume that you want until you actually have users. So one thing I've seen that's actually pretty notable was, the Shiba community is going to be coming over here and, doing their thing. I know TrustSwap already said that they were going to be building on Pulse Chain as well. Obviously, through the grapevine, there's a centralized exchange that's going to be a centralized exchange that's looking to run their own validator node and utilize the network. And all that brings adoption, all that brings transactions. And being that, Pulse Chain is one of the coin with that deflationary metric based on the amount of transactions and everything that's going on, it's only gonna help us out in the long run. And hey, we gotta vet. I would say don't hop on every new project that you see in the community, but just let things play out the way they're supposed to.
Speaking of projects that where are people on it? What do you think about Staker app?
Oh, Staker app's amazing.
What would you say the core value, or what's its core bring to the table?
Ease of adoption, being able to track your stakes, giving people that visual to be able to interact and see the different leagues. The leagues add a little bit of a little incentive, like, hey, I'm ranked here. It may not seem like much, but little by little, I can set little goals for myself so I can move up in ranking. Just a little extra wrinkle. And it also gives you an idea that you're not just alone in this venture. You have hundreds of thousands of people that are right there having that same journey as you. And you can, some of the updates on version 2 for Staker app are going to be pretty cool, because you could actually name your stakes. So you could be like, hey, look, this is for my car. This is going to be for my car fund, my vacation fund. This is going to be for my new home in the future. And it gives people, that feel good vibe, where the ease of being able to make multiple quarterly, yearly stakes with just one transaction, instead of having to go through and do the multiple transactions for each one of your stakes. That's huge. And to have everything inside the application, where you can swap Hex, or you could pay for your stakes using USDC, Ethereum, or even Hex yourself, when you're ready to end your stake, is huge as well. I like the application. It's really good for onboarding, because a nice little sleek platform that you can actually show individuals and be like, hey, look. Well, obviously you don't want to put, for security purposes, you don't want to put your main account on there, but you can throw in a dummy account, or you could just grab a random account from one of the from the list, give them a general idea of the layout of the actual application. And I mean, I'm all for Staker app. Staker app is actually going to help with adoption, and it's one of the few apps that I can't find any problems with it.
Nice.
Boy, I can find problems in anything. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's cool.
Not really.
No, the Staker app is pretty nice, but no, that's the law of averages, man. You can have something that's, as you can see with Hex, you can have something that's been flawlessly running, 100% uptime, did everything that it was supposed to do, and as designed, and people will still have problems with it because they don't like the person. So
sure. So here's a question: can you take your seed phrase from your Staker app and use it on a ledger?
I wouldn't see why not. It's an Ethereum wallet, but actually no. I preface that because the wallet that the Staker app uses is Gnosis Safe. I know you can take your that's a good question.
I was always wondering that as well, as far as going from, because went really early on when I was doing it, I did a little bit of activity on Staker app, and obviously I don't want it on there anymore, because it's on my phone, right? And so it's just a little bit, but I was just curious at some point about if that was possible to put securely on a computer separate.
I would assume that if you have the seed phrase, you could import that seed phrase onto the ledger, and
So to me, there's
go
two
from there.
things I don't Me, there's two things I don't like. One, you sign back in with your Google. You just sign in with a Google account, and you're good.
Well, no, you're not
Yeah.
good. That
No, you're not good.
just starts your account. It doesn't import your seed phrase. You still have to import your seed phrase by typing it in.
But like, let's say I sign out from my thing. To sign back in is just Google.
Sure.
Understand? Yeah. So it's just sign in. I don't like that. So if I want to like just erase it, I would have to completely get it off, right? But then they say if I do that, then I can never get my seed phrase back.
You
Because
would
they
have
say,
already had your first seed
You-
phrase, so you would have to remember that they've
100%.
yeah. So, but
Yeah,
now here's
I
the thing.
understand that.
I've asked them before, and I was dodged every single time in their Discord whenever I asked if I could receive or if I could use that seed phrase in the future should Staker go down. I was never responded with, and someone else verified that they were told from Steph and or someone in the team, no, you
I
cannot
think
take your seed phrase away.
I think what you would need to do is actually get a Gnosis Safe wallet, and since
Okay.
you already have a
So I
Gnosis,
know.
and since
So
you have
I've
a
been around. So I've done all of this. So the Gnosis Safe, you put in the seed phrase, you get your Gnosis Safe, you claim it through the seed phrase, then it's
Mhm.
good, you claim it, but then you have it on your transactions. It shows you exactly what happens. So what I don't like, and the reason why I don't like it, right, is because they can't give me my seed phrase, but apparently they could push it so I could see it, right? I can't access my seed phrase, but they can push it and they can show it to me. But the thing
Really?
is that if I put my seed
Yes.
phrase in MetaMask, it will always give me my seed phrase. So
The
I don't
thing
like
was
that.
like they had to whenever
They
people
have
were
to
talking
change
about
that.
how they didn't get their seed phrase before or how they lost it, they would actually say, "Oh, okay, DM me and we'll talk and we'll get this through."
But
If
do you
they get
understand
back
that?
to you, yeah,
That's why
you
I don't
gotta.
like it.
You
And
kind of
then
have
the
to
thing
push
is
that
that
DM thing if they actually get back to
when
you.
when they actually come back alive and they close
It
their
might have
app
to
and
be
they're
a
coming
community
back
effort.
through, the first thing I'm gonna ask Karim, Steph, or whatever, I'm gonna say, "Hey guys, what's up? If I transfer ownership of
Yeah.
my Gnosis
What's
Safe,
up, Kareem?
am I still able to sign in with that seed phrase and I have access to my Staker app? Because I need to know what the interoperability is of it. Because if I switch the seed phrase, right, for security reasons, because on my end I don't appreciate the fact that they could push it and they could show it to me, so that means they have access to it in their own system.
Well, of course they do.
I understand they do. Obviously they do because MetaMask has access. MetaMask could always show it. So the thing is that I don't like if I'm thinking this pure for myself as a consumer, right? Well, okay, so then I don't want to give you access to my seed phrase anymore. I want to have total access. So I made myself my very own MetaMask, right? That you have no access to. If I transfer ownership to that MetaMask, am I still able to use that new seed phrase in your app? Right?
So, okay,
Or
I see what you're saying, but would you have you utilized the Gnosis Safe on its own standalone outside of the Staker app already?
of course.
Okay, yeah, it sounded like you did, but no, I mean
Well, anyone
that would
who's on Staker who claimed their Hedron did. That's what really opened my eyes to it because I was like, okay, so I could do this. So I don't even need to use Staker anymore to purchase
technically,
my
yeah, technically you don't, but
Exactly.
yeah, so
It's just the
I
security,
think
man. That the fact that someone's pushing me, and I can't get my seed phrase, but they can give it to me.
yeah,
To me, I don't
100%,
like. I don't
100%.
like that.
That's a little.
They
That's
for sure gonna change
honestly,
that. They for
Yeah,
sure
for
gonna
me,
change that with the new version. I'm not
yeah,
saying nothing because, like, at the end of the day, like, I'm not the type of person to start yelling and bitching. I want to see what it is, and then after that, I'll give you my point of view. Right? For me
exactly.
right now, I'm waiting to change my ownership of MetaMask seed phrase just because I don't know if I'm gonna be able after with the Gnosis Safe to access and unstake my stake. So if they tell me, oh no, you could change your ownership of the Gnosis Safe, it doesn't matter. You could then in 15 years you could go and you could come in with your seed phrase, you come into our front end, or am I gonna have to interact
I
with
feel you.
the contract itself? You know what I mean? So
I feel you because that's like honestly, like
that's
if we're
personal.
expecting Hex to do what it's planning on doing, that means people are going to be holding on to 7, 8, potentially 9-figure holdings inside their Hex stakes, and If they did a lot of them through the Staker app, and that's not something that's sorted out, that could be, a little bit weary. And like security is paramount, and the communities definitely stands for, making sure you have control of your shit. So I definitely don't see a problem with making sure that's the case before you're reserving judgment before you say anything about that.
Of course, I'm just, my concerns are very specific. I know the
Yeah,
community's concerns
and
are
they're good
different.
concerns, man.
I just want to make, of course, and it's just the seed phrase too. Like, if I were
Hey,
to
Bullish,
put
just
in
throw
them,
yourself in there. You know how Famous is. He's trying to get up in there.
Go Bullish.
So I just no, like I can keep on, but what I wanted to say is after Famous realized that point he made before, claiming Hedron, the realization I came through is that the biggest misconception is that Staker is like a separate wallet when it's technically powered by Gnosis, and
Yeah, it's powered by
all Staker is a front end application that's built on top of the Gnosis platform. So if they would have launched and just said Staker powered by Gnosis, it would have cleared up a bunch of stuff.
Do you agree with that, Famous?
I heard that.
No, honestly, if they have that little, if they have that little nomenclature and just have it like, hey, look, a Gnosis powered wallet, they don't make it very clear that it's not a standalone wallet. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much my point. And then if they were to just be upfront about it being a front end for a Gnosis safe, then it will be a lot much easier to onboard, because now you can piggyback off all the benefits of a Gnosis safe, and then on top of that, market your front end.
My thing is this as well. Like, honestly, just to touch on that, because they definitely do make it a point. Like when they're if you ever watch the Staker Sunday show, they make it a point to they reference Gnosis Safe a lot, because obviously that's what it's powered by. But I mean, little slight changes like that will make it a lot easier, because Gnosis has a really great reputation. So it's not something that's a bad thing to actually put as a tagline on there. May actually want to bring it up to them.
And they have a big opportunity now with version 2 to really, bring adoption, because they're going to support all these coins now. So now it's just not a front end for Hex and Stakes. Now it's just a front end for a Gnosis safe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I really don't know why they don't allow other coins on it. I really don't, because that's another thing too. That on my Gnosis safe, I could have as many coins as I want. I only have those ones. I think they should have the button, and they would adopt so many more people, because
V2 will have it.
I think a lot of that is going to come into play with the next version.
Perfect.
Because
that's why I didn't want to really say anything. You know what? That's the exact reason why. Because I don't know what's going to come out with V2. My initial concerns is just that, and then how could I change ownership? Because the Gnosis safe is so cool. Like, if you think you're jeopardized, you could just change ownership, and you don't have to ruin your stakes. You could also give it to your kids and have ownership multi-sig. You know what I mean?
I love that. I love the multi-sig function on Gnosis Safe, man. It's like, yo, if one of your wallets are compromised, they still need like if you have 5 wallets, if only one of them's compromised, they still need like 3 of the 5 wallets before they can even make a transaction anyway.
That's why it would be good for kids to be adopted with that. Also, it gives you power, right?
Yep.
Yeah, retrospectively, it's kind of cool to have put your sticks in a transferable.
I asked Richard this exact question, and I was very, 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 very unhappy with his response, because his response was, "No, why are you gonna give people an extra reason to get scammed?" And in my head, I was like, I understand what you're saying, but
but they're trust but verify. They shit could have gone sideways. Like, one bad actor inside could have went sideways. I mean, still could.
It still can. Yeah,
Can I say something?
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. Just to give you some clarity about the Staker app, I was a beta tester for them, and my first question to Firebun was, listen, what happens if you guys fold? If you're not successful, and I want to make a 15-year stake, what's going to happen? And he sent me the explicit instructions to be able to take your seed phrase, import it into a ledger, use the Gnosis Safe DApp, the web DApp, or your desktop app, and be able to manipulate the contract. So they could fold tomorrow, and your funds are still secure because you have your 24-word seed phrase. That's the first
Now,
thing.
could they do that as well?
No, that's the second thing is that I was going to say is that this is the first I've ever heard about this DM and they can push it to you and stuff like that, because Steph has told me multiple times that they don't have access to your seed phrase, and if you lose it, you're totally screwed.
Yeah, that's what I've heard.
Oh, it's not
Yeah.
me who's saying this, huh? This is Karim said you could push it.
Yeah. I don't know what Kareem is talking about. I have no idea, but from Steph, who's the main guy there.
Okay, cool.
He
Just
said
wanted to
there's
pick
not.
up.
Let me say this last thing about the version 2, which is going to be really good, is that, and by the way, I use Staker app just to monitor stuff, and I have like one stake on there, but the truth is that I stopped using it because of the fee. It was like, if I could do everything more securely for my own less fee, why not use that? Well, and I actually told Steph this. I was like, why don't you do a model where people pay a set, like, one lifetime fee, and then they can use your app forever, And he said,
hell yeah.
Well, he said, and I'm not talking about gas fee. Like, I would continue to pay the gas fee, but the fee they put on top of that, you know what I mean? And he said our audience is not hexagons. Our audience is the no coiners, the people who have no access, who don't know crap about crypto, and that's why they're trying to lock it in and try to make things as secure, as limited like features and as they can. Where was I going with this? I'm sorry, but but that's the thing. I don't think they have access to your stuff to be able to push it. I don't think that is the case. On version 2, which is going to be nice, is you're going to be able to add second and third signatories to the Gnosis Safe.
But you see, that's where I beg to differ, because in some way, shape, or form, you need to authorize a signature with your seed phrase in order to utilize your Gnosis Safe, because you have to pay a transaction that is paid with your you need to utilize your seed phrase.
Yeah. So
they have to have access to it. You understand?
No. They don't have access. Look, buddy, hear me out. By the way, I respect you a lot. I love listening to you. I learn a lot from you.
No, don't worry about it. We're having a good conversation, man. Don't worry.
So let me tell you. So when I was introduced to this Gnosis Safe, I wanted to learn a lot about it, and so I ended up downloading. This is a long story, but I ended up downloading this wallet called Tongue Wallet. And it was by these developers out of France, and I made my own Gnosis Safe and used this Tongue Wallet. It was on a mobile app to sort of like as a signatory or whatever. And then this freaking, and I made some long, big stakes, okay, through this Gnosis wallet. Well, then this Tongue Wallet, all of a sudden I had to like upgrade my iPhone and whatever, and I lost access to this. And I tried to re-download the wallet, but the company is not licensed in the U.S. anymore, this French company. So I got in touch with them, and they were like, okay, you just have to add another signatory to it. So basically, what happens is you go to the Gnosis Safe, you load your wallet, and then there's a feature in there to add additional signatories to it. And so a Gnosis Safe isn't born with like a 3 of 5 or 7 of 9. You make it whatever you want to make it, and as long as you have the controlling signatories, you can change it to whatever you want. I don't think they have that. You have that.
But they send it to us, because when you go and you look at the Gnosis, right, and they send it to me, they transfer ownership to me.
I think I can walk through
they
how that's done.
They transfer it to you, but then once they transfer it, they cannot access it or do anything because they transferred it to you.
Hey, Famous,
Hey guys, I think I got it.
Real quick, can we just talk about how he had Tongue Wallet? Was that Tongue Wallet? TONGUE?
Yeah. It was just whatever. I can't even download that to my iPhone in the US anymore.
I'm excited about Tongue Wallet. I've never.
It's hilarious. It's called it's like the DGen DeFi wallet. I mean, it worked good, but it was whatever.
You can look at it in the App Store, but you can't download it in the U.S.
Hey,
Okay.
can I let me run down
Yeah,
on
let's go
how?
to John. Yeah, let's go to John McCoy, and he could go through kind of how they do that process.
Sure. So Famous, your analogy is on point. So they use their keys and their ETH to mint a Gnosis wallet relative to your public keys or your wallet address. And so, I mean, I'm just running through, it's fairly possible. They just generate the keys on your device locally. And so technically the keys are generated local. They never have them, and your phone would send up your wallet address or the public half, right? And they could make the Gnosis safe and say the owner is public half and assign it to you that way. So the keys never left your device technically.
This is the way I think it happens is once the user confirms that they've written it down and you can never see them again, all Staker can do is reset that switch to reveal them back to you. They never see them themselves. That's what happens, is what I believe.
That's perfect, because I just need the explanation, because to have someone say, you guys have to understand, the way I want explanation is I want the real stuff. I don't want just someone who doesn't understand half of what I understand to start telling me, yeah, but just trust me. No, I don't trust you. I want to know it from the people. So if I can get it clear, because for me, it's what is the explanation of how they don't see my seed phrase, because they need to create it. They create it on the spot, and then they transfer ownership to me. So there's two
So
things
do
that
every
happen.
single MetaMask developer who made MetaMask, can they see every single person's private seed phrase?
But that they're MetaMask. You understand? Like that
That's
means
not
that
the point.
that means that Staker app could create a seed phrase.
So if they're just displaying a seed phrase and it's just to display insert data and it can display to you, and then so with MetaMask, it's log in. Anyone just has to go there and they just have to click show my thing. Well, this way, not only would they need to have your Google account, they would need to be able to know that you have a Staker account, log into your Staker account with that, contact them through some sort of method, and then say, hey, I don't have this. Here's my Google account, and then be pushed your seed phrase. But where would they have the data for your seed phrase if all they're doing is allowing you effectively to push that show me my seed phrase button? That's what I'm thinking that they're pushing. So that's kind of what I wanted to always know, because otherwise I'm with you. As soon as I asked that and I kept getting dodged, I have 2 stakes on Staker app, and I use it to look at all of my stakes, and I love the Staker app. But I'm waiting until I get a definitive answer, and that's the only thing I'm waiting on for Staker.
Personally, I don't like the app. I like what it offers. I like the technology. I just want to make sure at 110% at all vectors that what could happen, right? Because I want to know also, can I change ownership? Because if I could just change ownership and everything is wonderful in 15 years, I could just come in with my 24-word seed phrase or 12-word seed phrase and then just come into the Staker app and put in my 12-word seed phrase and it works. Or I could even pay someone to interact with the contract or do it myself. I'm fine. So then I don't even care about the Staker app. So the gentleman came in, said I could go ahead in 15 years and push the contract. I'm good right now. I don't care. But just for people to understand that for me, it's just I need to understand that MetaMask could push me my seed phrase. Yeah, but they make wallets. They generate a seed phrase. So does that mean that Staker app generates the seed phrases also? So okay. So then that means they generate a seed phrase. That's what would make sense to me.
I think that's what the confusion that they don't. They're just a front end. Everything's coming from Gnosis Safe.
Because Gnosis Safe, you have to. Because the thing with Gnosis Safe, when you go on gnosissafe.io, gnosis-safe.io, it doesn't allow you to create a Gnosis Safe, a brand new seed phrase. It says you have to sign in with already a created seed phrase in order to get a. You understand? So in order for us to get a brand new one, there has to be something that's generating me a seed
But I
phrase.
can. But when I'm making a Gnosis Safe,
Safe.
when I'm buying a Gnosis Safe and I set how many users I want to be able to utilize that, I would say how many people would be able
No,
to
but
interact with it.
even before that, when you want to get a brand new one, you can't just click brand new, get one, and it generates you a seed phrase, and then it relates to that seed phrase.
Famous.
You need to have your own.
Hear me out.
Okay.
The Gnosis safe doesn't have any seed words, seed phrase.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. It's an ownership.
So hear me out.
It's a
Yeah.
transaction
So
ownership.
exactly. So whatever public address you want to assign the Gnosis safe to, that public address has a signatory. I know you know this, but that signatory, that seed phrase has to come from somewhere, and so you have to generate that, right? So.
Oh, man. And you also hear from Tyrannosaurus Rex real quick.
Say it again.
Hey, everybody. This is my first time talking on Spaces. I've been listening to tons of Spaces up until this point, but it's kind of interesting that I just came in here today because, I rarely, I don't normally like to talk about this issue, but there's so many knowledgeable people here today. So I have my brother's best friend. He got us into Hex back in like September of last year. And my brother and I have, by listening to a lot of Hexkins, took our own like security journey, and we're currently doing pretty well with our treasures. But unfortunately, my best friend's brother, which I hate because I feel like I owe it to him, but he's got his seed phrase, but what he doesn't have is his password. And so he says he spent hours upon hours trying to figure it out. And so
wait,
by
password, you mean password or passphrase?
Not passphrase, not the long pass. He's actually got his passphrase, his seed phrase.
Oh, okay. Then real quick, you are okay. You are okay, but you can continue. I just wanted to start with that. You're fine if you have your seed phrase and you lost your PIN number. You're fine. You have your seed phrase.
Not the PIN, but you know how when you get into MetaMask and it asks for it says password, right? Like we don't have his password, so when we put in his seed phrase, and when we put in his seed phrase, it then asks for it asks for a new password, and then it says confirm password. So, but when we go to do that, it just doesn't take.
The thing is when you're doing the MetaMask, as long as you have the seed phrase, and all you will create another password regardless. Like if you uninstall MetaMask and like you go back into it to actually import like a wallet or whatnot, you create a new password.
So
definitely don't uninstall it if it's if what you wrote down doesn't work and you don't know the password. Whoa. So the seed phrase works on your...
I know the seed phrase is I know the seed phrase is good because I mistyped something and it said seed phrase wrong. It has a little red thing that comes up and it's like, hey, something's out of place.
If it's as soon as it's bad, it goes wrong. I understand.
Right. So that's how I know that's how I knew the seed phrase was right because I finally corrected it.
What are you using? Brave Chrome.
Chrome.
Edge? Okay. Chrome. Can you try? Are you using the same profile?
When you say profile, what do you mean?
Chrome, okay, top right, you have your circle of like your profile. There's like a picture.
Oh, you're talking about like signed into like the Chrome profile?
No, literally, just go profile, create a new profile with no sign in, create a new MetaMask, and import it in there.
Okay, that's interesting.
I have something to say too.
Another cool thing.
It sounded.
2 seconds. Another cool thing, okay, just because if you didn't realize what that is, if you want to have multiple, it's like let's say you want to have a burner, right? All you need to do on Brave or Chrome is just add a new profile. That new profile, you could put a brand new instance of MetaMask. So you could you could delete it all the time. So let's say you do something, and you're like someone comes in, or you have a friend, or you want to use your treasure. You could use a new profile, have a new MetaMask, use your treasure, right? Because you just have to connect your ledger. It comes in, and then you could just delete the MetaMask from the browser. You're good, and then you could like delete that profile, and then always add a new profile every time.
Okay, so you're just so I understand correctly. I've got ADD, so sometimes I need to hear a thing twice. But you're saying that to basically start fresh on Chrome, new profile, install MetaMask, put in seed phrase, new password, and if all things being perfectly, that should correct itself.
So one alternative. Oh, Hexy Quinn, you go.
Wait,
I gotcha.
this is Hexacajun, by the way, not Quinn.
Oh, sorry. I know.
That's all right. All right. I just want to make sure before we get too complicated. It sounded like you were putting a new password and an old password in after you put seed phrase.
So after
Or
I put in the seed phrase, because it asks for you in the, like when you're in the browser and you're going to
Yes.
import and it's asking you for the seed phrase right there on the browser, like it's not asking for it in the drop down
You're
MetaMask
good.
application.
Wait, no.
Let's
After you
try it.
put,
Let's just try it instead of like asking. Let's
wait,
just try it.
let
Let's
me
just try the
finish.
profile.
Hold on. After, okay, it's just like it was before. Are you putting the same password in, or two different words? That's what I'm asking. Are you
So
putting the new
once
password twice, or are you putting the new and the old?
it says what it's asking for after I have the correct seed phrase, it says new password and then confirm password. So it's like it's asking
confirm the new password.
correct. So you're actually typing it in twice, right?
Okay, it sounded like you were putting the old password. That's all I wanted to make sure. So
No, that's okay. That's okay.
All right, out the way.
Moving backwards a little bit, just to go backwards. In summary, and the gentleman that was speaking before, I apologize. I can't remember who that was, but you're saying to go not delete the profile, but log out of the profile, create a new profile.
No.
Okay.
You don't have to sign out. You could literally just click you see on the top right, you have your picture, right? It's like if you don't have a picture, it's like a gray guy, right?
Yep.
Click that. At the bottom it says new profile.
Add other profiles. I see. Oh, okay. God
Add
bless.
profile.
Okay, so simple.
Now don't sign in. You don't have to sign in, right? Because you have the choice on Chrome to sign in with your Google, or you have the choice to literally just create a new one with no Gmail. So create one with no Gmail, right? Then you're gonna get into a brand new browser. Then in the brand new browser, just go ahead and download MetaMask. So MetaMask.io, download the MetaMask.
Okay.
And then do it like that. Let me know if it works.
I will. I've got your information, so I don't want to take up too much
stay in
time
the chat.
here.
Just stay
No,
in the
take
chat.
take your time.
Okay.
And
Well,
say,
why don't you?
and I would say
talk.
like
You guys talk.
stay your
and you guys talk, and I'm going to go work on this while I'm in here.
Yeah,
I would say if you want to, feel free to say your steps with skipping all personal information, all private information, because if you are worried about entering in the wrong information, then like top right, click that. What do you read? I see that it says account 1 and it says add profile. Perfect. You click add profile. So that way we see what you see instead of us telling you to click somewhere on the screen and you're like, what the fuck am I clicking?
And don't share your screen when you're going into MetaMask. A bunch of people got jacked that way.
No, you're good.
Oh, yeah.
I can do some of this simple stuff. It's going to take me a while to type in the seed phrase again because I'm manually going in. So you guys keep talking, and I'm going to work on this in the background if that's okay. That way I don't feel like I'm in a rush.
Boy, boo. Oh,
thank you guys.
sorry.
I appreciate it. I'll be back here in a second.
This is a good commercial break for a hardware wallet. Like, get your local ledger, get your hands on a hardware wallet, set up your own seed phrase.
It sounded like to me because I always thought that because he started out talking about Trezor, so I always heard that on the Trezor, if you add that besides the PIN, you add your own password, and if you forget that, you're screwed.
The passphrase.
No, but wait. Yeah. If he's putting, wait a minute. If he's putting his Trezor in a hidden wallet,
he's not.
Yeah, this doesn't involve
because you can't see your hidden wallet in MetaMask. You can't see your hidden wallet in MetaMask.
Yeah, I know.
You only see your. Yeah, okay. Just for everyone listening, like you could only see that green wallet, which is the one that has the standard wallet. That's the one you're able to see, not the ones that are hidden. By the way,
this space is that's what I thought That's what I thought he was the case that he was talking about, but he just said it's not a Trezor. So okay, good.
No, but it's okay. It could be just a glitch because it's the same. Anyway, it could be a glitch.
So when I go on my Trezor or Ledger and I generate new account, and I have, let's say, 20 extra accounts, all my different Ethereum addresses. Will those all pop up on MetaMask?
Nope.
No, you
Only
have to
one.
add each one.
Just the main standard one.
But no,
No, you
but
can add multiple, but you have to add each
if you're
one.
seed phrase importing, you'll never get the hidden wallets.
No,
You'll
this
never
wouldn't
get
be the
them.
hidden wallet. It's just a general
Yeah,
registered new account.
yeah, because I did this too. So you know how you go in the process to like add a treasure to your MetaMask? You have to repeat the same process for all the other 19.
Oh, fuck that. Oh, God.
And you can even choose not to import your primary and just import only your 10th one. Yeah.
Yep.
And there is 2 passwords on the Trezor, right? There's like the one that gets you into the app and then your 25th word or your passphrase.
Yeah, you got your PIN number and then your PIN and then your passphrase if you want it.
I thought the pin and the passphrase was the same thing.
Nah.
No.
Oh, so I've been using the same for both. I need to change that.
Ooh, thank you for
1,
that.
2,
I'm glad
3,
to know.
4.
What numbers?
1, 2, 3.
369.
Ooh, that's a good number.
187.
69, 69, 69, 69, 69.
Oh, I knew that one.
55555.
The dumbest Mexican. 555555555.
It's like, what's your password? Richard Hart. Oh, wow. I can't believe that worked.
They
Well,
should
actually,
put
I
that in
bet
one
you
of the
Richard
movies.
Hart's password is I called the top
Richard
on the
Hart's
day.
password. Fuck Bitcoin 1.
I thought it'd be I called the top on the day. It's just long enough to work.
I was just gonna say that.
That would be the best Hexagon password would be Bitcoin because no one would ever think that.
It would also be Bitcoin rules.
That's going to be every single person here's hidden wallet fucking passphrase.
Steak and Apes needs to do a Bitcoin NFT where he's eating a banana.
What?
Don't give him the idea. He's gonna come in and chill it.
Dude, he would chill it so hard.
I know. I love it.
It was a meme from the video with the Bitcoiners that the dude busted a banana out on screen.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
He should literally just get that photo and make Richard an ape, and the guy eating a banana an ape. Or like Richard like a wizard or something. Or like a
Memes
king
are
or
the
something.
spice of life.
Guys, ravioli is the best, man. Fuck.
Jealous.
With some rosé, man. Oof. Homemade. Can't go wrong.
I'm getting mama sauce this weekend. I'm excited. With some fusilli. I can't wait.
With a happy ending?
Wait, did you say melanzane or massage?
I'm bouncing. I'll catch you all around. It was fun.
Take care, John.
Take care, John.
I'm trying to bring up Hextrade Doc, but it's not letting me. Can y'all try?
So now that John is gone, oh no, he's still here. So John, for whatever reason, whenever you speak, I don't hear you. I have to go through the closed captions.
So if that's the case, you just gotta get out and come back.
Like that That is awesome. Closed captions to hear people you can't hear. I never put that together. That's awesome.
Cajun, did you say
Okay.
something? I was like distracted.
I was talking to Famous or Hexes Away about bringing someone up who had a request to speak. But
He's up.
it's there.
I think that was me. Famous. So, do you have any other like questions or whatever about Staker app and the Gnosis Safe and being able to add a secondary signature to that, or use it 15 years in the future in case Staker app fails?
No, I've never had questions about that because I knew we could do that. But the thing is that my question is just, I'm pretty sure they're gonna say, yeah, we don't see it, but I just want to understand, like, oh yeah, there's a system that generates you the seed phrase, and we never see it. Our system never sees it. That's okay, and that's all I would want to hear. But the actually no, that's not my main question. The main question would be if I transfer ownership of my Gnosis Safe, am I still able to access the Staker app?
You know what? I think, I don't know this. This is just a supposition, but I think you may not be able to. And the reason why is because if you could, then you could do all these stakes and things using the Gnosis Safe outside of Staker app and avoid their fees. And so I think there has to be a tying to your specific device.
But I can. The only thing I can't avoid is to go on their platform and click stake and end stake. Everything else I could do.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. But the one that they gave you is tied to the super secret enclave of your device, and will have a different address, I think.
So I wouldn't be able to take my new seed phrase and insert it.
I don't think you will be able to. And I think that they did that in a way to protect them from people like being able to stake on their app without them being able to get a fee. But I think these are questions that they would answer for you. You know, it's like pretty straightforward stuff.
Mm-hmm. I just never had a chance to talk to them.
Oh, I would like.
I'll be honest with you. I've never had a chance. Personally, I'm too busy with here.
Sure.
And I'd rather be here and answer people's questions. But it's not really something that is I'm gonna die. You know, like no, I could hold it. Like, you know what I mean? I have 2 stakes. Like, it's nothing much.
Yeah.
But I did it. I did the stakes because I wanted to learn. So if someone asks me questions, I'm not here like I don't know. Just go on their. It's like defies the whole purpose of what I'm trying to build here, right?
Yeah, I think they're going to make the app much more secure with this second version because you can add multiple stuff to it, multiple signatories to it. And I think that's going to be great because you can actually like monitor things with your Staker app, use stuff with your Staker app, but also be secure that there are other, if you lose your phone, somebody can't, rob you blind, right?
That's dope. What's up, Tyro?
Hey guys. All right. So I've confirmed that the seed phrase is, it seems to be like the seed phrase is correct. I have no, red I got no red lettering popping out at me said, hey, something's out of place. When I go to put in the new password, and which is 8-character minimum, and then confirm password on the Google Chrome using that new profile. So I'm not like signed in. It's just like a I guess you could call it like a
And it says
get.
passwords match, and it says passwords match, right?
Yeah, it says passwords match, and then when I click that, I have read and agreed to the terms of use. I click import, and it's like the screen just blinks, and then nothing happens. It doesn't say anything about what's missing, or like it gives me no indication of what might be wrong. Like it doesn't say password's wrong. It doesn't say seed phrase wrong. The screen, and I hit import, the screen just blinks, and like that's it. It just blinks. Nothing happens.
Fuck, I would I would download Firefox or Brave and try it on there. If that's the case, then there's clearly something wrong with your
That's a
computer
good
talking
idea.
through.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll give that a shot. And I think like I said, I've got your
I would try
information.
Firefox first.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll give that a shot. You might be
Yeah.
right, man. You might be right. I'll give that a shot.
You might
Thanks.
have to like completely delete MetaMask all one time, reinstall it at the first. I don't know. I'm sorry that doesn't work, man. Try it out. Try Firefox. If that doesn't work, holy fuck.
So, real quick before you delete anything,
Sure.
So you're using MetaMask, but
Correct.
you can't see it, right? Because it's behind the password.
When you say I can't see it, you mean what kind
MetaMask
of?
revealing your secret words to you again.
Correct. Yeah, I have to it's a 24-word seed phrase, right? So like when I go through each one, like my brother's sitting here, he's like read each one off to me. And as I've finished, there are no, like if I were to back out one character in this 24-word seed phrase, like it's gonna prompt me to say, hey, something's fixed. Something needs to be fixed. These seed phrases.
Maybe it's because it's in the other instance. Maybe it's already because it's in your other profile, and Google Chrome already has a profile. Like maybe I don't know. I've never actually signed in on two different profiles with the same seed phrase.
I would
So
use
maybe you can't have.
Firefox.
Maybe you can't have in the same Chrome or web browser the same seed phrase twice. Maybe that's why it's not working, because every time you try to add it, it says no, you already have a MetaMask on Google Chrome with this seed phrase. You can't add it.
That would make sense, because I would think this program, obviously everything has bugs, right? But it wouldn't surprise me in this instance, just because the software.
I've done that before. If you delete the extension and then reinstall it.
No, but he's making a new profile and he's adding a new extension and he's signing into the same seed phrase. So.
Oh, so delete the others.
Well, no, it's as if Chrome is saying, no, you can't do this because you have on the other profile, you already have a MetaMask with the seed phrase in. You can't import you can't import the seed phrase in the same spot again.
You can on different devices. I don't know why you couldn't on the same device.
On different, because it would make sense, because it's not,
because saves your local encrypted
Google Chrome
secret
has
words.
all the stuff encrypted of that.
There's a part of me that's thinking about, I know that mobile, look, we all know that mobile is not the way to do things, but just for the sake of seeing if I can actually open this damn thing, I wonder if I can go onto my.
Just install Edge or Firefox and you're just fine.
Okay. All right. I will give that a shot. I just got a new computer over here and I will give that a shot first.
Honestly, no, I would
it's still the same device.
I would still try. Yeah, it could be. No.
No, it's different. Every program will save it in a different location. So it's a different browser, so it'll work.
They're saying it's not device related. They're suggesting, they're saying browser related.
Yeah, I know, but we'll see.
Yeah. Okay. You guys go back to it. I'll try this out. I appreciate you guys very much. Thank you.
You can have your secret word on 4 different browsers.
Look for information. This place is the best.
Yeah, on the same computer, you can do 4 different browsers just fine. Sometimes different dApps are compatible with different ones, like Brave.
I think
it's
that
less compatible.
I know it's on a different browser, but I think it'll still give him trouble on the same device, because whenever I clear my browser, anyway, the MetaMask detects the device, not the browser, because it knows after I clear the history, my cache and all, every time I close my browser and I log back on, it asks me to verify the device by opening email on the same device. So it might still detect device, not just browser.
I'm telling you, Hexy, I've done this before. I put it on a Firefox, an Edge, a Chrome, same secret words, because you're creating a whole new library for that browser that it saves your secret words to.
I hope he can get his buddy's money back. That'd be so awesome. He was so down about it look good for him if he can get it. That'd be awesome.
Yeah, your passwords, it's worthless, right? I mean, it only stops you from getting into it on your account or somebody else who's accessing your account. So it's worth something. It definitely should belong. But if somebody gets your 24 or 12 word, they don't need your password. They're going to punch it in the new MetaMask account and they're going to get in and create their own password.
Right, but they still, I guess there's sometimes you have two-step verification on it maybe because it knows when it's a new device for me and they want me to verify the device. So if anyone got my seed phrase, they'd have to verify their device. So they'd have to have my email, password, and all too.
No, they won't.
Oh, you're right. Never mind.
About to say whatever fucking wallet she has, I want. God damn.
If anyone would like to purchase a hardware wallet, you can go on hextolearn.com. On the front page, there are some ads on it that allow you to click and you go straight to the website. Yeah, thank you for your support. This was brought
Did
to you
you
by
get some?
Sundrop.
You should have got some already, some referrals for that.
Hey guys. So when I just went into this new browser, it's asking first for a secret recovery phrase, not the seed words.
He probably wants
Same thing.
Same thing.
So, okay, so I could just, so secret recovery phrase being the same thing as the seed words. It just has one field.
Just
Instead of like,
You got
Yep,
that
you
from
type every word.
MetaMask.io, right?
You type in every word, and then it will automatically space it out for you as you type it in. And if not,
Understood.
just space out.
Got it. I'll get started. Thanks.
Yep, as long as that's the official MetaMask, you are okay.
He's so excited. He feels like there's a hope. This is awesome.
For all we know, he's about to get into like $1 million worth of a stake. He's gonna be like, "Oh shit!"
No, dude, no. But my buddy, I feel so, I don't know. I feel so bad for him, man. It's like he's the one who got us into this to begin with, and he's like almost given up. And I'm like,
And how long ago was this?
It's probably been over a month. Hold on, let me. I got this on mute.
Oh, you're the guy that put the fucking bonnet on the T-Rex. That's right. That's why I've liked you. He's got the fucking Richard Hart bonnet on the T-Rex.
I'm still pretty new to Twitter. What's it mean when someone has a lock next to their name?
They have a private account. You have to follow them and be followed, so that way you can view all their stuff. They may or may not be posting nudies. They may or may not just be trying to hide from the typical algo, so that way their information isn't displayed in the public.
Good enough. Thank you very much.
Hey, Turtle, man, could you make one more market buy just so I can swoop in and buy the bottom?
God, no shit. I literally thought I was having my big brain moment the other day. I'm like, oh, this ain't doing anything. May as well. It's a good time. It's my first time in a few. Oh, let's just go into it. Yeah, sure. It's been a while. All these losers been buying Hex, and well, you losers can enjoy the dip still. People end up coming in saying, "Oh, dollar cost average. You don't know what you're doing, man, bitch. I ain't always dollar cost average. I just thought this was a better opportunity for a larger dollar cost average, and it wasn't. But you stake it, and it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. It's going to generate more than I'll be able to put in. Or
Yeah,
hit leave liquid.
if people are seeing all the stakes coming out, now would be the time to set up your stakes because you might get hit with the 500,000 share increase in Hex. So I'll be looking at that.
What's more fucked about this, Mad Hatter? I could understand before because I was on centralized exchanges. But this shit's DeFi, my man. Like, Uniswap didn't even know. I just made a buy, and then just everyone's just like, oh, yeah, by the way, fuck Hex price. Oh, okay, cool. That's great.
Yeah, it looks like things should honestly start slowing down by like the second or third week of May, just in terms of massive amounts of stakes, not just the rolling ones, but in addition to the rolling ones, that should start slowing down like third week of May, man.
Yeah, like two days after I made my purchase, and then all this is going on. I'm in the space listening to you guys, and I don't remember what asshole's in here. Oh, hey, did you hear about Rackham calling 8-cent Hex? The fuck? What? How come everyone's heard about this, and I'm just in here just dropping money for no reason?
Honestly, man, in the grand scheme of things, like 8-cent or 11-cent Hex, come on, man.
Yeah, but I wasn't at 11 cents. I was at 14, God damn it.
Oh, well.
Actually, I think it was like 13, but either way, it doesn't really matter. 13, 14 drops to 11 makes me go, you son of a bitch.
Hey, man, if you promise to send out a notification every time you buy, I promise I'll turn on notifications for your account.
Maybe I should do that. I mean, I'm pretty good at buying crypto, and I'm also pretty good at making projects go to shit. So maybe that's how I can make people rich.
But the price never went to 8.
Yes.
Maybe 10 something, 11, huh?
Rockham is calling for 8-cent Hex.
Just now? Or never mind. Thought you
No, it
meant
was
a
like
few
a
months
couple
ago.
days ago. He wasn't calling for it so much as he was saying if it gets to 8, like he is going in even heavier.
Oh.
So will I, because that motherfucker knows. Maybe he bought the same time. Maybe we bought the same day. Maybe
he
I
plans
am
on selling.
Rockham.
Maybe he plans on selling.
Yeah, I'm buying Rockham's bag.
But that kind of puts floors to things too. So if big players want to say 8 cents is the bottom or 10 cents or 12, that's what they can do. Sometimes they use it in a tweet, like Elon Musk sometimes does stuff like that. But either way, yeah, I think there was a time when somebody said something like that, and then it actually went a little lower than that, and then they did their buy. You know what I mean? So it might not happen exactly like that either. They're tweeting, so it's not financial advice.
Well, all I know is if I see anywhere near that, I'm taking out a fucking loan. Not financial advice for anyone, but financial advice for me. I can give my own financial advice and hate myself later for it. Or love myself for it. I just honestly think so many people are distracted with Pulse and Pulse X right now. Fucking no one is looking at Hex. Just no one gives a shit. Just everyone who isn't in Hex is just looking at Pulse and PulseX. Because the whole perspective of it right now that I've heard from people is, boy, I missed out on Hex. The space I went into the other night, like 4 or 5 people, boy, I missed out on Hex. Like, what? You think that the thing ain't going to be rising anymore? You just think that it's now just going to just flatline? So they think that they missed out on it, and so they all sacrifice for Pulse Chain and PulseX because they didn't want to miss out on that. But it's a weird narrative, you know. They already feel like they missed out, and there's plenty of people that will always feel like that. And then Hex goes up, makes people want to buy. They buy it, makes believers, and it just goes down.
I have something for y'all to think about when it comes to Pulse and PulseX. Everybody's saying, oh, this one's going to be worth more and that one's going to be worth more, or whatever. So I'm not going to say which one's worth more, but I do have like this conspiracy theory type thing about. Anyway, Richard has said many times, a handful of times, hey, y'all, you people who didn't get a chance to sacrifice for Pulse, you can exchange your PulseX for Pulse. He said that several times. And then past couple weeks, some OGs have come out, like I think maybe RG or even Whale. I don't know which ones it was. There's 3 or 4 of them, and they predict that Pulse will be worth more than PulseX. And so my theory is that maybe that's just a narrative they're going along with to have people get rid of their PulseX because it is the governing token, you know, of the DAO. Either they want to buy it up or Richard wants to buy it up and have people move out.
Oh shit, Hexy dropping the alpha. It must be
That's
alpha hour.
actually that's pretty crazy game theory, Hexy. I like it.
Yeah, that's it. It's possible. That's why we
he
can
wants to
only
stay in
take these
control.
people with a grain of salt, right?
Yeah. They want to be in control of liquidity and trading pairs. Yeah. Anyway, think about that one.
I already made a prediction, and I don't know if people really paid attention to it, but I said that in the end of this year, what did I say? Something like by the end of this year, let's just say Pulse Chain comes out, Hex is going to be worth more than Pulse or PulseX, and it's going to start at a 0 price. And Pulse Chain and PulseX are not starting at a 0 price. They actually had something you had to put in to pay for them, as far as, you know, money in, money out. Of course, it's free, but you get the point. So the Hex you're going to be receiving is free, and it will be valued higher than Pulse and PulseX. The Pulse and PulseX cost you money, and they'll be valued less. That's my prediction.
Not really. Huh?
Yeah, no, you're right. I think you're right, Hexway. You're getting something for free that's going to be valued higher.
Because effectively what that means is unless you think Hex is going to be worth 0.0001.
No, but I
on
bought
Pulse,
them 10,000 for $1. That's like 80 cents on 80.
no, 0.0001 cent per pulse would be that, which means that for 10,000.
Mine came out to 0.0008.
Sure. So basically, do you think that Hex will be worth 0.008 on Pulse?
No, but I got 10,000 of them for $1, but I'll only get like 4, or I don't know how many, 5, 6 of Hex for $1.
Those aren't options for people anymore. But I know what you're saying, Hexy, but I'm just saying nothing beats free. And most likely, if Pulse Chain goes up past Hex this year, we are going to be freaking out. right? Like let's say Pulse Chain's 15 cents and Hex is 10 cents. That's
I'm gonna
something
shit my
nobody can
fucking
imagine.
pants
Yeah, nobody
right
can
on
imagine
the
that.
fucking stream and video it for Famous to have on Hex to Learn. And sorry, that was
You're gonna
aggressive.
buy all of the jars that chick was selling, man. Every single one of them.
I'm gonna fucking fill my own jars, bro. I'm gonna fill them and then I'm gonna sign them with Richard Hart. I'm gonna put Hex logos all over them. Please don't let Pulse hit 15 cents this year. And if it does, oh my God, please don't hold me to this. And I know someone in the chat will. I'll wake up with like 100,000 followers. So when's your shitty NFT launching? Oh no.
By the way, what is considered a Hex OG? Is it just pre-big payday? Is that what you meant, Hexy?
I say, yeah. People who got in the first year. People who were somewhat co-conspirators.
Co-conspirators.
Not really co-conspirators.
That's an
So,
interesting term.
I don't know when you got in. Maybe you're part of the crew. But, you know, there is somewhat of a...
Part of the crew? What does that even mean?
Okay, I'm not going to go any further.
You own the OA.
I appreciate my privacy.
The crew?
And I wish
you know
people
what
would
I call
stop
the crew?
fucking my addresses.
This is what I call the crew. I call the crew partly the ones who on Discourse Syndicate. You know, RG, Kinetics, Wales. Who else is on there? I don't know.
He just said that you're the only other dude on there, and she said that you're Wales. You hear that? She said, judging by your voice, you're Wales.
Who? What?
I heard it. I heard that judgment.
Okay,
You hear that, Mad Hatter?
I must have missed it. I did not hear that.
I didn't say anything like that. But
said he's part of the crew, and that he goes on Discourse Syndicate. I hear it.
You
He
can
said he's
you can
Wales.
look at when I made my Twitter profile.
No, I didn't. Anyway,
The only
I
reason
know
I
he's
made
not
it-
on Discourse Syndicate, but
The only reason I even made this Twitter profile is because Richard came out and said that Twitter was going to be his main form of communication. That's it.
that's the only reason I got on Twitter too for this.
Two turtles,
You guys
one
are
cup.
losers. I was on Twitter for a while it sucked.
You know what? I don't even have a Facebook. I had a
started my
Facebook,
Twitter.
but I
I
closed
started
a
an
long time
old
ago.
Twitter account, but you know, after you used it for 2 seconds in the good old days and figured out what it was about, you were like, now it's different. I would say, you know, this is
Oh, yeah.
pretty cool that crypto's out
Twitter's
there and
basically
stuff.
garbage.
But initially, it was really garbage.
I don't even think it's gone past premium garbage yet. It's not even to the compost section yet. You know, that everyone wants to be able to compost because it's usable. It's still kind of in the smelly stage.
Twitter is
So,
the
but
most
to
toxic
ans-
platform out of all of them.
To answer your question, Matt Hatter, about an OG, I don't have a definition for OG. I just use the term loosely. Not that I don't have a definition. I don't even know what one is, but yeah, the older folks.
X19's an OG. He's definitely old.
You can call me one too if that's what you consider. Yeah.
I think the term is
not age,
semi-derogatory, though. I mean, so
Not age.
if you
I
want to
don't mean
build
age.
adoption, you
What?
would probably want to stop using the term OG, period, because it
Okay, you're
stifles
right. I
adoption.
probably should. I don't like the term. I just
It doesn't encourage
reason.
new people to come in because they feel like they missed something, and it's like, no, you didn't. There's OG that
So
bought
what
at
term should
0.003 and didn't stake, and you could stake right now.
what term should I have used?
I suggest you use lottery winners because about 99.9% of the people you're calling OGs, they actually won a lottery. They didn't know what the fuck they were buying. They didn't understand the contract. They didn't read it. 6 months into the adoption amplifier, they were still scratching their ass, wondering what the fuck they bought and how they should
Yeah,
do their
you're
stakes.
right.
So
So
let me
okay,
tell you
the
something.
older.
Somebody that tells you to sell your governance token for the dumb pipe token, they're not giving you good advice. They're trying to
Thank
fuck
you,
with you.
Pepe.
Okay? Look at
Oh yeah,
who makes more money, Amazon or FedEx or UPS? Answer my question.
Amazon.
So you want to dump the Amazon and buy the dumb pipe? Is that what you're saying? These guys are telling you to do?
That's what they're saying, and that's what my point was, that they're telling us to do
Do
that.
the
That's what they're
exact
saying.
opposite of what those dumbasses
Exactly.
are telling you to do.
That
You want
was
to
my
see
point.
what a government a token like PulseX is doing? Go over to the fucking Phantom ecosystem and tell me how much Boo is versus Phantom. Go look right now.
Didn't Boo get fucking pulled?
I
No,
was
it's
an
dropped.
idiot.
It's dropped
I
some
was an
value.
idiot that sold I sold my uni for, I remember Hexicans, I didn't know them back then, but I think Richard Art was telling people to sell it for like $3 something, and they bought Hex, so they actually did really good with that move. But if they didn't buy Hex, they would have done horrible. I got the uni for free and I sold it for like $20.80, and I think it ran up to like 40 or something. So
So yeah, Pepe, I'm with you. I'm with you about this PulseX. It's more like a narrative they're trying to manipulate people with.
Stop listening to these spoofers. Go out there and do your
Hold
own
on.
research, your homework.
I listen to them, but I listen to them well enough to know what they're really saying. You know.
The reason that a lot of people got into the Richard Hart ecosystem is because they're fucking independent thinkers. They don't listen to what everybody else says. You go out and do the
Oh,
work.
Pepe, I know, man. I know you're fucking. Imagine if you were here when the guy said it, or when they came in here and said that exact thing. Imagine how we must have felt. Imagine to hear that.
No, I just hate to have these new people getting taken advantage of, bro. That's exactly what the.
I agree with you. I hear your passion, Pepe. I appreciate it, man. I just wanted to let you know. Imagine if you were
that's
here when
how
you
we
heard
feel
that.
too.
I was dying of laughter every time someone was coming in after. I kept telling them like, "Hey, did you know that this is the new play?" Like sarcastically, like, "Are you fucking serious?" Like you gotta be fucking shitting me, man. They're coming in here trying to wreck people. It's so funny. Man. Anyways, we need to unite, Pepe. You know that. You know that already. I don't have to tell you. It's crazy, man. It's gonna get worse, though. You know that, guys, right?
Oh yeah, it's gonna get a lot worse.
That's why I'm trying to get you guys realize, like, one day you guys are gonna be like famous. You're gonna hear someone come in, you're just gonna yell at that motherfucker and tell him to go fuck himself. I'm telling you, watch. You're gonna see. After 10 years, I hope you guys do that too, man.
Yeah, sometimes it's good just to drop them from this. If you are a co-host, just drop them out of the space. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that you did that one time, and the guy messaged me. He's like, "Man, why did you kick me out, man? Why did you kick me out, man?" I was like, "I didn't. What do you mean, man? I didn't." Shit. Crazy.
Yeah.
Imagine.
You kicked out who? Someone who did what?
I remember. I think one time, as an example, was one guy was talking about like World War III EMP and shit. And it was like, bye bye.
Oh.
Hey, Pepe. I'm kind of curious, man, because we've been talking about PulseX, Hex. Sounds like you're at least fairly knowledgeable. What do you like? What are you holding? You just holding all three?
Bro, if you saw my wallet, you would shit at some of the stuff I hold. I'm not a Richard Hart maximalist, dude. I'm a profit maximalist, but I like all Richard Hart products.
Hey,
but
man,
not for the reasons you think.
Well, let me think. The reasons I would think would at least be that Hex did, 10,000x bottom to top in less than 2 years. I guess the reason I wouldn't think would be maybe the community that's formed around it.
Yeah, the community, the majority of them are morons. They're just parrots. The reason I like his products is because his ethos is what crypto was supposed to fucking be.
Exactly.
Hex is trustless. That's what crypto should have been to begin with. Now everybody's wanting to suck these exchanges as dicks and promote all this bullshit from legacy finance. They're in here in our sandbox We bootstrapped $2 trillion by ourselves with no help from those motherfuckers. And now they want to come in here and take DeFi over? It's ridiculous. None of those fucking old-time Bitcoiners will sit there and stand up for what Richard's done, what Richard has worked his ass off to do.
He's the last Bitcoiner left, I think. Let's say cypherpunk, okay, not Bitcoiner, right? Like some of the ethos of the cypherpunks, man, so many of those guys seem like they sold out.
They sold out. They've gone. They made their 20, 30 million and they're sitting on a fucking island. They don't even look at the space anymore. They let all these cocksuckers from Wall Street and these VCs come in here and they're taking over. Slowly and surely. That's why they want all these regulations to pass.
Well, Hex doesn't need an Oracle, so I'm happy about that.
That's how all crypto should be, bro. Not just Hex. But you got all this dog shit coming in here passing as crypto. It's not really crypto.
Well, that's the problem with most crypto devs. They're not really good developers.
Yeah, but the sad part is, people just want to fucking FOMO into everything they see, But, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it takes money out of the crypto ecosystem. It doesn't bring money in it. That's the big money's coming.
If anything, I would say that there's more consumers in crypto than there are innovators, than there are entrepreneurs. I'd say that right now the crypto sphere is mostly consumers being consumers. And when you are doing nothing but consuming and you're not creating and you're not developing, well, what good are you doing? All you're doing is just throwing money in. And there's a certain thing for that.
You step on one landmine in crypto and you lose your entire life savings and you're gone. You're like one of those tourists that came here on vacation. You never come back because it'll take you 4 or 5 years to make up what you lost on one shitcoin.
Yeah, definitely. And that's why, at the end of the day, the way that I preface what's going to do better whenever it talks about PulseX and Pulse, the way that I phrase it is, one is a network token. You will always need the network token to perform functions on the network. The other one's a governance token. And you will need to use that if you want to have your voice heard in that particular ecosystem. That's really the only difference. So the people value two different things, two different ways. But just like he's always mentioned, no matter what, whenever it comes to the network, he says, hey, Ethereum is just a pipe. I can do whatever I want with that pipe. I can make a new pipe. So that's not important, which is why he focused on Hex first. And I honestly think that this PulseX is going to be huge.
I agree, bro. PulseX is going to be the key to keeping liquidity in the system and not having a bunch of, locust plagues come in and eat up all the liquidity and go back to Phantom or AVAX or wherever the fuck it is they came from.
And the other thing is, think about it this way. We have many, many AMMs, and they all operate on Ethereum. And so now we will have many AMMs that will try to operate on Pulse. But there's only going to be one PulseX, hopefully. But again, if we hit 15 cent anything, fart in the jars for everyone in the room.
I don't know what your investment horizon is, but 15 cents is nothing. If everything goes without a hitch, there's not any problems. There's no with the code and the system's working like it is on the test net. I don't see 15 cents being an obstacle, but you have to think 3, 5, 7, 9 years down the road. Like this is when Ethereum.
Oh, I'm a
is
15-year staker, so that's kind of my horizon. But basically, I'm phrasing it as there are price points that I think are untouchable in the early game, and if we touch those, it's going to be amazing. I don't see 15 cents within the first 2 years, but if we hit it, holy shit, that's going to be the weirdest thing ever. Could it happen? Sure. If we had, I'd assume the same if literally every single Ethereum address comes over, maybe.
Have you thought of what
Maybe.
would happen if the merge fails? If they can't keep consensus? Or
No, I haven't actually.
What happens if gas goes up 60, 70, 80% from where it is right now? Richard is playing 4D chess here. And people just need to use their thinking ability to see how far ahead he's thinking to make these strategic plays.
Well, he said that in Hex, it had at least 150 years of game theory planned inside of it, is what he said.
Well, Hex is a store of value. You can't run a network without a store of value. It's a better store of value than Bitcoin. So that's out of the way.
Well, see, in Bitcoin, they pre-programmed their game theory in as well. When they talked about mining and yada yada. So if we say 2140 is when the final Bitcoin is going to be mined, well, that's a pretty good run for any sort of currency. And so whenever he says he has 150 years of game theory planned within Hex, how many years of game theory is he going to try to plan within a network? It might not even be half of that. It might not even be 100 years. It could only be 30 years. But it just has to be long enough to do what you need it to do.
Not only that, there's not enough power on Earth to man the last Bitcoin reward. Have you thought about that? I mean,
no.
They have to change their consensus to proof of work someday.
Well, also it becomes untenable at a certain point most of them will be mined, right? So they will trickle out for the next 100 years, but it's going to be such a tiny amount of Bitcoin that it's probably not going to be worth it to mine unless Bitcoin price goes extremely high.
I'm not saying it can't go high. It probably will. But there comes a point where it's like Kale says, it becomes a rich man's collectible. Nobody else can afford it. A whole Bitcoin.
That may be one of the reasons why no one wants to accept the Bitcoin. If they're charging things in dollars and then trying to charge it in Bitcoin, well, then they're going to have to charge in one Satoshi and adding 0.0000. Well, then you just have to make a new API to do 1 or 2 Satoshis. But it's still one of those things where they're basing everything off of a system and then converting to another system. It doesn't make any sense. It's almost like you're doing twice the effort.
It's exactly what I got from them promoting Strike. I mean, they're wanting you to go KYC yourself, go dox yourself so you can use their network. I mean, what the fuck? Really? Is that what crypto has become?
Yeah, the only way that we ask you to dox yourself is when you want a crypto school. I got you, Famous. Don't worry.
What you mean?
No, he was talking about KYC doxing for the Strike wallet.
I only hear Richard talking about the critical vulnerabilities. Nobody says shit about that. You know, all these Bitcoin conferences. You know, it's one inflation bug away from going to fucking zero.
Did you see the recap that people have been posting about the Bitcoin 22 conference? It's absolutely
depressing. It's fucking
It's
depressing.
hilarious. Depressing and hilarious. I guess it's one of those what was that one fucking movie? Stranger Than Fiction? Fucking Will Ferrell movie? It's kind of like that. You watch it and afterwards you're just like, God, that sucked. The hell would anyone pay attention to that shit? As far as I could tell, they were talking about, oh, industry adoption's coming. Cool. God, I think that was about it. Oh, they talked about how inflation's coming, and how that should be good. God, it was literally, they only had like 3 paragraphs for their 4-day conference. But nothing's happening in the Bitcoin sphere. Literally nothing is happening there. Look, a dude almost made me want to look into BSV. That's how bad the original Bitcoin people are doing right now. And you know that's bad because on the BSV website, it even says, the original Bitcoin. What? No, you're not the original Bitcoin. But maybe it is. Who knows? I don't give a shit. But I still don't trust the whole Craig Wright coins. But apparently it just operates like Ethereum. So I also wanted to know, I wonder why Hex wasn't launched on there. Probably because fuck Craig Wright. It's probably the biggest reason. He figured to launch on a chain that he supported. And even if he didn't like Ethereum, it still wasn't Craig Wright.
Well, how many of the top cryptocurrencies did Ethereum launch? I know EOS launched on it. The Tron launched on it. All these other, cryptos launched on Ethereum. I mean, it's battle tested.
Oh, BNB, ADA, Polkadot. You want me to name more? But Polygon. Let's go.
All the value in
I
crypto.
can name you all kinds, man.
Yeah.
X. Right. All the value in crypto at this point is like coming out of Ethereum.
Yeah, exactly, Pepe. If you go up to the top 100 coins, most of them, I would say maybe more than 60% of them are not on ETH. Top coins. So ETH right now, if you look at ETH, it's what's the best thing on ETH. Just go down the list and you'll see. Hex, literally.
I'll be honest with you. ETH is going down the path of Bitcoin, man. Their development, their roadmap, the people behind the Ethereum Foundation now, they're not pro crypto. They're pro legacy finance.
But maybe we're getting it all wrong, and like we're always thinking that we have to stay in one place. Where it's like, no, you don't have to stay in one place because it's like the whole point is to dump on the big people when they come in. So now it's like you're saying, it's becoming like Bitcoin. So perfect, let's move on. And that's what we're doing, like as a society, as crypto society. We're going to move on slowly but surely, and Ethereum will be a thing of the past.
Well, and just like you were saying, like you were saying, if they are trying to basically work with legacy finance, and you have the people in the current sphere working with legacy finance, that's fine. There needs to at least be a cryptocurrency and or crypto community that is decentralized away from that, that has its own social consensus. And the whole reason why decentralization is good to a degree is as long as it's not being controlled by, let's say, central banks or something like that, we might find more value in it. And so, like what we have with Hex, what we have with
decentralization, and then people are just so lazy, is that the beauty about us is that we have the choice to leave and go wherever we want. That's the beauty, is that as soon as they come in, we as a decentralization would not exist if they didn't come in. So in order to have true decentralization, they technically need to come in, fuck shit up, and we need to go back and fix it. It's kind of like the yin and yang.
Famous legacy finance is so fucked. There's no fixing it. That's why those assholes are coming into our space.
You want to talk about it like this, right? I'm always gonna. I don't know why, but fucking mobsters always have the answers to everything. It's the same thing like in mobsters. When you look at a mobster, right? He's not gonna stop people from the opposite end from dealing the drugs. He's gonna say, "You're gonna give me a cut."
They try and
They
tell you
know,
the
but that's
final answer.
they kill you. No, no,
Famous,
no, no, no,
famous.
no,
They
no.
tell
You're
you the
wrong.
end story.
That's movie bullshit. The real shit is they're gonna come up to you and they're gonna say, "Hi, do you want to do this? Then do this. But you're gonna give me a tax, and I'm gonna take money off you." And then they pop you in the head if you don't give them money. So what happens? Okay, just like us in crypto, the illusion or and no one get me wrong, I'm not saying we need to pop people, okay? We need to the comparison would be to, all right, now you're gonna come into crypto, you want the money now? Perfect, you're gonna pay us. How we're gonna pay us? We're dumping on you and we're going somewhere else. That's what we do in crypto, and that's what we should continue on doing with decentralization, is that we need to always jam decentralization into a corner and say, haha, tag, now you're it. That's it. Because we can't get rid of them. They're too big. Until we bend the arm and we bend that ratio where 50% of the money is now in decentralization, then we can't do nothing. They're gonna control everything. So let's fucking manipulate them because they're not smart. They're stupid. They're a bunch of old men that don't understand shit. No offense, old people. But they're old men that don't understand shit. And the newer people are just a bunch of robots.
No, but they understand value
But
and
what
they
is their value?
question
Their
the
value
value.
might be is as real as us. So what do they value?
So then it's
No,
just
but
a
what do they
fight.
value? They
No,
value
so it's just a
5% per
fight,
year.
like my
They
value versus
value
your value.
5% per year. It's peanuts. It's bullshit.
No, I understand. No, but like, so it's just a fight, my value versus your value.
Exactly. But slowly we have to bend it. We have to make them bend the knee. And how do you do that? Well, you rug them and 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 rug them.
No. That's the villain's approach. Okay, there's a couple of different routes that people can take, and you can come to the same conclusion. That would work. That could work. I'm not saying that can't work. So there's a difference. That is not the approach I would take. That could work, but it might take years for you to get to a good understanding of something instead of, well, it's the honey situation. You know, you kind of go to them and you play with them, you work with them, you talk with them, you teach them, you educate them, and you learn from them. Because just like you can learn from Peter Schiff and still not agree with him at the end of the day on certain things, he does have some thing and something that will teach you something about anything else in life. And so let's say he says something about gold and you can compare that to Hex. Is that not more information for you at the end of the day? And he could still be right in what he said, but still wrong about
100%, but
crypto.
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, like, regardless, if you want to always make a business, you always got competition, and your competition is the bigger guy. Who do you got to rug? You got to rug the bigger guy. You got to steal from the bigger guy. This is how business works. Always works like this. Don't think that there's enough food for everyone. No, so then why aren't you in the towns that have no one? Why? Because McDonald's and Walmart are not there.
Then you have to go through working either with Legacy Finance or taking Legacy Finance customers. So finding what works in Web 2 and making it on crypto or in the blockchain or somewhere, and then making it better than what works in the real world and steal their fucking customers. That's the only other way
But
that
it's
you
not
can
the
do it.
customers that we need to. But
That's exactly what Richard is
Richard
doing.
was stealing the customers because he wants them to be first. Because at the end of the day,
Yeah, I got a perfect example for you, Famous. That Alex Mashinsky was out there talking all kinds of shit against Richard, and now look where his company is. He wanted to suck middleman dick until the SEC showed up at his door tapping on the shoulder. Well, now his true colors are showing. He's playing for these big institutions. The people who started Celsius, the little guys, the community, the guys that bought Cell Token at 3 cents. Fuck you guys. I'm playing ball with the big institutions. And now, you all these guys in crypto, except for
they're
Richard,
all
are
getting
just
sold
like
out.
that.
I'm telling you.
You know?
Even one of my friends, he laughed about it. He's like, man, you know how many fucking big institutions are coming up to me, sending me emails, sending me things, sending me this, letters. He's like, bro, they want to hire me. Like they just want to take us out. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I'm like, I hope you're not going to go in. He's like, fuck that. I'm not worried. He's like, I'll make more money than they'll ever give me.
And that's exactly what's going to happen in Pulse Chain.
I
You
know,
wait,
I know
you
what's
watch.
gonna happen. It's gonna be another 1,000x, and we're gonna be there, telling people I told you so. I already bought a shirt that says the hex. I found it on Amazon. It says I told you so with the hex on it.
I can't wait to wear that. I'm gonna keep it nice and locked up in the closet, and then when it hits double digits, I take it out and I say, "Don't just."
Well, anyway, I don't mean to sound so passionate, but I just hate to hear people talking about, I'm going to trade my PulseX for Pulse, and I'm going to do this because I heard so and so say that. Man, fuck that. You're going to do okay.
100%.
Buy
But if
Pulse on the dips if you didn't get in the
I completely,
sacrifice. There will be motherfuckers like BitBoy dumping their bags. And you can pick up those
100%.
bags.
But even up to picking up those bags, what if as a community we could come as a consensus and realize that if it's a good or bad decision, we're so intelligent that why would you go look for K4K? Why would you go look for anyone but Richard? We have the exact same minds here. So we will definitely figure out if it's a good or bad play, because it could or it could not be a bad play. And what I'm saying is never settle with no, like these idiots are telling you guys. Why? My mom always told me when it's a no, you might as well ask. Because why? Because even if you get a no, it was always a no. You always might as well ask because you might get the yes. Just fix the plan. Don't ask the same way. Just figure a different way to do it. So that's what I'm trying to tell people. Let's figure out a way to, let's put our fucking minds together and see if it is a good fucking price. Because to be honest with you, if it is a good price, I'm going to do it. Regardless, as long as I'm staying within a Richard Hart ecosystem, I'm down to play ball. I'm down to fucking, let's go. I'm down to take 5% of what I have and say, you know what? Fuck it. Let's gamble. Because if I feel like I'm gambling with RH products, between RH products, well, then it's a win-win. It's like, okay, well, I might have, I will not do as well. Well, Pepe, it's like the same mentality as you getting mad after you make the X's, saying, fuck, I should have sold my goddamn house. Dude, don't be mad. Be happy. You made the X's. You know what I mean? So I understand what you're saying. You're saying, dude, everything's going to be well. But what I'm saying is, and maybe what I'm trying to maybe get, and people are getting misconstrued, is I'm just saying, what if, right? What if? It doesn't hurt to say what if, but don't say what if stupidly. Don't say what if because Richard says what if. Say what if because you did the calculations, you realized your opportunity cost, and together we figured out what we want. And what we want is to get the best price.
So real quick, let me just rephrase what you said and you can clarify. I heard, why don't we just insider trade?
But
Why not? Because the fucking whales, the first 3 days, man, or the first 48 hours, the whales are not going to let people have a better deal than they got during the sacrifice,
that's
man.
the thing. What you don't understand is that the whales have no fucking choice, because the amount of liquidity that there's going to be, it's going to be in our favor, not theirs. Why? Because of ratio trading. They have the same dry powder as us, but they can't take their $1 million and jump and dump it. They can't. There's not going to be the liquidity for it. And if there is, you know how much money whales are going to be making before the bridge? Because of the transaction fee and cost and percentage.
Yeah,
you know how much
that's
they're gonna
true.
Make? It would be stupid for a whale to not put in liquidity.
So, I mean, okay, so here's the math I was doing. I was taking the fiat, because we can't determine the price of the fiat, but you can determine the price of the current fiat price. So pick your price of hex, figure out how much your bag of hex is worth, take those digits, and then find your pulse price that you went in on. And then that's how you're going to figure out how much hex you are willing to lose. And then that's how you find your price point. Okay, well, if I did $1 worth of hex, that'd be this much. Okay, so $1 worth of this would be this much. Okay, cool. That's how you keep yourself in current price.
But what
awareness.
if someone is planning on selling 30% of their hex? Like, that's what people are trying to, like, there's a bad hill where people don't understand. Like, I am all for you taking your hex and buying PLS for the right decision and the right price. Don't do it because you need it, because you could wait and then get it later on. That's for sure.
But think about this, Famous. This is the only coin that we can guarantee liquidity on.
Yeah, there could be a
so
Hedron because
here's my question.
It's not the only coin.
Because there's going to be Hedron, because Hedron's paired with PLS. Everyone's going to have it.
Well, fine. But here's my question. If we can just take our money and you put your money into hex, you can guarantee right now that you have those coins on
Okay, yes,
Pulse.
I understand what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. So why wouldn't you throw some money into hex right now, And that bag you just bought is 100% sellable for whatever PRC20 you find valuable. So now only this current price point's hex is what you're risking.
But that's what I'm saying. We're saying the same thing.
Yeah.
Because I'm saying yes, you could do that, and
Right.
That's what I've been telling people too. Just
100%.
buy
And a
hex.
lot of people have been saying at the beginning, right? Remember, no shit on TCP because he changed his mind. But remember when TCP was like, hey, stable coins, everyone's gonna take stable coins, and now we're realizing that the play is not stable coins. Why? Because as soon as testnet went up, stable coins were worth how much? A penny. Useless. So why would you take the USD coin when it has no peg yet? So take something that has a certain ratio to it. So that's what we're saying is like clutch yourself. So right now, Hedron's going lower and lower, so it's less of a good buy because it's going to take you more and more and more Hedron to buy it. But the one coin and I find is going to be the best to play in between is going to be PLS and PLSX. Why? Because they have almost the same amount. And Hex too. Hex is going to be a good play. A lot of people don't realize that everyone's going to have just Hex. Everyone's going to be shitting their pants with their PLS, PLSX. Everyone's right now is stacking up Hex. You see it. Am I wrong or am I right, guys? On chain, you see it. It's a play. Even the whales are playing, man.
Stack up PLSX. I know I'm gonna make a PLSX pulse pair.
And I really do believe that on the other side it's gonna be worth more. It would not make sense. On the other side, Hex is gonna be worth more than on this side. So right now we're buying. Right now we're getting a copy that is worth more than what we're paying for it. I can promise you that. I would never, and maybe Richard would look at me and laugh and say it'll never be it and it can't be it. But I would
guys.
never create
Parody.
something and give what I
It's in the
created
math.
less value than what it is before. So
I think the only way we could break that peg is if no one bridged in any ERC20 hex and just new liquidity was somehow added that wasn't EHEX, and then they would have their own separate price points.
I would do it another way.
But I don't see that happening.
We would have to pair. See, this is one thing that will not happen because people are lazy and they only know one way, and people only know this way because they're lazy and they're stupid. Is you pair EHEX to PHEX, but you never trade it. That's the only way you. Or if you do trade it, let everyone pick up PHEX with their EHEX. Let that happen. That would be the smartest thing we could do. But put it like this. You put EHEX to fucking ETH, then you take ETH and you buy PHEX. But you have a pair of EHEX and PHEX, but you never trade from it. So there's that one little aspect. Remember, guys, I showed you that little thing on the when you're trading, and you could go and you could change it, and you could change the direct pairs, and you trade from the pair that goes from one pair to another to another. Well, you guys should utilize that and make sure that when you're trading Hex, you always go through another fucking pair so you make Hex stronger.
Most people don't even know to do that.
I'm
Famous.
the only one that's shown, and I have 300
No.
views. There's a problem.
No, people don't know how to do that, Famous. You know
Right,
that.
and on PulseX, it'll bring you through the different
one
pairs.
person asked me.
That people don't even know that they can. Yeah,
I know, but it's in my video.
You have to do it in expert mode.
Yeah, right. The advanced mode, most people don't know how to work that.
People don't even know how to put a
on the
testnet RPC on their
you
fucking
click a
computer,
button
man.
and you add it.
I know, that's my point. We know how to
Uniswap,
do
you have
it,
to click
but the
confirm
average
and you have to-
person
yeah,
doesn't
no.
even know this.
But I showed people. I think I'm the only one.
Right, but not everybody out there watched
I know.
you.
But it's funny.
All the newcomers.
It's funny. Forget about newcomers. Even man, I can't explain it. A bunch of cappers.
I understand what you're saying about going through another pair. I understand it. I just know it's not going to happen with the general,
Well, I don't care
players.
about it. I don't care about people in this chat. Now people in this chat got their antennas up and saying, "Whoa, what?" And if they,
Why don't you care?
Because I care about the people in here. I don't care about the other people. When I care about
Come
is
on
awareness.
now.
Awareness.
What?
Emotional awareness. That's what people can relate to in this chat.
What about crypto
Well,
awareness? What about
aren't we doing that? Aren't we
hex
doing that?
awareness? You just said you
I care
don't
about what
care.
other people think. I care about what people think here.
Oh, he cares.
No, and I think we're
He
Hex,
cares,
you don't
sexy.
understand. I don't care what other people think. Like they didn't see it. Okay, too bad for them. People in here need to know that they could do it. Right? There's like what 20 people. Perfect. Someone has a question because they don't understand what they're saying. They should be right now coming up and asking a question, but they're not. So, is it really my fault? Is it our fault? Is it Bullish's fault? Joss Soleil's, Hex Turtles, Pepe's, Gold Keys? No, it's no one's fault. Sorry, Gold Key. I just saw you, but you're listening. You know, it's none of our fault.
But sometimes you don't know what you don't know.
Word.
So you don't know to even ask
But
the question
I'm not
if you
mad
don't
at
know
the
it
people that don't know. I'm
exists.
mad at the people that do know, but they never talk about it because people don't know. Because they care more about giving people what they already know, so they can relate to it, so they can get their views, instead of showing them something that's boring, long, and that's gonna turn people off. But yet, if the right people who are able to do that, they don't do it. Why? Because it's not part of the algorithm bullshit. When they still don't understand that the algorithm does nothing for them. They look at their stats, it does nothing. That's bullish. He knows, he sees it. Does anyone have any questions? I can go live and show you guys what to do if you guys want.
Looks like we need to open up a fart in the jar in the room. Isn't that right, Mad Hatter? He might have stepped away. That makes this very awkward now, doesn't it?
So yeah, anyway.
Glad I wasn't left hanging. Thanks, my man.
It's the one I know water. Fuck. Can't do this shit. I could square and yell all I want. It doesn't make a difference. Fuck.
Everybody loves you, Famous. All right.
I love you guys too. That's why.
Just
I
remember
wouldn't
that.
give a shit if I didn't. Trust me.
All right, guys, I have a joke. So there's a frog and an elephant walking through a forest.
Yeah.
Right. And the frog falls in a hole.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's like, yeah, Mr. Elephant, Mr. Elephant. Oh, wait. I'm sorry, guys. The elephant fell in the hole. I'm a bad joke teller. Just stay with me. Stay with me, guys. Stay with me, please. Hang with me. So the elephant falls in the hole, right? So he's like, oh, fuck, Mr. Frog, Mr. Frog. Help me out. I fell in the hole. You know. Frog's like, all right, man, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna figure this out. He's like, I'm gonna go get my Porsche. He gets his Porsche. Oh wait, shit. I think the elephant fell in the hole first. But anyway, so he gets his Porsche. And he pulls the elephant out of the hole with his Porsche. Right. That's great. So the next week, the same guys are taking the same walk through the same forest, right? But this time, the frog falls in the hole. He's like, fuck, Mr. Elephant, please help me out. He's like, what do I do? What do I do? Fuck, you're so little. It's such a big hole. He's like, fuck. All right. So he takes his elephant schlong and he throws it down, and the frog crawls up and gets out. He's like, so how can I repay you? He's like, well, you really can't. I mean, you hooked me up last week, so like we're even. So they're even, right? What's the moral of the story?
What do you mean the moral of the story? Isn't it a fucking joke? What do you mean?
No. What's the moral of the story, of the joke? What's the
I don't know,
moral
but
of the
you told
joke?
me the elephant threw his schlong down.
Yeah,
You
like
mean his trunk or his schlong?
no, like his his schlong, like his his big
His
elephant thing.
dick.
Yeah,
Okay.
his elephant penis. He just you threw it down there.
All
It was
right.
so big. I mean, it was elephant size. So he's like, all right, I guess. It's like he was looking for resources, right? And that's all he had.
This feels like a you stroke my back, I'll stroke yours situation.
No, but what's the moral? No, but what's the moral of like this whole story?
That's
of
the
like
moral, man.
But remember how the frog pulled the elephant out of the hole?
Yeah, with a Porsche.
How can a frog pull an elephant out of the hole? A little frog pulling.
Maybe it had a system of pulleys, man. Goddamn.
So all right. So what's the moral of this story with the Porsche?
I don't know. You tell us.
Having a big dog.
Buy a car
big dick.
because of Hex, and then you can pull an elephant out of the hole
No,
with
it's
your
either you got
new
a big dick or you
car.
got a nice car. Big dog.
Something about
That's
his.
good one.
Right. Famous knows. Which one's better?
Both. They're not mutually exclusive. There's an assumption in
Yeah,
there.
I'd rather neither of them.
I always say, well, this is always
I mean,
up.
I like
this,
dicks, just not big ones.
No, this is always up to the the owner or the interpreter of the story for themselves, because we can only go off into our own little zone and do whatever we want. But the moral of the story is, if you have a big dick, you don't need a Porsche.
Okay.
That's a good one. You just didn't know how to say it, man. Holy shit. Oh, that's a good one. You got a big dick, you don't need a Porsche.
Sorry for the
I'm
long.
just amazed that Hexy Cajun fills the micro penis fetish out here. I didn't realize that.
I didn't say micro, just average. It's okay.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah,
Never
big
mind.
ones, yeah.
Sorry, that fails the joke. I thought the
And
micro
don't let me
penis
don't let me
community
get
was.
too detailed with that situation, but
Yes.
unless
Some
you
women
want me
just
to.
don't want to be
Yeah,
destroyed,
yo,
you
Hexy,
know.
I've heard stories, man.
Right.
I cannot believe there's a penis that's smaller than my thumb. I cannot believe it. There exists a penis that's smaller, hardened than my thumb. It just, to me, it's like,
Man, you got a pretty big thumb, though. That's all I'm saying.
what do you mean, man? My thumb is a normal thumb.
Well, just appropriate size, not big. Just if you have an appropriate size one.
What do you mean, bro? That's
you don't need to
fucking
flex.
small, bro.
Are we talking about a thumb, or are we
I've had
talking
girls that look
about?
at me and they're like, and I'm like, well, come on. I'm like, what's the to me, it's like, what's the smallest penis you've ever seen hard? They're like, well, and they're like,
Wait, you
put out
mean
your
women
thumb.
look at
They're
your
like, put out
thumbs
your
and then
thumb,
they can
but
tell?
just put up your thumb.
No.
Thumb.
Your thumb has nothing to do with your penis.
Probably cocaine.
Oh, I don't know. I'm pretty sure you ladies came up in high school with that whole hold up an L
No,
thing.
well, that's not even true, though. Yeah, you look at a person's shoe or foot or hand, or wrist and all that stuff.
There you go.
Doesn't
There
go.
you go, Hexy. Now
No, that's just the
talking.
high school girls
No,
talk
but it
about.
does
That
make
I
that
then
actually.
found out that wasn't
That is
true.
though, because it's a limb at the end of the day.
No, it's
it shows
not.
you how the limb would look like. It does. Gives you an.
You can't tell me that ain't true, because I had to
I'm looking at my
fucking be
arm,
on
and it
a
pretty
on
much
a
looks
third
like my
floor
penis,
and RA people, and there's a fucking dude that I know wasn't left-handed that had a big ass left fucking wrist.
Okay.
How well did you guys know each other?
Pretty well.
Amazing. But yeah, some girls don't like that big guy. They're annoying.
It was only a joke.
No, but there are, man. I'm telling you, there's some that don't like it.
No, long schlongs are uncomfortable.
Let's get Jim Rat's opinion on this topic.
It's the girth, my friend.
We need life experience. Sure, Matt. What's up? Wait, he left?
Oh my god.
Bring him up. Oh, he left. He's like, I can't take
He
it.
has a girlfriend, man. I'm telling you, he has a girlfriend.
I tried to bring him up and it wasn't working. It says he's connecting.
No, he's probably coming back.
It wasn't hardcore enough. We're not talking about
My
ass.
approval thing's not working again. Okay.
I didn't see
Anyway.
him trying to come up, but anyway.
Any
Oh,
questions about crypto or
absolutely
hex?
taking big brain, no cocaine. I'm taking your profile banner picture. It's dope.
Oh, what?
Appreciate it, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm down to flip it though. Do you have the file?
Oh yeah, and that 55 state.
Do you have that?
That makes the women
Can you
wet.
send me that file so we could flip it? So like that, the car, you see it, we'll see it on the right where it says follow. Like send me the file, we'll invert it.
I gotcha.
Oh, could I just find? Could I click this thing and get it? Oh no, I could get it myself. Perfect.
Yeah.
What am I doing? Sorry,
Yeah.
man, never mind.
Lazy fuck.
No.
I got
know,
you though.
I'm lazy.
It's okay.
Shit, man.
Is that you asking for it?
No, I'm good. It's good. I got it. I'll figure it out. Is that a?
Oh, Brady DeFi. I just saw some of your stuff earlier
Oh my
on
god! And
YouTube.
that's a Ferrari F50. Oh my god. That's the exact car I want. Is that a Ferrari F50
Yeah,
or is that a Supra?
Pepe's trying to come
That's
up.
a Nissan.
Somebody
That's a
approve him.
Nissan, though.
Lalani had me simping, dude.
No, this is a Nissan, though. Yeah, this is a Nissan.
You had the 2002 Fords.
No, never mind. That's a Nissan. The what?
2002 Fords. Anyone?
2002 Ford.
I only had a 2000. Was it 2001? With my
Yeah,
dad's.
2001.
Yeah, that drove sweet.
I'm looking for
Lasted
something low
forever.
maintenance. I'm trying to buy something used, low maintenance. You know, I'm thinking Ford. Don't mess around. Maybe some resale value.
I don't know,
Car
man. You got to fix and repair
or
daily.
Car or SUV?
Fucking truck, man. 550 diesel.
Yeah, man.
I gotta move, guys. I'm moving. Fucking, I
Can't you
don't know where
just
the
get a
fuck I'm going.
150?
Oh, get a
Why do you gotta
U-Haul.
get a?
Yeah, you know how many dollars you pay a mile for rent a U-Haul?
Yeah,
No, it's better
I
to buy a
definitely
truck.
have done that before. It's not too bad. Pretty decent.
Yeah. All right.
Cheaper than buying a brand new car, truck.
If you're traveling, no, you don't have to buy a new one. If you're traveling like 2,000 miles and you don't care about keeping the vehicle, it's worth it for the price of paying to have your stuff shipped. Because nowadays it's between $2,000
Yeah, I
to
just wish I knew where I was
$4,000.
going. I know. I wish I could just be like, all right, come pick me up. Here's the date. Here's the money. Thank you very much. I think I might need to hang on to my, I don't know. Anyway, thanks.
Maybe just ditch a whole bunch of the shit that you know you don't really truly need,
Amen.
and then get an RV and go.
Amen. Thank you, sir.
Or if you know what city you're going to, just bring it there to a storage till you know
I don't know.
exactly.
Yeah. I wish I knew. I really do. That would be the best. But anyway, I was just wondering about the those trucks, man. That year range, in general. I think I found a pretty good deal.
I personally like them. Anything after 2008, all had plastic bumpers and are absolute
exactly.
fucking garbage.
No, this is old school. A little bit old. It's not old school, but it's kind of it's like 2002 to I think 2002 2003. So anyway.
Oh yeah, I think you'd be fine. I have I got my mom's Ranger when she passed away, so that thing was from 2000.
Oh, the Rangers are incredible, man. Those guys
Dude, it's
last
fucking.
forever.
I can't believe it. I'm not a truck guy, and it's a fucking nice truck.
No, it's incredible. No, those are actually coveted. They really are.
We need Bradley to fill us in.
Yeah, no, I know I spoke to Bradley already. I got him. He hooked me up. I'm kind of lost, guys. I'm just groping around. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Josh, do you have a trailer?
No, not yet. That's another option with like a smaller vehicle. Yeah, I hear you.
Look at U-Haul too for their trailers for hauling. They have the trailers you can put stuff into that might be more
Yeah,
cost effective to get the
yeah,
truck and then rent the trailer and then be able to haul it. So
yeah. I know, and then dump the trailer. I know that's just that might be an easier cost. I'm just trying to figure it out, man. Thanks.
And honestly, when it was before the gas went up, went all the way from Washington to where I live, about middle of the states, cost maybe, God, I don't even think $400 in gas for the U-Haul. Really wasn't that bad, and it was about 3 days worth of going. So in terms of
The renting is probably I know. I should probably I'll figure it out. Buying's kind of crazy. That's a big commitment and all that. Yeah, I'll figure it out. I don't have all the things to put in place to like make the to figure the equation yet. So it's difficult. That's all.
make sure you put into your equation too that you could sell that truck when you're done as well to recoup
Well,
some of your funds.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean that's part of it, but I probably won't buy a truck. That's probably stupid. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't even know where I'm going. That's really the issue. So anyway, thank you guys. Thank you.
We'll get you there, Josh. Don't you worry about it.
about to say, if you need, just shoot a message. We got you.
Hexicans unite.
Yeah, much love. Thanks.
Fucking eventually, it's gonna be like fire, wind, water, earth, heart, and then fucking Richard Hart just hops out.
When your powers unite, I become
Richard Planet. What the fuck? Changes his name from Richard Hart to Richard Planet.
Oh, we're aging ourselves for sure right now.
Oh, I miss Captain Planet, and it was so Oh, it's so funny. Did you ever
grew
see
up
the
on that
Don
shit.
Cheadle Captain Planet?
No.
Oh my god, it's on YouTube. He's so Don Cheadle is Captain Planet. It's just fucking. Oh my god, it's great.
The Central Bank of Portugal grants country's first crypto license to a bank.
What country?
Portugal. Banco de Portugal. Banco Português. Central Banco. Banco de Portugal. So Bison Bank, a Portuguese-based financial institution, has received a license from the Portuguese central bank Banco de Portugal to operate as a virtual asset service provider. Banco de Portugal announced Thursday. Bison will create a special division, Bison Digital Assets, to operate a virtual asset exchange, according to Portuguese media outlet. The division is the first entity to put in. It is owned by a Hong Kong-based Chinese private capital. All kinds of places are coming in. Utrust now has a license in Portugal too.
Hey, famous for the gas calculator for end stake. Is that based off of gas now, or is there some kind of percentage that they're setting for the future? If anyone knows, anyone can answer it.
I don't know the answer. It has to go off of now's gas, or because can't predict, right? I don't know.
Man, I got quiet. It's pretty quiet now.
I was thinking the
Tyler.
same. I was thinking the same thing.
I was listening to the Alex Lorenzo a bit.
Who's Alex
convo.
Lorenzo?
Oh, he's some YouTube influencer that's been going on for about 7 years. He's been trying to make a splash in the Hex community lately. He talked about how he started in early on, and from siphoning through his videos, he only made 1 or 2 videos about Hex, and hasn't really said much about it since.
So why are all the YouTube influencers having him on their stream?
You know, honestly, I think that
while he doesn't put Richard Hart on his stream. Why is that?
So actually, no. The part about that, he's making, from what I heard, a whole video and editing and yada yada yada. That's probably why he didn't post it with the live version. So the guy doesn't seem to do live streams like
Bullish,
that.
what do you make of that? Is Bullish still? He knows editing. Oh, he's gone. That's cool. So what? He's gonna make like a positive Richard Hart impression to his fans?
Apparently, he's all pro Richard Hart, pro Hex, and everything. It's just he's just one of those guys. The way that he phrased it was, every time he made Hex content, it just kept getting negative reviews, negative attention, and so he just went away from doing that.
You think he's going to be the influencer to like break the mold?
That's what he said he's doing. He said he's coming up with a thing to basically talk about why influencers don't talk about Pulse Chain and Hex and Pulse X and all this other stuff.
Yeah, even if he doesn't even talk about Hex, leave that for us.
Yep.
But I mean, do you think he's going to break
that's
the
all
mold?
he's doing. I think he's just getting
I think
info.
he's behind it, but like no one else is behind him doing that. And it's like, I think maybe he's cool as shit for doing this. But
I think so too.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand. On your way to the top,
I think he believes, but like he's nervous. You know?
Well, and on your way to the top, you have to kind of compromise some things here and there for some people, unless you're going to basically say, you know what, I'm going to go against the grain and what happens, happens. But you have to have a lot of financial capital to be able to have that kind of a will.
Are you familiar with this project he's launching? Is it like some sort of Coindex or something? Maybe he's trying to make a relationship in
Coinpix.io. He's mostly trying to do a new price aggregator. The only downside, from what I heard, is that
aggregator. Okay, a price,
all
price
it is
aggregator.
Is that he's going to end up selling our data. That's it.
Yeah. Oh, of course. Well, they all do.
Yep. So that's really the only downside, because when he said it's going to be completely free, and then someone said, "Well, how?" I think Richard said, "How are you going to generate your revenue?" Then he's like, "Well, I mean, probably just selling the data that we collect. That's probably about it."
He's just okay, all right. It's just it's just an aggregation service of whatever kind.
Yep.
All right, whatever. All right. I'm just Thanks for bringing him up.
Yeah, definitely keep an eye on. I'd check his Hex videos, see how you like that. I've been sniffing through some of his YouTube videos to try to see if he's tried to leak a couple things, but he seems like he knows what he's talking about.
He's smart as shit. He's a smart guy, man. He's no dummy.
Yeah,
he knows his stuff. That's why I'm like, it's like significant what he does with it. Like like all of us. Yeah.
What's up, Foolish?
What's up?
How are you?
I'm good. You?
I'm good. Thanks for showing up, man. What are you doing?
Long time, man.
Yeah, I know. How's things in the neck of your woods?
Oh man, it's been a crazy couple of months, man.
That's awesome. How's the art?
Yeah, it's great. I'm branching out to a lot of other shit now, so.
Still with Playboy?
Yeah, man, Playboy.
Did you get something else besides Playboy Greece, or did you only you're still at Playboy Greece?
I'm trying to get to the American Playboy right now.
The fuck, man? Yo, do you guys need a room or what? What the hell?
No. I'm just saying.
No, I'm an erotic artist.
No, welcome. Hi.
Hi.
I'm sorry.
my god.
I thought Famous didn't mute his mic for a second.
What do you mean I'm smoking? Because you thought I was on.
Yeah, we were like, what the hell? Like, what's going on?
If you need a minute,
Hey,
we can all
welcome
look the other
aboard. No,
way.
really, it's like it's cool to hear new voices anytime, man. Cool.
That's awesome. I'm fucking happy for you, man.
So what? Like, what's the good news then? What happened?
Well, no, because she draws and she draws really good art. Go check her profile. Go check her on Instagram.
Cool, man. Cool.
So
She really does really good art.
I do erotic art, and I also do like erotic modeling and photography. And I have an interview that I did with Playboy Greece.
Wait, what do you mean? You do like high end porn?
No, I don't do porn.
No, I'm sorry. I'm joking.
No, it's okay.
No compliments to you.
ask that.
I'm totally. I'm just trying to make light of like welcome aboard. I'm just trying to
You
make
never know
you feel.
because you never know what you get on Twitter. That's
You never know.
No, it's cool. I get asked that a lot actually, but no, I just like if you see my Instagram, I just do a lot of art. So I use my own real life experiences and like I make it into art. So that's what I do mainly. And then
Yeah, man.
I started branching out to photography, and then I started modeling and all that stuff. So yeah, that's what I do.
You do your own photography? Like the photographers
Yeah.
turn you on to that a little bit?
So
Yeah.
I do my own
That's cool.
photography, and I also hire photographers that
Yeah, of course.
I
If
work
you're a
with. Yeah.
model, yeah. But
Yeah, exactly.
but you kind of get into it. You're like, oh, that's actually interesting because like most of them are like, yeah, whatever. That's cool. That's because I'm
Thank
into
you.
photography, so like I'm very that's my passion. So any interest in that is cool for me.
Oh, sick! That's awesome.
Yeah, it's all right. It's overrated, but it's cool. like for it has a purpose, and it's beautiful. But like if you're passionate about something, it's like you want to make it yours, right? And that's where you get stuck.
I totally agree. If you're passionate about something, you should just go for it. Like you'll always make it in your own style, and it'll always be unique to you and your own style. So
Yeah, and especially as an artist, like as much control as you can have over your like provenance of that is that's good business. So that's cool stuff.
thank you.
So basically, Silas, how do we say this? So this group is all about Hex crypto, where you basically let your money make money for you. So yeah, man, I wouldn't want to bore you with the whole technicalities, but basically it's like you don't have to put KYC, you don't have to do anything. You hold the coin. It's like a
That's
good
super
investment.
cool. I
long
tune
term.
in sometimes. I'm like in the background and I listen. So
Oh really? I didn't even
Yeah.
talk to you. That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah.
I didn't even talk to you.
Honestly, like most of us really do too. Even me, I'm like, yeah, what are they talking about? I have no idea. I'm gonna just sit back and listen to this for a while. You're not alone in the background.
You should check it out because if you actually want to, I don't know if you're still into the NFT, but all the NFTs that you did create up till now are gonna get copied.
Yeah, that's
yeah,
right.
they're all gonna get copied for free. I don't know if maybe you're still on that. If not, I know you're probably still on your brand, but yeah, it's pretty good to know that's gonna be copied. So everyone who purchased one already gets like a copy of it. Yeah, I could tell you more about that another time.
Hopefully they minted them on Ethereum.
Yeah,
Probably
Yeah.
OpenSea. Was it OpenSea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you get copies of you.
Interesting.
But it's good to see that you're still on Twitter though, because Twitter is definitely where you want to be.
Oh yeah, I
Honestly.
fucking love Twitter. It's the only place I won't get banned.
Seriously. Did you get banned from Insta?
No,
yet.
never, ever.
But you have to like.
I always keep it sort of PG. So
Yeah.
yeah.
You can get banned from Instagram.
Yeah, like if honestly, like if I
Yes,
would
haters.
post like let's say, like if I would show my boobs, like my full out boobs with my nipples, like I could literally get reported or.
Well, yeah, well, that's like, yeah, well, I guess that crosses certain lines, but I mean,
Yeah,
well, they don't know what you're trying to promote necessarily with that.
exactly. But honestly, all my
You
art
know
is
what? Can I
not.
tell you something about like
Yeah.
photography? Like I once tried to start a years ago like a website about like just like portraits. Just simple portrait photography. So I'm like, all right, what's a cool name for that? And I'm thinking of domain names, and I'm trying to, I'm thinking too much already. So I'm like, all right, the perfect domain for that would be expose yourself. Right. So I'm like, all right. So I bought it, and I'm like, I'm all set. I almost set up the whole business. And I'm like, and then I start getting banned from social media for the name expose yourself, because they thought I was trying to do like child porn. So it's like,
Oh fuck, that's
right?
crazy.
Yeah, right. Expose yourself, right? Photography. Be yourself. No. In this world, that means like child porn. Exposure, it means other stuff. So anyway. Yeah, man. It's a wild world. Anyway, image, man. Image and what you're trying to do is crazy. But
I
then
totally
again,
agree. Like it was like when I started my Instagram page, it was during COVID, and like I've always wanted to do erotic art, but I was always shying away from it. And then I was like, you know what? Like, let me just post one, see where it goes. And then I kept posting daily, and it just grew really fast, and people liked it, so I just continued it. Like
yeah.
kind of.
So have you talked to Sequoia yet?
To who?
Have we hooked her up with Sequoia?
Nope, not with the NFTs.
No, man. All right. You don't even know. She doesn't know about NFTs yet, right?
Yeah, I know, because like if you do your art, there's another girl also that does like breast cancer awareness, so she has like these NFTs, they're pixelated titties, and she's like she knows other people that like do like erotic stuff, so she could get you like also women that would want maybe their themselves because they're in OnlyFans and stuff like that. Good for your erotic art to make them pieces. You know how you do. Am I muted?
I'm just saying, no.
Oh,
I mean,
No, I
no.
can hear you.
No, I mean, like, it's just like she's doing like a whole campaign for like, it's like erotic, yet it's like for breast cancer. So what's the problem? What, you have a problem with like tits? Like men have
No, but
tits. Men
no,
get
but
breast cancer,
no, but isn't that what her thing is? It's like breast cancer
Yeah.
awareness.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, exactly.
I have
No,
no
exactly.
problem. My grandmother had twice. She lost her boob and everything. She got
I think
twice, and the
I
third
think my
time,
dad got breast
My
cancer.
mom has two boobs.
no. But my grandmother lost one, and like she was gonna lose the second.
Bro, men get old enough, man, they turn into women again. It's a cycle. We're all the same.
But I do want to know. You said that you make that art off of real life. Do you have an octopus?
No. I do like octopus though.
Okay. Slightly disappointed, but also not surprised.
But the girl in the drawing is like I referenced my own body and like myself, so it's me.
Yeah, she's pretty hot, guys.
Thanks.
I don't know, man. I would not want to have that bitch in my room at like any time trying to kill my ass. No way. That's fucking spooky scream mask. Hell no.
Oh yeah, she's gonna come with the fucking knife, bro. Just ding,
Fuck
ding,
no.
ding. Yeah.
Get out of my fucking room. Hell no.
Dude, but she has you thinking already. See, that's the point.
Death awaits. I remember I'd always watch Lifetime on Sundays growing up, and that was always the women killing their husband channel. And it was always like, them killing their husband through poison or strangling or shooting or something. Yeah, so always kind of
Yeah.
Try not to make any mistakes.
Cancel cable.
I definitely haven't had it for years, so that's helped. But the Trump
how many
lifetime.
hex? I wonder how many hex for a cable bill these days
Oh my God.
per month. Imagine that, man.
God, last I heard it was like $130 for cable.
But you get so much.
All the 1,000 channels with nothing to watch. And then you still have to pay for the shit you want to see.
Hex is back. You're up. You're up already, bro. How you feeling? Let's bring him up, man. I want to talk to this dude. Oh, we can't bring him up. I can't bring him up right now. Yeah, we had a good time last night, brother. Hope you did, man. Much love.
But yeah. So the next move. Oh my God! Why is this computer not opening? Take 4. But yeah, so basically,
Wow, look
Tyler,
at this. I missed the
there's
candle. I mixed
what?
the. I missed the hex candle today. That was exciting. Remember the days, guys, when like they dreamed for like a penny? We just went from like in a day we went up and down a whole penny. That's
When
crazy.
on Hex?
Yeah.
A year ago from today.
No, well, in general, like way back when, before my time, they were like, "Oh, can we get to a penny?" We just went like a whole penny up and down in one day. Who made money today doing that? That's crazy. A whole penny.
It's crazy, huh? Well, we're gonna make more money. We're gonna make a lot of money too, man. Don't worry about it. It's gonna
God,
come.
I can't
It's
wait
gonna
until
come
like
with time. At one point in 7-8 years, you're gonna look at it and you're gonna say like, "Wow." You look at me and you're gonna say, "Hey, famous man, thanks for telling me to do a 250 hex
yeah,
stake, man."
when
Look how much
the
look how many B shares I have now, man. Wow.
so like when the back chart looks flat and you're just like you don't even realize there was a whole like 10 cents going up and down, it still looks flat. And we're arguing over like, oh my God, 11 cents, 10.5. Wait, is it going to go down to 9? Wait, maybe wick to 7. Is it going to go down to 1 cent?
Bro, this shit's been wicking like a motherfucker, man.
Well,
This shit
today,
wick.
yeah.
Well, by one of the apps, it says it wicks all the way to 40, 30 cents.
What? Well, yeah,
Yeah.
on one pool that you only if you know about, you can fucking milk.
Well, apparently it's been milking. People have been milking it like a motherfucker.
Which one? What, V1, V2?
No clue, but right now it's like if I were to show you like on the app, it just shows me that it's always at like it's been in the 40s, 30 cents all the time.
What, V2 Ethereum? Like everyone always looks at USDC and they wonder why the chart doesn't
It's a
move
chart
as
on an
much.
app. It's a chart on one of the apps.
Well, that represents some sort of pool. I don't know. I don't play these pool games. I wish I knew how to do that. But you watch Ethereum, man. You get your wicks. Would it be a sin, Famous, if you did like a limit order class? They would hate you, man.
How
Damn.
to do a what?
Like how to properly do limit orders. That would be like sinful. Actually telling people, man.
Oh,
What do
right
you
now it's useless. Right now it's useless. I shouldn't show people how to do that.
No?
Right now, people should just buy it blindly.
Well, why?
It's better for me.
Well, yeah, exactly. That's why no one knows how to do it. Thank you for admitting that. Not many people
Yeah,
do.
but that's not something.
But that doesn't matter because
But that's not up to me. Like, see
it's not like
that
they're gonna.
that's not do or die.
No,
It's not like
no. It's just one little thing, man. It's just one little part of everything, and like it doesn't even really matter, like because the market moves. Like
no, it does matter. It's a very useful tool. Don't get me
no,
wrong.
for
I completely agree with
individuals,
you.
yeah. No, individually, it's fucking
But to
almost.
random people, should I like give them the idea to do that? No, because they probably don't know how.
Mm, you know what I mean? People that need
Mhm.
to know, people that deserve to know.
Come and purchase the advanced class on Crypto on Hex to Learn.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying, man.
For
Maybe
1.5 each per consultation.
no, that's worth it. That's worth. I mean, that's why people pay more for stupider things. I understand, but yeah, man. Because even giving the instruction, you would be like maybe the only one, maybe to do it for real, and it wouldn't even matter, man. It's not like everyone would be like perfect because like the market's still the market. It's all good. It's just another skill. How many people really listen to us anyway?
I don't know. The stylist fucking. Oh, I'm sorry, man. It's goddamn. Fucking Greek girls, man.
What, Canadian Greek girls or Greek girls?
Yeah, I know her in real life, of course. I don't know her just Twitter.
Yeah,
Twitter. I know her.
because there's a difference. Like yeah, my grandfather's Greek.
No,
Or
I love Greek people. I love Greek people, but Greek girls are awesome.
I'm just saying, but a Canadian Greek's not a real Greek.
But they're really. But the thing is that it's not real Greek because they're born in Canada. But the thing is that they're as Greek because they speak Greek. They have all like the Greeks where I live. They speak fluent motherfucking Greek. They all went to school in Greek. They all like it was like it's impossible. You have shoes on and you don't it's just like you would go outside with shoes. Well, every Saturday Greek people would send their kids to Greek school. It's like they're all educated in Greek. Every Greek person I know, every
That's
one of my
crazy,
Greek
man.
friends. Yeah, they keep their family traditions. They do all the Easter bullshit. It's probably Easter this weekend too, man.
The Greek Easter is like old
Oh, it's
school
the
Easter,
best,
man.
man.
That's the
It's
real deal,
fucking
man.
the best, man. It's honestly Greek people. When you have a good Greek family that like contains their culture values, man, they're awesome people. Fun time. You get wasted. You eat good. You drink. You chill. They're just good people, man.
Is there more immigration, like more mix on the East in Canada than in the West? I guess that's
100%.
like America, right?
100%.
Yeah, it's the same
Yeah,
deal, right?
100%. Where I live is you have everything. You have the
Yeah,
most. Our
yeah,
city, Montreal, has the
yeah. East
most
Coast. It's like
restaurants per
East Coast,
capita. More
Philadelphia, New York,
restaurants
all
per
of it, man.
capita everywhere in North America, and at the same time, we have the most different varieties of restaurants. You can find
Yeah,
anything where
yeah.
any type of
Like
culture.
everything's represented. It's almost like a world city.
Everything from South America,
That's crazy.
Africa, Europe, Asia,
It's
everything.
funny how they get to mix, man. Like you ever have like Chinese Jamaican food? That's crazy.
No, that you don't. That's very rare. You find that maybe some one little like dish, but it's like like no. When I go to the Asian place, like it's wow, the fucking beef. Well, I don't even know what it's called, bro. But I just know what it looks like with the rice and the beans and the fucking. I just look at them, I say, and I point and I just go that, and they know what to
Yeah, give me.
give me the plantain, and then I just look and I say, Jamaican, I don't care. I say jerk chicken. I don't care what they give me because it's gonna be jerk. It's jerk chicken, and I don't
No,
care.
but like,
I'm white, man.
no, I'm saying, but like in terms of immigration, it's amazing. Like even
Yeah, you
like
have everything in
the jerk
Canada. You have
chicken's
everything
even
in
like
Montreal.
because that's even like that whole thing's immigration. But
There's a
like you
whole
talk like,
Chinatown. There's a whole Chinatown.
dude,
There's a whole Greek town. There's a whole Italian
yeah, man,
town. There's a whole Russian town, Irish town. There's Irish pubs everywhere. There's everything, man.
it's crazy, man. No, I've never been up to that.
There's a whole street that does almost all of Montreal called Côte Saint Catherine, and there's Maisonneuve. Then there's fucking all kinds of streets, man. The only thing we don't have is a beach. If not, it would be the best city to party. Like we would beat, like literally, we would beat any other city besides like Vegas or like like we would beat Los Angeles hands down.
Yeah, I heard it's
Hands down.
fucking fun as shit. It's fucking
No,
Montreal,
it's
man.
fun as
You guys are
motherfucker.
chill.
Whole fucking street, man. You could walk the street for fucking hours. This whole street just clubs.
And
3 in the
there's really
morning.
not that much
My
trouble, man.
memories when I was
It's
18, yeah, no trouble, man. Just
it's
maybe
like
the
too
trouble
cold.
was
Everyone's
fist
too
to fist.
cold.
Yeah, winter, forget about it. Yeah, winter, forget about it. But we still did it, man. I used to leave my jacket in, man. Yeah, I was such a cheap kid. Listen to how this makes sense. I used to go. I used to leave my jacket in the car to save $5 on coat check, but I would go spend $1,000 on bottles. You explain to me how stupid I was. The cheap motherfucker I was. Like, nah, I'm not gonna pay someone $5 to keep my jacket. I'll leave it in the car. Fuck it, I'll just walk in. Because then in my head I'm like, okay, just to walk in, because I'll never wait in front of a club. I never wait. I think last time I waited was when I was 15, and I had to put my ID with $20 under it to give it to the bouncer to get in. That's the last time I ever waited for clubs. So when I go, I just walk in, and then once I'm wasted, well, I don't feel nothing anymore. I can go outside for a cigarette. I don't feel nothing. You know what I mean? Or I take someone's jacket, and I'm just like, oh, give me your jacket. And I just take their jacket and I go outside.
Yeah, the real skill in this whole story is that you got into the club.
Always. One of my very good friends, okay, is literally 3 years younger than me. So when we were 18, 19, 20, this kid was fucking underage. And this guy, I'm not joking, knew every bouncer. Every fucking bouncer on that street, he knew them. He would always go wasted up to them, and he would look at me and say, I'm going to make friends with all the bouncers. So like that, we never have a problem anywhere. And that's what he did. He got friends with every single bouncer, no matter what would happen. You go up, hey, what's up? You go up to the bouncer, boom, get in right away. No wait. He literally clutched it. I can't tell you his name, but fucking guy's a legend, man. Knew every single bouncer on the street. It's like one of those New Bronx stories. He knew every single fucking bouncer on the street. And it's literally true, man. So funny. The stories, man. I used to club hop. I think used to go like 6, 7 clubs in one night. Just club hop, boom, boom, walk in, out, go in and out, go see. Used to have one girl in one club, one girl in the other club. It's so funny. What's up, Travel Queen? What's up, Fully Croissant? You and that girl should hook up for Fully Croissant, do some art, man. Mr. Hex, how's it going, bud? Matt Hatter, nice to see you. Jim Rat, Jim Rat, you missed Stylish Foolish, dude. You would have liked her.
Hey, Jim Rat, awesome stream today earlier, man.
Yeah, Jim Rat's here. Oh man, Jim Rat's here. You just missed her.
Yep, Bullish Ox and
I know Jim Rat just woke up from a nap. What's up, man?
Jim Rat and Bullish Ox and what was his name? Satoshi Boulevard. They did some fine work today out of nowhere. And Sammy Skull.
But it's very good, man. Every day, just get someone. We just got to get someone on this thing every day. Hopefully, fucking Keith, bro, decides one day to start streaming, man.
Yeah, I kind of with Cryptographics, kind of seeing him come to life from the spaces, and now this Satoshi Boulevard, it's kind of given me a little more light into, other ways you can kind of come into this and help out without getting, too caught up in it.
Satoshi Boulevard?
Yeah, he came into our spaces last night, and he reminded me of Whales Only, and so much.
What?
So I was like, I just kind of threw out the idea that he should try to get in
You know,
touch.
you know who reminds me of Whales Only is Hex is the Way.
I not maybe not by the sound of the vocals, but definitely their perspectives on a lot of things.
Yeah, Hex is the
No, the
Way
way he
and Whales
interjects,
Only are like
the way he interjects
basically
is
saying the
exactly
same
right.
thing in two different like monotones. I agree.
No, they interject the exact same way. Always come. Everything that comes out of the mouth is just fire.
It's basically shut the fuck up.
Listen to
And you
this.
don't
I'm gonna
understand.
blow your mind.
You
Yeah.
just don't understand.
Oh, it depends how they interject. Because sometimes it's just the ads.
Yeah. I think Hex is the Way and Whales should go on stream together, bro. They would fucking be like, dude, they're like, they would be like opposite twins. It would be like crazy.
Yeah.
Saying the same thing in two different energies. It would help Hex is the Way and Whales, I think, too. Give them both credibility and boost them both up.
Yeah, Wells Only was having a great old time talking to Satoshi Boulevard.
I knew I literally the first time I heard that guy talk, first thing I came onto the space to speak just to like try to get that going, and all of a sudden Bullish Ox comes out of nowhere and just like, I'll coordinate it, I got this, and just set everything up overnight basically. And that Satoshi Boulevard, he literally made his stream. He was like in our space making his new channel.
Wonder who paid for that.
I think Satoshi Boulevard used some of the super chat, or not, Bullish Ox. He like the way he kind of helps out.
Yeah, they're selling meme coins.
Yeah, that he kind of like uses the.
They're selling meme coins.
Super chat to try to help fund those guys. I guess I'm not sure how they get them, but.
Yeah, they're selling meme coins. They bring themselves.
Yeah, it sounded like very cool.
Fucking crazy. It's nuts, man. It's crazy.
Found a way to use it for our advantage a little bit. It's pretty cool.
If you say so, man.
Yeah, I don't promote that in any way. Don't. Sorry if that sounded great, but.
Jim Rat's
No, but it's
super
good.
chats were crazy today.
Yeah, man, insane. It paid his month, bro. He should get himself a fucking brand. Anyways, paid his fucking bills, bro.
I was super, dude. Like I was watching that, and I saw. Like,
I'm
that
so
one
happy
and
for
the
him,
next
bro. I
one,
told him.
Dude, I was like
told
clapping
him,
my
man.
hands. I was like, "Let's go! It's fucking sick,
man.
dude."
I was screaming in my house like, "Yeah, 200 bones, baby!" And then everyone in the chat, I go, "I told you." I'm like, "You run the bot." I'm like, "You run it in the morning. You run it."
Yeah,
good, bro. I'm so happy he listened to me because he was gonna listen to everyone and say, "Nah, I'm only gonna do it like 4 or 5 times a week, bro." Like, day, bro. Do it every fucking day, bro. You do nothing, bro. You're home every day. What is it? What's an hour or two? I told him, man. Good, fuck.
Yeah, we kind of drove him right into it, didn't we? We kind of twisted
now we need
his
to
arm
capitalize at night. We need to capitalize at night. Someone needs to do it at night. I don't mind doing it, but fuck, man, I'm down to do it. I'm not gonna lie. But we need to do the night too, man. We could take over the night, guys, at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. update. Like right now, what is it? It's 7:47. Like, you know what I mean? Like today for the actual.
No, you know what's interesting was today I looked at Crypto Heartbeat was streaming at the same time and he had like 11 or 13 viewers and Jim Rats had like 50 or 60.
Yeah, Jim Rat gets consistent viewers every morning. Everyone now watch. Everyone's gonna come and steal his shine in the morning because they're a bunch of fucking.
Jim Rat's killing it.
Oh, Jim Rat's the best, bro, I'm telling you.
He's accountable. He's when you stick to that daily, people they rely on it and they get comfortable and it kind of make it part of their regimen. It's a really smart idea.
Well, also too, the thing I think he has that a lot of people don't is that he's new. He says he's new, and he's like, I'm just bringing people on here, and you almost feel like you're learning with him. It's almost interactive in a way. to, you know, because he's like, I'm new, I'm learning. This is how we're gonna learn together. And you know, you're gonna feel like you're not talking to someone, like you don't feel like he's talking over your head because you don't know. You're like, what's that mean? What's that mean? It's like he doesn't know anything, so you know it's gonna get explained.
Yeah, he kind of caught me off guard at first because I didn't really know whether he was being completely surreal with how much he wanted to learn. But it's very clear what an awesome way to, like you said, learn alongside him, real time.
It's because their questions are so good. You know, a lot of time you get these, you know, vets up there talking, and you know, I feel a lot of times too, a lot of, you know, people that have been in the scene a long time forget, you know, because they know it muscle memory wise, you know, it's almost second nature. They forget to say that stuff, and then, you know, between Sam and him, they're always with it with the questions because they don't know, like, what's that word mean? Like, you guys are talking gibberish, like, what's that? And you know, if it wasn't for them, it was somebody else. I'll just keep talking their gibberish, not thinking that no one knows what they're talking about, because they know exactly what they're talking about, and it almost goes across that everybody kind of knows that, you know, kind of subconsciously.
Yep, I know exactly what you're talking about. Scalar performance, right? Wasn't that what he kind of blew their mind with, the term scale? I think he was kind of, it's like a simile to logarithmic view of growth. Like he was talking about how you need to expand your zoom out to be able to see the 5x, the 10x gains in the shorter amounts of time. I found it very interesting. He kind of had a different viewpoint on, and even like terminology for what I think he was referring to as a similar idea of what the logarithmic view is. Scaling it out, you know.
And also too, he gives a good perspective on, you know, the newbie in crypto for people, you know, because like a lot of people that have been in the scene for a long time have a different look at crypto, and you get to see this new perspective from someone that's brand new and not scared to say, you know, ask questions and to say everything, and how he sees the things and how he asks the questions and how much the space has changed from when people started till now. You know, you're almost, you know, the way you taught back when you started is almost different than the way you teach now.
Yeah, he really crushed it, coming in with that competitive beard, just perfectly slicked and oiled too. I could feel the threats from a lot of the beard member community. He might be challenging for the throne.
Well, the way you see in my profile picture is like 2 months.
Challenge accepted. I like it. I'm starting to think I got to grow one out just so I can fit in, honestly.
Yeah, if I didn't trim my shit up by the end of the year, it would be as long as his.
Hex is the way. Were you going to say something?
Man. I was going to say, if you take the shampoo that you put on your head that's making you bald and you start rubbing it on your chin, you might be surprised with the results. It might change your strategy.
Yeah, you got to watch out for some of those chemicals and them shampoos and gels, my man.
Yes, sir. I see Hex Slim Farmer. I see Mo. Hey, what's up, Mo? Hex Man. What's up, guys?
You remember like 10, 15 years ago when everybody used to put like the gel grease in your hair? You'd go out in the sun and it would
melt,
light your fucking head on. Like it was like you had turpentine on your head.
No, it was gel that used to blonde your hair. I used to wear that shit just to ease the blonding. And I used to wear that too.
Sweat into your eyes and turn into
100%. I don't know why. I used to play soccer, gel my hair, so it used to look good at the beginning, and then during the soccer game, your shit would just leak through your eyebrows. Or when you're at a club and you're outside, it just shit's leaking in your eye, and you're like there with the napkin.
What did they call that stuff? What was that called? I remember Ultra Hold.
Yeah, Ultra Hold. No, but I got the Go. What was it? What was it called? Do I still have it? I think I still did. Last summer I had hair where I put fucking gel. Got to be. It was got to be glue. Got to be.
Yep.
Got to be.
And
That's what it's called.
LA looks.
Yeah, but the got to be. I've been using got to be, bro, for like the last 10 years. Like I don't use that. And yeah, Mo, by the way,
Congrats.
Mo, just an update, Mo, from with Hex Travels. We're going to do the course as I'm setting up the Discord. So whenever, just message Hex Travels whenever you're down. There's a couple of other people where I put out a text. There's a lot of, like, maybe we're like 10, 12, 13 people. So whenever you guys we're going to make another poll to see when people are more down for.
Hey, good afternoon, guys. How are you?
How are you? Good yourself?
Hello. I just missed what you said. Can you say it again?
Yeah, no problem. I'm saying I was talking with Hex Travel.
Yeah.
And like she sent me a bunch of messages about like a bunch of topics. So I did like a big review, and I have like point form, and we're just gonna like figure out a time where it's like everyone has time, right?
Yep.
And I'm creating the Discord. The Discord's already made, so whenever we're ready, I'll just make a massive Twitter.
Did she
I'll
tell
post it
you
in
about
the.
how many 100 bazillion questions I had? She's
Yeah,
like,
but it's
don't
okay.
overwhelm him.
I'm like, is there more? Honestly, to be honest with you, I'm like, is there more? Because I thought I thought there was gonna. I wanted there to be more because I think there's not enough to have like consistency every week. I know there's not enough for one day, but there's too much for one day. But let's say you want to continue learning, right? And it's not just a one-time deal. There's still more things to learn, right? But obviously, where there's going to be different stages where maybe the first couple courses is going to be like a revamp, and just like you might know everything, but for certain people they might have other questions, but at least you'll see how other people view it, and we'll gauge from then on there. But I already did the Discord, so yeah, I just want to keep you updated to let you know that
Thank you
it's still going.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
no
doing that.
problem.
I actually just brought up questions that I would have wanted to know when I first started that I didn't know to know. You know what I mean? So a lot of it, and then it's good to have it just because it's a refresher for me because I still don't know and I'm still learning, and everything's coming out so fast that it's hard to keep up. But yeah, you're appreciated. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. But and then also too, I'm gonna also let people know because there's like events that I could plan. So I could plan like, let's say in a day I devote 6 or 7 hours or something for the whole day to do different topics. Well, you could show so once you're in the Discord, you could show the interest that you're interested in. So if you're interested in if you're interested in knowing like definitions, like I don't know, it won't be definitions, but like as an example, it'll be like learn about DEXs, or learn about what the liquidity for the week was, or learn about staking ladders or AMAs. I'll put like 1 hour for one topic, 1 hour for another topic, 1 hour for another topic, so you could choose which topic you want to see. And if like there's a topic with 0 people, well, I'll scratch it, and just make the other topic longer.
But one thing to keep in mind of, and I'm coming, just a reminder, I came in October with zero information about crypto. So when there's a lot of terms that were thrown out, and DeFi, fiat.
Yeah, I got that. That was
bridging.
That was the number one. 100%. I have the glossary. I know what we're gonna do. I'm gonna get you guys. I'm gonna do like a whole Word document where it's cleaner. You don't have to go on a website. It's just copy paste everything on a Word document. Like I'll have everything prepared. I'm gonna prepare it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if I can help, let me know too. I really appreciate this. This is gonna help me for sure. And actually, I'm trying
off
to
the bat,
that's another thing.
off the bat, right now, I could tell you right now, you can go on hextolearn.glideapp.io, and there's a glossary with 200 already defined words, predefined words.
Where is this? I did not know that. Where is this?
So on your phone, you could get it normally on hextolearn.com on the front page. That's basically our website, and on the front page, there's the link to the app. But are you on Android or iPhone?
I'm on an Apple.
Okay, iPhone. Okay, so iPhone, go on Safari.
Okay.
On Safari, you go on the website, which is called hextolearn.com.
It's only on Safari?
No, you could get it on Google Chrome, but you can't save it because it's an iPhone. You have to use Safari to save it as a.
No, it's like whatever browser you're using. Just go to that site. Just Hextolearn.
No.
Well, I just did it, and it's saying Safari cannot open the page because the server cannot be found.
Okay, hextolearn.com. Or did you put the
HEXTO?
Oh no, Hex 2, and the 2 is a number. Sorry.
And number 2.
I knew that. I was just testing you. Let's see.
It's okay.
Okay, I'm doing it now.
I should buy the other. Honestly, I should buy the other URL just for the fuck of it.
Bro, you have an app?
Yeah, that's cool.
What?
Okay, See you. This is great. I did not know this, so this is gonna help me.
Yeah, and then you get now the
Mhm.
app becomes a website, right? So now you're in the website of the app, right?
Yeah.
So now at the
Yeah.
bottom of
Is
at the bottom of Safari, you see that little square button with the arrow.
Yes.
Okay, click that, and then click Add to Home Screen. Scroll down until you see Add to Home Screen, and then click Add to Home Screen.
Okay, hold on. I'm doing this with you now.
Yeah, no problem. Take your time.
Add to home screen. Okay, there's the arrow that's pointing me back up, but I
Yeah.
don't see the
You have
add
to
to home
scroll.
screen.
You have to scroll down, right? So you have to click the arrow, like that little box. You have to click it so it gives you the options.
Okay.
And then in
I
those
don't see it.
options, but are you on Safari or Google Chrome?
I'm on now you're gonna make me look. See, this is how bad I am. I want to say I'm in Google.
Don't go. You can't go on Google. You see, because that's why I was saying go on Safari, because Safari is the only one that integrates
Oh,
the.
sorry, I am Safari. I am on Safari. Sorry.
Okay, so at the bottom there's you click the square button with the arrow on top, right?
Yes.
Now it gives you a bunch of options. Those options you could scroll down.
Yeah.
Okay, now it's say add to home screen.
Add to home screen. What the hell? I can't find it. This is not good.
Did it
Okay,
change?
don't mind
Like,
me. I'll find it. I promise.
no, but did it change? Like, did the wording change? Let me see. Maybe they changed with the update. Hold on.
I only see like the arrow where it drives me up and down. I don't see anything about add to home
No,
screen.
no, because you have to like you know where the URL. If you're on Safari, the URL is at the bottom, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that square with the arrow on top. When you click it,
I'm sorry,
right?
because I'm on my phone. That's why. Is that making a difference?
No, it doesn't. I'm on the phone too. So when you click the phone, right, it's supposed to open up and it gives you all your contacts and apps, and then it says copy, and then it says add bookmark, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now open that and scroll
Okay.
down,
Okay.
and it should be the fourth option. It says add to home screen.
I see it.
There you go. Now,
Okay.
now when you click add to home screen, you could save it, or you save the however you want it to save, and then it becomes an app, and then you open it, and it's an app.
Beautiful. Gosh, this is so fancy.
Yeah, and you could also do the same thing with the sci-fi. So I also have the sci-fi book on audiobook also, because there's the beautiful SJ that does the audiobook. So now we don't have the stupid robot guy. We have a nice,
Yeah.
beautiful lady voice that does it. So it's
Yeah.
soothing, and she does it really, really well. So now she's still finishing it up. We're at chapter 5, but the whole audiobook is basically there, plus the second book. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that we offer to the community that no
So
one.
helpful. Yeah, this
no one-
is now on my as an app. It looks like an app, so that's great.
So let me just give you a little run through what you could do with the app, which is very important that everyone should know about, right? And one of them is what you're looking for right now. So when you're on the app, wait, let me get the app. Okay, so when you're on the app, you see at the complete to the right, it says glossary. It's a book. You see the book, it says glossary right next to live. The last at the bottom, the menu, it says glossary, right?
On the menu?
Yeah, like you're in the app, right?
I'm in the app.
Yeah, so at the bottom there's the menu.
Hold on.
Oh, you didn't sign in, it's true. Hold on. Oh yeah, you're gonna have to.
Is that what I don't see that. I just see the 3 bars on the top
Yeah.
giving me, categories.
Yep.
And then
at the bottom you
but
should see.
I thought I saw glossary.
Yeah, it should be at the bottom.
No, there's nothing on the bottom. The last thing I see is advertisements.
I don't know what happened. So you're probably on one of the links. So I don't.
Well, it looks like the first page. I mean, the top shows me rates and such, and then pulse chain on the top, then view charts coming. And then it says choose a crypto, follow on Twitter,
No,
blah blah
you're
blah.
on. That's the website. No.
Yeah,
You
I'm
weren't.
back.
You okay? Oh no. So you saved the home. No, you saved the website. Oh my god. Okay, so you weren't even on the app. Okay, so on the website. Okay, so
You don't
no,
have
it's
to
okay.
take
It's
your
okay.
time on
But
me.
this is why we need a tool for me as the person to see the screen, so we make sure we don't make you do things for no reason. So
And
beautiful.
now I feel bad because I'm taking up your whole radio station.
No, don't worry about it.
And
This is 24/7.
No, this is so fine. No,
You'd rather
you are
hear
so
Joss Soleil.
fine, man.
Come
This
on,
is
no,
good for
I don't
everybody.
want to hear Joss Soleil's nice voice, man. I'd rather hear this. Okay, listen. So
I agree, guys, but like, no, but don't feel bad. Like, please, like, all your questions are more than welcome, man. Famous.
it's more important than speculation. Questions are more important than speculation. Remember that.
Yeah, agreed.
So okay, so now you're in hextolearn.com. So when you scroll through the page, right, you go under, right? It says choose crypto. Then you're gonna scroll down. You're gonna see beautiful Richard and the Spotify. Then you're gonna scroll down. You're gonna see the beautiful links to hexlanguage.com. Then you're gonna scroll down, and then you're gonna get to the point where it says download the app, and then there's gonna be the button that says download app, right?
Yeah.
Click that button.
Download the onboarding app, right?
Yeah. Click that. It's gonna bring you to a website.
Okay. Okay. I'm doing it.
Yeah, no problem.
It says Hex to Learn. Tap to add to home screen. Okay, tapping on it. Tap, tap.
Then when you click on it, it opens up the web page. Then on the web page, you're gonna do now you're on the app, right? It shows you this app, right? It says Hex to Learn app. You see it's all orange, right?
I hope so.
I don't know.
See, okay.
You have to tell me.
I'm basically there's a little icon on my phone. I click on it and it says Hex to Learn, like in a little rectangle. Then it's got the rates, moving around. Then pulse chain.
Yeah, but so when you go down, because what do you mean? It brings you back to the same website.
Yeah, it does, because I just refreshed it to go to download it, and it went back to that.
No. Okay, so to download it, it needs to brings you to a new website. No, it's supposed to bring you to a new website.
The RH website?
No.
Hextolearn.glide app?
Yeah.
.io?
Yeah,
That one?
hextolearn.glide.io. Now, when you're in that page,
Okay,
when you're on that website, now you go at the bottom of the page, you click the square with the arrow, and you click add to home screen.
Okay, like I did the first one. Okay.
And then that should then that should create like a new icon, which is like the Hex to Learn logo. And then you click that, and it should open up, and now it should look like an app.
Yeah, because there's one with the graduation hat, and then the other one with the Burberry.
Yeah, the one with the graduation hat is the good one. So the first one that you downloaded, you could delete it because it's just the web page, or you could keep it because it'll bring you to the web page anyways. So it's good for onboarding when you're onboarding people, because there's also a QR code in the app that if you're next to someone, right, and you want to send it to someone and you want to give them, they don't have to go through all of this. You could just make them scan the QR code, and it brings them right away to the web page.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. This is beautiful, by the way.
You.
There's a glossary.
Yep, and you see the glossary. Now that glossary has almost up to 200 types of words, so you could get familiar with certain types of. It's not updated to the.
You know what I love, that it has like it says like FUD and fear, and it took me a while to figure that out. But FUD and FOMO, all these things matter because they're always used in the crypto world. So this is a big deal. You have no idea how happy I am right now.
Exactly. And then you could add them also as a favorite. And then so like let's say there's certain words that you always hear a lot and you always forget the definition. Well, you could just favorite them and then.
With the little heart.
Yeah, the little heart, and I made it a heart because heart. Ironic.
Yeah, how what perfect shape.
Tell me about it. What can I say, man?
And then like dollar cost averaging, I used to hear DCA all the time, and because my plan is to DCA when we get Pulse and buy. I didn't buy Pulse at Sacrifice. I just got Pulse X. So now I need to get Pulse in my bag, and I need to do the dollar cost averaging thing. And even that, I don't even know how to do it, but I know what it is.
And there's 200 other terms that you can learn, and I'm gonna update them slowly but surely. because I found another glossary with like
Well, this is
over like 600 words, so I'm gonna update it.
yeah. You even have like gas and gas limit. I didn't know what all that
Yeah,
meant.
you can read it up now.
That's great.
Then there's also other. There's supposed to be like, well, if I could find someone to write me the articles, well, then we would have a place with all articles being updated. But Hexbridge, I think Hexbridge wanted to do that. You know, I can't basically do everything, but I'm still there's still a,
Well, I guess that's
yeah, I
gonna
know
be
it's gonna be
hard.
hard, right? But it's there. There's certain articles that are still good, so you can still read them. They're very useful. There's the RH. So let's say you're with your friends. It's easy access to watch RH. I have to update 2 videos though. And then there's the live, which is you can listen to this stream if you're not on Twitter or wherever. And you could use this app anywhere. So like,
Okay.
let's say you're at a friend's house on their computer. You could just click in the URL, which is hexler.glideapp.io, and you could make someone look at the app on the computer. So it's like if anywhere you
Yeah.
are, no matter what device you're on, you can access this app. It's a URL. That's the whole
Okay.
purpose. And yeah,
Yeah. Beautiful. Well,
no
thank
problem.
you. I will keep looking into it, and I'll probably come back with more
Yeah,
questions.
my pleasure.
Hey Mo, you're super lucky. I've been in the scene since November, but I didn't have nobody onboard me. I didn't know what, and all it was strictly YouTube research, and I literally watched YouTube for 8 hours a day for about 4 months to get everything he just gave you. It took me 4 months to get all that 8 hours a day, 5 days a
Bradley,
week.
your name's familiar. I've seen your name before. I like it.
Thank you.
I'm like you. Somebody gave me hacks and said, do what you want with it. If you learn it, awesome. If you don't, then you don't. And I said, well, yeah, I'm going to learn about it. But
A lot of
you,
YouTube.
yeah,
A lot of YouTube.
and the streamers are the ones that help me, I mean, I was like you with the terms. What the hell is a fiat? I honestly didn't know any of this stuff. And putting it into regular day, I'm a loan officer. I know loan stuff. And I have kids. So anything involving baseball and home loans, I'm good. But when you start putting in crypto, it's a whole other ballgame.
Yeah, anytime someone would say a word I didn't know, I'd be like, oh, there goes about 10 videos I gotta watch now. I'm searching what is fiat, what is onboard, what is this, what is that? And you have 4 or 5 videos for each word that would come along that I didn't know. And I've learned more in 3 days in these spaces than I had in those whole 4 months. Thank God I found this space.
I completely agree. I hike a lot, so that's what I would spend my time doing. It killed my 1.5 hour hike. It was awesome. So you guys are all you streamers and famous, all you guys are like, you have no idea. And so willing. I mean, how I can't thank you enough, By the way, I have new homework to do. I'm looking at this website, How to Learn.
That's what I wanted to say. Does anyone know if that kid ever got into that MetaMask wallet? I was falling out. I don't know if that ever came to fruition or not. Anybody know?
That would be nice to know. Oh wait, somebody. Let's see. Hexray Doc, I'm not able to ever bring you up or approve you.
Well, I hope he figured it out because that would be
Yeah,
awesome.
yeah, me too. I hope he did. I forget. Oh, he was some kind of dinosaur. Is that who it was?
Yeah, I heard someone talking about that.
Tyrannosaurus.
The
Tyrannosaurus Rex.
yes.
Yo, that name is so dope.
I've been on mute this whole time talking. So Mo, basically, what I was gonna say is like, even though I'm gonna be there for 6 hours, you could be there just for 1 hour if you want, right? Because like I'm gonna give like 4 classes, 4 different classes. So for an hour and a half, we're just gonna talk about security. For an hour and a half, we're just gonna talk about swapping dexes and crypto. Then another hour, we're gonna talk about staking hex. Another hour, we're gonna you know what I mean. And then so like in the span of a week, right? You'd be able to go and choose which class you want. So like that, you could only attend that class.
Sounds custom.
You get
That's
Yeah,
great.
exactly. You know what I mean? It will be custom. So it's to make you not have to wait, right? Because like let's say you want to wait, but the only part of the class is going to be after 45 minutes or after the first hour because you know everything about security because that's not your issue. Your issue is I need to learn about what to do on how to, you know what I mean? But I'm pretty sure you want to learn everything. But for certain people, with improvement and with you learning, you'll be able to be part of the Discord, to the point where if you don't show up to any classes, I'm gonna boot the people because it's basically school, right? So if you don't show up to class, then you get expelled. So you know what I mean? It's gonna be very hands on. It won't be a Discord of like 100, 200 people. So it's gonna be really hands on, and it's gonna be very specific for the people who want the knowledge. You know what I mean?
But see, like even Discord, I don't know what that is. All
That's okay because one day we're gonna do a Zoom call. The first day we're doing a Zoom call. Zoom call is the easiest thing. I think everyone here can get into a Zoom call. You click the link and it brings you in. Now on the Zoom call, I'm gonna make everyone one by one download Discord, and everyone's gonna learn how to use it. We're gonna set up the privacy settings, and we're gonna make it so like that no one can DM no one inside, and you're completely secure. You should only have one Discord server as the learning server. That's it. That's all. You know what I mean? We're going to create a new profile. We're going to create a new MetaMask. We're going to create everything new, brand new. We're not going to use anything that you already have. We're going to take everything new, brand new MetaMask, brand new Gmail, brand new everything. And we're going to start fresh. We're going to fuck around with Pulse testnet. We're going to fuck around with Ethereum testnet. We're going to fuck around with Binance testnet. We're going to fuck around with every fucking testnet possible. You're gonna see, like, my students are gonna destroy anyone. Like, you guys are gonna rip fucking anyone alive if they come in this space after this course. I promise you. My life.
Well, any way I can help, let me know.
No, if you want, the honestly, the help is just send me every fucking question you have. Excuse me for my language. Every question you have, do not be shy, because I'm doing this. I'm doing it on purpose. I have 24/7 times 7. Right? I have 24 times 7 hours in the week to give you. You just have to give me 6. You know what I mean? So it's really up to you. Well, you, Hex Travels, I'm pretty sure there's like 30 people that answered my poll, so I'm pretty sure it'll be 10, 15, 20 people in the class. And I'll have smart brains, not just me talking, and they'll be like, I'm pretty sure X is the way will come in. I'm pretty sure other people will come in and help and teach. And then, hey guys, then we'll see what happens. My goal is not for it to run itself. My goal is to help everyone here. So yeah.
Hey, Famous, I was thinking, because you were kind of like the expert level, whatever was, most people already know the things they need to know, but watching like Whales Only and Satoshi Boulevard and stuff, I'm sure they can teach a lot of veterans some new stuff they haven't heard before.
Yeah, I know, but they're gonna want to get paid because they already do that, and they charge you for that shit. Telling you, bro, I'm gonna be the only
They
one.
might not charge Mexicans.
Nah, Crypto Coffee does. Motley does. You want me to continue? I can continue if you want to. Hey, Jam. They all have their businesses, man. I mean, it's on site, man. I'm telling you. I can't wait for you guys to meet me in real life and someone has a problem. It's on site. You're gonna see it. Stylist knows. Anyways, but
Oh yeah, I know.
yeah. But I'll be honest with you guys. Anyone who's willing to come and learn, it's not going to be a place for debate. It's not going to be a place for like you're wrong, you're right. I'm going to literally like show people what to do, and then there's also going to be chances like I'm also when if you guys really hate me, you have to ask Keith because I really don't feel comfortable streaming alone. But when I do stream, I'm gonna dedicate 1 hour to each stream to just AMAs. So throughout the whole week, you're gonna be able to ask questions, and once a week or maybe twice a week, we're gonna have a class. And yeah, homework. I don't think there's gonna be homework. Your homework is make money. If you don't make money, you failed. You know what I mean? So yeah. And I'm gonna write down every single student that comes in for free and helps me create this curriculum, because once it's created and we do make passive income off of it, every single one of those students are gonna get a cut from it. So enjoy, motherfuckers. Is anyone trying to come up? No, there's no one coming up. Okay. Imagine, Mo, one day you're literally gonna tell one of these people what to do. Imagine that, and they don't even know it.
Cajun famous. How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Wasabi. Man, I'm so stoked. I managed to get my my business all set up through the KYC and got wire transfers in. Picked up a bunch of ether. Doing some spot buys on Hex. I'm getting pumped, primed, and ready.
Was that why the Hex price went up?
Yeah, probably. It actually went up before I pulled the trigger, so I can't take
Oh
claim to
no.
that one.
Your business now owns a business? That's awesome, dude. Congratulations.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
I was stressing out the last few days, afraid it was going to take too long to get this stuff in, and it's nice to get the pump primed.
I'm happy for you, man.
Any exciting shit happen today?
Same old, man. Waiting. My opinion. We're officially gonna start a fucking class. We're gonna have a Hexican class. So if you know anyone that wants to learn, we're gonna take them from step 1 to step fucking infinity.
That's nice.
Yeah, it's gonna be hosted by yours truly. And it's not gonna be like online bullshit where you just watch a video. It's gonna be like Discord, classroom, like not one-on-one, but like, like literally classroom.
Oh, that's cool.
And the best part is it's all free, man. Take advantage while it's lasting. Limited time offer. I should literally write that. Limited time offer.
Free way is the way it should be.
100%, man. I agree with you. When you're all rich, donations will be expected.
That's right. Yeah, donate here.
Capital E expected. No, I'm joking. But I really do hope. I would never accept anything until I see you dropping it off a nice brown envelope on a yacht. That's what I want. I'll accept ski-doos. Pounds.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, if you want help with content or anything, let me know.
I really, honestly, guys, I really need someone to just write articles, man. I need a writer that just wants to write a blog, articles, because I could just give them a blog on a website, hexlearn.com.
Yeah, I blog all the time, man. We can come up with an outline. I can start writing.
Whatever you want, man. It's just, if you want to write on Medium, there's a plugin that just posts everything you do on Medium, so you don't even need to go into WordPress and do all that bullshit. You just need to write on Medium. It's an app.
Right.
You know what I mean? And then once it's written on Medium, I personally go and I copy paste into the app, and then you'll be featured also on the app. Because you have an app too.
Yeah, that's a really good idea. I usually have a marketing department that handles syndication and distribution for me. I just write the shit.
That's amazing, man. Oh my God, the features came out of nowhere. That's exactly what I was asking for. But man, if you're willing, man, you could, I really don't know why, and I've also told this to a couple of people I know who are writers. You could also even write it on Steemit, and Steemit utilizes blockchain power, and you get paid for your posts.
No shit.
Yeah, your posts go on the blockchain.
Dude, that's cool. I got to check that out.
It's been out for a long time. It's not really something you invest in, but it's yeah, it's really cool, man.
Interesting. Oh, I got a lot of old shit I might stick on there.
Please, man.
A whole bunch of old DevOps shit.
Even if it's not for me, man, you should do that for the community, man. It would be much appreciated. People would definitely read that.
All right.
Listen, I could literally, I already created a link for Hexbridge too. He wanted to write some stuff. He has I already created I guess it's called a company email, but you don't even have to create an email, nothing. I could send it to you. It's done. The account's already created. You just write.
Yeah,
Or you can even just copy paste whatever you write, and I feature you. You know what I mean? It's
yeah. Just DM me whatever, and tell me topics that you're looking for. And I'll let you know which ones I can take on, and I'll time box it. Generally, I'll.
So the easiest would be, man, the easiest things that you won't even have to write is just like there's, Cointelegraph things, man, about Ethereum,
Yeah.
Bitcoin, all that bullshit.
Yeah.
Just stuff that's very intriguing for Mexicans.
Yeah. Okay.
Updates, daily updates, just stuff we talk about. But that's a big job, man, and whatever you want to do, honestly, I'll take it, and I'll just post it everywhere. You know what I mean? Like I can't do it. I don't have the time to write. Like I'm already like fucking dealing with calls all day long.
I'm gonna spill the beans here a little bit. If you haven't found this, you're gonna love it. There's a platform I use called DevonThink. It's for the Mac. But it's got a really cool tool. It's called I think it's like Devon Search Pro, and you can create like search indexes, and it will go out there and just web scrape all sorts of shit. So if you've got a topic in mind that you're wanting to do, you can go out there, and instead of having to like sit there and search and do like Google search, it'll go out and hit like every index, bibliography. It hits universities. It hits all sorts of shit, and it'll bring it all back and rank it based on your search criteria. And then you can drag or basically build a list and kind of stick that into like an index of references that you can pull from as you start to like do your content and write it out. That's how I do most of my shit, and just doing research and like pulling from tons of places to get content and ideas. It's a great way to like just pull content together.
That's fucking awesome, man.
It's not very expensive. I mean, I think it's I think it's perpetual. I don't think you have to pay a maintenance for it, but it's a great.
Oh, I think you got it. He got a phone call. He got a phone call. What's up, Plaz? Eco Bull?
Hey everybody, what are we talking about tonight?
Anything you want?
No, we're chilling, man. How was your day?
Pretty good. Just got off work, hitting the gym now. Just getting locked in so I can listen to you guys while I work out.
Get that pump, baby. Get that fucking pump, man. Got an extra couple of weights, man.
Hey
I did it
guys.
just for you, Famous.
Sorry about that, guys. I had a call come in.
Hi.
What's up, guys? And yeah, we know, man. Texas. At this point, I'm a veteran at this stuff. I know when people get rugged out. It's like you're pure into conversation, and it's just.
There's something wrong with my phone. Hey, like sometimes when I request to be a speaker, like it doesn't work, and so sometimes it
Yeah,
looks
it
like
brings you.
it looks like I'm totally creeping on a conversation. Like sometimes, and then even when you guys are like, "Oh, these listeners are so creepy," and then I try to like leave and come back and request, and it doesn't work. I'm like, "Oh, something going on with my phone." So
No,
yeah,
I
if
never
I'm
said
ever
you're
like
creepy at all.
if I'm ever
Never.
creeping, it's usually like a phone problem. I had to leave and come back, I think 5 times, and then it worked. I don't know what's going on my phone. But anyway, how you guys going? What's going on?
Chilling, man. How's your day going? It must be finished or it just started for you?
Oh, it's like 8
No?
o'clock in the morning here. 8:30. I just woke
Yeah, it
up.
just started. Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, how about
We just had
well, good
toast and a
morning.
drink.
Good morning.
Morning. What have you guys been talking
Nothing
about?
yet, man. No, nothing yet, man. No news. It's same thing. Same old day. No Maynard. Not
Mm.
yet. Not yet.
Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna be exciting though.
It is. It
It's
is.
so
How's
cool that we
the?
get people from all over the world.
Yeah. I know.
Yeah, because whenever I come on, it's usually like 4 in the morning, like 2 to 4 in the morning for you guys. And so I get to like listen into the most crazy conversation. I'm like, what is going on? And then I realize that like, oh, they're sleep deprived. So like I'm just on like a different wavelength. Like I came in last time I came in properly, I think there was, oh man, it was conspiracy hour. And then I was talking about marketing, and like Collector was so funny. He was like, "Oh, this is not the marketing time." I was like, "Oh, that's too funny."
No way,
Hey, Famous. Try and let Bradley in, and I'm gonna leave and come back in. If you could put me back as co-host. I'm gonna reset it. I'm not able to approve anybody.
I got you. And where's Bradley? Bradley's not even coming up. I don't see the fucking. I don't see the blue request. So sorry, guys, if you're requesting and I'm not letting you up, because usually I let people up all the time right away.
You can try to pull me up too.
Anybody have In-N-Out where they're from? I'm about to eat some right now.
Some what?
Yo, I'm mad jealous. What the fuck?
Animal style, baby. In-N-Out.
We don't have In-N-Out here in Canada. It sucks.
Oh my god, In-N-Out, stop, man. Just eat it in peace, man, please.
Whatever, you were eating ravioli earlier, making me jealous.
Oh yeah, okay, fine. Oh, okay, fine. I get it. I guess the ravioli was better. I know you would want that more.
Fuck yeah, you know it.
Yeah, man. And fresh Parmesan too, not that craft bullshit, bro. Got that real grated stuff. Fuck that.
Pico Romano is my favorite.
Yo, Reggiano for me.
Yo, Famous.
Yeah.
You make good pasta?
Yeah, of course.
The best, honey, the best. You don't know pasta until you have the Famous pasta.
Well, these guys
With
hear me
red
make pasta
sauce.
like 3 times, 4 times a week, I'm telling you. That are a real poutine, you know? Homemade poutine. Oof, the fries.
Well, every Italian family thinks that their sauce is the best sauce.
100%. 100%. But I just really cook really good. Oh my god, now Stylist, now I make paella Oh my God, seafood paella! You would die for that. You would die for that.
Can you make me some?
Of course, of course. Get the shrimp. They're fucking expensive. Get the shrimp, man. Bring the shrimp, and we're good.
I'll bring the wine too.
Me, let's go. It's a party.
And I used to go to this place down in New York, up in New York, in this Little Italy, and really, really, really good, really, really, really spicy Italian sauce.
Ooh, nice. And then spicy. I probably had tuna in it.
Oh man, I miss it.
Ooh. See, that's really good. You take some tuna, and you get you could do this easily at home. You just take this tomatoes, you blend it, you make the sauce, right? That's what tomato sauce is, right? Or you could get the pesto canned panini bullshit or whatever, pacello or whatever you guys have, and you can get the canned tomatoes. You cook it. Once when you're cooking it, it becomes orangish red. Then you throw in the tuna, the canned tuna, and then you just mix it, and then you serve that with your pasta. It's fucking amazing. The only way I eat tuna, to be honest with you.
Man, Famous, my girlfriend's a elite Yelper, so we get invited to all these grand openings and all this stuff, so she could review the place that we're going to. And the amount
No
of
way.
times she's
No way.
she's brought me to a place, and then I see this little old Italian woman or this little old Portuguese lady sitting in the fucking kitchen. I'm like, we're going there, and it's always better than all the fucking places she brings me. It's so funny. I pick the
People
best
don't
places to
understand,
eat
man.
because I just see this little old fucking lady in the back, and I'm like, that's where we gotta go. She knows what's up.
1000%, man. In
Oh,
Italy, there's a restaurant in Genoa. I went to it. Okay, it's literally opened 4 times a week for 2 hours only, and it's grandmothers that cook you your meal. 4 grandmothers. I don't know if it's still open, but when I went 10 years ago, and you were able to look at the grandmothers cooking, they would cook fucking fresh food. That was wow.
and the ingredients are better over there too.
100%, 110%. Oh my God, the tomatoes, how fresh they are. Everything is just so fresh compared to here. Forget about it. Forget about it. Forget about it.
That's
Forget
because over
about
there
it.
it's all heirloom. It's not all this genetically modified crap that you buy in the States these days.
Yeah, this meat fucking stuffed with steroids and all the vegetables fucking smothered in pesticides and shit.
Yeah,
Hey,
no. I go and buy, produce at the grocery store now. It's like what blows my mind is nothing has flavor anymore. It's all just bland.
But it's not just the freshness and none of the herbicide. It's also too. It's their air, their water, their everything that goes into cooking bread and pasta. It's just the atmosphere and the altitude, whatever it is. That whole of everything together makes it taste so much better.
Hey man, Bradley, I just moved to Vegas, and even I don't eat at fast food restaurants often, but even fast food restaurants, the water's so gross here and so hard, has so much bullshit in it. Like if you go to McDonald's and get a sweet tea or something, it tastes fucking worse than it did back when I was at home in Boston. Just the water quality is awful out here, so restaurants are cooking with this shitty water. You get the shitty ice. It has this disgusting taste to it. You get this sediment at the bottom of your glass. I'm just like, what the hell is this? It's awful.
Yeah, I stopped eating McDonald's a while ago. That shit always makes me sick. Every time I eat it, it just tastes. Every time I try it, it tastes worse and worse. Every time I eat it, it's the worst.
No, it was actually Fat Burger. I just couldn't think of it, so I said McDonald's, but it was Fat Burger, which is still terrible but delicious.
Yeah, they're a little more In-N-Out-y, but In-N-Out is still hands down my favorite.
Animal style or not?
Oh, all day animal style, all day. I'm
All
not
the
that hungry
way.
right now, so I'm not getting animals all the way, and I'm not getting animal style fries because I'm not that hungry. But when I'm really hungry, I'll get animal style both.
Extra crispy animal style.
He's famous. Right now, that meme NFT that what Daniel was talking about last night and Satoshi, they're having a space right now. They're calling it Women in Web3/memenft.com, but just saying. Where did they say they were launching? Do you know?
On Ethereum.
On Ethereum. Okay.
Yeah, but they're gonna have multi-chain marketplace.
Okay. I see a lot of our people are in there.
They're out already though.
I couldn't find them on the internet. Didn't know he was talking about a test net just now. I don't know. Maybe on a different chain they're on. Or a new chain they're launching on.
We could just DM it and ask. Like send us stuff to your like we should just ask.
What's that?
Be like, hey man, where's your coin, man? You know, like just be like, hey man, where's it? You should just DM him. Guy's starting his own channel. We gave him the hype to start his own channel. Fuck.
Is that trap? Sounds like trap.
No. It's Mr. Pickles.
Mr. Pickles. Damn.
That's hilarious. That's the name of my pig.
Holy shit.
That's what?
That's the name of my pig. I have a potbelly pig, and we call him.
Oh, your pig. I thought you were like inferring
You have a
something
pig?
else.
Oh, no fucking way, man.
Yeah.
I thought he said the same thing, actually.
You make home cooked bacon.
No, he's not eating. He's a member of the family.
I'm joking, bro. Of course he's a member of the family. I'm just joking. Because I got sampled by a girl who had a pet pig, and I'm like, look at her. I go, oh, you like bacon? She smacks me. She goes, no, it's my piggy. I'm never going to eat him. I'm just like, I'm joking. Oh.
Yeah, I had my birthday just recently, and my brother-in-law came over to smoke some meat, and I have a picture of the pig, like, standing in front of the smoker.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Hexy, do you mind muting? I'm sorry.
Sorry.
I didn't even notice, man.
That background stuff drives Jim Rat nuts. Sam was using a spoon. He was doing something. Jim Rat's like, "Hey, knock that shit out!" It distracts him so bad.
Famous does it all the time.
Yeah, man, I'm so sorry. Yeah, I'm really bad with leaving my mic open because sometimes I'm looking at the phone and the mic is closed, and I'm not looking at the mic that I have in my ear, so I'm thinking that I'm muted, but I'm not. And then I look at the other phone, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm not muted. And I'm like, fuck, I'm looking at the wrong phone. I got two phones. I have to go fix these other ones. Sell them in
Did you
fucking
guys
Europe,
see
man.
the Gym Rat stream last night? Well, it would have been yesterday morning. The RH one. It was super cool. Those guys are super cool, hey.
With who?
It was just Jim Rat and Sam, but I think they were trying to like encourage RH to join, which he never does, but
He's gonna get it one
I
day.
think
Don't worry about it. Hello.
Hello.
How's it going?
Hello. Hey, did you guys know that if you had rats in your attic, then you can put a strobe light up there and they freaking hate it and they'll get out?
No way.
I need that.
That's crazy.
Funny.
I can't tell if it's a rat or a possum. I'm like, what the hell is that?
No way.
Cause you're in Australia?
Yeah, we got all sorts. Yeah, we got drop bears and everything.
Yeah, I was gonna
Yeah,
say,
but your
yeah,
possums,
nobody
your
got
possums are
possums here.
cute. The
my
possums
parents
are
had
cute as fuck.
my parents had raccoons in their attic one time. A strobe light would have worked probably.
Mama just chased them off with a broom.
Well, they come back though if you know.
Oh, really?
That was from Forrest Gump. Sorry.
Famous, when you're talking about this stuff, I know that you've built it out quite a bit, but my mind keeps going to like a concierge service where like somebody stays on live YouTube or something all the time and just fields the questions and then directs the person in the direction that would best fit them within our community or to the web stuff that you've already set up. But that way, you know, because I mean, it was just mentioned a while ago. The lady said that Discord, I don't even know Discord. That seems like a distance from me. And then you started explaining that, you know, actually it's pretty easy. You'll get used to it. Yeah, my thoughts are like, if you had a channel that was always going where a person would interact there on the screen immediately based on the words that you type into the computer or, yeah, I guess just
Well, we
joining
could do
them
that.
via
We
text
could.
only.
That would be an awesome idea. We could do that. So what I would think about doing is that we right now there's a space that has us live, right? Where it's live and it shows like a screen and has the hex price and stuff like that, and people could just go on and what we could do with your idea is you could share that account with like 4 or 5 people, right? And on the Twitter Spaces, it's like, oh, we could just answer questions while we're on Twitter. I can have the chat open, and I just answer the chat. You're absolutely right. I could do that. I could do that. It's a very good idea, but they could just come in here. You know what I mean? Maybe put in a command on the YouTube where it's like /help, and then it gives them the link to here, and then they could just come straight in here. You know what I mean? Like, what do you think?
Or have it to where the person who is the concierge, the person whose face is on the screen and you know their body motions are interacting to the person who needs help, maybe that person is already plugged into all of these avenues and they simply just ask Twitter or ask you while you're live, and it comes over, you know, the speakers or the microphone there in the space. And so it's like multiple people assisting this person at once and they don't have to go anywhere.
You could do a Discord add-on. I think Discord is like, because I just joined Discord and like I actually didn't find it that intuitive to work through. I still don't really know what I'm doing on there. I can kind of navigate it, but I don't know if there could be a Discord add-on, but I just think there's a bit of a gap there. People want to be on Discord, but the functionality for someone who doesn't know about Discord is a bit...
Hey guys, I think I just got scammed by Amazon. Cocksuckers. They sent me no package.
So my ideas are trying to bottleneck all of the social medias into one place and in a timely and easy manner.
What do you think about the Elon Musk potential takeover of Twitter? What is he doing on that space? Do you know what he's up to there?
Banned like everybody else. Smart.
He's just trying to buy Twitter. That's what he's trying to do.
Do you think that's
Not
in the
watching.
interest of Mexicans or not really? I'm not sure.
I think it wouldn't matter. I don't think he would censor more. We already get censored sometimes, but I don't think he would do it more, maybe less. Otherwise, it probably wouldn't change for us. Actually, it
Do you
might
think
be
he's ever
better.
gonna?
He might like add new features that, you know, to improve Twitter, whatever the, you know, features.
Yeah. Do you reckon he's
Needs
gonna
up.
meet up with RH at some stage or not? Are they on each other's radars? Do you think or not?
Who?
Richard Hart and Elon Musk. Like, do you think that Richard Hart is on his radar?
I don't know. You know, Richard Hart did like talk about him in the past, and he did on his last interview too at Lorenzo. But Elon was already interested in Twitter before that last one. He's talked about Elon in not in a positive way either. But I don't know. I don't know. I know they're not best buddies. I doubt he has him on his radar. I doubt it. No.
They both want to go to the moon. I mean, one wants to go on a rocket ship, and one wants to go on their cryptocurrency. But they both want to go to the moon.
I guess. No, but Richard's always like cutting him down because he pumped Doge and Shiba, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then dumped them on Bitcoin too. Pump and dump all of those. You know, he goes and trolls Twitter and hypes people up and then dumps them. You know, that's his tactics. So that's probably what he's doing with Twitter too. You know, he was gonna be on the board last week, and then he was not, and now he's not. He showed up the first day of work and said, no, I changed my mind. But if you don't sell it to me, I'm gonna sell my 9% stock. So
if he joined the board, he wouldn't acquire any more Twitter stock, and he refused to do that.
He what? They wanted him to buy some more?
No, if he joined the board, they wanted him to write an agreement that he would not acquire any more of Twitter.
Oh.
And he said, no, I'm not going to do that. He refused the board position. I think his idea the whole time was to come in and take a buyout.
Take over?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, I saw his filings with, he tweeted his papers, like his legal papers or whatever, and it pretty much says, sell this to me for 54 trillion million, whatever it was. This is my last offer, and if you don't take it, I'm going to sell my 9%. So, anyway. I don't know what's going to happen. I think, oh wait, they're supposed to meet tonight about it. Like the board was supposed to meet tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I think they're probably an emergency session. I think they really only have like one option. They've got to do it. I mean, the shareholders are going to be so pissed if they don't. I think probably the majority of shareholders want them to do it. It's a benefit. They're getting a bonus. They're getting an appreciation of stock right off the bat. So it's good for everybody. And they're sealing their fate.
Yeah. Yeah, they need some new direction and new, like I said, this site needs new features and upgrades, and it's been a while since we've had new stuff. You have to stay up with competition, you know, or you'll get taken over. I don't even know who their competition is at the moment, but fucking Facebook. I don't know what. There's Discourse and Telegram, but they don't have as many users as Twitter.
Yeah, there's no competition. It's just it's a matter of free speech.
Yeah. There's these blockchain social things emerging also, and I don't know how well that's going to go. There's already some that have launched, but others planning to.
Is Jack Dorsey still involved with Twitter? Or did he
Yes, he is, because was it somebody, might have been Elon, who tweeted the top 15 or 20 holders, and he was one of them. In Twitter stock, top 15 holders in Twitter stock. Yeah.
Well, I know.
Like Black.
He's still a big holder. I mean, he founded. I think he's the founder of it, right? But I didn't know if he had stepped down out of the CEO role, or if he was still there.
Oh yeah, I don't know if he's still on the board. I don't know. I just saw the list of people who own stock. I usually don't read Elon's tweets until today, actually. Kind of went through them just because he was trolling. Looks like he trolls every day, but I wanted to see what he had to say.
You guys there?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm here.
Just making sure like my phone's not stuffing up. Do you guys want to talk about pre-bridge strategies?
Sure. I got lots of them.
So I watched this. First of all, Hexy Cajun, do you want to go through your strategies?
Okay. Yeah. So what I plan on doing is, so I'm trying to gather as much hex as I can at the moment, right now, as much hex as I can, and then, you know, it'll get copied, right? And I did sacrifice for Pulse and Pulse X, so I'll get some of that. And once it launches, I'll have Hex, Pulse, Pulse X. And I think I'm gonna pair Pulse X and Pulse in a liquidity pool. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be incentivized on the start. And if it's not, I'll still do it actually. And I'll go from there. And you know, I want to keep my P hex. I want to keep my Pulse. I want to keep my Pulse X. But I'll probably lose some Pulse. You know, if I put it as a liquidity pair. And that's okay, because I'll be getting Pulse X and incentives, which in my opinion, I think Pulse X will be more valuable. So that's it. That's my strategy.
And what kind of ratios, like, is your cutoff?
I'm not
you
going
don't
to.
have to swap, do you? You've already got
Yeah,
both.
I know. I don't plan on trading, right? I don't plan on trading. You don't need. Okay, but if anyone has no Pulse, it doesn't make sense to me to ratio trade the first before the bridge. It doesn't. You don't need to do that, because you'll be able to. I think you'll be able to get a better price after the bridge. And everybody, it seems like everyone I talk to wants to swap some Pulse X for Pulse. And it's going to be hard to get your hands on it. It's not going to be a very good ratio. So,
well, in terms of price, I mean, if it did a 10x off the bat in terms of buying PLS, and it was 0.001, 2 zeros and a 1, like, would you consider that to be a good price?
that would be an awesome price. But it would also depend on what Pulse X's price is, if you wanted to trade it. Like
And what
your
about
ratio
your
trade like
e-hex?
10-1 or 5-1, you know. I don't plan on trading any. I will have less Pulse than Pulse X, and I'm good with it. I'll probably have 100, 1,000 times more Pulse X or something to that nature. And I'm good like that.
Do you think the LP reward is going to outperform the PLSX staking?
Some of them will. So when a pair first gets placed as being incentivized, it's usually a very high interest rate, and then it comes down real fast. But it all depends on what the incentive token is worth, or the party tokens. You know, it depends on that also. You know, on which one's worth more, if it's in the liquidity pool or single stake. It depends on the prices. Yeah.
And are you going to bridge in your EHEX or just leave it on the side?
I thought about bridging it in, and I might still do that. If I bridge my EHEX, I'm going to pair it with PHEX, EHEX to PHEX pair, because I know there's lots of people wanting to do that also. So, and it doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter to me in the beginning. You know, there's no impermanent loss to me, really, because if you just end up with hex, one or the other. So I might bridge it in. I thought about buying another coin that's not Richard Hart related that will be copied, but I'm not sure about that yet. I think I'll just keep my money in the hex. I thought about DAI also, holding DAI for the copy. And I think I'll do better just holding hex as a copy instead of DAI. Any stable coin, you know. And I say DAI because I think that's going to be the best stable coin out of all of them. But I still, hex will do better as a copy than DAI in terms of value within the pre-bridge phase.
Do you think there'll be parity? Like everyone talks about parity between PHEX and EHEX, and do you think that would be a quick thing or a slow thing, or?
I think it'll be quick. Within a couple of weeks or a month, I would say. I do think that, because people are gonna, like I said, a lot of people I speak to, they think PHEX is gonna be cheaper. And maybe it will be, you know, for a day, maybe. And
yeah,
it'll get bought up so much. Yeah, it'll reach parity because it'll get bought up to the amount that EHEX equals. Yeah.
So I don't know why people aren't more bullish on PHEX. Like I see that one as, in terms of potential to move, I don't know, it has a lot of potential, I think.
Why do you think it has more potential?
It starts at nothing. Well, I don't know what the PHEX price would start at, but I'm assuming there'd be a few zeros after the dot. And if it's getting up to parity, then you're making... I mean, I think your strategy of holding EHEX or building your EHEX, I used to think just buy PHEX, but I think as soon as it launches, like that price might have already 100x or 1000x.
Right. Yeah, because I think I've heard a lot of people say they're going to trade their EHEX for PHEX, and if that happens, you know, it'll bring that. The only way they can get EHEX for PHEX is to trade it right through the liquidity pool, and it'll bring it up. It'll bring it up to price parity real quick if a lot of people do it.
So Hexy, let me ask you.
I think it's going to be too quick to catch it. So I think that holding the EHEX is probably the smartest option, because I used to think, oh, just go in there and buy the cheap PHEX. But with the automated buy bots, I don't know how they work, but I think the PHEX price is already going to could be near parity on launch. So just building EHEX may be the best thing.
Yeah. It's like technically, yeah, they start at zero, but it's not really. They start at ratio trading. Right. The first thing that comes in is going to give it a price, not that it starts at zero, you know? So it doesn't really start at zero. I think only only Pulse and PulseX will start at zero, technically. Maybe not. I don't know. Who was just talking? Sorry, I interrupted.
Rolling. Go ahead.
So actually, let me ask you: are you comfortable with your position in Pulse and PulseX?
Yes, I am. I have more PulseX than Pulse, and I'm comfortable. In fact, I'm gonna make a PulseX Pulse pair, and I will probably do some Pulse in that manner, but that's okay with me. I'll be getting PulseX. I know a lot of people are gonna want to trade.
Yeah, well, the reason I asked was because you said you were going to try to get some other PRC20. I was just wondering what the reason behind that was, if you were comfortable with your positions.
Well, I'm holding Hex, definitely. I'm talking about like as the ERC. That's what I'm gonna hold, and I was undecided only because the one I'm looking at is in a big dip, like I guess like most of the other tokens, but it's a popular token, and anyway, I thought about it, but I'm not sure, and I'm kind of leaning towards not buying it, just stick with Hex.
Well, if you did, like, what would be the reason? Just to have some liquidity in something, or?
Yeah, just to have something to, I could put it in a liquidity pool. Say paired with Pulse or PulseX and that coin. I know it, but then, you know, I don't want to end up with a shit coin. Well, it's not really a shit coin, but you know. The more I think about it, the more I don't want to do it. And the reasoning is just to like give me a variety of options, you know, because you don't know how each one's going to perform or act in comparison with the other coins. So I was just going to give me another something to play with.
So you would just be holding it to like have options, and you know, if something comes up, you would have something liquid that you could mess with that's not in the ecosystem.
No, I would stay within the ecosystem. Say I got this coin and I got a copy of it, right?
Sorry, I meant not in the ecosystem. I meant just like that wasn't PulseX, Pulse, or Hex.
If anything, if anything, I would pair it, I guess, I would pair it with Pulse or PulseX. I pair the coin with that and to try and gain more of the Pulse or PulseX for that community to take whatever I have and leave me with Pulse or PulseX. Yeah. If that makes sense.
Hey, can I bring up a strategy I saw someone use on Hedron recently?
Sure.
So this had some people in the Hedron trading chat freaking out, which I thought was pretty funny, but I think what the guy did was kind of brilliant. But basically this, I don't know, maybe Dolphin, Shark, and Hex had minted a ton of Hedron. And then he had some HSI stakes, and he borrowed from the HSI stake and then sold the Hedron to USDC, and then he immediately repaid back the stake. And people in the chat were like, what the hell is going on? Is this an exploit, or what the hell it is? What is it? And then we've kind of guessed, and this is just a guess, but it makes sense, is that if he's paying back the loan with his minted Hedron and he's selling the coins he got as a loan, that shouldn't be taxable. But and he's paying back the loan with what he's already minted, and so that's not a taxable event either. Anybody have any thoughts on that?
I think it's kind of pointless at this stage
Forget about
He,
the price about Hedron. I'm not talking about that.
well, it does depend on. That's why I say it's pointless. He's playing with just okay. So he took out a loan.
Well, first he minted billions of Hedron.
Okay.
Okay, so he has like this pile of Hedron. Then he has an HSI stake, so he borrows against it. He takes that Hedron, he sells it for a few $1,000s, and then he uses what he had already minted to pay back that loan.
That makes sense. That's fucking genius because it's a loan. So he's taking a loan and he's using what he already acquired for free to pay it back.
Yes.
So it's technically he's paying it back. So it's like you're using what's taxable to pay back something. So it's like a deemable, like I'm not making it because I'm using it to pay for something, and then you're taking what you. It's fucking amazing. I love it.
So the people in chat were freaking out. And I mean, I understand. They were pissed because he just kept he did this over and over, kept dumping. But that aside, I think it is fucking genius to be able to use that to cash out tax-free.
Well, that's what I'm going to do.
So he bought more Hex with his Hedron?
I saw him selling in the USDC.
Well, it doesn't matter what he does. It doesn't matter what he sells it into. It's the same shit. But do you understand what he's doing, Hexy?
Yeah, I do understand, but if he doesn't cash it out and keeps it in the system, it's like.
Well, no, it's still a taxable event. He could then put it in Hex and lose on Hex, but still make Hex. Like that event is not taxable, so he could just cycle his money. The money that's given to him, that's a taxable event, he can make it so like that it's not taxable.
I know what you mean. But it's really not taxable until he goes through Coinbase or his central exchange anyway.
Yeah, but it's still like, no, it's not taxable because he's taking money that's loaned, so it'll never be taxed.
Let's say it depends where you live, okay?
And that's why you put it in USDC, so you never make money off of it. So whatever is in USDC is not taxable because it's a loan.
Okay.
No, Hex is the way it is, right? It depends where you live.
Well, no, any loan is.
Any loan, you're right. Any loan is not
Any
taxable.
loan, no matter where you live, is not taxable.
So let me just say that the terms of a loan on crypto is very fuzzy, right? They could say, show me the paperwork or else it's not a loan.
So the way we saw what he was doing is we go to the Etherscan and it said loan instance. That's what it's titled as loan instance. Mm-hmm. And then it's payoff, or what is loan instance, and then he was selling, and then the next one was loan payoff.
Yep.
So it's like, couldn't it be more beautifully set up? I don't know. I thought it was a
no.
strategy,
you know what? I would not like to give my wallet address to the IRS. Could not do that. I would not want to do that. I don't know. I guess not? I'd have to make a separate wallet maybe.
Well, right, that's just one wallet. You could just Tornado Cash it.
Yeah, I guess I could, but okay.
It's just one wallet, Hexy. When you have that money, the Tornado Cash is a no-brainer. But
you're dealing with two wallets.
Doesn't matter. You have 16. You could just make one transfer and have that money transferred. It's nothing. You're in your head right now. It's too much, but for someone who's been doing this every day of their life,
I know you can make another wallet. You're right.
Exactly, and that's what they do. That's why there's always 200 wallets every day, 160, 170, because every transaction they do is a brand new wallet through Tornado Cash. If only you knew the things I was doing. Well, they're never gonna stop us, man. They have to imprison me.
Well, I mean, it leaves a trail. That's what I'm worried about.
In a room for the rest of my life before I stop making money. And take me out.
If you give the IRS any of your wallets, there's a trail. There's a trail.
The best thing ever. You could give them a wallet and it's a dead end. It's done. Oh, I only have $150,000. You're right. Okay, here, 75 grand max. Suck my dick. Enjoy. I'll pay $10,000, $15,000 of fines. Thank you.
But no, in the
Enjoy.
government, they'll look to see where it came from. They'll, like I said,
Yeah,
there's a
but
trail.
there's ways. All you need to do is put the money in, Huxley. Once the money is in, they're lost. It's done. They can't follow you. You just make them follow you because you're not taking the extra precautions to not be followed. Why don't you go for a drive 2-3 hours and go to an ATM and put the cash in the ATM, and then that solves all your problems. There's so many things you could do, Hexy. It's just people are
Those
lazy.
fucking ATMs charge like 10-15%.
So what? How much does your
Well,
government?
that just takes the profit out of the whole thing.
No, how much does your government charge you?
What I'm saying is I might as well not take a loan if part of my profit's taken from the ATM charge.
That was a real nice.
Okay, but then the government will.
Ah.
Real nice.
You wouldn't pay 10% on your initial investment in order to cash out your whole investment for free?
Correct.
I gotta get you guys in there. I gotta get you guys to hustle, man.
I mean, to her question, was he able to pay off his whole loan or just the...
No, he pays off the whole loan. So listen, if you have more Hedron than your loan's borrowing you, you could borrow from the loan, sell the loan, right? So it's money that's loaned and it's not taxable because it's loan, and then you pay back the loan with the money that was given to you for free, which then cancels out because you paid back a loan.
Anyway, I'm not impressed.
Come on, Axie, man. That's pretty impressive. Come on. Come on. Come on. Yo, bro, what is this fucking bullshit, bro?
So anybody else has strategy for the pre-bridge and
I got one.
Okay. Yeah.
So this is my main play, but it's not like set in stone. But just using PLSX, single pool staking, and compounding daily. So you stake your PLSX, you earn your PRT, and then every day you harvest and then put 70% back into staking PLSX and 30% into a stable coin to use as like your whatever you want everyday expenses. So I was going to tunnel most things into that because I felt like that was the safest play. But then there's a lot of FOMO, obviously. Like I know Hexycation, you were talking about getting maybe one other coin. And like I'm not against that strategy. Like I think 5 to 10% of my bag will be what people would be considered trading because I think, I mean, this is a very unique opportunity to do that. It's not a great strategy for your main play, but if you're using 5 to 10% of your bag and you're happy to lose that money, I don't see it as like a problem.
Okay. So you're gonna stake it mainly stake your PulseX and use the party or the incentive to buy more PulseX to stake.
I would,
and
yeah, in
then
terms of
then
like
leave
taking
some for
advantage of,
yourself.
yeah, so for some reason, like with the compounding, I suppose like there has to be a balance between something that's like mentally easy and yet you're still taking advantage of compounding. So this is like the TCP strategy. He's like a streamer. I don't know if you guys have watched some of his videos.
I know him. Yeah. Okay.
but this is his compounding strategy for PLSX. And I think like mentally, it's something that's like quite digestible. I think if I overcomplicate my strategy, I'm probably going to, it's probably going to implode a little bit. So that would, I would consider that to be my main strategy. And then, I mean, I like the idea of liquidity pairs between EHEX and PHEX or PHEX and PHedron. But I would wait for parity before I did that.
Why would you wait for parity? It's best to get it
So
before.
say, I'll just
No?
try and think it through, and I'm not sure my reasoning is actually valid, but say I bridge in my EHEX and it's worth 15 cents, and I've got my PHEX in that pair, and the PHEX is worth 1.5 cents. You pair them together, the PHEX, or even the PHEX might be worth 100 times less than whatever EHEX is worth. You pair them together, PHEX skyrockets, everybody moves into PHEX, so you're left holding EHEX. So EHEX has doubled. Let's say EHEX doubles in price, and PHEX has gone to parity. And so I'm not sure about impermanent loss, like how to explain it, but I'm assuming I'm left holding EHEX, which has doubled, and I've missed out on that gain of PHEX, which is then done 100 or 1000x. So I have to wait for parity for PHEX before joining it to EHEX. That's what I've got in my head, but that could be, the maths could be wrong. I don't know if someone can clarify that.
I'm trying to go over that in my head. If anybody else was following, you can comment.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent you're right, but it depends on a few things. The idea that it's going to be 100 times less when the bot is literally going to set the price, but it's going to set it for Pulse 2 hex. But that's going to be a leading indicator because Pulse is going to technically have a sacrifice price, and then it's going to have a up from their price most likely, and then we're going to compare that to the hex to Pulse price, and then you're going to kind of see what price range hex is set at with that bot to begin with. So to think that you're going to get it for 100 to 1 when it's going to be based on the price of Ethereum hex pair, right? So it could basically be flat right off the get-go. But what you're saying is true, that if everybody swapped over, then you could potentially have a bunch of EHEX and lose all the PHEX. But it can swing right
So
back
let's say
again, though. So it can keep swinging back and forth. You know, it would have to be a massive move for you to lose everything.
So let's say pre-bridge, there's a PLS to hex ratio, or PHEX ratio, and that ratio is good. Like, let's say, assuming that the ratio is 1500 to 1, which would be an excellent ratio because then you're getting it at, I don't know, that's a good ratio, whereas 150 PLS to hex is a bad ratio. So let's assume that the PLS or PLSX to hex ratio is good, like it's 1500 to 1. In that case, I think that would maybe even incentivize me more to go more bullish on PHEX, because I see, in terms of like percentage price appreciation, I really feel that yes, PLS and PLSX are going to be great plays, but it may actually be PHEX that is like the winner in terms of the initial price, because people probably won't be able to work out what the initial price is with ratios. Like, it might be just too confusing. But if the initial ratio between PLS or PLSX to hex is good, for example, more than 1500 to 1, then I'd probably be even more bullish on just getting PHEX initially and like maybe splitting my strategy between PLSX staking, like we talked about before with compounding, and just buying EHEX now so that I can better my position later for PHEX, or trading into pre-bridge into more PHEX.
It depends on, are you trying to accumulate Pulse or Pulse X?
I think I'm just looking for the simplest strategy to take advantage of the initial price appreciation. And for me, my bags for PLSX are a lot bigger than PLS. So I'm not probably going to be bothered fixating on getting more PLS. Like, I'm just going to be happy with my PLSX and just take advantage of what I can with staking. But then I feel like the next best play is to get PHEX or find ways of maximizing my PHEX position rather than fixating on PLS.
If you see a ratio of 1,500 PLS to 1 hex, that's something you might want to consider dumping the hex for to get the PLS, because that's an insane ratio. I don't think we're going to see anything like that. But that's why we're going to work together here in the chat, because yeah, there's certain ratios like that where I'm incredibly excited to have hex on that chain. However, if you're going to give me close to sacrifice price on a pulse or a pulse hex, then I'm willing to give up hex that I have liquid, because I'm going to be getting more. It's one of those things where it depends on what you want, right? And the hex gives you the power to basically be able to maneuver between those coins initially. So yeah, if you're comfortable where you're at, then to be honest with you, I would probably create a plan for accumulating more PHEX, which would be probably through utilizing the coins that you're gaining. So if you have PulseX and you're able to stake it and you're able to get a yield, and you could keep transferring that over to Hex until you feel comfortable with your Hex position.
I had a quick question. For your Ethereum that you have in your wallet already, when the snapshot happens, that's going to be converted to PLS on the Pulse. That if I have like $300, how much am I going to have enough money for gas fees at that point, or would I need to acquire some more?
No, you will. Yeah, you will have enough for several
I would.
transactions.
I don't know about 300, but whenever gas fees are low, I would convert it to Hex for the.
Yeah, so the better move would be to take that $300 and to swap it for Hex.
And then leave it. You could leave a little bit to swap it back if you want, but
you're gonna get it for free. You're gonna get Pulse for free, so
yeah, Pulse
you're
is
gonna
free.
get
Don't
more
worry
Pulse
about gas.
for free.
So no matter what I have, I'm getting some Pulse no matter what?
Yeah.
Yep.
You get one Pulse if you sacrificed, and then there's freepulse.io. And who else? Oh, what is it? How to Pulse? How to Pulse has a faucet too. Freepulse.io, you can get one free Pulse every hour, at least one free, one or more free.
And that's going to be out at launch, or even pre-bridge?
Yeah, it's out. You can test it right now, actually. Freepulse.io.
Yeah, I've tested. Oh. Yeah, no, I've tested. I didn't realize that it was going to be pre-bridge, that you'd be able to have access to that.
I mean, okay, if those aren't available pre-bridge, you can come into this chat and somebody will send you some Pulse, man.
Yeah, no big deal.
You guys are sweet. Thank you so much.
But like what Hexy's saying is the better strategy, which is get that copy of Hex with that Ethereum. I always get Ethereum through mining, but I always swap it over to Hex because we're before Pulse Chain. So I don't want any Ethereum. I want as much Hex as I can get.
I didn't even think about that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, I think I got my ratios wrong. So if it was 1,500 to 1 PLS to Hex, then that is obviously incentivizing me to get more PLS. But if the ratio was, say, 150 to 1, then that is incentivizing me to get more Hex. So I think this is the thing about like pre-bridge that I think is a little bit confusing. The other thing is pre-bridge, would I be able to see the PHEX? Like, is that, obviously I'll see the PLS and I'll see the PLSX, but I won't see the PHEX, or do I?
No, it's all there. in your
Yeah,
logbook.
you will. You'll see all the PRC 20s. Yeah.
Yeah, I like what you're saying about the 150 to 1, 1,500. Yeah, that's where I'd be going the opposite way. But if
It's going to be a
I don't
constant
even know.
changing thing. Like you can
Right.
look at it one time and then an hour later it'd be totally different. So it's almost like you got to keep an eye on it and know how to calculate things
We've heard
fast.
some people,
You got to
like literally we heard, remember Walrus came in here, Hexy, and he was saying like 50 to 70 to 1 hex. And I was like, if it's like that, I'll be swapping Pulse Chain for hex or Pulse X for hex
Yeah.
if you have a crazy
Everybody's
ratio
like
like
got their
that.
own theory of what. I have no theory on ratios, by the way. But whatever you hear, it's not going to be that. Nobody's right. Just remember that. You just got
We've
to see
got
what happens.
so we created an Excel document and then put in the current EHEX price, and then you know what you pay during the sacrifice phase for PLS, because that obviously changes all of your ratios and what you, just a minute, I'm talking, and what you would consider to be a good deal. So yeah, it can get very confusing though. So like I only want to have like 2 or 3 things to do pre-bridge, but I'm still like throwing up in the air what exactly that is.
Right, it's all a gamble. You can calculate to see how much you paid for each one, and then kind of think about what you might want more of, and then kind of write down on a piece of paper, okay, if it's 150 to 1 or less or more, then I'm doing it. Or 100, yeah, like you said, those ratios. If it's this ratio, I'll do it. If not, I'll just check back in an hour, or.
Okay, so this is what I heard, right? Because I was starting to get a bit like, I'm worried about what's going to happen to the EHEX price. But obviously, a lot of whales are invested in EHEX. So what I heard was, once EHEX, people are basically, this is just the theory that I have from what I've heard, the whales are going to tunnel the profits from PLSX and PLS back into EHEX. So the price parity I feel between EHEX and PHEX, I think that's going to happen sooner, sort of like timescales of what you were saying, Hex occasion, in terms of like weeks to months. Because I used to think price parity will happen in 2 or 3 years,
It
which I
could
wasn't very
happen
interested.
it could happen technically immediately. And it also, we would know that for certain after the bridge is live, right? When actual USDC comes over wrapped, and then you see like, oh wow, it's already. And this is part of why the hex price might be being a little bit reduced right now, because we can actually bring up the hex price on the Pulse Chain side to 10 cents rather easily versus if it was 50 cents or $1, right? It's just that much easier to do.
Yeah, so that's the reason why I've become interested in ratios of what would be a good swap into PHEX, because I'm not sure how it's calculated what the first PHEX price will be. I'm assuming there's a potential for 100 or 1,000x like off the bat. So people, because there's no way that most people would consider swapping PLSX for PLS to PHEX. Like most people wouldn't even consider to do that. And the ratio, figuring out what's a good ratio would be too hard, which is why I think there's an opportunity there. If it's going to go immediately to parity and they're offering a good ratio of 150 to 1, which would be a good ratio if the price remained at, say, 15 cents, around that. I just see that as like an immediate opportunity to make 100x, like off the bat, like next morning, click, you've made 100x.
Click from what to what?
From like pre-bridge to launch.
No, what are you making the 100x on exactly? The hex?
No, the PHEX.
Well, now you're saying you're going to sell it?
No, I wouldn't sell it. I would still hold it and maybe farm it. But in terms of like, I don't really understand this. And if I had enough money, I would just buy someone to do it for me. But there's a lot of automated buys that happen in cryptocurrency. And so most people clicking and buying, figuring out ratios, like that stuff happens in a matter of microseconds because it's an automated buy process. So the ratios that you're given pre-bridge, like that's your best, like this is just my own personal opinion, the best opportunity to set your position, because once everything goes live, no matter how good you are at clicking buttons, there's an automated buy that's done that already 1,000 times, 1,000 times, 1,000 times before you've even, pressed one button. That's happened. So that's why I'm starting to get Excel documents together to really get my head around like what is a good ratio, because I think that figuring out the ratios and setting the position is like probably the single best thing I can do to maximize my returns.
Well, the thing is, you have to know the starting price to calculate your returns, and that's the number that people are getting wrong. What's the starting price when it's 0? To me, I would say you have to find the closest thing to 0 possible, which is 0.000000 whatever 1 in hex price, and then you would calculate all the way up to whatever the hex price is, which if it was 10 cents, you're going to be at something like 10 million X, right? So people can't comprehend free crypto the correct way. Like fauceting, Pulse, it's unlimited X. You can't think like, oh, I just gained 100X because it's free and now Pulse is this amount. No, it's unlimited. There's no way to calculate because it's free to value, right? Same with the hex that's going to be on there. It'll be 10 million X or 10 cents is 10 million X, something like that. It's just people aren't using the right. It's just like with PulseX. They're not doing math correctly. They think you're going to have all this buy pressure, and you're like, wait a second. The other side of it's the sell pressure. You don't have that in your formula, so your math's wrong. You don't have the demand for the buy pressure besides the buy and burn. We need the buy pressure for people actually buying it, plus the sell pressure, plus the buy and burn. That's the formula, and nobody's done it. So whatever you're seeing out there is blatantly false.
Quick one. This will probably be dumb, but my stakes that are forked over, those will pay out in PHEX, correct?
The copies will be PHEX. Yes, you keep your ERC20 stake, and then you'll have another PRC20 stake. PHEX.
Thank you. I know it was obvious, but I just wanted clarification.
No.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, it's good to clarify because some people, yeah, it can be confusing. So this has never been done. This is all new, so you can't compare it to any other chain or situation that's already happened because it's never happened in such a large scale. So everything's speculation.
I guess you can look at it that way too. If you're worried about not having PHEX, if you have stakes, you'll end up getting it. So if it does do 10,000X, you'll get those in your stakes. I guess if you look at it that way, that's the reason I clarified, because that's how I was thinking of it.
Right. If you'll have PHEX. I wouldn't unstake them just to like have liquid, but you'll have PHEX stakes if you have EHEX stakes.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
And there's not a rush to go and get Pulse either for anyone. The first, like pre-bridge, everybody's like seems like they're rushing to get some Pulse since they feel like they don't have enough. But I think that's what a majority of people are gonna do, and it's gonna drop the price. So you'll get a better price after the bridge, more than likely. if you really want some, you know, I mean, so.
But for some people, it is taxable event, so that's why they're going to do it before the bridge, regardless, because it's like 0 to 0.
Yeah, I guess so.
But I get what you're saying. I mean, I'm tempted to do the trade day one for some of my PulseX and change it over to Pulse. If the ratio is like not too crazy, I'm going to do some of mine, but I'm talking like 10% or 20% of, you know, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to earn Pulse through PulseX staking, you know, just earn whatever I earn and then swap, and also just dollar cost average in for 2 years.
That's another thing with the PLSX single stake. So we're going to be getting a choice of whatever coin. And some of these new coins won't even have a liquidity, much of a liquidity to be able to swap, you know? I thought about that, or maybe they will. I don't know how these work. I know PancakeSwap, people have played with that and they have the same thing, but yeah, I'm not familiar with choosing the coin thing. You know, it's not going to be the party token, right? It's going to be a choice of some new coin or whatever. I don't know. But I'm still gonna stake some, and I'm gonna put some in a liquidity pool. Probably.
I want the signer token too.
What's that?
Incentive token too.
Famous thinks that we're gonna get PHEX as one of the party tokens for staking PulseX. That was his theory at one time. It might still be. But I don't know how that would work because you can't just mint PHEX. It would have to be in a pool, like, and then, yeah, I don't know. Maybe he can explain why he thought that. Hex is the way. Did you understand what he was saying with the PHEX as one of the party tokens?
Famous, do you want to speak about the what you think is going to happen with the party token?
not gonna exist. It's unreal. It's T-shares. It's worth as much as a T-share. Worthless. Doesn't exist. Did I did I make you go like whoa whoa whoa? No, bet because the party token is not real, right?
Oh no, I'm not invested in the party token. It's all good.
But
I like, as time goes on, I seem to get like more invested in PHEX. Don't ask me why. Like PLS has dropped off my radar. PLSX is like my stable, and then in terms of like potential, I used to have these crazy ideas. I'll tell you about my crazy ideas.
well,
You can
because you
shoot
know
them
party
down.
you know party you know party token doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, at the moment it's just pie in the sky until it's attached to value, but we don't know what that's going to be.
No.
But then
Like PRT, the token, it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And it will never exist.
Well, what's the reward for staking PLSX?
Whatever the third party token will be.
Yeah, but that's the word party is
No,
just
no.
representative of that.
No, because you guys don't understand. Yeah.
No, we do understand. Why do you think that it'll be the PHEX instead of, in place
No,
of party?
she asked me what the party token will do, but the party token doesn't exist. And there's
No, but what it represents.
There's gonna be hundreds of party tokens.
Well, I think she does understand.
Have you ever been on PancakeSwap?
Yeah. Well,
no. So
I've never played on it, but I went. Visited it.
I know, but not you, Hexy. I'm asking class. Have you ever been on PancakeSwap?
No, but I think the point is like we can move on from party token because we're not fixated. We just thought maybe you had some prediction for what it will become.
Well, because when mainnet goes on, do you think that there will exist a token that will be called PRT?
No, it's going to be something else.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that because a lot of people think that PRT exists.
No. We just don't know what it will be.
Okay, well, the party token could be anything. It could be anything. So
And
I don't know what.
Do you still think it might be you? At one time, you said you thought it might be PHEX. And do you still think that?
Yeah, if someone provides PHEX, yeah, it could be. Yeah.
If someone provides it, yeah, someone has to just yeah.
Yeah, it could be anything. It could be liquid loans. You heard from their own voice. Most probably it won't be. They won't provide liquid loans, but someone can. If they want to, someone can. Someone could just literally give up all their money and just say, "Hey, man, here's some money so you guys can dump it after."
What if nobody offers up anything? Has that ever happened?
No, there's always a shitcoin that's gonna give it. There's always gonna be a shitcoin that's gonna give it.
So we get shitcoins for incentives. That's what I was saying. We're gonna get shitcoins or new coins. I don't know if you call them shitcoins, but we'll get probably new coins, and they won't have a liquidity to be able to even swap them out immediately.
Wasn't my ideas 10 times better?
What was your idea? PHEX?
Yeah, man.
What? Well, of course.
It'd be 10 times better.
It would be, but I'm just saying what's really gonna happen.
I know.
My idea was better.
No, my idea.
I liked having a sacrifice base for Pulse Hex. PHEX. If we had a sacrifice for PHEX, that would have been epic, man. Right as everybody was starting all those loser sacrifices, and he just said, boom, I'm doing a sacrifice for Hex on the Pulse chain now. It would have been so beautiful. Everybody would have been pumping Hex price. The sacrifice Hex price would have been all the way up to $1.
I'm stopping the sacrifice when everyone else stops their sacrifices. And I'm not launching the mainnet until everyone stops their sacrifice. That's what I would have said. And I would have laughed. And I knew this.
Richard would have got probably $2 billion off of that. People would have bought up all the way up.
People are broke. We're broke now.
Apparently not.
Okay, so who else wants to say their play? I think me and Hexicasian are giving you our main plays. Does anyone else want to talk about it?
I need to acquire more PLS.
Why?
What do you mean why? Because
Me too.
Because I need to acquire more. Unfortunately, I haven't.
Do you plan on doing it pre-bridge
I'm probably getting fuck all for my sacrifice.
you're gonna do what?
I sacrificed for PLS, and
And
I'm getting nothing. I'm getting like I don't know how much PLS.
why are you getting nothing?
Because it's like maybe like 63 cents for. I paid like 63 cents of PLS as a joke. Just to have.
What? You sacrificed 63 cents worth of something for
Yeah, I just said
PLS.
fuck it. I want it anyways. I just wanted it just in
Okay,
case.
well.
So now I could do whatever
Get
I
in the
want with it.
sacrifice set.
I do whatever I want with it. Actually,
all right.
I don't even. Maybe you know what? Yo, I think
Hurricash was
Richard.
going to give a.
No, I think Richard put. Oh my God, Richard put what I put
But
for
that was
PLS.
their
I think he
initial
put it.
plan.
Oh, that's why. I think I have to go check that wallet. I want to see if he put. I think he put everything I sent. Oh my God.
He might have put it to PulseX instead.
Yeah. Whatever.
He thought you were one of those Nimrods.
Yeah, but I just did it just
that
for fucking. Because
accidentally.
in my head I was like, I don't want to take a chance. I want to have enough for me and my buddies. I'm gonna have whatever.
Okay, so how about this?
Pulse each, whatever. It doesn't matter.
But do you plan on doing it pre-bridge, or you're not sure, or
Pre-bridge
definitely
for sure.
post-bridge?
Pre-bridge for sure. If it's possible, guys, I'm not gonna get fucked. I'm not gonna get fucked.
You're gonna give your PLSX for it?
And a bit of my hex, yeah.
Huh?
Yep.
Yes. Okay.
A bit of my hex, yeah.
And your hex?
A bit of it, yeah. If it makes sense, yeah. Always remember.
No, don't.
If they're throwing out
me, but,
crazy
you know.
ratios, yeah, if somebody's thinking it's 500 to 1, then, man, yeah, we'll be swapping hex too.
Hex, if it makes sense, I'm doing it because it's not my first rodeo. I'm not gonna lie.
I know you probably know
I'm not more. I'm
more
just
about
saying,
you do know ratios more than me, but I'm just thinking about. I speculate on what it's going to be, I guess, more than what.
Like I'm not
be.
betting. I'm not betting on me fauceting, but I'm gonna do it just for the fun of it, because it already was profitable for me once upon a time. So how could it not be profitable for me now? That's how I see it. Because it's like if Doge gave me that much value off of clicking one little stupid button, then Pulse was gonna give me that much value also.
Right, you'll be making a penny an hour, but in the future it'll become more.
Yeah, as long as 100 X's, it's okay. I'll be nothing. I'm gonna just have an alarm, just beep 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 beep. Okay, go. Let's do Pulse. I'll be fucking reminding you guys.
Yep. And
community alarm, get your pulse in. Get your pulse. Hey, yo, Keith, are you ready or what, man? Late night stream or what? Fuck.
What's up, brother?
You good?
I can fuck with a little stream.
You down?
Yeah, we can fuck around.
Little conspiracy or what?
I mean, what are you trying to get into? What are the topics at hand? I mean, there's a lot.
I'm gonna put you on the stand. What's your Saitama? Yo, dude, do you okay, I'm gonna bug you until you fucking. Yo, do you realize how much your short would have brought you back?
Yes.
39. You could have sold. What did I tell you? I said you get to sell it.
Dude, I don't even think there was enough Saitama to pay for the fee to do anything with it.
Yeah,
and I'm not.
You pay it after
or anything in there.
You don't
Wait
have
a
to put
minute.
anything. You could have just sold.
He bought Saitama.
You could have sold just your $20.
Hexy, I've had Saitama for years.
You
like
could have swapped your Saitama
time.
for fucking inside.
How long has it been around? Oh my God.
No, it came out
for that
last
long?
year. It came out last year.
Oh.
Yeah, this was like one of those silly like it's
your Maximus
$50
Ball, man.
jokes, $100 jokes.
Yeah.
And like, of course, me and my stonk, it's a classic stonk story, like a text group, you know, a stonks text group.
Just keep it. I would keep it. You get a copy, right?
No.
You never know what's gonna
No,
happen.
because it's
Yes.
on a central exchange. Get absolutely wrecked.
No.
Wrecked.
You're getting a copy of it on PulseChain.
Yeah, but I don't. It's on a central exchange. It's on Gate.io.
So.
So it's not in a non-custodial wallet.
So put it in one.
I already tried. There's not enough. There's not.
You could. The only thing you could do
There's
is sell
not
it
enough.
for USDT. Can you just do it, man? Can you just sell it right now for USDT? Can you just do that right now for me? Sell it for USDT, and then go in the futures tab, and then we're gonna right now spend 20 minutes. I'm gonna look at what it does, and I'll tell you what it does. And it's and you know what? If you get rugged, I'll pay you back the $20, bro.
Dude, it's like
last
how
night
many
I made
billion?
a joke. You didn't
I
come
have
in.
billions
Last
of
night
Saitama.
I made a joke. I literally Orca probably thought I was crazy, but last night I literally told everyone I made a joke. I took $20, I put it in, and today it's 60. I put 100x leverage short, and it hit. Just to show you, man. I can show you. I recorded everything.
That's fun. That's funny.
Oh, it's gonna be my case of beer. That's gonna be my case of beer, man. See, that's how you leverage, guys. You leverage with nothing. You leverage with a
Don't
fucking
tell
case of beer.
don't tell people to leverage. Nobody.
Yeah, with a case of fucking beer. Who cares, man? Don't buy a case of beer. Leverage the case of beer. See if you could get it for free. Why not, man? Why would you spend your like? You know what I mean? Fuck it. Don't drink.
Yeah.
Leverage. Because then, if not, you could drink for free. Fuck it.
Hey, let me share what I was saying earlier about PulseX and the narrative of the wealthy.
Yes, go ahead.
I'll call them the wealthy. Okay. So everybody's heard Richard say more than once. Well, if you watch Richard, you would have heard him say, if you don't have Pulse, you can always take your PulseX and swap it for Pulse pre-bridge. You know, I'm making this little time frame for y'all to swap your PLSX for Pulse because I know most people don't have Pulse. He said that, right? And then the past couple of weeks, some of the wealthier people who have been in longer since pre-big payday, they've come out and said, oh yeah, Pulse is going to be way more attractive, or it'll appreciate in value faster than PulseX. And so my thinking is, since PulseX is the governing token of the swap, you know, they vote, right? I think it's a narrative for them to get everyone else to swap to so the PulseX will become available for them to buy and hold, and because they want to stay in control of what's in the PulseX.
I have a question for you, Exy. Can you vote though if you have it in a liquidity pool?
Yep.
Yes, you can. Yes.
You can do everything if it's anywhere.
So either like, I don't know if the OA can buy it, or, you know, or people like friends with the OA or whatever, you know, like I said, the wealthy people who want to stay in control,
But
they're going to try and get your PulseX.
The OA is getting it automatically though. Remember we checked the OA.
Yeah, yeah, but he can always try and get more is what I'm saying. To stay in control of what's being voted on.
But I think he is always getting more because he probably gets all the buyback.
No need.
It's okay. Yeah, but my thing is, the narrative is for for others to get rid of their PulseX for Pulse, and you know, it'll become available, or it'll just, you know, in permanent loss type thing. They'll have more of the PulseX than anyone else, and of course, neither Pulse or PulseX is going to be minted, right? They're both deflationary, right? So
It's
whatever.
diversified.
But a
You
fucking
might be right, Hexy, but
the
Pulse
Awaken.
X is pretty diversified. Like, there's a lot of people, a
With
lot
the
of wallets
Awaken, we
more.
could
So
just fucking
I
make
don't think
everything
they
go
could
crazy.
manipulate
He
that
could
many
just stake
people.
and unstake, stake and unstake, stake and unstake, stake and unstake, stake and unstake so many times because he gets back all the money every time at
What?
like 70 to 80%. He could just ratchet up the whole fucking. I'm telling you, something's gonna happen as soon as we fork. I see the OA doing something on the Pulse side more than the East side. I'm telling you, something's gonna happen because there's so many plays the OA could do to just run it up, run that
Right.
shit up so high that it's like we're just.
There is, and so that's why I'm saying that's why Richard is saying certain things to try and get people to do certain things as part of his plan.
100%.
Yes.
He knows what we're gonna
Where
do, but he doesn't know what you're gonna do.
right? I'm not getting rid of my Pulse X.
Mm-hmm.
That's what
So we're
I
gonna
know
come
I'm
together,
doing.
and we're not gonna let people tell us what to do.
I don't know what
And
happened. Hexy's like a real Pulse X
I know
believer.
for a
This is
fact that
so
no one has ever put
interesting.
into place that
I
we could exist.
am.
No one ever factored in that we could exist.
Well,
Nope, I'm
it's
telling
gonna
you.
get burned faster than a Pulse.
I'm telling you, this is so unorthodox.
We don't know that.
This is how you get away. This is the same way of how you get away from the cops. You do everything the cops think of that you would do. So you become the baitist is the best way. The baitist way is not the not baitist way, right? Being right out all out in the open, unorthodox, completely never let them know your next move. That's how we are.
You know what? I know it will definitely get burned up faster than Pulse. Pulse X
We
will
have
burn faster
we
than
don't have any clue about that.
I do.
So everything you've heard and seen on YouTube
No.
is a imaginary
This is
scenario.
why I'll tell you why I think it. And I don't even remember what the YouTubers said. They all said something different, but the Pulse gets 25% of the fee gets burned, which means 0.000001 of each transaction will get burned, right? Whatever that, 25% of. But for Pulse X, it'll be like what 0.07?
No, it's 29.
29% of the total fee that the person had to pay to swap. So.
No, but it's 25% of the fee. So how much is the fee?
It's going to be dependent on the amount that you're swapping. Like
but it's
if you
not.
swap,
We use words like 29%. It's not 29%. It's first.
It's 20.
It would be
No,
less
it's 29%. 29% of the fee, just like
right.
it's 25% of the fee of Pulse, but the fee of Pulse is going to be like 100 times less.
No, I'm sorry. 60%. No, wait.
No. It's 0.7.
40%.
So it's
40% goes to the buyback because 0.22 goes to the liquidity providers. Goes to the liquidity providers.
Yeah. It's 29 to 30%. Yeah.
Yeah, I
it's
know.
0.7 of the 0.29.
No, sorry, we were doing it all wrong. It's 0.29% of the transaction is the fee, and then of the fee, it's 40% goes to the buyback and burn. And for Pulse, it's 25% of the fee, and I think the fee is the same thing. It's 0.75 or something like that, or 0.79 or something like that.
It's not the same. It's.
I think it's that.
What's the total amount of each coin? Of each token?
It's
we don't know the price.
But the thing is, Sexy, you have to imagine this. How many transactions are going to be performed on Pulse X versus how many transactions are going to be performed on Pulse Chain?
There's so many.
The same.
That's what they're not talking. No.
The same or more.
No. A million times more.
Contracts, actions, approvals. fucking transactions, sendings, purchases, anything on any other
This is
dApps,
why
sendings, bridging,
Okay,
anything.
I was talking about
other
pre-bridge.
Yeah, but
exchanges,
it's not. You're not even gonna
other
compare.
exchanges are coming out.
Okay.
Literally, we're going to have 10 exchanges running, and they're all going to run transactions, and they're all going to use Pulse Chain to do it. And
Okay, well,
there's going to be a
that's my
million
theory,
apps.
and you have your theory, and we'll agree
No,
to
no,
disagree.
I'm not saying your theory's wrong. I'm saying the
No,
math
I
is
know.
wrong.
No, it's actually wrong.
It doesn't, you might be right, but the concept is wrong. You know, maybe it will burn more.
No,
But what
my
I'm saying
concept
is
is
nobody can project that with the
okay.
current data set we have.
There will definitely be more transactions using Pulse. It's just that the fee itself is 100 to 1,000 times less than the fee of each transaction on PulseX, because people are transacting $1,000 over there, and that's 0.29 of $1,000. But over on Pulse, it's only a set rate like 0.0007
Yeah, but don't look at the value. It's always of the pulse.
of a Pulse. .007 of a Pulse, when a Pulse is already 0.0008. What does that mean?
Yeah.
How many zeros is
You're-
that?
Here's the thing
Actually,
too,
she
is
could be
people don't
right.
understand.
She could be
No,
right though.
no, I'm not saying you're wrong or right.
Actually,
I'm
she could be
saying we
right.
cannot predict that. The problem is we do have systems getting set up that are
That's
encouraging
assuming.
people not to
That's
do
assuming.
swaps.
That's assuming if
Like,
PulseX is the most utilized DAG. Always.
and if there isn't other apps that people use a lot more, you know, it's a lot of assumptions.
Yeah.
So for example, PulseX, it encourages you to do single side staking, which means it's encouraging people not to trade, not to swap, not to do nothing, just sit there, lock it up, which means there's going to be a lot of coins sitting there that are going to be doing nothing, which are going to be producing no transactions on PulseX. Same with Pulse. The Pulse is going to be locked up in what? Delegated proof of stake, which means so many of the Pulse coins are going to be sitting there not doing transactions, which means what? Not swapping.
So you
Not
know
swapping.
Not swapping Pulse X though, not every other coin, right? So
okay. What was I
I
going to
guess
say?
we're gonna have to see how many people want to try to buy the dip after
Oh, I know what I was
the
going to say.
48-hour swap.
Yes. So during the 48-hour swap, you know, you heard my theory about how the whales are going to try and collect up all the PulseX possible to stay in control of the DEX. So after the bridge, it's going to be hard to come by. There's not going to be as much floating around. Just saying, as my opinion, is how I predict. And so the price will make it more in itself. People paying a premium to try and get it or get it back.
In almost every DAO in existence, nobody has cared about voting. They don't participate. They don't vote. I like that concept that maybe this DAO does matter, but pretty much in the history of crypto, almost no DAOs have mattered very much. I mean, MakerDAO's okay a little bit, but
so
to be honest, you're just voting
wait.
What? Adding another coin on there. It's not that exciting, right? You're not changing much. Either it's ETH or, you know, it's
No. So hexagons
anyway,
are
if
in control.
you had 51% of the vote, it's going to be nothing if the OA comes in and votes with their, you know, 80% or whatever percentage of the coins. Like, you can't beat the OA if they want to vote. We don't know if they're going to vote, right?
No, I'm not trying to beat the OA. Listen. So hexagons are the base of this whole ecosystem because of Richard, right? So they want to. I'm saying the hexagons want to stay in control of the DEX so that shitcoiners don't come in. Hexagons want Hex, Pulse, PulseX to be incentivized the most, more than likely, or maybe a stable coin. I don't know. But other communities, they are trying to. I would think they would try to keep those from making their pairs incentivized. They want to keep theirs as collecting the most from trades. That's why I think that.
I guess we'll just have to see.
Yeah, we'll just see.
Yeah. And buying burning doesn't necessarily push the price up at all, because if you have more selling, then it doesn't do anything. It doesn't help at all, really. It's like, well, that's a
When
drop
you
in the
burn,
bucket
when you
compared to the
burn and you don't
sellers.
sell, wait. So you burn and you don't sell it. That was my whole concept of the pulse export. People are
I'm
not
just
going to
saying,
sell, and they will be
there's
burned.
that's a very high speculation that people aren't going to sell PulseX. They're not locking it up. They can sell at any moment. It hits 3x, they're going to sell. It hits 5x, they're going to sell. We might have trillions of PulseX and trillions of Pulse out there just in liquidity pools, and it might be a little harder to move the price. Who knows? Than Hex, for example, because Hex might be a lot more rare over on Pulse side. I mean, I'm trying to balance all my coins out. That's my strategy. I want Pulse, PulseX, Hex to be kind of similar or almost equal, especially equal in value. Or it's going to be hard to exactly get that right, but I don't want to pick a winner. I want to have all of them to succeed or balance each other out. So if one cruises too high, I might be rotating some of it into the thing that's lower and then keep balancing it like that, just because overall, I don't want to have that a risk of putting all my eggs in one basket and then it ends up that
I get it. Yeah. So I will diversify, but just the first 2 months, I think I'm going to try and accumulate more Pulse X than anything. And then after that, I'll concentrate on collecting some Pulse and Hex through whatever which way.
so what's
I
your
don't know.
ratio for accumulating it? Are you going to swap for it or are you going to
No,
accumulate your
no.
rewards?
I'm going to put it in a liquidity pool. Pulse X to Pulse. I'll even give up my Pulse for that. And in the beginning, only in the beginning, like not forever.
It's
And
funny because what if they equal out? You know what I mean? So what if they swing back and forth, but you're holding the liquidity pool and it goes, teeter-totter back and forth, and eventually you just have like 50-50 because everybody realizes they're both great.
well, there's going to be a point where I'm going to be watching it, and there's a point where I see the trade is slowing down because I know for a fact that a lot of people wants Pulse for pre-bridge. As soon as it launches, I'm going to put that pair in, and the people are going to use the shit out of it. I might not have any Pulse left. But once it launches, I'll work on getting it back through other things, through incentives or party or whatever else,
So
or just
Hexy,
buy
by
it.
that,
I might just buy it.
through that lens, I mean, you said that Pulse X was probably going to do better than Pulse, but through that lens, it sounds like you think Pulse is going to do better than Pulse X. No?
It depends on what time frame you look at. I think in the beginning, Pulse X will. So it's just like Ethereum, right? It took a while for it to take off, and I think it's going to take a while for Pulse to take off. Pulse X will appreciate, in my opinion, faster in the beginning, but at one point in time, there's going to be a shift where Pulse will appreciate at a higher rate. and I just have to watch things for that to see when that might be. Or when
Yeah, but there's so many more users than there were at the beginning of Ethereum, and there's so many more people that want it.
there is.
So
I do
many,
have other capital coming in.
so many. You have no clue how many people want it.
I have
We
other
could have
money.
500,000. You know, we could have
I'll be listen.
500,000 people
I'll be
using it day
injecting
one.
more money. I'll be injecting more money into it as I get more money. Right, I get paid like monthly through my income, and so I can buy it. I can buy Pulse. I don't have to trade anything for it.
No, but I mean like the Ethereum beginning, like you're looking at a graph of people that got money and then used it.
Yeah, I get it. It's different. It's different than
The money's already been utilized, so it's gonna start with no money.
It's different. But, I still see it as that kind of play. As PulseX appreciating faster, maybe, and then Pulse gaining. So tell me why, if anyone thinks Pulse, I'm not going to argue with you either. I just want to know why somebody might think Pulse is going to appreciate faster. If you have.
Well, the way that Pulse could appreciate faster is that if it gets adoption by other projects.
So in cryptocurrency, we have a simple narrative meme. It's called the layer 1 or layer 2. Basically, it's that type of a coin. Whatever it's being used for, it tends to appreciate a lot. People somehow they get the idea that, oh, this is going to be valuable because everything has to buy it to use it. And whether that's true or not, people will accumulate far more Pulse than they're actually going to need to transact because they're going to speculate on the fact that, well, maybe it does Ethereum or a Solana. And that idea, like, okay, missed the boat Ethereum people, all those missed the boat people out there, or they can look at Pulse and they can say, wow, I might as well hold some of this. Because chances are it could do something, even if it's not as great as Ethereum and doesn't do 15,000x, it has a good shot at 1,000x, right? And if it does 1,000x, it'd be very much worth holding. So, and some of these people could be less connected to PulseX, but they might be just connected to this idea of, hey, it's another Ethereum. I get it, and that could bring in some big players that just want to buy a bunch of it and hold on to it for a while.
I see Pulse like that also, yeah.
Somebody might want it for validator too. So if you do want to compete in the validator space, you're going to have to kick somebody off of their crown, their pedestal. And so there could be, I'm not saying there's going to be, but let's just say you're an exchange that wants legitimacy as, hey, I'm running one of these validators, I'm Coinbase, and you come in and you don't have any Pulse from Sacrifice, you could actually still potentially accumulate enough to kick somebody off that throne, and at least, or get people to, delegate to you as well. So you got to have some, right, in order to look competitive. So maybe that would happen too. I don't know.
Yeah, Pulse is the main token that everyone will need.
Listen, if there's one thing
it'll be valuable.
Thinking about, there's one thing that I've been thinking about is that Coinbase has Alameda Research, which is probably one of the biggest researching firms in crypto, and who are involved with most of the crypto projects out there. So
Coinbase, that's who you think? I think Coinbase is.
Coinbase is definitely onto this, or Alameda Research is definitely onto this, guaranteed.
Yeah, I know. I think it's Coinbase. Because that's a whole nother thing we were talking about. Everybody's going to be taking their shit off of exchanges to use their Pulse chain. Since none of the exchanges have it, have Pulse, they have to go to a wallet to get into DeFi, and they're gonna almost be forced to hold one of the PRC20s to sell.
But it might not be Coinbase. It might be Alameda Research that's looking at what to do.
I have a question. Let's say it is Coinbase.
But it might not.
So
Yeah.
on Coinbase, like, what's the most popular coin? Like Bitcoin, is that right?
No,
Like,
they don't even sell Bitcoin.
what's
They
the
sell
most
Rabbit,
popular coin on Coinbase?
Ethereum or USDC, I would think. I don't know. You'd have to look. I use Coinbase, but it's a Ethereum-based platform or central exchange.
I mean, what
They
do you
sell.
guys think? Are they going to be? What do you think the chances of Ethereum being bridged in large quantities are? I mean, I thought low, but I don't know. Does anyone else?
The thing
'Cause
about
basically-
Coinbase is that they might not be featuring Pulse, but they might be involved in making money with it, right? Because on one end, if they have certain coins or if they did certain things to get into this ecosystem, they don't need to sell it first. They could just get involved and then get a foot in. It could be another, like Pro will. I don't know.
Well,
If you
people
let
remove.
everybody trade, let
If
them
they
trade their
remove-
PRC20s, man. They'll make so much money off that.
I know they need something to trade. If people leave their platform to go into DeFi wallets, they lose trading fees big time. That's where they make their money. They need to hold a PRC20 to keep the trade.
But the
trading
thing
fees.
is that Alameda Research is smarter than just Coinbase buying and selling. They invest in projects, set them up with VCs. Like,
I know, but that's not a central exchange.
it doesn't matter. The thing is where I'm trying to get at is that it's either they're with us or they're against us. Because that firm is very smart.
Well, they're with us, definitely. They're stupid not to be.
No, they could be against us and they're trying to get into this to make money and contain us because they have the most ETH in North America. Excuse me.
Has anyone thought about buying wrapped BTC?
Oh, yeah.
Like double wrapped on Pulse Chain. Does anyone
Oh, yeah.
think that?
It'll be there. It'll be copied there, actually. Wrap
Because
Bitcoin is a P.
on testnet, there obviously the prices go up and down, and those prices don't really matter. But I mean, what's your play there, Hexicage, on that? Have you thought of incorporating that? Like, say you were going to use 5 or 10% of your bag to trade with some shitcoin copy. That's what I would call it, even though Wrap BTC is obviously not a shitcoin. Like, how would you do it?
I don't know. I don't have plans to hold any kind of Bitcoin or Wrap Bitcoin in the future, ever. So I surely wouldn't keep it. It would only be for gameplay in the beginning. And I guess I'd rather stick with Hex than Wrap Bitcoin.
Yep. The thing about the Wrap Bitcoin is that they should technically put their Wrap Bitcoin and put Wrap Bitcoin if they want their copy. But that would be the stupidest thing they could do is to put their Bitcoin in Wrap Bitcoin. That'd be one of the stupidest things. They would lose so much
Not
value.
really. I mean,
Yeah, it would lose so much value. It would lose so much value.
there might be a lot of Bitcoiners trying
You know how
to
much
dip.
more? You know how much more valuable Bitcoin normally is compared to Wrap BTC?
No, it's the same. I hear.
No.
Well, you can exchange it for the same.
It's never the same, Hexy.
Well, when you exchange it one for the other, it's the same.
No, it's not. It's a ratio.
No, Wrap Bitcoin is worth like 40,000.
And
roughly.
Bitcoin is worth the same as Bitcoin, right?
No.
Yeah, like it's similar, pretty similar. I mean, that's
Yeah.
where I see the potential gain. Because
No, it's not.
It is like if you go on to just go and have
Yeah,
a
it
look at
is.
the price of Wrap Bitcoin,
Okay,
and
so
it's
is
like
USD?
40,000.
Do you think US dollar is the same as USDC?
Okay, you're talking about like point something percent different, or but
Doesn't
it's
matter.
basically the same. One could be more than the other. You can't
Yeah,
say one
because
is
it's not
always
being
more than the other.
but right now it is what it is because no one has anything there. But if you put everything there, it's gonna ruin the fucking ratio, and it's gonna be worth more on the and imagine ETH is gonna have the more worth Bitcoin. What?
I don't. Wait, calm down.
What do you mean?
I'm not following. I'm not following you. I'm not following you.
Like right now, a wrapped Bitcoin is worth less than a Bitcoin.
Okay, well, in a few minutes, it might be worth more. Just wait.
It could, but that's why I'm saying they should do that, but it's stupid because they can't. Because then the normal Bitcoin is going to be worth less than the Bitcoin on ETH, and you understand?
It happens, though. It happens.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, Famous. Like, it would be very silly for Bitcoin or wrapped Bitcoin holders to bridge in, because then they're basically driving down the price of their coin, because the double wrapped on Pulse side is initially worth like, $400, not 40,000. So they don't have any incentive to do that. But by some miracle, after 2 years, maybe it goes to parity. I don't know. It's a long game play, I would say, not a short play.
Well, no, because then ETH could just shut them out, and they can't bridge out anymore. And there goes Bitcoin.
There's already going to be liquidity pair bought up, waiting in
Vampire
Pulsex. And that's possible, but just like the Hex community we don't give a fuck that our Hex might be worth less. We know that we can bring it up, and they might be saying the same.
Yeah, but we want to do
it
that.
literally doesn't work.
But
their
Hexy,
Bitcoin doesn't work.
The same reason
You
why
can't unwrap it though. Like
the same reason why I think P-Hex is going to be worth more on Pulse, which for us is better, but for the ETH people, it's not. Why? Because we're going to a chain where we want it to be worth more. So what do? We bridge over everything.
ETH is different.
It's the same fucking bullshit.
No, I'm talking about the Ethereum coin is different. It will be worth less than any other coin on the ETH chain because of that because you know how it works. But the other coins are different.
I don't understand what you're saying. I'm comparing.
Yeah, that confused us.
Yeah,
I think Hex is the way.
Everything you're doing with your Hex, you're doing the same thing with Bitcoin. You're taking your value from a chain and you're bridging it over. So when you bridge it over, if you bridge everything over on the other side, it's worth more than what's on this side. So then we could just, when everything's bridged over, we don't need anything on the other side, right?
Okay, right.
And then we could close the bridge and we never have to go on the other side.
Maybe.
No, I know.
I'm
maybe,
not saying
but if it gets to that point,
closing bridges.
We could close it. No, but we could close it and say no. We'll never go back on ETH again.
I don't know.
But why do we care? We have all the values in Pulse Chain, so we're all happy. Same thing for ETH. Imagine if the Bitcoiners transfer all.
No, there's value in both chains.
No, there's not. Not if you close the bridge. Not if you close the bridge.
Well, who's closing the bridge?
Well, you think Bitcoin made the bridge?
Oh, you confusing me.
I know because you don't understand.
Nobody's closing a bridge unless they get hacked.
What do you mean? Okay, so the bridges.
Anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna stop.
Go back to Bitcoin, okay? It's fractionally reserved, and basically there'll be no reserve on the Pulse chain for that Bitcoin, so it's not going to have any value. That's something you would want to dump immediately. So if you had a wrapped Bitcoin on the one chain, as soon as the fork, you get your wrapped Bitcoin and you dump it as fast as you possibly can.
A wrapped Bitcoin has the same value. So on Pulse Chain, the wrapped Bitcoin has the same value as a Pulse Chain Hex, and the Pulse Chain wrapped Bitcoin has the same value in comparison.
It's an organization that creates the wrapped Bitcoin, but just like USDC, you're not going to be able to get Bitcoin out of it, so it's worthless.
You have to bridge it over. Everything on Pulse Chain is worthless until you bridge it back over because there's no on-ramp. The fiat stuff is different.
Unless there is mass adoption, it's going to be unlikely that anyone is going to bridge it over, except there is a chance that it will. So I mean, that's where the opportunity is. Everyone will want to dump their wrapped BTC on Pulse Chain. And then if you buy it up and you wait 2 years and eventually there's mass adoption and there's bridging and then you bridge back and you bridge back, then your double wrapped Bitcoin is now at parity. But it's an extremely long play and it
So,
only
okay,
will work.
I get it. I get what you're saying. But some people
You
start with
can't.
wrapped Bitcoin. Some people, I use Coinbase. People buy wrapped Bitcoin on Coinbase, go straight to Ethereum and play with Bitcoin that way. They never get a real Bitcoin.
There's
And then they go back to
275,000
Coinbase and
Bitcoin.
cash it in.
There's 275,000
Okay.
wrapped Bitcoin only.
But actually, the only wrapped Bitcoin that's going to matter is the wrapped Bitcoin that you wrap and bring over from the Ethereum side.
There's
That's
not
going to have
21
a
million
value,
wrapped Bitcoin, Hexy. You know that, right?
but it doesn't work the other way.
And say, how many wrapped Bitcoins are there?
There's only 275,000.
And how many regular Bitcoins?
21 million.
Well, 19 million, but yeah. But so you
I think
cannot
there's more
go
than that.
from Pulse. So if you go from Pulse chain, bring it over the bridge, it's going to be valueless on the Ethereum chain just as much as it's valueless on the Pulse chain because it's valueless. The only one that has a value is the one on the Ethereum chain, which is actually valued at a wrapped Bitcoin or a Bitcoin price peg, which you can take that and you can bridge it over to Pulse chain. So the wrapped ETH wrapped Bitcoin is going to be the one that has the value, and that won't come until after the bridge, and that's going to be the full Bitcoin value. The other one is like a dump as fast as you can, race to the dump.
So the people who have a copy, you have a wrapped Bitcoin and you get a copy. Okay, who's to say they're not going to pair it, bring it over and pair it for other people to use it, just like any other community might do, like we're doing.
Exactly, Hexicasian. This is where the play is, and I don't know why more people don't talk about this play. Like, is it likely it will happen initially? Probably not, but
Not right away.
No, it's
Yeah,
because
You're talking
not right
about
away.
it's because they're
you're talking
gonna
about
take away their assets. Most likely, everyone that's putting their
goodness.
crow, all the crow that's being put in is gonna get taken off chain and ETH, so it'll be worthless on Pulse because there's nothing backing it.
Which mean they're
You're
taking it off
talking
the
about
ETH.
fractional reserves of Bitcoin. They can just invalidate it.
They won't do that.
They can. They should.
You're
'Cause
talking
it's
about
technically
the
an inflation bug.
invalidate
Yeah,
the Pulse chain Bitcoin?
It technically
it's
Bitcoin will.
yeah.
They could, I guess.
If
I
I
guess
was a
they could.
Bitcoiner, I would tell them to invalidate the Bitcoins because they just minted Bitcoins. They just minted 275,000 Bitcoins out of
I
nowhere.
know. Well, they could do the same with USDC and all that other stuff too.
Yeah.
Exactly. But Bitcoin has no legal right. You can't sue Bitcoin.
It's possible that could happen. You're right. Yeah, I guess we'll have to see.
All of these ideas are so risky because you're taking funds that you could put into Pulse or PulseX or Hex, and you're putting them into something really like a long shot, and the reward is probably going to be pretty low unless it crashes down to almost nothing. Like you pick up a wrap Bitcoin for a penny, whatever, you hold it on as a souvenir and whatever happens. But you're going to have to see that crash first and then you would make your move.
You know
It
what? That's
should
a
be a
very good
pain
idea.
crash,
I'm gonna
a
buy a wrapped
big
Bitcoin
crash.
for like $10. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah,
Just to
yeah,
fuck with it.
you put it on your wall, it's amazing. But if you don't have that crash, it's not worth it.
Okay. Yeah. She just asked. I didn't plan on buying any, but she asked if I thought if
No, I know. We're just talking.
we're throwing around
Yeah, I
ideas.
mean, I had this idea a long time ago. Last year, like 6-8 months ago, I was thinking about wrap Bitcoin on Pulse Chain. But if it's not pennies, then why would I buy that versus Hex?
Right. Hex is better deal to
It
have carried
works.
over.
Hex contract works on Pulse Chain. The wrapped Bitcoin doesn't work. It's not redeemable for Bitcoin.
I guess
It's
that
not
is kind of
true
weird.
DeFi.
I guess
It's not
it is weird.
decentralized, right?
You'd have to have a pair on Ethereum of Pulse wrapped Bitcoin and Ethereum wrapped Bitcoin to switch it back to Ethereum. and that's complicated. Anyway.
Here's what we need to think about. Create
new.
Oh, you got a rug. Did you hear that? Oh, your shit.
No, I can't hear him.
I don't know if y'all hear me, but my stuff froze up.
I can hear you, Hexy, but I can't hear
Yeah, I'm
Hexy
good.
away.
I'm good.
Okay, yeah, Hex is the way cut out, and then my phone froze up. I cannot turn my mic off or anything. Oh wait, something's moving now. All right, now it's working.
They're coming for us, man. They're coming for us.
What were we talking about anyway?
Hex's
Hex's
away
away?
was he was going to say something and then can't remember what he was going to
He
say though.
he said that he thought about getting that Bitcoin, and then
Basically,
anyway,
I think he's
yeah.
like coming around. If the price is like nothing, then he'll buy like
Yeah,
$100
well,
worth.
that'll never happen. I mean, that probably won't happen.
Has anyone else got any gameplay they want to talk about?
Going to the bar.
You going to the bar? Alrighty.
Let's go. What's up, Waymo? Hey, Waymo, man.
It's downtown.
Listen, Waymo, man, I'm doing something for you, man. We're going to be doing a one-on-one course, man. You can subscribe and sign up for a course to learn everything about crypto, man. You down for that or what?
Is it a pretty girl?
There will be
No,
some
it's
pretty girls in there.
Famous is gonna be teaching you.
I need self-instruction.
Hey, listen, man, I could get one of those snap camera filters. I could be whoever you want, baby.
I'm fixing to come out.
I could put my thing between my legs and cross, you know. It looks like it, you know, sometimes it looks like a nice one.
Did you notice that someone put the glove in the middle finger?
Oh, I'm not gonna card you, man.
You're not?
They card. They scan
I'm at the bar.
Oh, look at this guy.
What the fuck?
Yo, tell him to buy Hex, man. What the fuck?
Go shield Hex while you're there.
What do I gotta do?
Tell people about Hex.
Every time you take a sip of your drink, you gotta say buy Hex.
Buy Hex. I'm
Every
trained.
time you sip.
Like a rat on a fucking strychnine diet. What's up, Burl?
What's happening? How are you doing?
How you doing? Yo, I didn't hear Hex once, man.
This is Twitter Spaces. Huh?
Yo, Wayne.
Yeah.
Hot mic.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we'll see y'all later.
Whoa. Where's it going? Okay. Shit, I feel bad.
I wasn't listening earlier, but the hot mic could have been better.
Is nobody speaking? I got Rug.
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. I got Rug that came back and there was silence.
Oh, we good.
We can talk about stablecoin. My stablecoin shield. Well, I don't shield anything, but I think DAI is gonna work the best than any other one. Or it's the safest one to hold if any of the stable coins. The other ones have admin keys. DAI doesn't. MakerDAO will actually get copied over along with their DAI, and they can still operate the same way if they make a front end. But anyway, I considered holding DAI at the fork, but I think I'll stick with Hex. I was gonna hold both, but I think just Hex now. Yeah, I will.
Sorry, Hex, I missed that. Are you going to hold a stable coin before launch?
No, I thought about it. I thought about holding DAI, half and half, Hex DAI, but I think I'm just gonna hold Hex. That's all. That's the only thing. Well, I have some Hedron. Oh, Hex and Hedron.
Oh, so this is a play my husband came up with, right? So instead of holding DAI, hold Crow, get your P Crow, and then swap your E Crow to USDC, bridge it in, swap that for PLS,
Wait.
and then swap your P Crow for PLS.
So you saying hold Crow and get a P Crow, and then do what?
So hold Crow, get a P Crow,
Mhm.
change your E Crow to USDC or whatever your flavor, whatever, DAO, whatever. Bridge it in, swap it for PLS, and then swap your P Crow once price goes up to PLS or PLSX, whatever. I think there's this is only going to be 5 or 10% of my play talking about other coins, but something like Crow or Link or SHIB, or Wrap BTC, if you want to play the 2-year play. One of those, or even putting $100 in each. I think if you use 5 or 10% of your bags in that manner, then there potentially could be a huge opportunity there. And obviously that's not the main play, but 5 or 10% of your bags, $100 each into these ideas. If one of them pays big, they pay big.
Right.
And then you haven't missed it.
Right. Yeah. I would definitely. They talked me out of staying away from Wrap Bitcoin, although I never was really considering it, just because they can invalidate the Pulse Wrap Bitcoin because of the way it works, And then USDC can be invalidated also. So yeah, the other ones, Chainlink, SHIB, or all of those other ones that I think might, they'll eventually adopt Pulse Chain. I just know that right off the bat, pre-bridge, I see 90% only hexagons. Or people who sacrifice for PulseX. I can't call them all hexagons. So, but I still consider them as part of the sacrifice people wanting to get a hold of Pulse. So it might, SHIB might be worth something, but the other ones like Chainlink and whatever else there is on Ethereum might not be worth as much as a hex pre-bridge.
Hexy, what were you saying about DAI being the best stable coin? And you were saying USDC could be
Yeah,
invalidated?
it could be invalidated on the Pulse chain because they have admin keys in it, and there's nothing backing it, right? It's just like a poof, a brand new dollar. And they have admin keys. They couldn't. They might invalidate it until they figure out how to use it, or invalidate it forever, and you never know.
Okay, yeah, okay,
Okay.
so that's new to me. So right now I'm holding USDC.
So, but DAI is is a governed token by MakerDAO, and it's backed by other cryptocurrencies, not the USD. So it's backed by Ethereum mostly, some wrapped Bitcoin, and some other stuff, BAT and something. All of that stuff will get copied. All the stuff that it's backed by is going to get copied over, plus the DAI is going to get copied over. So, so Ethereum backs it half, 50%. And as you know, Ethereum is going to get changed to Pulse as it is copied. So essentially, I think DAI will be backed by Pulse, wrapped Bitcoin, and whatever else. So the MakerDAO votes on what it's backed by, and what they do is they give people loans. Like you give $1 worth of a certain coin, and they give you a DAI. It's possible they could vote on changing the backing on Pulse chain, but they cannot invalidate it. That's the thing. A DAI might be worth less than $1 at first, but it can be soon brought to $1 with the right voting and parity and whatnot.
Okay, yeah, so that's all new information to me. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yes. So right now for pre-launch, I'm holding Hex, then I got Hedron, some ETH for gas, and then I had USDC. So should I swap that USDC for DAI, or should I just go all Hex pre-launch?
I think Hex is going to be worth more than any other coin initially. So you have more trading power, if you stick with Hex. And as for Ethereum, I don't know how much Ethereum you have. If you have more than $100 or $200, I would change it into Hex too. Of course, leave something for the ETH gas fees on the ETH side. But if you have $2,000 worth of ETH, I would swap it for some Hex, because one ETH is going to equal one Pulse on Pulse chain. So your $3,000 ETH is going to equal 0.0008 on the other side, and that is the worst thing to hold is ETH. That's why I was saying earlier that Ethereum token is going to be way different than all the other tokens in terms of value.
Yeah, I just hold enough for gas,
Oh.
because somebody talked about that a while back. I appreciate it, Hexy.
Welcome.
So Hex, I have a question about staking ladders with Hex. Would most people be making their staking ladders on the ETH side still, or the bridged in Hex, make their staking ladders out of that?
I don't know.
Or convert everything to P-Hex and making...
I personally am putting as many stakes as I can right now, and it will be copied. So I think I pretty much have my staking ladder set So I don't even plan on, I might not even make any stakes once I get over on the pole side.
I think I made a mistake because I think the bridged in EHEX you can't stake.
Right,
I
you
think you can
cannot.
only stake the
Right, you cannot stake the EHEX on the pulse chart. Yeah. So you'd have to swap your EHEX, your PHEX. You'd have to swap something to get your PHEX, or just have liquid stuff waiting. That's why I just went ahead and made all kind of stakes now. If it's going to reach parity that soon, might as well do it now and get a copy. I hear a lot of people saying, "Oh, I'm going to wait to make my ladder because it's cheaper on the other side," but it won't be cheaper for long. And like I say, you might as well do it now instead of just trying to be all stressed about trying to get cheap PHEX, because it won't be there for long. And I think it's gonna reach parity soon. But if you don't have a staking ladder like finished like you want it, then after fork you can make them on either side, whichever one's more profitable. Because it's still going to be, 21,000 hex per T-share on both sides. So depending on what the price is per hex, I guess will determine where you want to make your stake.
Yeah, that's a good point. For some reason, I didn't think of that, setting up the staking ladder before the fork. Like, we already have stakes, but yeah, I was just going to make more later, but I think that might be the better idea.
Right, especially if you're staking it out for a year. I think you already said that you think it's going to reach parity before then. So it'd be just best to, do it now. And you'll have two stakes instead of one, Two stakes, free stake,
So Hexy, if you make a stake right now for 3 years, and EHEX and PHEX, when those stakes end, are same US dollar value, you're able to end both stakes and cash out on both sides?
Correct.
Nice.
Yep.
So do you think so right when launch happens, first 6 months, you think EHEX is going to drop in value and PHEX will come up in value? It'll kind of like trade off some of that value at first?
Like maybe the first two to 4 weeks.
Yeah.
That may happen as EHEX will drop, but because people are rushing over to PHEX, and it'll bring PHEX up so fast that it'll reach what EHEX had dropped to, and then people are like, oh well, it's tit for tat, whether one side or the other. And since they got to bridge something over to PHEX, they might as well buy EHEX if it's the same price. There's gas fees, but depending on what the bridge cost is, it'll just kind of it'll teeter-totter, I think, after 2 to 4 weeks maybe. Or even it might take 2 months, but still yeah. But I think there's going to be a huge buy-up of HEX before launch. Like when Richard says, okay, it'll be within 3 days, you're going to just see a big old spike in EHEX. And then the fork happens, and then a sell-off. I see that happening. This is all predictions, by the way. Speculation. So everybody has their own idea of what might happen.
Yeah, I think the price discovery and the chart's gonna be kind of crazy for a while.
Yeah, everything will be up and down, back and forth. Or
what you were saying earlier about PulseX, I was thinking the same thing today, just about how that price is going to shoot up and drop, shoot up. Just people, I think, are going to hold it, and anybody that dumps, I think, is going to get bought up immediately.
I think the whales are going to hold it. They're going to hold it hard, and if you sell it, they're going to buy it. Especially in the beginning while it's cheap, right? That might be they might be concentrating on that. If I was a whale, I'd be I don't know. I can't think for them. But PHEX and PulseX. Because if you stay in control of PulseX, if you have a big bag of hex already, and you sacrifice a shit ton of a shit ton of PulseX, you're gonna want to keep those coins in incentivized pairs. So it'd be in their best interest to keep control of voting power somehow, or majority voting. A big hand in voting, to keep their own bags incentivized. So I see whales holding PulseX, especially in the beginning. I'm just talking about, while it's cheap, first few months. That would be me if I was a whale and I wanted to pump my bag.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
And I'm not a whale. But I'm still holding my PHEX just because I see it being hard to get a hold of in the future. And I don't know. Yeah. And I see Pulse being easy to get a hold of in the future. In the not in the near future too. So
yeah, I think you're dead on with your predictions.
Yeah, I see Pulse as being something everybody needs and being popular. Some people might just want to buy it to hold it because they think it's going to increase fast like Ethereum or as much as Ethereum. But Pulse X is, I just see it as different because it controls the DEX. And the DEX is where you make money. If you knew, so valid, yeah, you don't make much money on giving your Pulse to a validator versus giving your Pulse X to the DEX. You know? So to me, that's a more important coin when it comes to profitability. You're not just looking at price appreciation per token, you're looking at fees earned per token. You know?
Yeah, especially if you're gonna harvest the PRT and then just use compounding, because the fees, like as you said with PLS, delegating your PLS, it's nothing. So, I mean, for me, yeah, I don't see, unless the ratio was set at like 1 to 1 or 1.5 to 1, which it won't be, then I don't think I'll swap.
There's already a minimum, when you're doing Pulse to a validator, there's a minimum you have to have. And I forget what it is, like 0.1% of the total validator total. Like validator has to have 50% of the total. And then everybody else fills in the other 50%. And he's like locked, he can take no more until he puts more in to make himself more than 50%. And so you only get a portion of the fees, which is 0.75% of the fee of a Pulse trade, the trading fee, which is minimal already. And then if your bag is like 0.2% of the total validator total, you get 0.2% of that tiny ass fee already. So it's like tiny ass fees, tiny ass, rewards compared to what you get with PulseX. With PulseX, yeah, you stake a Pulse and you either get the party token or you make a pair and you get more of what you already have in the pair plus an incentive. You know, like if I put my PulseX in Pulse and people are wanting to swap their PulseX to Pulse, I get a percentage, I forget how much it is. I'll get a percentage of Pulse that they're trading plus an incentive token. So it works that way too. I mean, of course, there's impermanent loss, but I'm not calculating that. That's not really concerns me. If I want both sides of the pair anyway, I don't care about impermanent loss.
Okay, so once we go live, are you bridging over eHex and then buying up PulseX and Pulse Chain with it, or
No.
no?
I might bridge over eHex, but only to pair it with my PHEX in a liquidity pool.
Okay, so what are you going to use to purchase PulseX, Pulse Chain?
So I will have some PulseX and Pulse Chain already, and much more PulseX, but I'm okay with that because I think it's more valuable anyway. And I'll be getting more money in the future, you know,
right.
income, right? I can just keep putting in, and I'll buy more Pulse if I think I need more. If I see it doing, you know, it depends what prices do, but I can just buy more
So that fiat that you're bringing in, what coin are you gonna be using?
New fiat, probably hex or die, depending on if die's $1 still. Or it depends on liquidity pools and what I can trade out the best. You know, whatever's in the Pulse X that I can trade out, that, you know, without slippage and all that. Depends. I'll have to see how the pools look, but I guess hex. Or ETH. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how much ETH is going to be in the pools. It just depends. But Pulse is going to be paired to everything. So I can pretty much bring anything and get a Pulse. Right? Just like ETH is paired to everything.
I like it. Sounds like a good plan, Hex. I'm gonna head off to bed. I appreciate all the information you shared with me.
All righty. Good night. Hex is the way. You there?
Yeah.
Okay, just making sure somebody was awake to accept people if they want to speak.
Yeah, that's the good thing about having this chat, you know, Hexication. You make us think about various, you know, things going on in the space. And it's really hard to tell people like, what am I going to do or what are you going to do? Because both of us are thinking or famous, you know, we're thinking about various moves depending on if they're attractive.
Right. I know what I'm going to do pre-launch, like, but once it launches, my plans could change because you don't know what's going to happen. But like I said, I know I'm holding Hex and the Hedron, and then I think right away, I'm going to put my Pulse pair in liquidity. The max amount, which might be all of my Pulse and some of my Pulse X. But like I said,
So
I could
I
always
might
get.
wait. I want to do that too, but I might wait and
Why wait?
Pulse
People are
X.
going to be swapping like
Right.
crazy.
So if it swings against to 3 Pulse X, if it gets to like 2, 3 to 1, that's when I'm gonna create my liquidity. But it makes sense for you to create it instantly. I just want to do it that way because if it swings back to Pulse, I'll get more Pulse chain, which is my goal. But if that's not your goal, maybe do it as fast as possible.
No, it's not my goal during pre-bridge. Pre-bridge, I'm getting all the Pulse X I can, but after, I'll build up my Pulse again because, like I was saying, it's going to be harder to get hold of Pulse X than it will Pulse because everything's going to be paired to Pulse, and I can just bridge in almost anything, you know, as I get income. As income comes in monthly or whatever, weekly, I'll get more Pulse. It's going to be a dip anyway, right? Usually. You never know. But that's what I'm going to do. I'll try and get more Pulse X, the most Pulse X during pre-bridge, and then I'll just have to see what happens after that. Because like I was saying, why people are wanting to get Pulse, but you get far less fee incentives to delegate a Pulse than to delegate or to stake or farm a Pulse X. Far less income. Yeah.
I know one thing my plan's not, and that's telling everybody what my plan is.
Well, this is my plan. I don't care because it doesn't matter what I say. We're only like 30 people in here. Like that's gonna make a difference, right? So tell me your plan. You don't know?
I have no
There's not
idea.
even there's like 10 people in here. It doesn't matter what I say because there's so many other people saying other things. Who's gonna listen to me anyway? That's how I see it. There's so many influencers saying different things on YouTube, which is different than what I'm saying, and it's like, who's gonna sit here and believe me when they think the influencer has more knowledge, which they might have more knowledge, but nobody knows what's gonna happen. So, you know, I'm okay with saying what I'm gonna do. If I was a whale and I wanted to like do this move and that move, you know, to pump my bags is different. But I don't have enough tokens to matter.
Definitely not a whale, but I just don't have a clue what I'm gonna do, to be honest. It's gonna have to kind of assess the situation when it gets here, you know.
Right? You just have a plan for pre-launch. You know, that's all. That's the most you could do. Make sure you have enough, if anything. Anything other than
for sure.
Yeah, anything other than ETH to have a copy of. That's what you can do right now. Anything and everything. Put every dollar you can suck out of whoever into a ERC20 to get a copy. And then your coins are going to appreciate so fast within, you know, immediately pretty much. That you could always sell your ETH coins back to pay off whatever, if you had to pay off somebody for one. I don't want to tell people to take loans out or borrow, but you know, if you have something saved up that you don't mind parting with for months to a year. I can say proudly that I cashed in my 401k to sacrifice PulseX. I used up the little bit of savings I had for Pulse sacrifice, but then PulseX came around. I was like, oh, I went all in. Yep, 401k, that's where it's going. We'll see if it's a good decision or not.
I bet that's going to be a decision for the record books.
Well, I don't see going anywhere in the stock market and the funds and all that stuff, whatever that, you know, that it was trying to make money on.
No, we're losing money right now in that.
I know. That's why it's like I might as well I cashed it out back in like October. Because like PulseX was announced in October, I think. It took forever for it to start, but I cashed it out when I could see stock market was about to go under. It's on its way down still.
Hey, Twitter was looking up after Elon Musk said he was going to buy it today.
Oh, yeah? What did the board decide on? Anybody heard? They might not have made a decision, but they were supposed to meet.
Surely they won't allow it. I think it's way too corrupt.
They won't allow it.
Why do you think I think it's too corrupt for probably an individual to own that much of it. I don't think they'll let it happen.
What do you mean too much of it? He's gonna buy the whole company. He wants to buy the company.
Yeah, but that's their way to spread propaganda. They're not gonna let go of their propaganda spreading machine. You know, they're not gonna sell control of that. There's not a price you could put on it to make them get rid of it.
Nobody said. Well, Elon didn't say that they were going to lose their job or their spot on the board, although that's a possibility, I guess. You have to understand, probably half of the board is Elon's buddy because Elon made buddies with him the past few months, and half of them are like, oh, I don't know about this, you know. But for Elon to get assigned a seat on the board last week, he's got friends there.
I think it would be incredible if he could get any pull whatsoever up there, but I don't see him letting go of their propaganda machine easily, you know.
Yeah, I don't think they care about propaganda. They don't care. Um, they care about backlash from media or other people when people post hate stuff or whatever they call misinformation. Their idea of misinformation is different than ours, right? They get backlash when people post that stuff, and they feel like they have to censor it just to make people shut up. But if Elon's in charge, I have a feeling Elon's going to say fuck it. But the people on the board still get paid. It's free speech, and Elon will be like, I don't give a fuck, let people write what they. I think that's what I see him saying. It doesn't matter to him what gets said as long as it makes money, and the more shit being talked, the more money it makes. He's the best shit talker out there, and he makes the most money.
Good point.
It's just like news. The more shit they talk and hype things up, the more money they make. So it's kind of the same concept. Although, with Twitter, it's just people speaking their mind, not really an agenda for the owners. I even saw him say something about him giving Trump his account back on Twitter. Which I don't give a shit whether Trump does anything or not, but just that's his stance on
He deserves to
censorship.
have an account, though.
Yeah, everybody does. I do worry about Trump and what he says sometimes, since his following is so passionate about whatever he says.
I think it's just when you go to censoring people, it don't matter who you censor. If you censor anybody, then it's only right. I mean, if you censor anybody, then you're wrong, because
Trump scares me, though. He does scare me, although I don't like censorship, but Trump scares me because he says things to manipulate people's beliefs certain ways. I'm not saying everything he said was wrong. It's just the way he said it might have been manipulative in his ways of people got, I don't know what I want to try and say. I don't know how to describe it. But he scares me because he does things for his own agenda, right? It's never for the people. It's always got something. He's always got something in whatever he's doing. Whatever he says, he makes you think it's for you, but no, it's for him. And that's, so he uses people as puppets.
Richard Hart for president.
Yep. Yeah, the government uses people as puppets, and they don't realize it. But then, like I said, Trump does the same thing. And anyway, I don't think he'll be president again. You never know. Might. I don't give a shit, really, because I can't do anything about whatever happens in that regard. We just roll with it. Like I was saying, they gave us the last presidential election. What kind of fucking choice was that? Biden or Trump? What the fuck? And before that, it was Hillary or Trump. What the fuck? We gotta choose between two shits. Which shit is better than the other?
I mean, I feel like Biden got crammed down my throat. To be honest with you, I don't feel like I had much of a say so in that.
I didn't even vote. I voted for everything else on the ballot except president and vice president. Oh God. I feel like my vote doesn't matter anyway, because it doesn't. The Electoral College does that shit.
No, every vote matters, but
Not for
there's
president.
definitely some.
Not for president. Electoral College votes for president, not you.
I mean, if your vote meant being a body, though, then it could matter. You know, at a protest or something. You know what I mean? Just depending on.
You know what? Every state has different laws on how their electoral delegate votes. And I know for my state, the delegate doesn't have to vote as the majority of voters voted. They can vote. They vote however they want.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
And I know some states are supposed to follow their parties, whichever party won. But so that's why I say mine doesn't matter.
They've been in power so long, the same people, they've got loopholes for loopholes for loopholes for loopholes. So it's literally like playing fucking whack-a-mole, trying to get them to act right, you know?
But it's always the most manipulative, crooked person usually wins, just because that's how politics is. And the person that can talk the most shit and manipulate his party to think he's the best is the winner, pretty much. So that's how they live that's how they live out their presidency. Talking shit and kissing ass and manipulating people. So. After they get paid by all the what you call those people? Can't think of the word. The people who go and push certain agendas.
Yeah, the fact you got to take a certain side before you can even be president. You got to take the left or right side to even get a shot at it.
Yeah, and you have to believe whatever. Yeah, you have to believe whatever you think your party believes the most in.
That's complete horseshit, because they both got extremist fucking views to them, you know. If you look at it, they're both sides got extremists, you know, but left being way worse, of course. But
what you call left? The Democrats?
Yeah, the communist.
See, I can't even keep up with left and right. Those terms don't want to stick in my head for some reason. I have mostly Republican views, but not all. So I don't like to. Oh shit, my earpiece is dying.
Anyway, I guess I'm still on. testing.
Yeah, what's up, Steakhouse? Exbridge Asia, man. Exbridge Asia, man, I was fading last night and I think it got kind of dramatic.
Dramatic with who? I was here last night. I think I went to bed early, but
Yeah, it was
It's like a
Terrafin, aka Hex. I think he was just going like too far or whatever.
oh
And
yeah,
seemed
he
like
was
he was
trolling.
drunk or something.
No, he was fucking
So
trolling. Yeah, I did catch part of that. I was like, he is saying shit just to try and get people mad. I mean, he was purposely saying things like to get people riled up. He knew he's always listening, so he knows what gets people riled up. He doesn't always talk, but he always listens.
That's fucked up.
That's the first time I've heard him talk, actually.
yeah, that was his first time. But
Okay, well, he's always listening and he throws the emojis and everything. First time I heard him talk.
Jumped in to stir the pot, huh?
He did, totally. That's 100% what he was doing. You know what? I turned off my mic, but I was here. Anyway, I was high, so I didn't want to have my mic on because I would be saying super shit like he would probably. So I kept my mic off just to refrain myself. But I was listening. I keep my mic off not to make an ass of myself sometimes. He should have done the same. He was here earlier. I always thought that he was rags to riches. Like, I thought he was rags to riches, just like, listening in, creeping around without talking. But he actually talked last night. It's not rags to riches.
Yeah, he was definitely out of his mind for some reason. It seemed like
Yeah.
just wouldn't stop.
Yeah, he was picking on people. And I wish, if I would have had my head straight, I would have put my mic on and fucked with him too. I would have just let him try to troll me. I would have fucked with his head right back.
You gotta love a good troll, though.
I do. I think they're fun sometimes. Sometimes they're just crude and disrespectful, but I don't know, annoying, right? I so wanted to troll him back last night, though. I did, but I didn't put my mic on. Let him come back tonight, though. We'll see. He was here earlier. I thought y'all knew him, like y'all were talking to him as if you had spoken to him before. I was like, well, that's the first time I heard him never speak. First time he ever took a mic out of the past 3 months. There every night.
What's up with the wagon Dow? Hex is the way.
Man, things are going good. We got some working on the test net. Things are interesting. We got the website, so we're We'll start working more on the website. So it's going to be straightoutwagondow.com. So we got the actual website. So that's good.
Start
And
pondering on the sacrifice, huh?
well,
Tara,
I mean, we will probably have a coin before a sacrifice, unlike everybody else. Let's put it that way.
how are you gonna do that?
Nice.
Have a
You
coin
got to
before
be legit.
sacrifice?
Yeah, because we're not like these furus, okay?
That's Terrafin was picking on you about the wagon doll last night. I remember he said he was talking to you and he said, "Okay, I'm going emergency intake my stuff right now and sacrifice." And you're like, "No, no, no." I thought he was I didn't know if I should have taken him as like him really go and do that and believe in you, or if he was just still trolling.
He promotes Wagon Dow like on all the, he's like Wrench on all the streamers. So he's like a mod and he's always in their stuff and he
I
like
know, but
promotes Wagon Dow all the time to them.
okay, so he was just like trolling with you. He wasn't believing it. Okay. I was worried somebody might actually believe it and like do something drastic like that, honestly. So, okay, good. That's what I worry about with y'all's wagon Dow shit. People might actually believe it, even for a minute, and say,
Yeah,
"Yeah,
well,
going in stake," and then they go and do it. And it's like, well, yeah, fuck, you fucked up their stake.
this is well, we're not trying to compete with Richard Hart. We're trying to promote Richard Hart stuff. So that's the difference here. We're not going to make like a million, billion, trillion wagons and then try to sell them all and try to make tons of
No,
money.
no,
That's not
I
the
know,
point,
I
right?
get it, I get it. But once somebody like, if they believe you for a second, an emergency in stake, and for nothing, that's not promoting Richard. That's like misleading someone accidentally, kind of thing. That's what I was worried about. And yeah, I mean, yeah, I know what y'all are doing. I'm just scared to do it. It's easier for me to just tell people about Hex than to tell people about a fake dial and shit paper, or I mean brown paper, or whatever y'all have. But I'm gonna keep my mic off if y'all want to talk about it.
Well, Famous sent out the message if you saw his tweet about the class. So this is just anything crypto related education class. I think, I don't know if he said he's going to do it on Saturday, but if you have anybody who wants to go through and have like a little bit of a, won't be one-on-one, but maybe 5-on-1 or 10-on-1 or whatever, but going through the step-by-step of whatever the curriculum is, that's a pretty good opportunity, I think. Oh, look at that, fiat.io. Fiat, do you want to come and speak?
Dude, I saw that coin on the test net, and people are saying that's the
Yeah.
Hex investment trust thing.
I don't know about that. From my understanding, it's some kind
So
of like
there we go. He's gonna
leverage.
say what he is. Yeah, tell us about yourself.
Hey guys, yep. So basically, we are looking to do a fork of Aave, and the benefit of this really is just to provide a way to lend and borrow your Hex or your Pulse or your PRC20s. We think if we don't do it, someone else will. So it's better that it's done by somebody who's familiar with the community. And yeah, that's kind of it at a high level. I'm sure you got a lot of questions beyond that though.
Yeah, do you have a front end yet?
Yeah, we're actually building a demo now, and I'm kind of hoping that it'll be done by the time Easter's over, so you guys can start to look at it actually.
So like next week, maybe? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, there's caveats there. Obviously, it depends on
how it goes. I'm not involved in the engineering at all. I should say. I'm more just working with the community.
Oh, okay. Do you own Hex? And for how long?
Yep, I'm a day one OG.
Okay. Do you have another screen name?
I do. I go as Sir Hexman Shillery, if you know that one.
No, I don't. But okay.
I do.
But yeah, I'm not like super active in the kind of normal Hex channels. I kind of hang out with smaller rooms with some of the other OGs.
Aave. Aave, is that an ERC20 or no?
So Aave, if you want to think of it at a high level, is basically just a bank built on the Ethereum blockchain. What it allows you to do is basically you can collateralize. Sorry, I'll try to use. I work in finance, so I tend to use these terms, but let me try to put it in simpler terms. You can basically deposit, let's say, your stable coin, and then borrow Hex, let's say, as an option, right? And what this allows you to do is it allows you to begin to lever. It allows you to also short and do all these sort of things that are essential to actually manage a portfolio properly. Now, I know a lot of people kind of get the negative side of this, and we've been trained to hear the negative side of this from Richard, who's always telling us, don't go on leverage trading exchanges and things.
Yeah, leverage.
But for a professional, these are actually really essential tools that you need to have, because this allows you to hedge your position. So instead of, like, let's say me selling 10 million Hex because I'm worried about the price, I'll be able to just hedge that position and not actually sell it. So that's sort of the benefit of it. So it's actually a very good thing, and everything that we're doing in the project is really trying to actually put a bid on Hex longer term. That's sort of the goal.
So you're saying hedge. So do you have options trading?
Yeah, well, so the first part of creating options is you need to be able to have futures. So this is sort of the first step in that direction, but have no expectation of work from others, I would say, is the answer to that question, if you get what I mean.
Well, if you're my bank, I expect something from you.
That's a good point.
So wait, so I give you my stable coin and you give me a Hex, or I give you my Hex and you give me a stable coin?
Yeah, it's up to you. So
Either way?
yeah. So obviously there's some caveats on there, like we wouldn't onboard, something highly volatile that's complete crap.
All
But
right,
yeah,
you take only certain, yeah.
Yeah, but we'd be basically looking for the things that are kind of the best quality stuff on Pulse Chain. So it could be your PulseX, right? So you could deposit your PulseX, and you could borrow what's something that I don't necessarily like, but that maybe you guys do. Mintra. Maybe you want to borrow Mintra, and now you've got exposure, versus Mintra, right? So you need to have these things in order for things to kind of function properly. So it's not designed as a degen platform for people to wreck themselves speculating, but you do need to have this. And it's funny because when I talk to most Hexicans, they don't know about Aave, even though it's by far the biggest sort of lending platform on Ethereum. And it's because these guys have no interest in us, right? They haven't shown us any support. And also because the fees are too high, so that only really big users can use it. So,
yeah, and Aave doesn't take Hex.
Doesn't take Hex, and to make things work, you're spending a couple $100 per transaction, which is not a problem if you're a millionaire, but it's just doesn't work if you're just a normal person. So so I want to have all that good stuff that exists on Ethereum and in DeFi, so decentralized finance. I'm basically trying to build that for Pulse Chain, because I figure if I don't, it'll be some guy from the dark web, like, I don't know, based in Bangladesh or something, that has no accountability, doesn't care about the community. So that's kind of what we're trying to do. We're trying to do it as transparently as possible as well. So that's the other thing.
Well,
Do you?
it's definitely interesting. I already joined your Telegram and everything. Was that a couple days ago, and was looking at your website. And to me, I'm interested in something like that. But for me, it's not a loan thing that I'm interested in. I'm interested more in eventually if we get built out, something like an options play where I can literally buy Pulse or commit to buying Pulse for a cheaper price through options, right? And if it happens, it happens. If not, I get the premium. And you struggle with Ethereum to do that because the fee is so crazy that it makes it almost, pretty much it got priced out unless you're a huge player. And it was hard to get liquidity together to create that system. But I think on Pulse Chain, it's a revitalization of crypto decentralized finance where that could be possible. So that's what I'm excited about.
I would say that excites the hell out of me too. I would absolutely love that to exist on Pulse Chain. That's all I will say about that, other than I would really, really love to see that exist. And yeah, I've looked at things like DYDX and just think about how their potential on Pulse Chain could be so much greater. So if it's not me building things like that, then I really hope someone else does. I would say, because it would be wonderful to have. And yeah, it doesn't really work well on Ethereum right now, just because it's so damn expensive to do these transactions.
I would literally make like $600 or $900, and then I would pay like a $350 gas fee to get the thing out, and it's like, you end up staying all night in the, trying to get this thing done, and it's just a mess. So if I could say, okay, I've got 1 month, Pulse is a penny, I'll buy it for an eighth of a penny or whatever within this month time period, or by the end of it, American style. And if it never happens, I'll take that premium, which would probably be 5% or 10%, something like that. It would just be so amazing.
Yeah, agreed. And let me just say one more thing, and I'll let you guys get back to whatever you want to
No,
chat
I got
about.
more questions after you say your one thing.
Okay. I was going to say one more thing. I'm trying to support as many Hexagon projects as possible. So, all these guys doing things, Liquid Loans, Mintra, Hedron, all these things. I really want to try to support as many of these things as possible. The reason being is that I think that basically the value on Pulse Chain, I think, will ultimately, and people might disagree with me on this, but I've got my reasons, which I won't go into. I think the value will ultimately end up in Hex, right? So it's really about building the ecosystem that basically sucks in the most value from the rest of crypto, and you need to have all this stuff on it, right? So I want to help support basically everybody in doing that, and I think that ultimately pushes up the price of Hex if things go the way I think it will.
Okay, now 2 questions. Do you have any insider information on which stablecoin you might be accepting or which might work on the Pulse Chain? And what's DYDX?
Yeah, so I will look at all stable coins and probably accept almost all kind of major ones. So I'd like to support the Liquid Loans one, for example. We'll see what comes over. So Wrapped, USDC, and things like that. I would definitely look for as well. That's really high quality collateral. So those things are easy for me to accept. What might be harder for me to accept as collateral might be something that's more volatile. Let's say you're in Pulse Doge or a meme coin or something like that. That's
stable coin. No, that's not a stable coin. I don't consider Liquid. I don't consider that a stable coin either.
I think their protocol allows them to create a collateralized stablecoin called USDL, is my understanding.
Yeah,
so
it's not stable. It's not a stable price though. It's volatile, just as Pulse will be.
I think the USDL thing is meant to be stable, but I could be wrong. I don't want to speak for them. I would look for any kind of stable coin that's considered to be, reasonably decent quality.
They say that one of their stable coins is worth $1 of Pulse. So depending on what the price of Pulse is, I guess.
Well, I interpret if it's worth $1 of Pulse, that means it's worth $1. So
It's okay. I guess maybe.
I think that's maybe very carefully worded terminology.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. Okay.
Yeah, it's that might be them being a little clever, but yeah, I believe the intention there is $1 would be the idea. And then your second question, what is DYDX? It's literally a kind of trading leverage platform on Ethereum. It's pretty cool, except that like unless you've got $10 million to play with, the fees are probably too high for you. And I would also just like discourage people in general from getting on that unless you manage money professionally. It's not a good place for a mom and dad to be putting their money and speculating. But for a professional money manager, somebody who has a background in options and futures and things like that, it's very useful.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. 2 quick questions for you, Fiat.io. I just jumped in, so if you can give me like a 15-second elevator pitch and then end it with what your Telegram is so I can jump in there and deep dive into your project, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so I'll just definitely repeating a little bit, but so apologize, guys. We're basically creating DeFi lending solutions on Pulse Chain. Kind of the first thing we're trying to do here is fork Aave. And Aave, if you don't know, it basically just allows you to borrow against one crypto to basically, so you can lend out or you can borrow one crypto for another. What this allows you to do is basically allows you to earn yield on your crypto if you're the guy lending. It allows you to speculate either long or short if you're the guy borrowing the crypto. It also allows you to start to hedge your position. So let's say you have a very big hex position, but you might want to hedge part of it for a period of time. Let's say a couple months because you think price is going to go down. You can do that without actually selling your crypto, which is an important thing for risk reasons. So it's a risk management tool, but it could also be important for tax reasons because the physical act of selling it can actually potentially be considered a taxable event, depending on where you live. Whereas an imperfect hedge is usually not considered a taxable event. So that's kind of what we're doing. We're a team of professional money managers who also happen to be into crypto and who also happen to be day one Hexicans. And basically, we just got tired of kind of seeing YouTube influencers raising money to build things, and we figured if we didn't get involved in this space, somebody else probably would. So we're going to try and do it properly and do it responsibly. That's what we're all about.
So again, with your Telegram, I definitely want to know that. But as far as you saying "quote unquote" day one Hexicans, do you have any other like aliases that you go under, Twitter or Telegram or any other communications that you had in the space? And I'm not saying to verify that you were day one, but a lot of people kind of use that nomenclature or that badge of honor to get people to believe in what they're doing and that their roots are grounded in our belief system. So is there any way to verify your length of time in the Hex protocol?
Yeah, so I mean, I go under. I have another handle called Sir Hexman Shillery. I also own the Cantillon Hex Chat, which some of you may be members of if you've been in the community long enough. It's a private Hex expert chat that a number of people are in. So I'm pretty well known in most circles with a lot of the OGs. But yeah, I've been listening to Richard since probably 2017. I bought Byteball in the 2017 ICO craze because Richard thought it was cool. So I think that's an anecdote I can give you that only somebody who's been following Richard for a very long time would know, because it's not something he brags about anymore because the price performance of Byteball was horrendous. But yeah, I was there day one. I figured out how to use MetaMask, and I forget, I had to download some stupid wallet to pull my private keys out of my BTC, to get that free hex claim. And I remember being very disappointed with how little hex in dollar terms I actually got for that, which is pretty funny now because it's gone up 10,000 times or whatever. Well, it's probably more like 5,000, probably 2,000 times now. But yeah, I don't know. I could probably come up with other ways to verify it, but hopefully all that should tell you that I've been around for a very long time. And yeah, you can ask me any other questions about the community. I'll be able to tell you the answer.
No, I think you the Byteball reference was definitely a good one. What's your Telegram again, so I could deep dive into your project?
Yeah, I don't even have it memorized, dude. I'm bad at this. It's in my profile.
And that is another key indicator.
Well, it's fiat, PH, so PHAIT, fiat.
Gotcha. Hex is the way, always on point.
Yeah, so just, maybe controversially, I am going to be looking to raise a small amount of money from the community, most likely. That'll be after I've got a working demo up that you guys can hopefully look at and hopefully conceptualize. I'm going to make some promises. One is that I'm not going to sell a single hex that you guys give us. I'm going to stake it. I might give it back to Richard or the OA or whomever. But yeah, that's going to be there. It's going to be at a very low valuation, somewhere between 500,000 to 2.5 million. It's going to be the valuation. It's going to be capped because I want to make sure that people that support us are basically like partners, effectively, and having a really low starting valuation basically gives them the incentive to go out and get people to use the platform. So yeah, nothing's final there. If mainnet comes sooner than expected, I might just launch it on mainnet without raising any money. Really depends on how fast Richard gets there. But yeah, the token basically just gets a share of the platform fees. So whenever you do one of these transactions, just like your bank gets what's called a net interest margin, which is the difference between what they give the depositors and what they lend out for, the token holders will be getting, that net interest margin effectively for staking our currency. And so what you'll ultimately get out of this is basically something that has real cash flows. And those cash flows can be used to buy more hex. And there'll be obviously a treasury. And as equity holders, we're going to be obviously getting a percentage of those fees. And we may just use them to buy back more hex. Is a potential thing we can do, or we can buy back more of our own token. So we think this is all very price positive, and that's where we come from, and that's the intention.
What are the fees paid out in?
So that's a decision that we will make at the treasury level. Now, it's a good question, because if we thought our token was undervalued, so let's say from a discounted cash flow standpoint, it's producing, $100 million of revenue per year, and the valuation of the tokens only maybe, $120 million. That would be really cheap, right? So we would probably just buy back our own token. And we think we're in a good position to do that because we're obviously professional investors. If we thought our token was overvalued, we would just pay it out in the actual underlying crypto, right? So you'd literally have like a portfolio of whatever people are lending and borrowing. So we will probably have the ability to swing it either way. From your perspective, dollar-wise, it's the same amount. It's just what we choose to prioritize. You still have the ability, if we pay the token, to just sell the token if you prefer. Or if you get the crypto, you can sell the crypto. But yeah, it would be the same dollar amount regardless. But it's an important concept because this is exactly what banks do, right? So when Jamie Dimon is sitting at J.P. Morgan, he may just speak to the CFO and go, "Hey, look at our earnings. Look at what they're likely to be over the next couple of quarters. Let's buy back our own equity." That's the smart thing to do, and that's what we can do. So that gives it a positive pumpamental potentially. So the real name of the game will be getting adoption and getting people excited about the protocol and using it, because those fees will then effectively just be paid to the token holders who stake.
Are there any other Hexicans involved in the project or people we might know? Maybe.
I'm not into the whole YouTube thing. Just so you guys know, like, I don't think you should be taking financial advice from really any of the guys that you see on YouTube.
I agree.
I say that as somebody who works professionally in finance and has for 20 years. These guys are, I don't know. I don't want to speak ill of anybody, but that's not who I would get advice from personally. I haven't. It's still early days, and I'm really trying to do this quietly, just with a few of the kind of people that are really involved in the community. I don't really want to bring in whales necessarily, or people that are gonna overly concentrate things. I'm trying to get people that are really committed to Hex to maybe contribute $100 or $1,000, and hopefully then go tell their friends about our platform and use it. That's
Right.
my goal.
Well, you said you're not the founder. You're just like a spokesperson. But who is the founder?
You could say I'm the founder. What I said is that I'm not the guy building it.
Not the guy building it. Oh.
Yeah, because I'm not a programmer, right? I'm an investor. I'm a money manager, but I'm not a programmer.
Okay.
Have you looked into the Maxi token as far as if you consider putting that on your system?
Yeah, so I think the criteria will be like, does this thing have an economic reason to be there? So will you guys actually want to borrow it or lend against it? That would be one criteria. Another criteria is, does it have a price that's reasonably stable? The reason being is, if it's super volatile, what can happen to people is they get liquidated. And that's not actually what you want out of a healthy lending platform. You actually want lots of people using it correctly, responsibly, and not getting liquidated. So, the idea is not to put things on there that are going to be super, super volatile. So those are the kind of two bright line criteria that I would say for a token. We don't know what that's going to be for a specific token like Maxi yet. It's still very, very early days. But like, if I had to guess, the things that would be included pretty much from the onset would be things like Hex or Hedron, which already have Ethereum-based prices, stable coins as well, obviously, because they're incredibly unvolatile, and then the other Richard Heart coins. But we'll have to wait and see. I'd like to launch the platform as soon as mainnet is going, but we have to do that responsibly. So we might need to wait a little while till basically that initial volatility starts to dampen down, because I do expect it to be very chaotic in the beginning. So we have a responsibility to that. But what I'm thinking of doing right now is launching the token basically on day one. So if you end up sacrificing and you're participating in it, you'll have the ability to sell should you want to. That's your option. And then hopefully the platform will be coming as soon as we think it's safe to put it out in the market. But all this obviously depends on Richard as well, right? We don't know how long till Pulse Chain actually happens.
So are you going to have a process that you go through to, let's say, take on new tokens to lend against? Like, there's a lot of tokens out there, especially that are being built right now, coming onto Pulse Chain. Are they going to be Pulse Chain specific, but are you going to have room to increase the tokens that you accept?
as
Yeah.
time goes on.
Yes. Yeah. So, there's a lot of things that we don't know yet, right? So, like, let's talk about PRC20s because I think that's interesting. They may be absolutely worthless, right? Or they might actually have a lot of value. We don't know yet, and some of them will be more worthless than others, and some of them will be more valuable than others. So, I would like so that if P mana it actually becomes useful because maybe they decide that they want to build on Pulse Chain, that's a token that could potentially go on the platform. So, yes, we get to decide, just like your bank decides who's credit worthy, or what currencies to accept, and for deposits, we get to do that as well. So yeah, it would be an indicator of quality, I would say, if your token's on our platform, right? And if it's too new or too volatile or too risky, we probably wouldn't be allowing people to use it as collateral. So yeah, so we'll be looking at it from those two dimensions I mentioned. The economic side of it, does it make sense? Is there going to be demand? And two, does it fit that kind of quality in terms of volatility and we need to make sure that the token doesn't have problems per se, such as like maybe there might be one giant wallet holder who's not the OA, but could potentially rug pull it. We probably wouldn't have a token like that on the platform.
Are you going to PulseCon?
Yeah, I'd like to. I haven't actually booked it yet. I live in Australia, so I know I don't sound it, but it's quite a trip. But yeah, I'm thinking about going for sure. I almost went to the one in Vegas, and I went to the one in London before that. So yeah, I'd like to be part of that and maybe even sponsor these things. But yeah, it's still very early days.
Who'd you meet in London? That's awesome. I'm so jealous.
Yeah, I met like almost everybody that was there. I met Richard, and I met I don't know, RG3, Funding Jim, Motley, Crypto Coffee, a whole bunch of guys like that were there.
Your voice is so familiar to me. I say that a lot, so I'm not sure why. But just random.
Your mic is wrecked, bro.
Yeah, we can't really hear you.
Sorry,
Chase, we
sorry.
can't really hear you. But so you mentioned Australia. Do you have any connections with Power City, Magic Carpet Ride, or other entities all connected to each other that are generally, seems like, focused in Australia?
I don't know. My team is, myself and two programmers. We know each other in real life. We have no connection to anybody else in the community officially. Kind of unofficially, then I've got like a bunch of other people who I speak to every day about Hex and about the community in general. There's about 25 guys. We have a private chat called the Hex Refugees. Those guys are kind of like my partners in the sense that they're going to be chipping in the money, the first money that goes into this, along with myself. And then I have the Cantillon chat as well, where there's about 100 people beyond that who will be chipping in. So like I'm kind of trying to set this up so that everybody's sort of a partner in it. And I'm trying not to ask for too much money because like literally I want it to be, you guys to get the upside. There's a big mistake that people make when they think that, because people put $45 million into one of these coins, that's a sign that it's going to do well. I mean, it's good that you can generate hype, but valuation matters a lot. So, if you start at a $1 billion valuation, it makes it a lot harder to do a 10x than if you start at a 500,000 or a $2 million valuation. So I'm trying to keep it really small, really tight, and just really get the people that are most interested in the community to just chip in a little bit. And hopefully that's going to create the ability to actually have something that really goes up a lot in value. There's a bit of ego and pride here. I'd like to have the best performing thing, that helps out Hex. That's what I'd like to see. But yeah, I have no connection to Power City. I don't even know what Power City does. It's Ohm, right? And the Magic Carpet thing, I have no idea what it is. And I have no connection.
Yeah, appreciate it. Just something we had to ask. And yeah, we have this Hex chat that we're running right now. We run it pretty much 24/7. Sometimes Hex to Learn, Hex.com, but it's basically we promote Hex every day, all day long through this chat. And so you can stop in later anytime and just maybe field some more questions or talk to some more folks. If you do have a time that works for you or something, we could set that up where it's like, okay, this is AMA with Fiat, and then maybe more people show up like during the evening time, USA or something. That'd be great.
Yeah, I'd love that. And what I'll also say, kind of in summary, is nothing's set in stone yet. So any feedback you guys have, we actually really appreciate it. We want you guys to really to really help us decide which directions we should take this. So a big part of the reason I entered this chat was just to hear what you guys were talking about and see what you're excited about. But yeah, any ideas you have or things that you would like to see happen, the options thing that somebody talked about, for example, it's something I've already thought of personally, but yeah, it's good to hear someone else likes the idea, because that tells us that there might be demand for this.
Well, yeah, not just that, but limit orders. So I know PulseX, most likely it doesn't have any limit orders right now, but I don't know if that's something you've heard of between Richard. He mentioned it, maybe. You could do it, but
there's one of the easiest things to do a fork of actually is a DEX, I'm told. So I don't know. Like it's definitely something someone will take up for sure. I can't promise that I'll do it. But yeah, things like that. And like I said, I'm trying to help out everybody else who's doing stuff that's built for Pulse Chain to help things along. Not just naked meme coins and things like that are designed to take money away from the Hex community, but things that are actually going to make it more useful. So yeah, but yeah, if you have any criticism, you guys know where to find me. Come and shout at me, and I'll take every feedback on board. We've all got very serious jobs that we do for a living. We're not here to fuck anybody over. We're here to help. Ideally, that's the plan. If we don't think this is going to help, we don't want to do it. So if you look at our demo and you think,
here's an example. I mean, you look at. Oh, sorry. Here's an example real quick. Like, you got so many people in the Hex community, like, oh my goodness, if I could buy Hex at 9 cents or 8 cents, I want to get in. And it's like, well, with an options, if they were selling an option to do that, they could sell the option at that price and get it potentially if it goes close, But a limit order would also probably do something similar. But real quick, we do have some hands up. So Chase or Clint.
Let me just answer your question about options. Do you know how options work actually? Like the mechanics underneath the hood?
Well, as far as buying and selling, I have done it personally.
Yeah, but did you know how you got that exposure actually? Like what the mechanics are? Because maybe I could just explain it really quickly, because it might be useful for the other guys as well.
Yeah, definitely explain it.
Yeah, so for an options, let's say you do a call option on a stock, right? You get a contract that's usually 100. They give you a multiplier, but it's usually 100 shares of the stock, right? So you now have the exposure of the 100 shares of the stock. Okay, where did that 100 shares of stock exposure come from? Well, it came from a guy who actually, it came from many people who actually own the stock, who are looking to reduce their exposure using derivatives, taking the short side of that contract, right? So you actually need to have the ability to long and short the instrument before you can actually create the options that actually that you go and buy and whatnot. So there actually has to be this ability to borrow and to borrow the security or borrow the crypto and actually short it, and that's what gives you the exposure. So that's why what we're doing here is sort of a first step in that direction. It's giving large holders the ability to leverage or hedge their exposure, and then by being short, they're effectively providing you the ability to go long. And when you buy an options contract, you're literally just taking a small segment of the long, that's based on time. So let's say you have a contract that expires in September. you get all the upside between now and September, right? But underneath that, there's actually a whole layer of other instruments that are allowing you to actually get that call option. So, so that's kind of that's one of the essential reasons why we would do such a thing, because real investors, the guys that actually have real money to put into stuff, they need to have these tools, right? These are not tools designed for moms and dads to punt on. These are tools that are designed for people that know what they're doing to manage their risk.
I only had one question. I hope my mic's better, but I just feel like aren't we kind of controversing what you were saying when you just want small bag holders? But I'm kind of lost here because you're saying you want large bag holders to have this incentive, but you only want small bag holders and no whales to come in. So it seems like it's working against itself in logic.
No. So when I said small bag holders, I mean for the capital raise, right? So the people I'm going to take money from for this, I would like to just be, people that are really interested in the community, right? Because what often happens in venture capital raising is you go to the 5 richest guys in the community, and they get all the upside from the project, and then by the time the project gets listed on Binance, it just dumps because it's already at a huge valuation. So that was in terms of the capital raise. Now the tools that I'm building, these are tools that are going to be used by, hopefully big users, right, and small users, but hopefully big users, because the more volume protocol does in dollar terms, the more fees it generates. So yeah, I was kind of talking about two different things.
Weren't you saying you didn't code also? I'm kind of getting confused when you say you're going to build it, but then you're just the money marketing guy. So I'm also confused there. If you clear that up.
Yeah, that's fine. Steve Jobs went to liberal arts college, and he was big into calligraphy. He didn't know how to code anything, right? But what he did know how to do was come up with ideas and talk to guys like Wozniacki, who did know how to code, and kind of get them to go build stuff. So what I do have personally is just a good understanding of investments and Hex. In terms of the programming, that's where I get help. And yeah, it's an important distinction though, because ultimately I'm not making every decision in this project, right? There are other guys as well working on it.
You just made several. Like I only just get that idea because you say like I'm going to take. You made the reference like when I take the money or the upfront money. You're kind of making it a personalized thing. So I get confused then when there's entities that aren't explained.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, probably the wrong pronoun.
I have a couple questions also when you're finished.
Yeah, I probably should say we. Apologies.
Clint, I think you've been next with your hand up, and then Hexbridge or whatever. I'm done with mine. Thank you for answering, sir.
Thank you for the question too.
Thanks, Chase. Appreciate it. Fiat, this is an interesting scenario, interesting project. Over the last couple of weeks, we've seen a lot more uptick in new projects coming up as Pulse Chain looms around the corner. And my question is how much time have you spent in the spaces, or is this your first time around in the spaces?
Yeah, I'll be perfectly honest. I don't like talking in most of these chats with kind of the general community. I tend to try to keep it to people that I've known for at least the past couple of years. So yeah, I don't spend that much time in spaces. I literally just showed up here to listen to you guys, and you guys called on me, so I figured out what the hell I'll chat.
Well, we certainly appreciate you coming into the space. That is for sure. For anyone who's been in here for an extended period of time, there's a lot of projects that have come to the table. Some projects that have been brought up to the community, and when I say the community, there's a lot of Hexicans that spend a lot of time with one another in these spaces, and we're all about uplifting one another and making it a positive experience for everyone. And we really appreciate you taking the time to sharing, what your vision is. I don't know if anyone here, maybe Hex is the way or the famous. Do you guys have a document that gives us the prerequisites for projects, like the top 10 questions that you could share with Fiat to kind of give him an idea of what our community is actually looking for when it comes to new projects being presented to the community? Because, I could spew them off all at once, but it would be a waste of time. If someone could share those prerequisites with Fiat, I believe that it could be a great tool for him to be able to drill down on those questions that we all want to know. Because if you come to the community and just pitch a half-ass idea, over time, it will get torn down if you're not on point. So if you don't have a lot of those details drilled down and figured out, then it'll die in the community, in my opinion. So props to you. I wish you all the best. I'm excited to see the progress of it. But there's a huge community that are actually in these spaces that want to learn and want to be involved and want to support. But you have to have your ducks in a row to do so.
Clint, I'm not sure if you heard all of the conversation. We've been talking to him a good 45 minutes to an hour. I don't know how long it was. I get a lot of you lose track of time, but he's answered everything we've asked him, pretty much. You could say.
So
fantastic.
Clint,
I've been in here for about 40 minutes.
Yeah. Clint brings up a great point, and I will real quick, Xbridge. I will.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll send that one document that kind of has like some of the things that we look for sure. Hex community. I'm sure. Fiat. I'm sure you already know these type of things, being that you've been in Hex community for a long time. But yeah, I could definitely send that over to you. And yeah, appreciate you coming. Go ahead, Hexbridge.
I was, just reading over your website and listening in the background a little bit. I see you're going to plan to have a sacrifice. Are you going to have a working, functional demo that's available for, public testing before the sacrifice, or not?
Yeah, that's an easy answer. The answer is yes. For me, it's a must-have. I want to make sure that we can deliver this easily and also expediently as well. I want there to be a first mover advantage. I don't know what's going to be available in the early days of Pulse Chain, but I want this to be one of the things that's there relatively quickly. So that to me is very important. If we can't deliver that, then I don't want to do it. So the sacrifice may not even happen. I should caution, right? Because let's say Richard says, okay, guys, 4 weeks, here's the date tomorrow. I'll just wait till mainnet. But part of the reason I need to do this now, I think, is because I know that somebody else who doesn't have the right values is going to come in and do it if I don't. And I need to when you guys hear Aave fork, I want you to think of fiat.io. So when, the Podjeet comes in and says, oh, I'm doing this and I'm running a secret sacrifice, I want you guys to go, no, somebody's already doing it. And we talked to them and vetted them and they're way ahead of you, and, we're going to go with them. Right. So that's really the only reason why I'd rather almost not take people's money, to be honest. It's I'm still not 100% down with it, except I know that unless I give you guys some economic incentive to care, maybe you won't care as much. So the only way I can do that is by giving you the equity as cheaply as possible, which is what I'm trying to do.
Okay. I appreciate your answering that question. The second one would be, you said a few things. One, that you, in terms of raising capital, you didn't want it to be like 5 wealthy individuals who, I you could foresee, I can foresee where that would go once it becomes available, it's dumped. But my other question is, have you considered looking outside of the Hexagon space and see what kind of interest there is, or as a way to onboard, members of the community that aren't already here? I think that's
Yeah.
huge. I mean,
So the first thing I want to do is make sure that you guys kind of start to understand what we're doing and why we're doing it. Then I would pivot in that direction immediately after I've got that kind of initial money in. And look, I think that initial money is going to come in, from the guys that I already know me and have been talking to me for like the past 2 years, in my other chats. I'm not looking to raise $1 billion here. I just want to create something that's going to be well received and successful. In terms of onboarding people, once we've actually got the thing live, that's absolutely what this should do, because it's going to allow people to come in and do things with their PRC20s. It's going to allow them to do things with their other Richard Hart coins. As it is, what can you do with Hex besides staking? You can sell it. That's it, right? So imagine if you can lend against it or borrow against it. It certainly starts to give it this whole other value, as well as the other things. So yeah, I'm gonna probably shift the marketing towards the out group once we've kind of got that. But I'm still in a phase where I'm still trying to make sure that I'm building something in a way that people are comfortable with and that they're going to want to use as well. And what I'm learning is that very few Hexicans even know what Aave is, which is also very interesting to me. It's not completely surprising to me, but it's interesting.
Yeah, I definitely think if you focus your advertisement on the crypto community rather than the Hexagon community for support and build your own following organically, I think that would, speak wonders. If you came in here and you had 5,000, 7,000 followers, a lot of people were interested in your product that didn't have Hex in their name as your following. I think that would be a different story, because we get these people coming up here who, their profile page doesn't look like a lot. Yeah, they could just start a project and stuff like that, trying to build the ground up. So who do they go to first? Their comfort zone. So the people who are, already there, the Hex community, go to your comfort zone. That's where they target their marketing. And I feel like all you have to do is search crypto. You can literally search cryptocurrency in the spaces button, man. There's thousands of other freaking spaces that have cryptocurrency. You go out there and shield this project too. Hell, you could make the hashtags, make all the pages, target all of your marketing outside of the Hex community, build your own organic following, and then guess what? Bam, bring that fucking following over to us. And that would be awesome. That's onboarding people. That's, actually making a better ecosystem for us. We just see a lot of projects trying to, round up the loose Hex, the loose liquid Hex that everybody has in their bag. Oh, let me grab that, for this sacrifice or this sacrifice. I want to see somebody fucking introduce some new damn capital rather than trying to, stake or do whatever they want with our current capital that is there. Go ahead, Chase.
Great point. I would argue that's one of my definitions of Hexagon also. Someone that brings their own capital to the table. And it's concerning to me, as my good friend Collector Mind might say, that not only are you not kind of bringing that following, but you're not willing to even kind of represent a certain person or entity. And you even kind of stated you didn't want to kind of intermingle with the community as much. And that, yeah, and I can also tell you there's a reason a lot of Hexicans don't know about Aave, and it's because we don't speak about things that have broken codes and bad things happen to them, where people, we don't like to give attention to things that aren't working as well as other things are. And just on a marketing advice, I kind of have a business degree. If you're kind of trying to promote a new thing,
Oh, I got one too.
I wouldn't start with like political, like jargon, like on either side I saw on your Twitter page, because you're already cutting your field in half to start on who you're going to attract. Because if you look at the voting results, it's always about a 50-50, and they keep it that way. So you're kind of, cutting off your own leg, just jumping in if you're going to, be silly. And to go on silly, I mean, are you aware that you're going to be PP Hyatt, like on Pulse, like PP high? I don't know how much marketing's going to go. I mean, it's going to take a lot of trust for people to think PP is going to be a serious deal,
That can't be your ticker. PP high? No fucking way, bro.
Yeah, I mean, this really reminds me of one of those Shark Tank episodes when they go on kind of, and I'm not saying your idea isn't great and you don't believe in it, but it's like you walked in and asked the 3 people that you want to invest to do the work for you and make the business plan. You're like the guy that they're just like, they politely ask you, you just gotta, you gotta go back to the drawing board, my friend.
I thought he did a fine job.
He absolutely. He's a gentleman and a scholar as far as, explaining his definitions of the word. So, I mean, I give him all the credit for that, and I appreciate all the time he spent.
So you consider it constructive criticism, maybe?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
since you just
asked us to
mentioned the
be
political stuff, and I just looked at it at the page, and yeah, maybe you should keep political stuff off of your advertisements, but that's
Yeah, I'm sorry if that was offensive in any way. You kind of asked for people to be critical, so I kind of jumped on the.
I guess that kind of depends if you're trying to onboard. If you don't want to onboard certain political people, then maybe.
So just on the politics thing, I would agree with you. I'll just add that Jerome Powell is a Republican and Joe Biden's a Democrat. So I would say that's bipartisan ribbing, or at least it's intended that way. I guess not everybody might realize that.
It's quite the problem in a lot of instances for a lot of things, especially like up and coming ideas like yours, because it splits the unbiased audience right out of the gate, and you might not be aware of it, but it's kind of a toll on ideas that you have because of that reason right there. It creates separation without you even having a chance.
Is your ticker really going to be PP high, though?
Yeah, at IO.
PP.
The ticker's going to be not PP. Are you saying Pulse as in P hex or something? Is that what you mean?
No, if it's PP high.
No, there should be P.
Okay, someone said it's going to be your ticker is going to be PP high.
Yeah.
So
look, the ticker codes are probably subject to change too, as well, depending on what happens. I wouldn't get too hung up on that, but I would avoid having PP. I would avoid having PP as a code. It's a good criticism.
Yes.
Yes.
I am interested in your protocol. I think that you're 100% right. Whenever, that's what the wealthy do. They leverage their assets to do other things with it. And if you can leverage your assets on the Pulse chain, Liquid Loans is out there. It's a great protocol. I'm looking forward to the ability, whether I do or do not is irrelevant, but just having the option to leverage.
Nice.
It would be nice. But again, to leverage other assets like Hex or Hedron or Internet Money or any other protocol on the chain that's actually doing well and it's somewhat stable-ish, whatever, I think it's a great option to be able to leverage that. So, I'm going into your project with an open mind. I just joined your Telegram chat. I'm going to stay tuned. I'm going to pepper you with a lot of questions in the Telegram chat. But again, stay tuned, man. This is what Pulse Chain's about. Bringing good protocols on the chain. We need adoption. We need new people. We need new protocols. We need flexibility. And if that flexibility is there, and if your protocol brings some flexibility that's not there, in my personal opinion, again, just my humble opinion, not financial advice, it's welcomed, you know?
Hey, yeah, just from a marketing standpoint, like since we are going over to like Pulse Chain and stuff like that, if you could just take like everything Hex out of, your entire project and just put crypto and see if maybe you could better marketing and can onboard, different people. Yeah, come in the Hex community, come hang out, let's be boys, tell us about your shit and let's, talk shit and stuff. But for like advertisement and branding, man, if you could switch everything over to just crypto instead of, trying that target audience towards Hex and, the RH ecosystem, like I think that would be the best for Pulse Chain. I tell people every day. I mean, yeah, I have, Hex and Pulse Chain and stuff, and I do NFTs, and like that's how I bridge the gap from, the NFT community over to the RH ecosystem. So like I don't know. I just think it would be kind of cool if you could go take your advertisement more that way. And, because a lot of people have preconceived notions about the Hex community. So they'll literally, he was talking about you just lost 50% of people because of, a political view. Guess what? You just lost another, 50% of people in crypto because they hate Hex or they heard Hex was a scam. So whenever it comes to that marketing aspect, I think, if you're more on the crypto side rather than target, towards, one specific entity in crypto, I like Hex. I think that would be pretty cool, just to see somebody else marketing that different way. Like I pretty much tell everybody I'm an undercover Hexakin, with a monkey as my PFP. And like I spend 95% of my time like literally in other Twitter spaces. Keith, I just ran into Keith out there shilling into another random NFT Twitter space. I was having to message him back and forth because he was asking some dumbass questions. But nah, he did really good too. Good job, Keith. But I would just like to see that, from a marketing and branding aspect.
Cool. Well, I think you guys have given me some really good food for thought. I just want to react to what you guys said about going external. I think you are right, and that is what we want to do. I guess what I'm trying to do right now is get feedback from the people that are actually going to be the biggest users on Pulse Chain, which is basically Hexicans. At least at the start, and I want to build something that's going to be useful for them in a way that they're comfortable as well. And then I can go about circling up all the degens in broader crypto. So I hear you. In terms of what the guy was saying earlier about like it'd be better if I had 10,000 influencer points or whatever, and I was huge on Instagram and all that stuff. Yeah, I actually hate shit like that from an investment standpoint. Anytime somebody who's really good looking is trying to sell me something on Twitter or YouTube, I generally am trying to figure out how to short that, because that's usually how they get suckers, right? So, what I hope you guys heard today was somebody who's sincere, somebody who's serious, and who shows you that they have at least a little bit of knowledge about investments, and who is committed to Hex and this community, Pulse Chain, and all the other things I'm going to go try and figure out as well. But I want to provide that at a valuation that's low, right? As opposed to basically coming to you with my hot Instagram handle and using you as exit liquidity. So that's not what I want to do. It's the opposite of what I want to do now. What I want to do is get as many of you guys using this platform as possible, in the correct ways. And I don't actually care if you if people give me money. What I'm really trying to do is get people to look at the platform and use it. So that's really my goal.
Yeah, man. You definitely spun that around pretty well. But the predominant retail investors, volume attracts volume. So that's the reason why meme coins can 10x, 10,000x, in a matter of months, because volume literally attracts volume, and that's where people put their money. I mean, it's sad, you're one of the ones who don't invest like that. But 90% of the volume, if they see a project that has no following, no reactions, no engagement on their tweets, guess what? They're not going to go invest in that one. They're going over to, Shiba Inu, who has, they got 10,000 engagements. They got 1 million subs, and that's just where they're going to throw their money at. I mean, it's the sad truth, but that's how shit fucking works in crypto.
Okay, well, yeah, but some of his platform is not geared towards massive numbers of people. It's actually geared towards, let's just say somebody who has 100 million hex and they just end staked. They see the hex price is kind of topped out and they're wondering if they should sell, 20 million hex to cover that. Instead, you could go on his platform and you could basically protect your downside risk without having to hurt the hex price, right? So this, I know it's something you might not think about necessarily, but so in his case, I would say building a following is not as important at the moment. It's more like build a product that's valuable for.
I lost like the last 2 seconds of that at
Yeah,
all.
I think Hex is the way Mike got rugged, but yeah.
Oh yeah, it got you muted.
He's
But,
exactly
yeah.
right. Hey guys, that's exactly. Well, sorry, that's how I see it. But let me tell you guys one little story, one little anecdote, just about investing and kind of how I see things. So in November 2019, when the Hex was starting, I was watching all the people following in, all the influencers talking about it, all the excitement around it, and I was thinking these people are going to get fucking murdered, just like IOTA, early investors did. I looked at the money going in on day one, and I thought, yep, this thing's going to dump a lot. All right, so I chucked in, I don't know, like 0.05 ETH or something like that, which at the time was probably worth, I don't know, $5, something ridiculously low, right? And I watched Hex price drop 98%, and I was completely unsurprised by that. Okay, and what did I do then? Then I went and I bought Hex when everybody else forgot about it, when they were moving on to the next SafeMoon or the next bullshit project. Because I looked at Hex fundamentally, and I realized Richard had put a lot of time and energy into it, and I knew there was something else there, right? So that's the kind of investor I want to be. I want to be someone that creates something valuable and useful, that has legs, that isn't just around getting degenerates to FOMO in. In economics, we call this the greater fool game, where you need to find a person who's even dumber than you are to come and buy the token from you after you bought it.
My
right?
man, Fiat. This is so awesome you brought this up. I have the perfect thing. Like, I'm not sure, maybe you haven't looked into it fully in Hex. There's actually another feature of Hex that you can do besides buy or sell. It's crazy. So for like 2 years now, if you stake your Hex and lock it up like in like kind of like a time deposit, where you get proof
I said
of like
stake.
weight.
I said you can either stake it or sell it. That's pretty much it. There is a third thing. You can send it to somebody else. But
Right.
staking was the first thing I said. I'm
Right.
well aware of staking.
Right. So during those dips, like, were you earning the sick APY? So when the price booted back up, you had a bigger bag than before, and you didn't have to pay all the fees and stress looking at all the prices and stuff. Most Hexicans are, as far as I know, they're taking full advantage of that.
Yeah, and as they should. And look, we don't need to rehash that. I think we're all aware of that, or at least most of the people in the chat should be aware of that. That's pretty
Yeah,
obvious.
what's your longest stake?
I've got 555 stakes. I did one on like the third day, which I think was the earliest. That's at least, I can't remember exactly, like 3,000 days long. So yeah,
555. You said?
No, 5,555.
Oh, I heard 555. My bad. You probably just mistake.
Yo, my bad. Quick question though. What influencers did you see FOMOing into Hex and stuff like that? Because I saw just a whole bunch of people calling Hex a scam. Like, that's literally the only thing. Like, every influencer that I saw, all they were doing was talking shit, calling Hex a scam. So I didn't see like a whole bunch of people FOMOing in.
Yeah,
Well,
it's kind of a touchy subject because a lot of those guys are being sued right now. It's in court, so you kind of want to be, you don't want to really get into that realm, honestly.
Yeah, and that's not what I mean about influencers. Like, I want to be completely clear. I don't care about influencers. Like, I try to step aside from that when I look at something for its value. But I'm talking about the people that foamed in on day one. If you were there, you know exactly what I mean. And you're doing okay now if you held, but a lot of people didn't hold. A lot of people sold. A lot of people got wrecked. And you want to be the guy that buys the thing that's really valuable when it's underappreciated is kind of the moral of that story. You know, I think just like right now, Hex is at 9 cents, you know, a couple days ago. Now we're at 11 or whatever. But, you know, like we're down 80%. You know, for me, I'm much happier buying Hex here than I was at 50 when everybody was talking about it. That's just how I think. Now, I don't care if a girl with a nice ass is advertising my coin. I don't care. You know, like I get that might be how other people invest, but like that's not my style. I want something that's going to actually be valuable to people. You know, for have real cash flows linked to it, and that's what this protocol should have done well. So you know, I would say that to me that's a priority. I'm going to let the other guys run the meme coins. That's okay.
Nobody, like, if you think that I'm trying to say your marketing needs to be like a meme coin, you're completely wrong because that's where you're targeting with every single thing I said. But like Hedron, literally game-changing protocol. Awesome. They can literally, HSI, NFTs, great product. Literally, Bored Ape Yacht Club and every single NFT big project is trying to introduce a staking protocol to their project right now. And Hedron already fucking did it. But guess what? Nobody knows their name. And that's why they've only traded 6 ETH worth of volume. So you can have a good product and still market the same. But guess what? These meme coins that market, they do a really good at marketing, but they have a shit product. And that's why they fail. Just imagine if you had both a good product and good marketing. That's when you go far.
Right. Yeah. If you're going to exclude the nice ass and the pretty face, you definitely got to have the what you're talking about a thing should have. You're 100% right. I mean, you got to figure that out before you can even start to create a base, right?
Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm doing. I'm having conversations with guys like you, about what you would like to see, what you hate, what you like. That I'm pretty open-minded. If I didn't care, I wouldn't be talking to you guys about this, especially as transparently as I am. Right? A lot of other people would just be kind of hiding in Russia somewhere, coding this thing, and trying to shill it stealthily through degenerate Telegram rooms.
Do you have any? I know it's kind of like a broad request. Do you have any like reference links to, like you're saying, all these people that got in early in Hex and they all got wrecked? I have a hard time finding any of that. Like since you said it, I've been searching, and it's hard to even. Is that like what the crypto or like the Hex refugees is about or whatever?
No, they're out there. People who got in early and it dropped and they sold. You don't hear about them because they
So
don't want to tell
there's
you about themselves.
Yeah, so if you use like a Dune Analytics platform, it'll show the wallets given points, and it shows about 75 or 80% of the wallets in Hex lost money, which is unbelievable because it did go up, but they sold it. They didn't wait until it went up.
They lost only because they sold. If they
Yeah.
would have kept it, they would have made thousands.
They misused the protocol and product completely. That's the problem. That was on their own. They completely missed the whole point of Hex if that's what they did.
Yeah,
But people didn't
they got
know.
scared with the dip.
People didn't know what the Hex protocol barely did. I mean, we do have a lot more knowledge now that we've seen it in action.
Yeah, that's a good point. In the beginning, when this was all happening, Richard was very elusive and defensive in a sense, and like he wouldn't really. Most of us did not understand the benefit of the OA at the onset. There were a few of us that guessed it, but a lot of people just looked at it like this is a rug pull, right? But it's not something that had really been tried before. You know, what happened with the ETH recycling and the AA lobby as well looked like a massive red flag at the time. But then again, a few of us guessed it, and those were the people that bought on, you know, day, you know, 30 through like 60, and those are the people that are now really wealthy. So, you know, it really helps if you can buy something when it's cheap and when everybody else is panicking and hates it, when that thing is high quality and when that thing has a turnaround story coming, you know, where it's improving. That's true of any investment, by the way. It doesn't have to be crypto or Hex. So, you know, if you look at, you know, March 2020 during the COVID dip, when, you know, all the stocks dropped 30%, and everybody was panicking about the end of the world, you know, some smart people got their act together and said, well, the government's going to come and bail everybody out, and they're going to throw free money at everything to get us through this pandemic, and that's going to be really good for asset prices. So they bought the dip, and then like a few months later, they'd made an absolute fortune, you know, buying tech stocks and things like that, and crypto, for that matter, was a big beneficiary of this particular moment in time as well. So I think it's really important to, you know, come up with these sort of frameworks for your investment stuff, not just buy the thing that you hear your friends buying. I think that's almost always a good way to fuck yourself, in my opinion, my humble opinion.
Awesome. Yeah.
So,
Invite RH in. Oh, sorry. Clint had his hand up too.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, there was just one thing I wanted to key in. So you pretty much described how you, you know, you bought it, watched the dip, and then you started buying again, and then you said those people are very wealthy individuals. So are you a very wealthy individual, or are you trying to make a coin, you know, that's going to benefit the Pulse chain for our, you know, like, are you trying to, like, are you a very wealthy individual, or like Hex OG, or did you mess up somewhere? Is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah. Well, I would say I'm a reasonably wealthy individual with a good job and a Hex OG. But I would say I don't matter that much. What matters is what the protocol is doing if you think it's useful. And, you know, like, I'm just a dude with an idea. There's some other dudes building the idea. And, you know, I think I invite you to look at what they build and, you know, decide if it's something you want to use. Like, I'm unimportant actually in this equation, other than what I've already contributed, which is just, you know, I think Pulse and Hex need financial tools like every other major cryptocurrency has. Like,
I definitely agree. Yeah, don't take anything I say as FUD or anything like that, because I'm genuinely very curious, and, you know,
I can tell, and I want to say that, like, you guys should be skeptical of everybody. Okay, like, and you should have a high bar for people sending people your money. Don't feel like you have to send me your money. Like, I can do this project without people's money. The reason I'm doing it, thinking about taking people's money, is just because I want partners and to get adoption within the community. That's really the main reason. The protocol itself, unlike something like Liquid Loans, doesn't really require a lot of money to bootstrap it. Whereas Liquid Loans actually needs to have a lot of money in order to create a stable coin environment that's going to be liquid and useful. This thing, you know, we can do pretty easily. So, you know, it's quite possible for me to just fund this myself or with 3 or 4 friends. So I haven't made up my mind for sure what the right course of action is. And I think part of that is actually going to be Richard, who decides that for me. Because, look, if he announces Pulse Chain is going to come very soon tomorrow, then, you know, look, I'll just launch it on the mainnet. You guys can buy the token at whatever price, you know, is set on PulseX on the day. It'll probably be a lot higher than the price that I'm looking to do now. But, you know, it really could go either way. And yeah, I'm open for feedback. Like, most people seem pretty okay with what I'm doing in terms of the idea, and I think they get the idea that we need to onboard people to the protocol. But, you know, I'm trying to look at a way that's actually going to get people to really go out and work for it as well. And I know some of you don't want to do that, and that's okay.
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. You know,
Yeah.
There's enough people that
Clint,
are.
oh shit! Sorry, I thought you were done. Clint's had his hand up forever. I feel terrible.
Oh man, don't feel terrible. Fiat, the more you talk, the more I feel more comfortable. With that being said, I'm excited for you. I would say don't disregard the spaces. You've got 30 plus, like 34 people listening to you right now. We're here 24/7. Hex Live, The Famous, Hex is the Way. They all have these spaces open. Great place for dialogue, for discourse. I think that the way that you've answered the majority of the questions, I believe that you are open, and I feel that you're not defensive. So that's one really good sign that makes me feel a little bit better. I'm excited to hear more about your project. I just give you props for putting yourself out there. There's a lot of opportunity for a lot of people, and you know, the more I hear you chat, I kind of feel your heart. Like I kind of feel like I understand a little bit better now where you're coming from. A little bit more detail would be great when it's available to us and you're ready to share. I believe that the community would be open to hearing more things in the future, and all our really good friend Collector would say, we appreciate you, and please take the information and the feedback that you're getting, and know that it's coming from a good place, and we wish you the best of luck.
Fiat, yeah, you're definitely a very smooth talker. I would like to see how you can control another one of these like shill spaces for the crypto community. I would definitely like a little your marketing. It's you spell it PHIAT. I would like for you to spell it like fiat, like FIAT, so more people see that, because who's going to search fiat, with a PH. I think they would more like to search, actual fiat, what they know, what the actual definition term is. And I think that could be kind of more effective in branding and marketing for you in the long term, to get a broader scale of people more interested in it. Because, like I tell everybody, the most keyword search for crypto is going to be crypto. And you're trying to do it, with like fiat lending protocols and stuff like that. So I think if you were, fiat, like as in, the way it is spelled, for like, I don't know if that URL is available though. So that could have been another thing.
Definitely
But
not
yeah,
available.
it's not available. All right, cool. All right. I get that part too.
Hey, I just want to say thank you to all you guys, and I appreciate all the feedback and criticism. It's actually really useful to me. I'm sorry I'm like a little bit of an arrogant guy. I like to think of myself as being pretty smart. I went to school for a long time and studied all this stuff, so I can come off as kind of like a smooth talker, as what you said. And I do this for a living, right? I talk to people about investments all day, every day. So it's what I'm used to. So I apologize if I sound a little bit too snarky. But I want to say I really enjoyed this chat, and I usually don't enjoy the kind of main Hex Telegram chats because they aren't real. They're kind of echo chambers, and people don't really do anything except tell you Hex to the moon, and oh, he's fudding or whatever. You guys have all been actually really patient and really good, and giving me really good things to think about. And I will definitely incorporate a lot of what you guys said as I think some more about this, and as the team works on what we're doing. So I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Could I design you a couple just in my free time, just to throw a couple thumbnails at you, to maybe get a little?
Go nuts. Yeah, you guys can find me on Telegram pretty easily. That's kind of my preferred place. If you DM me on Twitter, I'll see it as well.
Yeah,
but
I don't want to overwhelm. I know you kind of said you don't really want to get into these spaces too deep, but I feel terrible that it's your job and then you kind of don't enjoy it. So I don't want to overwhelm you, but
no. When I say it's my job is talking to other investors. Like, is this a good idea? Is this a bad idea? Should we buy this company? Should we sell this company? That kind of stuff. That's my job, right? So I'm used to having those sort of arm's length discussions with investment professionals. What I don't usually enjoy doing is talking to people who, maybe just showed up in the Hex Telegram group today and don't know anything about it or why, or the history or things like that. But you guys have actually been phenomenal, really good to chat with. So I've actually really, really enjoyed this.
Fiat, hey, can you open up your DMs? I noticed that I can't message you, and it's probably a setting in your new profile. But if you could
Okay.
open up your DMs, that would be fantastic. And these spaces that Hex Live and the Famous and Hex to Learn have opened up 24/7. They are unlike any other space that you'll encounter, because most of us are very open and it's challenging at times, but good challenging. And I think that we all make each other's brains work a little harder. And there's not stupid people in these spaces. There's very intelligent people in these spaces. And
Yeah.
so I think that's very unique. And I believe that you can get some traction here. So we look forward to seeing more of you.
Yeah, likewise. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. I want to stop talking about me now. How about when do you guys think Pulse Chain's coming? Like, what are your serious guesses?
2 more weeks.
4 more weeks.
4 weeks. Yep, 4.
Not today.
We're not sure what year either.
It's still 4 weeks. It's always 4 weeks.
How do we, if we do want to invest or whatever,
Yo, Jace, your shit's wrecked.
if you're not doing like a sacrifice, do you have like a Venmo address or something we can send to donate or anything like that?
No, definitely not. Definitely no Venmo. There'll either be a sacrifice. The address will go up on the website. It'll be in the Telegram group. I'll try to give everybody at least a couple days notice that it's starting, because I set it up so that the people that come in first get a slightly better rate than the people that come in later. And that's just to get, to reward the people that take the first step. So I'll try to be as transparent about that as possible. If it doesn't happen, like if Richard starts mainnet in 4 weeks, like you guys think, then you guys are just going to buy it on PulseX if you want to. But hopefully you'll just hopefully use the protocol. I'm worried that this might actually be several months away, in which case I kind of feel like I need to claim this spot now before somebody else in, I don't know, Belarus comes up with a fancier looking website than mine. And you know what I mean? So I kind of want to make sure you have your buy-in and your support. Even if it's not money, it's your philosophical support.
Do
I
it.
think this is a great time for you to do a pre-sacrifice for the right to sacrifice.
I
Don't
would say
start that.
stick with the name, man. I like the name. I think it's cool.
Eric, you had a question?
Nah, hold on. Hey, yeah, Fiat. Don't change your name, because when Steak and Apes came in and he was like, change your name, I was like, bro, I like this P because it's like fat, like fat ass. I was just like, I like this
God damn
PH.
it.
I was like, I like this PH shit. So please don't change it, because
Yeah, there
I
may
like
be
that.
more things I build that use this same sort of pH thing as well. But I don't want to talk about that because I don't want anybody getting any expectations about things. Yeah, I think there's a lot of fun things that begin with F that you can make pH. So yeah, we'll see. I want to build stuff that's going to help the community. Like, look, I've got a pretty good hex bag. Like, nobody actually asked me, but like, I'm a dolphin, so for what that's worth to you.
I was trying to ask you. I just didn't know if you were going to say it or not. That's why I was trying to like beat around the question. You said you were best or bottom. I was trying to ask without asking.
Yeah. Now I'm sorry. I was on the spot. Yeah. I should have just said dolphin. Yeah. I'm a dolphin, so I'm not like a shark.
Taking apes. Don't beat around the bush next time.
Yeah. Well, people don't like when you brag about money. That's what I find.
Yeah, you're right though. You gotta be careful. Yeah.
So I did send you a message with you probably are familiar with the Hexgrass icon for Hexalent DeFi. It kind of lists some of those items, and we'll probably look at that later as you kind of progress, different things like basically kind of similar tax, and you may have to use some things that aren't exactly the same. I don't know if you're looking into oracles, for example.
Yeah, the Oracle problem is a big one. There are other things I would like to do, but I can't, in good faith, tell you I'm going to do them until the Oracle problem is solved. So some of the other guys out there, I don't want to disparage them for raising money when they don't have a solution to this, but that's a big problem. It'd be nice if Chainlink would come to Pulse. I'm not up on all the details of how this works, but I understand a lot of these protocols don't work without oracles, or like all you have is PulseX for pricing, and that creates a whole bunch of technical problems. So I did this one specifically for that reason, because it didn't require oracles.
No, that's awesome. Hey, don't boot me out of your Telegram. I use the same intro anytime there's a YouTube live stream or if there's a Telegram that I join. So please don't boot me. But that's my intro every single time I enter a space.
Oh yeah. Hey, I'm like a guy who values being right and values truth. I can be persuaded when I'm wrong. Come say whatever the hell you want. Call me an asshole, but tell me why I'm an asshole. Don't say, you're an asshole and just fuck off. You need to tell me specifically what it is that you don't like, because then I can try to make that better. Or maybe if I'm right, I'll just be comfortable with the fact that I'm right about it. I run a Cantillon chat. I keep it to about 100 people. There's a lot of big names in there. If any of you guys are kind of bored of the normal Telegram chats and are like really experienced hex people, find me on Telegram. I'll try and get you an invite in there. That chat is sort of meant as a no holds bar Chatham House rules type chat, where you can say whatever you want. And it's where a lot of people that would normally just ban each other in the main hex Telegram groups go to actually have, discussions about things. So I try to make that neutral territory as well.
Go ahead, Steak Hex. I had one more quick one I remembered too. But I think Steak Hex had hand up. If you want to ask anything, my man.
No, go ahead. I forgot what I was going to ask.
I noticed that I don't know what it's in reference to. I was just kind of looking at I'm really interested in your page, looking at what you're marketing, how I can maybe help you or whatever. And I saw your 3-step thing where step 1 it's like small rug pull. Step 2 buy hex. Step 3
short the rug pull. Sorry, does it say small? It should say short.
No, sorry, I might have missed. Do you know? Can you explain like the idea behind that at all?
Yeah, so this is me being a little bit coy. I'm trying to explain to you why this thing's useful. If you're like a professional finance guy, you'll get what I mean here. What this platform is going to allow you to do is it's going to allow you to short things that are bad, right? So shorting is a way of betting against something, right? And it gets a lot of people that don't work in investments think it's an evil thing, but it's actually a very good thing. And I can go into the reasons why if you want, but but imagine that you see these awful bubbles like SafeMoon, right? What's protecting people against SafeMoon? Well, actually, the ability to short these things is protecting them, because basically when you short SafeMoon, you're going to make money if the price drops, right? If you can't short, then people just keep buying it and buying it and buying it and buying it, and then you get these 90% drops or to zero, right, where these things collapse. So shorting is very important. So it's one of the things that this is going to allow you to do. So it'll allow you to short a bad coin. It'll allow you to lever, borrow against margin against the good coins.
I feel you there, man. I understand what you. I kind of took me a while to wrap my head around what you're saying, but I understand you're taking advantage of a system that's already there and a lot of shit that's already maybe bad stuff that might be there, and you see an opportunity to take advantage of that. And why wouldn't you? I commend you on that.
It's actually good. It's actually good to be able to short. That's the thing. I'm protecting you against a bunch of influencers coming and driving the price up of something that has no business having that kind of value, right? Because I'm betting against it. So I'm actually protecting guys by doing that.
I guess how is SafeMoon like protected? The last time I looked at that.
You probably don't understand what I mean. So Shorting SafeMoon means betting against SafeMoon.
Yeah, I
So,
got you. Yeah.
yeah. So yeah. So instead of SafeMoon going to this huge bubble because you can't short it, what shorting does is it effectively allows somebody to borrow the underlying stock, if it's a stock, or a token, if it's a crypto, and actually go on the market and sell it. So you create a sell order on the market, and that pushes the price down. And eventually, you've got to go back and return the crypto that you borrowed to the person you borrowed it from, and you basically get to keep the difference. So if the price drops between the time that you shorted it and the time that you cover it, which is when you bring it back to the person, you've made money. So those are the mechanics of it. So shorting is actually a really good thing to have. It makes markets more healthy because it allows people to go, well, this thing's clearly a bubble. We need to put a stop to that. So it reduces volatility. It makes markets more robust, and it allows pricing to be actually more effective, right? So you don't get just huge mispricing where things are colossally overvalued, which can happen when you only have the ability to long.
Got you. And then just one, the rewards or whatever that you saying that I saw, like the banks don't get, that this token gives to you instead of them.
Yeah. So if you guys know how banks work, I'll just explain it as simply as possible. Now, banks are very complex things, but the average retail bank, the old-fashioned one, literally takes your money as a depositor and it lends it out to somebody else, right, at a higher rate. So the joke used to be in finance back in the day that you would borrow at you would borrow from the depositors at 2%, you would lend out 4%, and you'd be on the golf course by 3 p.m.
Question mark. So Richard Hart explained this quite a few times and said this is not true. They do not lend out your money. So
well, yes, okay, but this is a very big nuance, which we don't need to go into. There's bank capital structures are very complex, and Richard's sort of right about this. He's also not really saying the entire story as well, but just conceptually, just don't worry about Richard. This is what's happening in this protocol. So you're putting in your stable coins and you're borrowing Hex, right? You're paying somebody a fee to borrow the Hex from them. Okay. And the part of that fee goes to the token holders. That's all that is. So you're basically, as the token holder, it's like owning equity in a bank effectively, because each time somebody does a transaction, you're getting a piece of that transaction, which is exactly how a bank works.
Yeah, I mean, I don't agree with everything that Richard Hart says. I'm just saying that he does explain it pretty well, and they definitely do use the inflation and then leverage that, and they don't. But yeah, I hear what you're saying.
It's more complicated than he even begins to explain, right? And like literally, you could take a semester course in business school, and only know like a small portion of how bank capital structures work. They're very, very complicated. They have debt, they have equity, they have hybrid securities called capital securities that are sort of mixtures of both. They also have commercial paper, which is really short-term lending. Okay, they have warrants and stock options for the executives. I mean, do you have all day? I don't think you guys want to listen to this.
Well, yeah, man. I mean, I'm getting ready to finish my bachelor's in business management also, so I understand what you're talking about and saying, and how Richard, dumbs down things for his audience that you think his audience, but then there's a lot of smart people also in his audience that don't like listening to that shit.
Well, I'll give you another example of like a simplicity thing that Richard does that like Hexicans always murder me about is market cap, because Richard will say, market cap is a vanity metric. It doesn't matter. It's useless. And then every time I go into a chat with you guys, you'll instantly regurgitate this, as well as the thing about banks or whatever. It's like, market cap does actually matter a lot. Like, you need to understand fundamentally what valuation is, right? Now, what Richard should say, if he wants to give a better answer, is that you can't just blindly compare market cap to market cap. You have to look at the actual capitalization of a business and, look at their, how much debt they hold, how much equity they hold, what the circulating supply of the float of the equity is. I mean, it's a really complex thing. And just so you guys understand, like, I spent years getting a qualification called the CFA that gives you like frameworks for trying to make these sort of comparisons. But to say that market cap doesn't matter is stupid. It's not true. It does matter, but like there's a whole bunch of caveats that you need to work out, and it's literally a full-time job for equity analysts who work in Wall Street, et cetera, to try to kind of parse out all this information and try to make comparable valuations between, let's say Bank of America versus JP Morgan, right? They might have different market caps, but one is going to be, more expensive than the other, fundamentally. And that's really what analysts are trying to do, is they're trying to figure out why one might be mispriced versus the other one. And they're trying to go long one and short the other. But I digress. I love Richard. I'm a big fan. He simplifies stuff for people. But you don't necessarily take everything he says as being, completely right all the time or completely full in summation of the moving parts of things.
I like you. I just want you to know that I like you.
Yeah, well, I will say don't trust people that are really smart and can talk up a storm, because know that I went to school.
Oh, I could talk up a school too. I
worked
could talk up. I could talk too. I just like how you said all of that. That's all. So
yeah, that's great. I'm cautioning you against guys like.
Yeah, we got a couple more hands if you don't mind. I know everybody's really excited to ask you stuff, so if you don't mind, we got 2 more hands up that have kind of been up. So Clinton, Steak Hacks, whoever wants to shoot, I appreciate it, Fiat. You're the man for fielding all this.
I just wanted to ask, who's the Oracle? What's the Oracle problem?
Somebody else could probably explain this better than I can, to be honest.
No, I'm fucking with you. And then, are y'all gonna do like we'll have flash loans too on Fiat?
I think PulseX is gonna have that. I'm gonna be trying to do things that you can't do on PulseX in general.
Okay.
I think it's mainly short rugs only. You want short rug.
Hey Fiat, I want to make sure that you've got time for us. Do you need to go, or do you have a little bit more time?
No, actually, I'm on vacation. It's already Good Friday here in Australia. The girlfriend's playing volleyball with her friends. I'm here. I'm gonna take a leak though, if that's all right. And my bathroom has bad Wi-Fi, so why don't you guys talk amongst yourselves? I'll be back in like a minute or two.
Sounds good.
Hey, all right. So I got a question. Hey, Crypto Keith, I need you to talk real quick.
What's up, brother?
All right, because I low key thought Fiat was you, and I was gonna be like, all right, conspiracy theory time, you guys.
Oh my God, you're fucking kidding me, bro. Oh my God, dude, I'm about to rug myself out the room, bro.
That's why I was like, hey, Keith, say something real quick.
Oh my God.
Sire, what's funny is I'm almost 95% sure I recognize the voice. I'm already on it. I got it pegged down to about.
I was gonna ask him if he knows Vinluck.
See, because I was like, yo, he sounds like somebody I've heard before in the spaces, and I was like, hold on. Keith, say something, please.
He doesn't sound like Keith, but he has the same like tonations and
no,
you can almost like picture. Yeah.
No,
my sweet community members just never forget that these spaces have
It's
reached
it's like Keith with a voice changer.
No,
he has another account.
Richard Hart testing.
No, he has another account, Sir Hexman Shillery. So if you check out his other account, Sir Hexman
No, I believe
Shillery,
him. No,
you can check that one out.
No.
Put you under fire now, everybody.
But
you're wrong,
I
bro.
never realized that he
You're
sounded
way
like Keith
wrong,
until you
brother.
said that.
Well, the
Way
best
off
part
the
is the best
chain.
part is like technology is to a spot now. Hex Live is the man. He records all this stuff. So like with voice recognition, it won't be a problem. We'll get.
Yeah. Go get the voice analysis done. Go do that.
Well, I don't want to do it.
I'll bring that to my local FBI office.
I think it's a, so it's a good thing to know if you can do your research and you want to know as much as you can.
Yeah, so
I mean, you throw me under the bus once, shame on you. You know, you throw me under the bus again, I'm gonna fucking jump off a bridge. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
Come on, Kef.
Yeah, you rug me once, shame on you. You think I'm gonna
Real quick,
I'll rug
we
myself
had a
for you.
Did Mr.
couple.
Fiat come
I'll go
back?
back to shilling other communities
back.
and
We
onboarding new communities.
yeah, we had a couple new speakers that came up.
Yeah, I believe it was Ugo and Lala. I didn't see their actual names, but that's what I see.
Right.
Sorry,
Lala's got the hands up. So
Yeah,
how
hey
you
guys,
doing?
I have a quick question for Fiat.
He might not be back
utilizing
yet.
the latrine.
He might not be
So
back.
just
Oh,
I'm here
just wait
too,
a
by the
sec.
way, just so y'all know that we're talking at the same time.
Fiat is here.
So you know it's not a bot account.
He's not talking. You are.
Hugo, how's
But
it
his
going?
mic is moving.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Fiat? Is he there?
Hugo, are you want to talk to Fiat as well?
Yep.
All right, just
Sire, you dirty rat.
No, Fiat's mic is moving, but he's not here yet. He's
Sire.
stepped away.
I am definitely here.
Did I just
you are?
sacrifice 3 hours of my life?
Okay, y'all shut.
All right, everybody shut up. Let Fiat and Ugo talk.
All right, cool. I have I guess a two-part question. So the first part is, from a staking and a borrowing perspective, how does your platform differ, or how is it similar to liquid loans, if you've heard of liquid loans? And then it also says on your website that like U.S. residents and U.S. Citizens are barred from the sacrifice. And I was wondering if you could speak to that as well.
Yeah, I'll answer the second question first. That's, I think, standard legalese that people put in all these things. Like, I think 1inch, for example, doesn't let you use makes you sign something similar when you do a transaction on 1inch. So that's that. It's nothing against Americans, as you can tell. I'm American, but yeah, it's standard legalese that you have to put in front of these things. It is what it is. Your first question on liquid loans. Look, I like the liquid loans guys. I support them. I'm going to try to use their stuff on my platform as well. I've spoken to Jesse many times one-on-one. We're quite different. They're allowing you to take your pulse and turn it into a stable coin, which you then can leverage. I guess that, and then you can leverage bit is really the only similarity. We're doing other things as well. You can borrow and lend other coins, not just your pulse. There isn't a stable coin involved in this either. You have the ability to short. So all these things I think are actually additive. If you think about finance, right? You've got JP Morgan, you've got Morgan Stanley, you've got Goldman Sachs. Those banks all do exactly the same thing, and they still need 4 of them to have a functioning system. Liquid loans and what we're doing is very different, and I think together we're actually worth more than a loan, is my view. I'm going to want people to put stable coins on my platform and borrow stuff. That's actually really good, and it's good for the liquid loans guys too, because liquid loans, stable coins might not be that liquid, especially at the start, right? You need, in order to use them, you actually need somebody else to accept them, right? Which is actually a bit of a chicken and egg situation if you think about it, because you're not going to be able to take your liquid loans USDL and go straight to Coinbase with it. That's just the reality. The more stuff we build, the better it is for everybody in that range. So I inevitably everybody asks me about this, and like I'm not the guy that's going to say, look, we're competition and we're going to kill those guys. Like I think about the exact opposite way. I wish them well. I want huge success. And in reality, the big risk here is how successful is Pulse Chain, right? If we don't have the tools for everybody, Pulse Chain is just going to be a ghost chain where hex stakers are going to be able to, stake and end stake cheaply. Like that's not that fucking useful, right? Is the reality.
Oh man, have you tried the testnet? It's amazing, man.
Yes, I've tried the test net. Still, like
You don't like it?
No, I love it, but like you need all the cool stuff, that it's going to allow to happen, right? You need things like the Decentraland. You need, things like Aave. You need, things like liquidity, which is
Well, dude, there's like 17 billion PulseX that's been burned on the testnet. There's like 750 million transactions.
No,
on the
he's just
Pulse chain.
saying we need more people than just hexagons.
No, he said
The more the
Pulse chain
better.
isn't useful, actually.
Well, yeah, the
all
more
of the
the
above. All of the above, guys. All of the above. Yeah, all of this is true.
You've got to be the first person I've heard say Pulse chain isn't going to be useful.
that's not what he said.
Yeah, that's not what he said.
Okay,
Okay.
My fault.
No, it won't be useful if it's. I said it. Let me restate this so it's clear. It won't be useful if it's just me and you guys and staking and staking on it, right? It will be useful if it becomes a better Ethereum with all of the cool shit that's currently on Ethereum, right? And I'm just doing my small part to bring something that's really good on Ethereum, but isn't that useful on Ethereum because of fees to Pulse Chain. And because I don't think those guys are going to build it on Pulse Chain because they don't give a fuck about us, is the sad truth, right? If Aave said they were going to fork this tomorrow, support Pulse Chain, I would go do something else. I'd move on to the next project. But I just know pretty confidently that they're worried about other stuff. So that's kind of what I'm thinking. So the more stuff people build for Pulse Chain, the better. So I support Liquid Loans. I support Mintra. I support all these guys. That doesn't mean I think that their coins are necessarily, good investments. That's a very different question.
Yeah, especially when you sacrifice.
Yeah, so
Without a
to
working
be honest, I think if you're going to create and then present yourself to us before you're asking for anything, that's the missing key that Hedron basically did, and almost all of these others didn't do, and so we have a lot more respect for that. Like for us in this group, we're actually not that into Liquid Loans or a lot of these other sacrifices for the most part because we think they came with nothing but a website and an ETH address and then promises, right? So that's not really Hexagon to me. But I like how you're going about it so far, and I think we need something better than what Liquid Loans provides, and so maybe you'll be able to touch into that a little more.
Yeah, well, at the offset, I'm trying to do one more thing, which is I'm going to try to show you a working demo of the project before I ask for anybody's money. And as I said, I'm still unsure if I'm going to take your money.
Yeah, I was going to suggest you probably just
Wait,
shouldn't.
Lala has
She
a
probably
question.
shouldn't sacrifice. Probably shouldn't
Lala
have.
never had her question asked, did she? Him?
No question. I was actually going to comment on the fact that people thought Crypto Keith was fiat. I thought that was kind of funny. I've known Crypto Keith for over 25 years. He's definitely not. That's
And
all.
I don't know Crypto Keith.
Yeah, we're talking at the same time. Siri J, you son of a bitch.
Hey, man. I just wanted to say something.
Hey man,
No,
I miss
it
your
wasn't-
fucking
it
poems,
wasn't-
bro.
It wasn't negative.
How
or
about you
anything.
stop? How about you quit throwing me under the bus here? You spit out a fresh poem, dude. Like I don't know what the hell we're talking about here. I think I'm some kind of fucking bot.
I didn't say anything
Like,
about you
Jesus
being a
Christ.
bot. Damn,
I'm
Fiat,
out
he said
there
you sound like a
doing
bot,
the
bro.
Lord's work, joining Trap Gravity in a fucking NFT space, asking stupid questions and staking.
The
I'm
Lord's
sorry,
work.
I was, because I don't know shit about fuck with NFTs, bro. And I'm grilling these people, ready to roast them because they're all wrecked, and I don't even know what I'm asking because I'm stupid wrecking NFTs.
If this ain't about security, I don't want it.
Well, no, dude. I asked him about this, like their interface. Dude, the kid had no idea what he was explaining. He's
Okay,
asking for $200,
let's
and then
talk to
it's like,
Mr. Fiat.
So
Clint, you had a
you
question?
guys. So yeah, we
Clint
have
has his
Clint, but
hand up.
also before Clint, we probably need a couple people to drop down because we got Gold Key and we do want to hear from him.
Yeah,
as
I'll
far
definitely
as
drop down. Thank you, Fiat, so much for
thank
fielding
you,
all of our
Jason.
aggressive questions.
I'm happy to drop down too, guys.
I'll drop down. My bad, you guys. Later, man.
I'd actually really love to talk to Gold Key. What's up, brother?
All right, Clint. No, Clint had a question.
No, I thought Lala had a question first.
He did. He
La-
said what he had to say
yeah,
about
Lala was
Keith.
Lala was in reference to Sire's beautiful troll poetry.
Troll. Rug
My bad.
under the bus.
I wish I had a mute button for Clint.
Thanks. Hey, so Fiat, I asked this question a month or so ago with another protocol that was pitching their idea, and I just wanted to find out what your response was or what your thought was. And the question is do you believe that your protocol or your platform aligns with Richard's fundamentals and principles on Hex and Pulse and how it's built?
Yeah, I would say definitely. Simply because, look, Richard can't go saying this product's great, this one's terrible. I think you guys understand why. He doesn't have any way to quality assure anything. So it's going to be really hard for him to come out and say nice things. You guys talked about Hedron. I know Alex very well. He's in my private chats where I spend most of my time. I've talked to him for hours about Hex and other things. Like Richard won't even really endorse Hedron yet. He's getting closer to kind of saying nice things about it now, if you've noticed. That's where Richard comes from. I believe he also always says something like, you go build it, you go do it, right? Meaning there's not enough time in the day for him to do a lot of things. Now, specifically when it comes to things like stable coins, leverage, margin, all these things, I think these are things that Richard probably shouldn't touch directly, is my opinion, because it inherently puts a little bit of risk to him. If you're providing something that competes with the U.S. dollar, if he as a founder is doing that, it's potentially creating a little bit of risk for him. And this has nothing to do with my project, but like let's take Liquid Loans for example. It's much better if it's those guys, doing that, in my opinion, than him. Because you don't want to be seen as the guy that's creating this dollar derivative product, right? It potentially just jeopardizes him a little bit. And I would also say when it comes to things like trading platforms, to a degree, and exchanges, CEXs and things like that, it's better if it's being done by other people as well, because once again, it limits his personal risk. There's 180 different countries in the world. We need fiat on-ramps that are going to service all of those countries. There's not enough time in the day for Richard to do every little thing. So, I think there is a need to basically have lots of people coding and developing. Now, in terms of the Metcalfe's law, which I'm sure most of you are familiar with, but if you think about it, if you don't know what it means, just try to imagine fax machines, right? The fax machine was invented actually in the 1920s. Most people don't know that. But a fax machine is only useful depending on how many fax machines there are in the world. So, when we were kids and there were lots of fax machines in the 80s and the 90s, fax machines were very useful because that's how you would be able to send a document overseas or anywhere that you needed to. And then as everybody got a fax machine, they became more useful. And then when we no longer needed fax machines and we started using email, they became basically useless, to the point now where most businesses don't even support them anymore unless they have some legal reason to do it, right? So I think of Pulse Chain as being very similar. You want lots of people building stuff that's going to create many crossroads and lots of intersections on Pulse Chain for many different types of people. So I think Richard would be in favor in general of that. Now, specifically, my protocol, would he be in favor of that? I think Aave is one of the most respected DeFi protocols out there. So, and it's not some disgusting, leverage trading eToro style protocol, right? It's a, industry standard borrowing and lending protocol used by the largest users of crypto. So it's got, over $1 billion of TVL in it. It's really highly regarded. So it's hard to imagine there's too many things out there that are better regarded than Aave. Now, obviously, I'm building a fork of it, Is mine any good? Well, we don't know yet. And, I'm going to invite you guys to look at the demo when it's ready and critique it and tell me what's terrible about it. My code is going to be scrutinized by people. I'll probably get it audited unless it's completely the same as what we're forking, but it probably won't be based on my understanding. All these things are criticisms that, we have to take on board.
Bravo. Well done, sir. That's the best answer I've had to that question to date. So props to you.
Gold Key, what's up, brother?
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're staying up all night long until Maxi comes out.
Maximus.
Let's go. Guys, I've been on I'm not joking. I'm like a little delusional right now. I've been on like a 4-day bender. Like, I'm not joking, man. Just on streams all day and then like working at night. So excuse if I'm a little delusional right now, but very, very excited about the launch tomorrow.
Did you say shrooms or streams?
You've been on multiple streams. It's funny, Steak.
Yeah.
You're a funny guy.
A few streams, but yeah, maybe after the mint phase is over, I'll do a little. I'm definitely taking a few days off after this launch phase for sure.
So how many days is the mint phase? Is that 12 or 14?
It'll be 14, starting tomorrow, 5 Pacific, 8 Eastern.
From what I saw, Dipcatcher had the audit on his channel, I believe, on YouTube, and I'm going to watch that. Is that viewable somewhere as well? Just so we could read it?
Yep.
Or
So
read along?
we've had 2 audits. The first is you can go to our website, maximus.cash, and that one's or actually probably best in Telegram, and then you /audit. And you can find the link there. I can drop it as well, but also on our Twitter. And then we just got our second one back, and we're also going to get a certification. So the second one actually provides like verification that like the code that was audited is also the code that gets launched. So we'll get a verification once we launch as well.
I have to say you look much better on camera than you do in your profile picture.
Yeah, I grew out the hair and beard for a little bit, but yeah, I've turned it back a little bit.
I mean, a little bit. I think a little bit's an understatement.
I make
More like a
people
hack
watch.
job.
Yeah. I make people watch my YouTube if they want to see anything about me. But so yeah, we're pretty, I don't know, I've heard from quite a few people that they're kind of interested. Some people said they just want to see if they could buy some on the open market as well. Maybe they're not like big players, but they're interested to hold a few maxi and see what happens. So I'm hoping, I don't know, did you hear of anybody, not to name any names, but that would provide some liquidity that people can get some if, let's just say, Pulse Chain doesn't get launched for another month and Maxi is available in 2 weeks, let's just say, then is there any chances we would have some Maxi out there on Uniswap?
Me personally, I'm one of those people. I personally don't want to give you guys my hex, but I would definitely might consider purchasing it on the open market. So I'm one of those people.
I don't think he has an answer for that question. He doesn't know unless he's putting his own.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm curious about.
Well, I'm trying not to make him answer it directly, but just if he's heard somewhere that potentially somebody's going to provide liquidity in Uniswap in the next few weeks after the 14 days.
Pleading the fifth.
Yeah, Golkey, I think you're on mute.
Yeah, you gotta hit unmute your mic to speak, Golkey.
Sorry, guys. Yeah, so as far as liquidity goes, no expectation of the work of others kind of applies to that as well. Anytime, anyone who creates the liquidity pool sets price. It'll be interesting too, because for the 14-day mint phase, you can mint one maxi per one hex. So I assume that the market price will probably be arbitraged around 1-to-1. And yeah, I mean, you can definitely wait. I think you can wait to buy maxi. I think the incentive to mint is just kind of to guarantee that 1-to-1 rate, because once the stake starts, each maxi will be backed by more and more hex, redeemable hex, as well as hedron. So it's kind of a there's no bonding curve for the 14-day mint phase. It's kind of a natural bonding curve after the stake starts.
All right, solid answer. So somebody
Yeah.
may potentially do that, but you don't know what that ratio that they can purchase it at. What do you think are some market influences that could, potentially spike Maxi and make it possibly cheaper than, what that, because the arbitrage number is based off a 15-year stake. So when do you think that Maxi will exceed the valuation of the original 1-to-1 hex ratio?
So that really comes down to like what an individual decides that their maxi is worth, right? Because you could look at like your value of your maxi in two ways. You could look at like accrued value as far as like how much hex it's already earned, but then you can also like forecast the value based off of like average T-share payout, hex price, hedron price. With hedron, we'll actually know once the stake starts, we'll know like a minimum mintable amount of hedron that the stake can mint, and we've designed it in a way that on top of that minimum, that mint hedron function can be called at any time. So we might be able to lock in some like AMR bonuses throughout the life of the stake. So yeah, I mean, your guess is really as good as mine as far as like where that valuation will meet as far as like buyers and sellers. But we are building a dashboard that will allow you to view kind of the accrued value, as well as like you can input the average T-share payout, the future hex price at in stake, and hedron price at in stake, to kind of see what your redemption value is. So yeah, but I mean, it's going to be really, really interesting to see what people value their maxi at.
Yeah, whenever you just said that you guys are creating a dashboard, that's kind of what I was looking at. I was wondering if it's going to be based off somebody else's research or based off actual analytical data that you create through a dashboard, because most people have to factor in gas cost also, since there will be an Ethereum side and a Pulse chain side whenever it comes to that clear evaluation. Because if you do a straight up market buy, you're already down if it is still pegged at that 1-to-1 ratio. So are you really getting the better rate whenever you have to actually calculate the gas cost that it's spent for you to, purchase that yourself?
Totally. Yeah. Gas is definitely a consideration as far as like buying maxi. Yeah, one thing that's gonna be really interesting too is one thing I'm looking at is like as far as like participation go, because like say 100 people participate that, might have staked on their own. And let's say like gas is like 1 ETH to end that stake. By consolidating to one stake, that's 90 ETH that's staying in the Hex economy. So that'll be I'm really excited to see as far as like numbers of participants go that like are minting Maxi. So that's gonna be cool to watch as well.
So is the start and stop of the initial gas fee for the 555 stake, is that accrued? Like, who absorbs that cost? Do you guys absorb it, or is that absorbed to the holders?
Great question. So, the Maximus contract is completely decentralized, and so kind of like maintaining that design parameter, there is no expectations of who will pay the gas fees. I'm definitely not worried about like the start function. I'm sure someone will take care of that. And then as far as the in-stake function, to address another question that's been coming up a lot is like, could someone maliciously end the stake early? And by design, the contract can't execute the end stake function. It looks at the end date of the stake, so there is no emergency end stake function that can be run. It can only be run after, and that function can be run by anybody. And so, no expectations there. Anyone can run it. There has already started like conversations around developing a like separate contract for pooling for that gas fee. Again, we do have like 15 years to figure out how to pay for one gas fee, so I'm pretty confident we'll figure that out. But it is, it can be run by it's a public function. So
Awesome, great answer, man. Yeah, somebody actually today like mentioned something about Maxi comment, and in my bio it says Maxi will never be in my bio, and that's towards like people who are maximalists in the crypto community. I didn't even realize that you guys' token's name was Maxi, and they're like, they thought I was like funding your project or some shit, and I'm like, no, no, like I didn't even realize that shit was going on. My bad.
I was just about to call you out just like 5 seconds ago about that.
Bro, that's the second time today.
Next occasion, you have your hand up.
Yeah. So you said the protocol hasn't established who was paying gas fees, but I wanted to know if it's written in the protocol, how will the protocol automatically end the stake at this certain day and distribute it automatically, or is this like a function that a real person has to do?
great question. So no, it's not automatic. Someone has to run the in-stake function. Luckily we have a full community of people that will, I'm sure some person will be alive and ready to be watching that, and hopefully we are as well. But yeah, public function. So someone will need to run the in-stake function. When the in-stake function is run, all the hex is returned to the Maximus contract, and then people will need to run the redemption function through the Maximus contract to get their portion of the hex principal plus interest and the hedron. And there is no time limit on that redemption phase. So, someone could, technically redeem like 10 years after the stake ends. That hex and hedron will just sit in the contract until redeemed. So, yeah, and then they'll just need to run that function.
And the hedron can only be redeemed at the end of the 15 years. Is that how that works?
That's way too confusing for me.
Correct. So the hedron, by design, will be in the Maximus contract, and honestly, kind of acts like a